I am Jiangning, and my life took an unexpected turn. I somehow found myself transported into a novel I had read, The 70s Comeback, How a Village Girl Built Her Fortune. It's 1978, and I'm in the body of a minor character who is doomed to a tragic ending. In the story, I was a stand-in bride for my older sister, Jiang Ting, who used me to marry a soldier, Shen Mo, so she could avoid a life of loneliness. She tricked our mother and sent my ID to the military, leaving me to a miserable fate. Meanwhile, she became successful, went to college, and married a better man, living a glamorous life in the city. Now that I'm here, I refuse to let their plans dictate my life. I'm on this crowded green train heading to the capital to confront Shen Mo and end this sham of a marriage. The train is packed with people, luggage everywhere, and an overwhelming mix of smells. It's hard to believe I came from a life where I was attending prestigious ceremonies to now being in a 70s rural setting. At the station, my mother and younger brother came to see me off. My mother handed me a small bundle of food and money, looking sad but resigned. I accepted it and said goodbye, without much emotion. My little brother, though, is the only family member I have any good feelings for. He's kind and helpful, even in the story. I reassured him with a vague promise that I might return. As the train rattles forward, I think about my next steps. I know the challenges ahead won't be easy, but I'm determined to rewrite the story. Whether it's ending this marriage or building a new path for myself, I won't let anyone else control my fate. This time, Jiangning will decide how our story ends. I found myself caught in another mess. My sister's jealousy and bitterness have always been overwhelming, and now, in this life, she's determined to twist the truth to keep me beneath her. She even had the nerve to lie to Shen Mo, trying to manipulate him into hating me. It's all part of her desperate plan, but I've learned to stay cautious and focused. On the train to the capital, hunger crept up on me, so I took out a green onion pancake to eat. The older woman sitting next to me started acting overly friendly, offering to trade her plain bread for a piece of mine. Though I felt something was off, I eventually handed over a piece to avoid causing a scene. When I sniffed her bread before taking a bite, my suspicion was confirmed. It was drugged. She wasn't alone, either. It was clear this was a setup, likely by human traffickers. Before I could figure out an escape, a gang of thugs entered the train car. They were forcing passengers to buy overpriced goods, threatening anyone who resisted. The atmosphere was tense, and things were spiraling quickly. Nearby, a man who had been quietly watching seemed to notice my predicament. He muttered something to the person beside him, calling him Shen. Could it be Shen Mo? If so, perhaps I wasn't entirely on my own in this chaos. The situation on the train took a dangerous turn when a gang of robbers armed with knives appeared. One of the men I noticed earlier, who seemed to be in charge, calmly told his companion to notify the train police and get help. Meanwhile, I decided to act. Pretending to be affected by the drugged food, I stumbled to my feet. A tall, thin man from the gang grabbed my arm, playing along with his scheme, but I loudly declared, "This is my fiancé." The robbers were immediately drawn to us when I claimed we had earned hundreds of yuan. They demanded an outrageous amount of money for some bread, clearly using it as an excuse to rob us. I used the moment to break away and run to the next train car, where I found the police and alerted them to the robbers and human traffickers. Back in the chaos, the robbers turned on the man who had grabbed me, thinking he had money. As they searched him, I watched from a distance as the man I had noticed earlier, likely a soldier, swiftly disarmed the gang leader. The train police, who had been waiting for an opening, moved in and subdued the rest of the gang. The traffickers tried to escape, but I pointed them out, and they were quickly captured. At the next station, the police escorted the criminals off the train. I handed over the drugged food as evidence and noticed the IDs of the two men who had intervened. They were soldiers from the capital's military district, just the connection I needed. I couldn't help but glance at one of them. His sharp features, piercing gaze, and strong presence made him one of the most striking men I'd ever seen. If he turned out to be my so-called husband, Shen Mo, maybe I'd reconsider the whole divorce plan. Returning to my seat, I mulled over my next steps. Unexpectedly, the two soldiers sat directly across from me, with the one I admired being pulled there under the excuse of protecting a pretty lady. It seemed fate wasn't done with me yet. On the train, one of the soldiers, Yang Jingtu, started chatting with me. He seemed interested, but I kept my tone neutral and told him I was heading to the capital to find my husband, a soldier I hadn't seen in 3 years. His surprise was obvious, and he even offered to help me locate him, but I declined, not wanting to share too much. Another soldier, the quieter and more serious one, mentioned that the railway police could arrange transport to the military base once my identity was confirmed. I thanked him and made a note of the advice. After the earlier chaos on the train, people began treating me with more respect, especially after seeing how resourceful I was. An older lady even complimented me, calling me smart and beautiful, which lifted my mood a little. When the train finally arrived at the station, I was exhausted from the long journey. Before leaving, I handed the two soldiers my last green onion pancakes as a small thank you for their protection during the ride. They seemed hesitant, but I left quickly before they could refuse. In the city, I found my way to a simple guest house recommended by the railway police. The room was basic but safe, and I rigged a makeshift alarm with a chair and cup to ensure no one could enter unnoticed. Despite my precautions, I didn't sleep well. Hunger woke me up early. The next morning, I stepped out into the bustling streets, soaking in the energy of this era. A stop at a baozi shop gave me my first proper meal since arriving, though I overestimated my appetite and saved the leftovers. Later, I headed to the railway police station, where I presented my household registration booklet and explained my situation. They contacted the military, and I was told to wait. After a couple of hours, the sound of a military jeep outside caught my attention. A young soldier stepped out and entered the station, his loud voice confirming he was here to pick up the deputy regiment commander's wife. That's when it hit me. My husband, Shen Mo, was a deputy regiment commander. The soldier seemed surprised when he saw me, probably not expecting someone like me to match the title of regiment commander's wife. He politely asked for my identification, and I handed it over, bracing myself for what was to come. I handed over my household registration booklet for verification. The soldier, Qian Feng, compared the details and confirmed my identity. When he introduced himself as my husband's orderly, I asked why Shen Mo hadn't come himself. Apparently, he was out on a mission and would be back in a few days. Qian Feng seemed surprised that Shen Mo was even married, explaining that Shen rarely talked about it, which made me laugh as I joked that Shen probably didn't want anyone to know. As we drove to the military base, Qian Feng tried to make small talk, but I wasn't in the mood for much conversation. He seemed a bit nervous, fumbling over his words at times. The journey took over an hour, and when we arrived, the security and discipline of the base were immediately evident. Soldiers saluted as they recognized Qian Feng, and I couldn't help but notice their curious glances when they were told I was the deputy regiment commander's wife. It felt strange being called that, knowing I was here to divorce him. Once inside the base, Qian Feng escorted me to a reception room, explaining that Shen Mo hadn't applied for family housing, so I'd need to stay in the guest quarters for now. I thanked him and settled into the reception area, observing my surroundings, a plain room with a slogan on a tea mug reading, "Stay alert, defend the nation." While I waited, a small boy, around 6 or 7, entered the room. He looked serious as he sat down and began doing homework. His quiet determination made me smile, but the rumbling of his stomach soon gave away his hunger. I offered him one of my leftover meat buns, pretending to drop it and calling it too dirty to eat. The little boy hesitated at first, but quickly devoured it after I insisted. Soon, Qian Feng returned, explaining that I'd be staying at the guest house until Shen Mo came back and could apply for family housing. I agreed, grateful for a place to stay since I didn't have much money. Before leaving, Qian Feng noticed the boy, who he called Zhiqi, and asked why he wasn't home eating lunch. The boy shrugged off his concern, saying he just wanted a quiet place to study. The atmosphere here was strict but oddly warm. Even though I came to settle things with Shen Mo, I couldn't help but feel a little curious about this new world I'd stepped into. Qian Feng knew that he must have had a conflict with the two sons of a chief when he saw his awkward look. He began to persuade him earnestly, Zhiqi, after all, you are temporarily living in the chief's house, and the two sons of the chief are the same age as you. You must get along well with each other. You should play with them more, so that you can have a good time in their house. Jiang Ning, who was quietly standing aside, frowned. That's not right. Who said that people of the same age can get along well? Do you have to swallow your anger if you are bullied? Qian Feng also disagreed with Jiang Ning's words. Sister-in-law, how could he be bullied in the chief's house? If he was really bullied, we would know about it. Jiang Ning was too lazy to argue with him and only glanced at him lightly. It was not that simple to live under someone else's roof. Who knew what kind of life he was living in someone else's house behind closed doors? This topic was quickly skipped, and Qian Feng spoke again, as if to instruct. Sister-in-law, the guest house is on the upper floor, and the first room upstairs has been cleaned up. Without waiting for Jiang Ning to thank him, he said that he had something to do and ran away. Jiang Ning felt that Shen Mo, the orderly, seemed to be a little afraid of her. In this era, there was no mobile phone to kill time. Jiang Ning got up and walked around the room. She found a piece of white paper in the room, but no pen. Jiang Ning set her sights on Zhiqi, who was lying on his back doing homework. Little guy, can you lend me a pen? Zhiqi was a loner and had no friends at the leader's house or school. He was hungry just now, and he couldn't stand this beautiful woman wasting food, so he accepted her buns. Uncle Shen said that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Without thinking, Zhiqi took out a pencil that he had sharpened but not used from his school bag and handed it over. Jiang Ning looked at the long pencil in her hand, while the pencil in the little guy's hand was only a little longer than his palm. The little guy looked cold, like a little old-fashioned. Jiang Ning had the idea of teasing him. She stretched out her hand and rubbed his head. When she withdrew her hand, she pinched his little face, the only part of his body that still had some flesh. Thank you. Zhiqi had never been touched like this by a woman before, and his face immediately turned red. When he looked up, he saw the pretty face of the beautiful woman and finally buried his head in embarrassment and continued to do his homework. With a pen, Jiang Ning lay on the table and silently wrote down a research material in the present world. The material was all in English. When Jiang Ning worked seriously, she would always devote herself to it. Unknowingly, a whole sheet of paper was filled with English materials. When writing the materials, she always thought of some medical equipment in the present world. In this era that is still developing, it is impossible to have those equipment. After all, some of her research in the present world cannot continue. When Jiang Ning was worrying about it with her head propped up, she caught a glimpse of the little guy sitting opposite her from the corner of her eye. He always looked up at her from time to time. He was not looking at her, but at the paper she had written. When he looked up for the 5th time, Jiang Ning asked, "Do you know English?" She suddenly asked, startling Zhiqi. The little guy lowered his head quickly. "No, I don't know it." Jiang Ning knew that it was not common for elementary school students to start learning English, and it was a bit boring anyway, so she asked with her head propped up, "Do you want to learn English?" Jiang Ning didn't wait for him to reply. When she looked away, she clearly saw that the little guy's eyes lit up. She laughed in her heart, turned the paper over, wrote the 26 English letters on it, and handed it over. Then she began to teach him how to read the 26 English letters. She thought it would be more difficult to teach a child who had just started to learn, but she didn't expect that this child actually had the ability to remember everything he saw. She taught him once, and he remembered it, and he could even recite it after reading it several times. Jiang Ning wrote down the 48 international phonetic symbols. The phonetic symbols were a little more difficult, so the child spent a little more time this time. Jiang Ning asked him to recite the 26 English letters and the 48 international phonetic symbols. Zhiqi stood in front of Jiang Ning and recited them all clearly. Judging from this learning ability, Jiang Ning knew that this child had a high IQ. Who doesn't like a well-behaved and smart child? Do you want to learn something else? Zhiqi was not as cold as before. He looked at Jiang Ning with sparkling eyes and nodded, but soon shook his head. I have to go back to class. Jiangning thought for a while and asked, do you come here to do your homework at this time every day? Zhiqi nodded. He never brought his homework back to that house to do it, because Uncle Lin's 2 sons would make trouble. Jiangning, I have time these days, waiting for you here at this time every day, but I can only teach you for a few days. How much you can learn depends on your ability. The 2 of them seemed to have made an agreement inexplicably. Qianfeng brought Jiangning every meal. She didn't want to make trouble and said she could eat by herself, but Qianfeng just didn't do it and insisted on bringing her food every meal. What a joke. This army is full of men and the deputy regiment hasn't come back yet. How can she let them see it first? Jiangning didn't insist. In a place like the army, it's better for her to be more disciplined. Jiangning had been teaching for 2 days before she realized that the child always came hungry. Didn't you bring your own food? Jiangning asked curiously. In this era, there is no canteen in the school, and the children bring their own food to school. Zhiqi's face changed. He lowered his head so that Jiangning could not see, shook his head and said, I always go back to eat at night. Jiangning frowned. How can that be if you don't eat at noon? You won't grow tall. This child is dull and quiet. From the fact that he didn't have food at noon, it can be seen that this child probably didn't live well under someone else's roof. The child has nothing to do with her. She will stay here until Shen Mo comes back and then leave. Jiangning was moved with sympathy and asked Qianfeng to get more food at noon. Qianfeng didn't think it was wrong. He thought happily in his heart that being able to eat is a blessing. He thought that when he gets married in the future, he must feed his wife to be white and fat, like a big white pig. The deputy head is so lucky. His wife is beautiful and good at eating. If the deputy head is here, he will definitely be better at raising his wife than him. On the 3rd day, when Zhiqi came to learn English, Jiangning used the lid of the lunchbox to make a meal and handed it to him. Before he could say no, Jiangning said, Don't refuse. I gave it to you because I couldn't finish it. Every time I would leave some and throw it away. Hearing about wasting and throwing it away, the little guy immediately frowned. Jiangning was stunned for a moment and suddenly found it funny. This child is really a little old-fashioned. Oh, so cute. Jiangning couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pinch his little face, rub it, and finally touch his head. Zhiqi was stunned, and when he reacted, his face turned red again. Why does the beautiful sister like to pinch him so much? The 2 got along harmoniously for 5 days. After 5 days, the little guy was able to master some simple English words proficiently. Jiangning asked him to practice speaking for a while every day, and the little guy did it. Today, Jiangning wrote some difficult words and was teaching him to recognize them. One taught seriously, and the other studied seriously, and they did not hear the steady footsteps outside the door. Qianfeng pushed open the door, and Shen Mo's sight caught the slender back in front of the table, and inexplicably felt familiar. The thin figure seemed to be frightened by the sound of the door being pushed open suddenly, and she subconsciously turned her head to look at the source of the sound. The 4 eyes collided. A flash of surprise flashed across Jiangning's face. She actually saw the brave soldier on the train here. Qianfeng walked in behind him and said with a smile, Deputy Regiment, you are finally back. Sister-in-law has been waiting for you for several days.
Huh?
Deputy Regiment? He is Shen Mo. Jiangning stood up in astonishment and looked at the man she had met once. You are the husband who didn't take me home after 3 years of marriage? Jiangning was so surprised that she forgot that the word husband had not appeared in this era. Shen Mo heard a word he had never heard of from her, but he probably guessed that it should mean object or husband. Jiangning looked up at him, her eyes curved, and her bright smile seemed to brighten up the dark room. Jiangning was originally worried that she would marry a slovenly soldier and that he would not agree to a divorce. Now she was not so worried because this man did not look like the kind of person who would pester her. Facing the woman's charming and pretty face, Shen Mo subconsciously stood up straighter. His jaw unconsciously tightened, and he considered his words for a long time and finally said, I am Shen Mo. Hearing him admit it, Jiangning felt that this world was quite mysterious. Who would have thought that the soldier who was brave enough to do good on the train was her cheap husband who she had been married to for 3 years? I am Jiangning. She introduced herself. Shen Mo nodded, I know. He had just returned from a mission, and Qian Feng told him that Jiangning had taken the initiative to come to the army to find him. Shen Mo felt that fate was sometimes really wonderful. The girl who was smart and clever enough to escape from the traffickers on the train was his wife. Shen Mo looked at the girl in front of him with a straightforward and focused look. After they separated at the train station, the beautiful figure kept lingering in his mind. He used tasks to fill the gaps and prevent himself from thinking about that bright and cunning little face. His subconscious mind also warned himself that this was wrong. But reality suddenly told him that this was his wife, who he had already obtained a marriage certificate. Shen Mo's hand fell to his side, feeling a little overwhelmed for a moment, so he could only rub his pants slightly. But his eyes were looking at the girl in front of him seriously. Her skin was fair and smooth, glowing with fluorescent light like the bright moon in the sky, and the ends of her curved eyes were slightly raised with a cunning energy. Jiangning also looked at him, purely out of novelty. They were relatively speechless, but the atmosphere between them was inexplicably subtle. Shen Mo felt that he should say something. He was about to ask the girl in front of him why he came here to find him. Uncle Shen. Uncle Qian. The child's voice broke the delicate atmosphere in the room. Zhiqi greeted the two of them politely. Between Jiangning and his uncle, he chose to talk to Jiangning first. He looked at Jiangning, stretched out his little hand and gently tugged Jiangning's cuff. Sister, I remember the words, I'm going back to class. After a few days of contact with Jiangning, he was already very familiar with the little guy. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his head, and said with a smile, Be good, go to class. Zhiqi nodded. Then he looked at Shen Mo. Uncle Shen, I'm going to class.
Yeah.
The atmosphere in the room made Qian Feng unable to stay any longer. He seized the opportunity and said, Zhiqi, Uncle Qian is sending you to school. When leaving, Zhiqi glanced at Jiangning reluctantly. She was Uncle Shen's wife and could no longer come here to teach him. Qian Feng and Zhiqi left. Jiangning met his ink-like eyes and said, Shen Mo, let's talk. Okay. Shen Mo nodded slightly and spoke concisely. Shen Mo walked around her, pulled out the chair in front of the desk where Zhiqi was sitting just now, and sat down facing her. What do you want to talk about? Shen Mo paused for a rare moment. Jiangning was not polite. She had already thought about her words. She sat down opposite him and said directly, without hesitation, Let's talk about our divorce. When she heard the word divorce, the man's eyes were calm. Shrunk. Shen Mo didn't reply and stood up suddenly. His sudden movement of standing up startled Jiangning. The man was not short in height. He suddenly stood up and completely enveloped her like a dark mountain. She mentioned divorce as soon as they met. Is this man going to beat her? Jiangning's subconscious shrinking movements were seen by Shen Mo. With clear eyes, he walked to the water bottle and poured a glass of water, then handed it to Jiangning within easy reach. In Jiangning's opinion, his behavior was to keep a distance. When Jiangning saw that he wasn't going to hit anyone, she immediately let out a breath. On the train, she even jokingly thought that if this man was her cheap husband, she might consider not getting divorced, but no matter what era, a marriage without an emotional basis would not last long. Her preferences, behaviors, and habits were not known to the other party, and the other party's behavior was unclear. She also doesn't know his behavior. If two people get together forcefully, there is no telling what conflicts will happen in the future. Shen Mo sat down opposite her again and asked the second question, Why do you want a divorce? Jiangning looked calm. I know since you haven't visited me once in 3 years of marriage, and we have no basis for relationship. Life will probably be difficult after they get together. Shen Mo said without hesitation, We have never been together. How do you know that life will be difficult? Jiangning found that his question was really to the point. It seemed that playing the emotional card was of no use, and then he said in a solemn tone, We have no emotional foundation, and we got married casually, so we should divorce. After the divorce, We can each find our own happiness. Shen Mo was silent for a long time and said the hands on her legs tightened and loosened. You want a divorce so much? Jiangning nodded, of course. Neither of them would be happy if they were forced to get married and be tied together for a lifetime for some reason. Seeing her nodding without hesitation, Shen Mo's eyes dimmed, and he swallowed his intention to explain why he hadn't seen her for 3 years. His face was still expressionless. He suddenly stood up again and looked at Jiangning. Okay, I will file the divorce report today. The approval will take time. You may need to stay here for a few more days. This man, every time he stood up, he felt inexplicably oppressive, but every time he saw his face, Jiangning couldn't help but become a little nymphomaniac, not to mention that he is such a figure. Even if he is wrapped in clothes, you can see that he has broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. Compared with the world's supermodels who are blowing up to the sky, they are not far behind. Jiangning nodded, no problem. Living here temporarily would give her some more time to think about what to do after the divorce. In the past few days, she had been teaching English to Zhiqi, and she had the idea of temporarily becoming a teacher to make money. Her main focus is to study medicine, and her future path will have to be seen step by step. Shen Mo still had something to do, so he glanced at Jiangning again and walked towards the door. When he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned around and asked, "Have you had lunch?" The other party was polite from beginning to end. They didn't fall out because of the divorce, and even readily agreed to the divorce. Hearing that he was concerned about whether she had eaten or not, Jiangning was embarrassed by her petty attitude just now. She said, "I've eaten." Shen Mo nodded. "I'll pick you up from the canteen for dinner." "Oh, okay." Shen Mo touched his arm after leaving Jiangning, feeling embarrassed again. Fortunately, Shen Mo agreed to the divorce. Otherwise, she would have dug out a castle. When it was time for dinner, Shen Mo, who had disappeared all afternoon, appeared in front of Jiangning's room on time. Shen Mo took Jiangning to the army canteen. There had been word in the army that the deputy commander's wife had arrived, but no one was seen. At this moment, Shen Mo took Jiangning to the army canteen. The soldiers they met along the way stopped to salute Shen Mo. Shen Mo's prestige in the regiment is generally recognized. Although he is only the deputy commander, everyone respects him. The afternoon training has ended, allowing the soldiers to relax and meet enthusiastic soldiers who greeted them with smiles along the way. Jiangning suddenly regretted agreeing to go out for dinner with Shen Mo. Those soldiers called sister-in-law, but Jiangning didn't and shouldn't. Jiangning awkwardly raised her professional fake smile to greet them. Shen Mo looked at the smile on her face. It seemed like she hadn't smiled to herself yet. They even talked about divorce as soon as they met, which made me feel a little panicked for a while. Under the baptism of everyone's gaze, we finally arrived at the cafeteria. As soon as Jiangning stepped into the cafeteria, she wanted to turn around and run away. It was lunchtime, and it was crowded. The whole room was filled with the smell of male hormones, and Jiangning suddenly felt that Qian Feng was right to insist on giving her food. As soon as I stepped into the canteen, everyone in the canteen turned to look at the door of the canteen as if they had received some instructions. At this time, a patient with social anxiety broke into pieces gently. Shen Mo was already used to it and noticed that all the eyes in the room fell on his side. "Do you want to go out to eat?" Shen Mo turned sideways slightly. He was so tall that he almost enveloped Jiangning. Jiangning glanced at him in surprise. People said that men in the army were thick and rough, but he actually noticed her discomfort attentively. They had already reached the canteen, and now turning around to leave, Jiangning felt like she was being pretentious. Jiangning shook her head and smiled at him. "No need, just eat here." Shen Mo took Jiangning to the seat by the window and asked her to sit down, saying that he would just go get the food and let her sit. When he stood up, Shen Mo glanced around and told them to have a good meal. Don't stare at his wife for no reason. Shen Mo's prestige in the army is unquestionable. He silently withdrew the curious eyes around him and lowered his head to eat quietly. He just looked up secretly from time to time. Shen Mo walked to the window. looked at the remaining dishes, and took out the bills before remembering that he had not asked Jiangning what she liked to eat. He turned around without hesitation and asked Jiangning what she liked to eat. Jiangning said that she was not picky. Back to the window, he selected a few things that girls would like to eat. Jiangning ate the food brought by Shen Mo, and her eyes always fell on the man opposite from time to time. Shen Mo had long noticed the eyes from the opposite side that fell on him from time to time. He straightened his back and slowed down his eating speed. Jiangning put down her chopsticks when she felt full, but the food Shen Mo ordered was not small, and there was still a lot on the plate. In this era, food is very precious and cannot be wasted. She was not sure if Shen Mo could finish it, so she picked up the chopsticks and ate slowly. You can eat anything when you are hungry, but it is painful to eat when you are full. Shen Mo saw her embarrassment and suddenly increased his eating speed. Jiangning saw that he ate the food as soon as it entered his mouth, and the remaining food on the plate was empty in a short while. Jiangning also put down her chopsticks with satisfaction. In just the time it took to eat, Jiangning could see that this man was rough but meticulous. In the real world, he would be a good man. In the real world, she devoted herself to medical research and rarely came into contact with men. She still couldn't accept the fact that she got married just after she entered the book. After dinner, Shen Mo sent Jiangning back. Along the way, Jiangning walked slowly, taking a walk to digest her food. She also began to think about work in her heart. She didn't know if Zhiqi would come tomorrow. Shen Mo came back suddenly today, and she hadn't asked Zhiqi if the school he studied in was recruiting teachers. Although she and Shen Mo are still husband and wife now, it is natural for her to ask Shen Mo for money, but she doesn't like to ask others for money. She is used to relying on herself for everything, not to mention that men are unreliable. In this world, many women's lives are ruined once they get married. They were speechless all the way, and Shen Mo felt that he should say something. I have submitted the divorce report. After the divorce, what are your plans? The way back was not short, and Jiangning realized that he was looking for a topic to chat. She had a good impression of Shen Mo, nodded and said, I have plans. After the divorce application is approved, I will find a job and make money first. No matter in which era, money is the most important. Thinking of the many zeros left in her card in the present life, it hurts. Shen Mo didn't expect her to find a job so urgently. Don't you have money?
Yes.
Jiangning took out the only $2 left from her pocket. This was all her belongings. Shen Mo frowned. I send you money every month. Didn't you receive it? Jiangning stopped. Send money? This was not mentioned in the book. As if thinking of something, Jiangning asked again. Have you sent money every month for 3 years? Shen Mo, yes. Jiangning's eyes darkened. If she had only sent money once or twice and it was lost, she could understand, but it is impossible that it was lost every time she sent money every month for 3 years. That means someone stole the money Shen Mo sent to her. Jiangning asked, how much do you send every month?
Chen Montag, 30 Yuan.
How much? 30? It's higher than the salary of some people with jobs. 30 a month. Even if their family does nothing, they can live comfortably, but the Jiang family's bare walls don't show that they can make 30 a month. Jiang's mother should be excluded, and the younger brother is even less likely to be concerned because he is still young and doesn't have the mind to do so. The only one who has the mind is the reborn heroine Jiang Ting. When Jiang Ting was reborn, the college entrance examination had not been resumed yet. She also needed study materials to study in advance, so where did she get the money to buy study materials? Jiangning's eyes darkened, and it was clear who took the money. If she were still alive, she would definitely go back to the author's Weibo and scold her for another 300 rounds. Now that things have come to this, she and Shen Mo are about to divorce, and the money is no longer important. It is impossible to say that she is not angry with Shen Mo. If Shen Mo had gone to the Jiang family earlier in the past 3 years, perhaps the original owner would not have lived such a miserable life. Thinking of the tragic ending of the original owner, Jiang Ning glared at Shen Mo fiercely. Shen Mo felt the resentful gaze. From Jiang Ning's reaction just now, Shen Mo also guessed that the money he sent every month did not reach Jiang Ning's hands. No wonder she came all the way to divorce him. Shen Mo lowered his head and took out a stack of money from his pocket. He took out a big unity and put it back in his pocket and handed all the rest of the money to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was stunned when she saw him handing over a handful of money, but her actions were more honest than her brain, so she reached out first. For me? Shen Mo nodded. Yes, this is the salary and mission allowance I just received, a total of 145 yuan, and I kept 10 yuan. Yes, 145 yuan is not much, but it is a lot in this era. So much. Jiang Ning was not hypocritical and smiled like a flower. Thank you. No matter what you do, you need to have startup capital, not to mention that she and Shen Mo have not divorced yet, so it is natural to take his money. At worst, she can return the money to him when she makes money. Shen Mo was originally worried that she would not accept it, but seeing that she accepted it so straightforwardly and smiled so happily, he couldn't help laughing. Shen Mo, I don't spend much in the army. You can keep this money for emergencies. Early the next morning, Shen Mo received a call from the army leader. Shen Mo came to the head of the regiment office. Sitting in front of the desk was a middle-aged man. Shen Mo saluted Head.
Sit down.
Headley nodded and motioned him to sit down. Captain Lee pushed the divorce report on the table over, picked up the cup of water, and blew away the tea foam floating on it. Your divorce report was rejected by Brigade Commander Wang. Shen Mo's eyes moved. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Captain Lee's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but get angry. You little brat. You caused such a mess when I was away for just one day. If I hadn't been away yesterday, I would have beaten you back on the spot. Who asked you to file a divorce report? Did you know that now is your rising period? If you file this divorce report, the people above who don't know you will say that you have lost your moral character. Do you still want my position as the captain? Fortunately, Lao Wang didn't submit your divorce report. Otherwise, I would be so angry that I would die. After a burst of anger, seeing that Shen Mo was honest and didn't refute a word, Captain Lee took a breath and said, Tell me, why did you get divorced suddenly? Recently, the team has been saying that Deputy Captain Shen's wife is here, and you two have a conflict? They also said that your personalities are incompatible. Today, Qian Feng said that you are very protective of him, and others can't even look at him for even a second.
Shen Montag listened silently.
He had written the incompatibility of personalities randomly. Shen Mo was stared at by Captain Lee, who seemed to be unwilling to let him leave unless he gave a reason. Finally, he said, She wants to divorce. Captain Lee put down the water cup and got to the point. Does that mean you don't want a divorce? Shen Mo became as quiet as a chicken again, with his jaw clenched and not speaking. Captain Lee laughed. You kid, you really can't fire one of 3 bombs. He was used to speaking roughly, but he still held back in front of his subordinates. Captain Lee turned and asked, Why does your wife want a divorce? Did you do something to let her down? There is no emotional foundation between us. I haven't visited her for 3 years after marriage, and I haven't mentioned taking her to join me in the army. Shen Mo thought about it, and could still count his own mistakes. After listening to him, Captain Lee sighed. Young couples can slowly cultivate their feelings. It's not your fault that you didn't mention joining the army. You usually have heavy tasks and your family. Forget it, let's not talk about these, but I still have to criticize you for one thing. You have a home leave every year. Why don't you take time to visit her in the past 3 years?
Shen Montag was quietly-stabbet.
He was concerned about the country, and marrying the daughter of the Jiang family was also required by his family. The past few years were a time of chaos, and it was inevitable that there would be danger when cleaning up those people. It was best not to have someone around. He originally planned to wait for his parents' matter to be rectified before going to pick up Jiang Ning, but he didn't expect Jiang Ning to come by herself. And he didn't expect that he would have feelings for Jiang Ning. If Shen Mo didn't want to say something, he couldn't get an answer even if he pried his mouth open. Captain Lee waved his hand. Forget it if you don't want to say it, anyway you. Captain Lee was interrupted by a knock on the door before he finished speaking, and he said, Come in. With a creak sound, the door was pushed open. Seeing that he was not a stranger, he looked at Shen Mo and continued what he had been interrupted just now. You must not divorce. Even if you want a divorce, You have to wait until you rise to my position before considering divorce. Yang Jingtu heard the shocking news as soon as he entered the room. Brother Shen, the deputy captain wants a divorce? He and Shen Mo have been writing the report since they came back from the mission. He heard this just after he finished it and handed it to the captain in the office. Captain Li glared at him. Why divorce? Stop talking nonsense. Then he said to Shen Mo, anyway, you can't get divorced for the time being. You should write the application for the family quarters as soon as possible. The higher-ups will approve it immediately. Shen Mo couldn't help asking, Captain Li, can I write it here? Captain Li looked at Shen Mo in surprise, thinking that this kid really didn't want to get divorced. He teased, so anxious? Shen Mo looked at him quietly. Captain Li said, write quickly. When Shen Mo quickly wrote the application for the family quarters and was about to hand it in, he paused. Captain Li asked, holding his water cup, what's wrong? Shen Mo said, I haven't asked her if she likes a high-rise dormitory or a bungalow with a yard. Captain Li raised his eyebrows. We just met, and you listen to your wife. Just apply for an apartment. Most military families like to live in apartments. They're used to living in bungalows in the countryside, so they like to live in something new. Shen Mo thought for a long time and finally shook his head. I'll ask her opinion first. Yang Jingte left with him when he left. He kept nagging Shen Mo all the way. I remember at the entrance of the village, didn't someone say that my sister-in-law ran away with a man? It turns out that my sister-in-law didn't run away with anyone, but came to the capital to see you. Shut up. Shen Mo was annoyed by him. From the beginning, he guessed that there was something wrong with the woman he saw at the entrance of the village. He didn't believe what she said. Now he was thinking about another thing. The divorce was not done. Shen Mo didn't know how Jiangning would react, and didn't know if she would be angry. He had to tell Jiangning whether this matter was done or not. Yang Jingte clamored to see what his sister-in-law looked like, and insisted on following Shen Mo. When he saw Jiangning, his mouth was almost stuffed with an egg. He never thought that the captain's wife would be the beautiful girl he fell in love with at first sight on the train. He just felt that he was about to fall in love, and the next second he broke up. Shen Mo looked at his expression and was very calm. After a moment, he decided to introduce them first and said in a calm voice, Your sister-in-law, Jiangning. As the saying goes, a friend's wife should not be bullied. Yang Jingte didn't have any thoughts now. However, Brother Shen's words sounded like a declaration of sovereignty. Yang Jingte didn't think much about it and immediately greeted her. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Yang Jingtu. I didn't expect you to be my brother Shen's wife. Hello, I remember your name. Yang Ning respondet politely. She remembered that when on the train, Yang Jingtu wanted to say something, but was stopped by Shen Mo. If they had said a few more words at that time, maybe she would have known earlier that her cheap husband was the soldier on the train. After the greetings, Shen Mo, who was always vigorous and resolute in his work, hesitated for a moment and finally spoke bluntly, I'm sorry. The divorce has not been approved by the higher-ups. Jiangning was a little surprised. She thought that if Shen Mo agreed, they could get a divorce. Yang Jingtu explained before Shen Mo, Sister-in-law, there is no big conflict between you two, and the political review will not approve your divorce. But Brother Shen seems to be promoted to the head of the regiment, and divorce will affect his moral evaluation. Yang Ning understood. She had not expected Shen Mo to be promoted to the head of the group at such a young age. Ruining someone's future is not a good death. Seeing Jiangning fall silent, Shen Mo thought she was unhappy. After thinking for a while, he said, I can argue with the higher-ups again. He was interrupted before he finished speaking. Jiangning also figured out, if we can't divorce, then we can't divorce. We can divorce later. Shen Mo quickly swallowed the words fight for a divorce. His wife is still his wife, and Shen Mo looked at her intently. They all stood in front of the door and could see at a glance where Jiangning had been staying for the past few days. There was plenty of sunlight outside the window, shining through the mottled branches of the poplar trees into the room, coating it with a layer of warm light. One of the windows was open, and a breeze blew in with a faint fragrance that hit her face and poured into her nose. It was different from the mixed masculine smell in the men's dormitory, And it also proved that men always like to say some dirty words when they get together. It is said that women smell good. Jiangning saw that they were still standing in front of the door and had no intention of leaving. Shen Mo's eyes were still fixed on her. Jiangning felt a little uncomfortable when he looked at her. Why was this man staring at her all the time? She felt embarrassed when he stared at her like this. Jiangning had to admit that men like Shen Mo could easily make people distracted. People of this generation prefer the kind of delicate intellectuals, but this kind of macho man full of male hormones is hard to find in the world. Most of them are digested internally. Jiangning looked at him and said, "How about we talk about it again? Now that they can't get a divorce, they really should talk about how to live in the future." Shen Mo understood when he said he wanted to talk. Maybe Jiangning wanted to go home more. Reason told Shen Mo that he should respect her decision, but there was another voice in his heart telling him that he couldn't let Jiangning leave. Yang Jingtu was still standing at the door. Shen Mo glanced at him. "You can go." Yang Jingtu was used to hearing his words and didn't feel he was being driven away. When he left, he was still sighing and muttering, "Oh, you forget your brothers when you get a wife." In this space, there were only the two of them again. Shen Mo was too taciturn, and Jiangning felt awkward. After all, they were just strangers who had only known each other for 2 days. Originally, they thought they could divorce smoothly and live a carefree life, but now they were still tied together by marriage, and the atmosphere between them became awkward again. If they couldn't divorce, they would have to continue to get along for the time being, and they didn't know if there would be any problems in the future. Jiangning stepped aside. "You come in first." Shen Mo had never been alone with A, let alone being alone in a S room. His brain told him that this was not good, but his body had already moved. Jiangning closed the door at the back. Shen Mo tried his best to ignore the elegant fragrance in the air. As soon as the door was closed, Jiangning realized something was wrong. Why did she close the door when they were just talking about something? The delicate atmosphere was broken by Shen Mo's next words. "Do you want to go back to the village? I can take you to the train station." Jiangning was stunned for a moment and almost didn't react. She came to the house suddenly without informing him in advance, and Shen Mo hadn't gone to see her in the 3 years since they got married. It was obvious that he was impatient to see her. They couldn't get a divorce, so he was so anxious to send her back. Jiangning held her face, obviously unhappy. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were bulging at the moment, and Shen Mo was confused by her glare, thinking about what he said wrong. Thinking of what he said just now. Doesn't she want to go back? Jiangning sat down on the bed angrily, and she was full of resentment as soon as she spoke. "I'm not going back to the village. I want to stay and find a job." There was only a bed in the room, without even a table or stool. Shen Mo didn't sit down by Jiangning's bed, but stood not far away. Shen Mo couldn't guess what the girl was thinking, but Jiangning said she wouldn't go back, and he was very happy in his heart. "You don't want to go back. I have already applied for a family compound. Do you like to live in an apartment or a bungalow with a yard?" Jiangning was still resentful at first, but when she heard him say that he had applied for a family housing complex, didn't he mean to drive her away? So he was just asking for her opinion and asking her if she wanted to go back to the village. Thinking of her tone just now, Jiangning was embarrassed and her face turned red. In order to hide her embarrassment, Jiangning softened her tone and smiled as beautifully as a flower and continued, "Do you still have a choice?" Shen Mo felt like his heart was stroked by a feather when he heard her gentle tone. "Yes, you can live anywhere you want. I want to live in a bungalow with a yard." Jiangning's mood brightened up, and she said excitedly, "Pick a big tree in the yard to hang a swing, and grow vegetables and flowers in the open space, and move a fish tank to the corner to raise some koi." The more Jiangning talked, the better her mood became, with a smile on her face. In the present world, she has lived in a building all her life. The appearance looks gorgeous and novel, towering into the sky, but it is also a series of gorgeously built prison cells, and she will be trapped in that square place for her whole life. Seeing her face full of smiles and thinking about the future, Shen Mo's eyes flashed with a strangeness. Soon he felt a little lost, as if she did not put herself into the future she longed for. Jiangning just thought that she and Shen Mo would divorce in the future, and this was only her future. Shen Mo left only after they had talked for a while. Jiangning did not see Shen Mo for the next 2 days and did not know where he had gone. Even the little guy, Zhiqi, did not come here again. Shen Mo's figure appeared on the 3rd day. Jiangning opened the door and saw that he was exhausted, with a thin layer of sweat on his face. Seeing Jiangning, Shen Mo said in a low voice, "The application for the family compound has been approved. It is rather messy. I have simply cleaned it up in the past 2 days. Do you want to go and have a look and buy some things now?" Jiangning was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Shen Mo had been dealing with the affairs of the family compound in the past 2 days. She nodded, "Wait for me." Shen Mo nodded and stood outside the door waiting for her. Jiangning simply packed up and changed her clothes. She only had 2 sets of clothes to change, which were packed in a cloth bag. Although she hated the clothes that were so dirty, there was nothing she could do. Poverty is killing people. Pack some simple toiletries. Shen Mo saw that she had only packed so few things and frowned slightly. How could a girl have so few things? Before the family was sent down, the sister had so many clothes that she couldn't wear them all. There was a slight preference for girls over boys in the family. My parents always felt that it was okay for boys to suffer a little, and girls should be raised in luxury at home. Shen Mo has been educated like this since he was a child. Under the influence of this idea, he always felt that his girls should enjoy a good life from birth. "Let's go." Jiangning came over. Shen Mo took the bag from her hand. The two got in a jeep and went to the family compound. It took more than half an hour to walk to the family compound, but less than 10 minutes to drive. When they arrived at the gate of the family compound, Shen Mo parked the car at the door. The car could have been driven in, but he didn't. Jiangning wouldn't ask any questions. There were also soldiers standing guard in front of the family compound, and they all knew Shen Mo. After seeing Shen Mo saluted, he resolutely did not move, but his eyes fell on Jiangning, who got off the car with Shen Mo. Shen Mo has always lived in the military dormitory. He is usually either training or doing tasks. The military wives in the family compound don't know him at all. It's just that in the past 2 days, Shen Mo has been going back and forth to the family compound frequently, and it's hard for the military wives not to know him. What's more, Shen Mo has an outstanding appearance and a dignified bearing. The military wives couldn't help but gossip and ask their men who he is. When they learned of Shen Mo's military position, many people were even more surprised. They didn't expect that Shen Mo, who looked young, was already the deputy regiment commander. In the family compound, only married men can apply for a family compound. Many people have long wanted to see what Shen Mo's wife looks like. It's working time now, and there are not many people in the family compound, but there are also some people who are idle at home. The family compound is an expansion, and there is only one way to go in. The newest building is near the gate of the family compound. It takes a few minutes to walk into the bungalow with a yard that Shen Mo applied for. Jiangning looked at these houses curiously. She has completely accepted the fact that she has traveled through a book and came to a new and strange world. She also looked around like a curious baby. The buildings built now are very simple tube buildings. At first glance, they are continuous from beginning to end. Every household puts a coal stove at the door of their house to cook. This kind of house is quite rare in this era. In the modern world, it is a slum. Fortunately, she did not let Shen Mo apply for a building. Nowadays, houses don't think about sound insulation. If there is a quarrel at home, everyone in the whole building can hear it. Jiangning looked at these antiques curiously. Some military wives living in the building heard the gossip and immediately stuck their heads out to look at Shen Mo and Jiangning, who walked into the family compound. Some people went downstairs to watch the fun. Neighbors always wanted to get acquainted with them. Some military wives pretended to pass by and say hello. "You are Comrade Shen, who is about to move in." A passing military family greeted Shen Mo. "I thought it was a child from a sister-in-law's family who joined the army." These military families were actually not interested in Shen Mo. While greeting Shen Mo, they looked at Jiangning beside him obscurely. Jiangning saw the other party's eyes fall on her. She smiled politely. She really couldn't make friends with people she didn't know. She met a few people along the way and greeted them, and finally came to the house that Shen Mo applied for. I didn't know that a country girl who had never seen the world suddenly came to the family compound. As the rumor spread, almost everyone in the compound knew about it. Jiangning looked at the house in front of him. It was not as new as the newly built building in front, but it was not too old either. Shen Mo took out 2 keys and handed one to Jiangning. Jiangning took the key, and Shen Mo unlocked the door with his own key. The 2 wooden doors were pushed open at the same time, and everything inside came into view. The first thing Jiangning saw was a big tree in the left corner. The tree had lush branches and a strong root. The branches looked very solid. It was obvious that the tree was quite old. 2 thick ropes were hung on the branches, and under the ropes was a polished wooden board that was big enough to hold 2. A person sat down. When Jiangning saw the swing, she was stunned. She couldn't help but think of what she said 2 days ago. She said she wanted a swing in the yard, and now the swing was in front of her. She was surprised by more than that. Walking into the aisle in the middle of the yard was a stone road that led directly to the inner room. On the right side of the stone road, there was a slightly deeper earth pit with red bricks laid in it. Jiangning didn't need to guess what the pit was used for. When she said she wanted a swing, Shen Mo found a house with trees to hang the swing for her. When she said she wanted to raise fish, Shen Mo dug a pit in the house to make a pool. This man is too, he took her words to heart. It was obvious that Shen Mo had been busy with the house these 2 days. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched. They would have to divorce sooner or later. They were just living together for a short time, but Shen Mo took her words so seriously. He was really a good man. Shen Mo looked at her sparkling eyes and felt happy. The hard work and fatigue of the past 2 days were swept away. Seeing her happy, it was worth it for him to call Qianfeng and Yangjing to clean up the yard, build a swing, and build a pool. Shen Mo took Jiangning to look at the layout of the whole house. On the left was a big tree, and a small house that was slightly shorter than the main room. The tree was very big. It can almost cover the entire open space on the left, which is very suitable for cooling off and growing flowers in the summer. Shen Mo turned the corner of the right door into a pool. The mud next to the pool looks fertile and fluffy, and it can also be used to grow flowers and vegetables. Further ahead is the kitchen, where cooking is done. Shen Mo took Jiangning past the kitchen and walked back. When she walked past, she found that there was a small backyard and the toilet was in the backyard. After looking at the backyard, she came to the front yard and took Jiangning into the main room. The main room was a rectangular room with 3 rooms. The middle was the living room, and there was a door on the right that led directly to the kitchen, and there was a room on the left. Walking into the room, there were basic furniture in the room, such as beds, desks, wardrobes, etc. These are all supplies for settling in the army. Shen Mo explained, "This room is for you to sleep in, and you can add things as you like." Although the basic furniture was there, it still looked a bit empty. After the house was almost tidied up, Shen Mo took her to see if there was anything else she needed to buy. When Jiangning heard him say this, she knew that he had no intention of sleeping with her, and she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After being single for a lifetime, she suddenly had a husband. It was still a bit awkward for her to sleep with a man. But no matter how awkward it was, she couldn't help asking, "Where do you sleep?" Shen Mo said, "There is a small room outside the room. I sleep there." Jiangning nodded, then walked into the house. The room was very clean, without even a trace of dust. It was obvious that someone had cleaned it in advance. Jiangning knew that these were done by Shen Mo, and she said, "You cleaned it all? Why didn't you call me? The house has not been lived in for too long, it's very messy, and it's not something a girl like you can clean up." Shen Mo said in a low voice, "I asked Qianfeng and Yangjing to clean it up together. It didn't take much time." Jiangning nodded, thought for a while, and said, "When the house is cleaned up, I'll cook a meal to thank them. Maybe this yard won't be hers in the future, but she feels comfortable living here now." When Shen Mo heard her take the initiative to invite people to dinner, he knew that she was very satisfied with this yard. For some reason, he just didn't want Jiangning to be tired. After thinking for a while, he said, "If you don't like cooking, I can do it." Hearing this, Jiangning looked at him in surprise. She was surprised that Shen Mo could actually cook. In this era, where there are still some feudal ideas of male superiority and female inferiority, men are the breadwinners outside, and women are the homemakers. Men work outside to earn money, and women take care of the family and then prepare meals every day and wait for their husbands to come home. In short, few men in this era can cook. I don't know who this man will benefit from in the future. Jiangning smiled and said, "No, I like cooking." Shen Mo treated her sincerely, so she would not do nothing. How they get along is mutual. She can't bully Shen Mo just because he is a good person. After almost touring the house, Shen Mo came to Jiangning. "Let's go to the department store to buy things. You can buy whatever you want." Jiangning replied with okay. The house is basic furniture, and we just need to buy some daily necessities. Buying daily necessities is a big project. After locking the door and walking out of the family compound, the two got into the car again. When they arrived at the department store, Jiangning had a list in her mind, and she had already thought about what she needed to buy. When they walked to the crowded area near the mall, Jiangning walked in front, and Shen Mo lagged behind a little and stretched out his hand to protect Jiangning. He didn't hit Jiangning, but just raised his hand to block the people coming and going around. After entering the department store, he asked the security personnel of the mall and went straight to the daily necessities area. Jiangning bought a lot of pots, pans, towels, toiletries, etc. If you want to live, daily necessities are indispensable. After buying a lot of things, all of which were given by Shen Mo, she and Shen Mo could no longer carry them. However, she was carrying some light things, while Shen Mo was carrying heavier things such as pots, pans, etc. After buying these, daily life was almost the same. They were carrying a lot of things in their hands. After putting the things in the car, Jiangning was about to open the passenger door when her wrist was suddenly grabbed. A man's voice sounded behind him. "Wait." Jiangning turned her head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "I'll take you to buy some clothes and skincare products and the like. You girls can't lack these." Shen Mo took back his hand when she turned her head to look at him. The warmth in his hand made him clench his hand, and his face was still expressionless. His sister in the countryside often asked him to buy these things and send them to him. She also told him that girls like to wear beautiful clothes and skincare products can make the skin white and tender. Jiangning is very fair, and he doesn't want to see Jiangning having a bad life with him. Jiangning only wants to buy some daily necessities today, such as clothes. She plans to buy them by herself later, when she has time. Women are more interested in shopping, but for men, it's like asking him to go out on the street. Why does this man think differently from her? However, how can he, a grown man, know about skincare products? Did he have other girls he liked before? Get rid of these thoughts, whether there are any or not. It has nothing to do with her. Jiangning inexplicably felt a little restless, and Shen Mo took the initiative to mention it, so she went to take a look. She had long been tired of the clothes on her body that were full of rural flavor and looked shabby. Back at the department store, Shen Mo took Jiangning directly to the third floor. Seeing that he was so familiar with it, Jiangning didn't ask the security guard. It was obvious that he was quite familiar with this area. The third floor is dedicated to clothing. From inside to outside, clothes of different brands can make people dazzled. Shopping is a girl's nature. Jiangning threw her annoyance behind her when she saw all kinds of clothes. She walked around the third floor and finally locked onto a women's clothing counter. The salesperson was greeting customers. She saw Jiangning out of the corner of her eye and saw that she was dressed shabbily, but she didn't come to serve her. Jiangning walked into the store, and Shen Mo stood at the cashier and didn't follow her in. There were women buying and trying on clothes inside, and it was not appropriate for a grown man like him to go in. After looking around, Jiangning quickly selected 2 sets, walked to the fitting room, saw the women's belts on the shelf, and picked one that matched the color of the skirt. Jiangning waited for the previous customer to try on the clothes before going in. After entering the fitting room, she took off her clothes, put on a dress, and then tied the belt. After thinking for a while, she spread her 2 braids and let them hang behind her. After changing her clothes, Jiangning walked out and turned around in front of the mirror. Well, she was very satisfied. Soon she went in and changed into a second set of clothes. The second set was a floral shirt on the upper body and a red fishtail skirt underneath. Jiangning had a good figure, and the clothes she wore made the eyes of other customers who were still choosing bright again and again. In the end, they all stared at her choosing clothes. Jiangning chose a few more sets and was about to try on clothes. The salesperson suddenly called her, "Comrade, if you can't buy so many, don't keep trying them. We still have to sell the clothes. How can we sell them if they are dirty?" Jiangning, don't you have to try on clothes before buying them? How can she know which ones are suitable and which ones are not if she doesn't try them? At this moment, the salesperson had already regarded Jiangning as the kind of person who only tries but doesn't buy. They have seen many people who usually come to buy clothes and are stingy, and they don't believe that Jiangning will buy so many clothes. Jiangning just came to buy clothes and didn't want to argue. Sure enough, no matter which era, people would look at people's dishes according to their tastes. Jiangning thought for a while. "Please help me wrap up the skirt I tried on first." When she said this, it meant that she was sure to buy it. Sure enough, the salesperson's expression immediately changed like a spring breeze. "Okay, I'll pack it for you right away." Jiangning continued to try on other clothes. The salesperson packed the clothes and put them on the cashier, ready to wait for Jiangning to try on other clothes. Suddenly, a hand holding a bill was handed over. The salesperson looked up and was stunned when she saw Shen Mo. "This is the clothes my wife chose, check out." The man in front of her was very oppressive. His eagle-like deep eyes fell on her body and inexplicably pressed her to the point of being breathless. Shen Mo also saw that the salesperson had embarrassed Jiangning just now. There was no expression on his face, and his tone was very light. "She tries one, buys one." Just after he finished speaking, Jiangning changed into another set of clothes. The clothes she tried seemed to be tailor-made for her. Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled, and his dark eyes faintly glowed with burning flames. There was only one idea in his mind: buy her more beautiful clothes to wear. Okay. The saleswoman swallowed her saliva and took the bill from his hand. After trying on 5 sets of clothes, Jiangning couldn't do it anymore. She didn't have many clothes, and 5 sets of clothes should be enough. She would buy seasonal clothes when winter came. Jiangning changed into the last set of clothes she chose and found that many people were looking at her. An older woman said, "What a pretty girl. These clothes really seem to be made for you. Look good, but they look a little plain. You should perm your hair and choose some jewelry to match them. You will definitely look better than the stars on TV." Jiangning smiled and didn't take these words to heart. She just came to buy some daily necessities and couldn't be too extravagant. Jiangning didn't take these words to heart, but the man standing at the cashier heard them. The last red knee-length dress Jiangning tried on was incompatible with the cloth shoes on her feet. Someone noticed it and told her that there was a shoe store next to it. Jiangning nodded to thank them for their kindness. After changing several sets of clothes in succession, she was too lazy to change again and planned to leave in the last one. But the hair didn't match. In the real world, Jiangning, who has been in the laboratory for many years, often wears a white coat and rarely has time to go shopping. In the past, I heard female colleagues complain in the laboratory that they had to dress up, put on makeup, and do a hairstyle when going out, and they would not look good without any of them. Now Jiangning has a deep understanding. Glancing at a red ribbon next to her, she took it and said to the salesperson, "Buy this together." Then everyone saw that she took the red ribbon and put it on her head, pushed all the hair to one side, and braided a side ponytail in a few seconds. After braiding, she pulled each braided strand from the head down to make it a little fluffy. It looked messy, but there was an indescribable messy beauty. Everyone present was surprised to see her braid a hairstyle quickly. When Jiangning came to the cashier to pay, she was told that someone had already paid. For a moment, Jiangning was a little dumbfounded. She remembered that Shen Mo had been at the cashier and didn't follow her inside. Daily necessities were shared, and Jiangning could still accept Shen Mo paying for them, but she was wearing her own clothes, so she felt a little embarrassed to use Shen Mo's money. What's more, Shen Mo gave her a lot of money, enough for her to buy clothes. "Comrade, this is the remaining money." The salesperson handed the change to Jiangning. Jiangning took the money. "Oh, Thank you. The salesperson no longer had the impatient attitude at the beginning, but instead looked envious. Comrade, I really envy you. Your husband is so good to you. The salesperson was also married, but her husband had never accompanied her out shopping, let alone buying her clothes so generously. The money she earned had to subsidize the family, and it was not enough to buy clothes. Jiang Ning agreed with her words. Shen Mo was good to her, there was no doubt about that. She even felt that he was a little too good. Shen Mo didn't look like a fool. He was so good to her even though he knew they would divorce in the future. Wasn't this man afraid that she would rely on him? Speaking of Shen Mo, what about him? The salesperson handed the packed clothes to Jiang Ning. Just as Jiang Ning was about to take them, a hand reached out from the side and took the big bag before her. Shen Mo held the belt of clothes in one hand, then squatted down and opened 2 shoe boxes and placed the shoes at Jiang Ning's feet. He said, I bought 2 pairs of shoes for you next door. Try them to see if they fit. If not, you can go to the side to change them. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand to grab Jiang Ning's ankles and try to take off her shoes. Jiang Ning's brain buzzed. The touch of her ankle seemed to be burning all the way to the top of her head. She felt inexplicably that this man was very good, but he did this with a righteous expression on his face. Although the atmosphere of reform and opening up is not so strict now, but in public. Jiang Ning moved stiffly and squatted down quickly. I'll do it myself. Shen Mo nodded slightly and whispered in a cold voice. Okay. He stood up. Jiang Ning took off her cloth shoes, and Shen Mo bought her a pair of fashionable Mary Jane leather shoes, which matched her skirt very well. Both pairs were different styles of leather shoes, and Jiang Ning tried them both, and they fit her feet perfectly. She was a little surprised. How did Shen Mo know her shoe size? Shen Mo heard someone say that the shoes on Jiang Ning's feet didn't match her clothes. There happened to be a shoe store next to him. He estimated Jiang Ning's foot size and went directly to the shoe store to tell the shopping guide the shoes and size he wanted to buy. The shopping guide recommended shoes, and Shen Mo imagined how Jiang Ning would wear the shoes and directly bought 2 pairs. Jiang Ning kicked the shoes on her feet and turned around in place. Sure enough, shopping makes people feel good. Shen Mo saw her turning around in front of him. The red color made Jiang Ning's skin look porcelain white, and her legs were thin and straight. A belt was pinched around her waist, which made her waist look slim and strong, visually impactful. This waist was too thin, and he could break it with a little force. Shen Mo looked away. He squatted down and picked up the pair of shoes that Jiang Ning was not wearing. They had finished buying clothes, and it was almost time to go back. But Shen Mo did not take Jiang Ning downstairs, but went straight upstairs to the top floor. The top floor was full of jewelry and skincare products. Jiang Ning was still wondering why Shen Mo took her to the top floor, and Shen Mo took her to the counter of the popular skincare products of this era and signaled the teller to take a set of Pekoin and snow cream. Seeing him buying skincare products so readily, Jiang Ning knew without guessing that he must have bought them before. And he, a grown man, would not use these, so he could only buy them for girls. Jiang Ning saw that he was buying Pekoin and snow cream, and he had already spent a lot of money today, so she quickly stopped him and said, You don't need to buy so much. 1 set is enough. Shen Mo thought for a while and said, You girls care most about whether your skin is good or not. These are indispensable. Hearing him say this, Jiang Ning knew that Shen Mo had been in contact with other girls before her arrival. Shen Mo was still worried that 1 set was not enough, and when he asked the teller to buy another set, he was stopped by Jiang Ning. Her eyes were cold, and she said calmly, No, 1 set is enough. Jiang Ning's tone was very calm. Shen Mo felt that she was in a bad mood, but he couldn't detect what was wrong. He had to take a set of skincare products. Shen Mo always made his own decisions when doing things. He noticed that Jiang Ning was in a bad mood, so he didn't take Jiang Ning to the jewelry store directly, but asked first, There's some jewelry over there, do you want to go and have a look? Jiang Ning, I don't want to buy it. Listening to this, it felt like she was angry. Jiang Ning also quickly realized that her state seemed to be a little wrong. She suddenly put herself into the role of Shen Mo's wife. Any woman would be angry after learning that her husband knew another woman and might have a good relationship with that woman. But she would divorce Shen Mo in the future, and this emotion seemed to be a bit too wide. Shaking off the thoughts in her mind, the emotions subsided very quickly. She was still a pauper. How could she afford to wear jewelry? She said, "I really can't afford to pay you back if you buy more." Then she pointed to the bag in Shen Mo's hand. "I will slowly pay you back the money for these clothes when I find a job." Before Shen Mo could guess whether she was really angry or not, he heard her say such a polite word. His floating heart sank to the bottom, all of a sudden. Shen Mo was silent for a long time before responding. "No need to pay it back. This is what I should give you." When Jiangning read the novel, she looked at the original owner from a god's perspective and felt sorry for the original owner. But now it seems that the original owner herself is also cowardly and dare not ask Shen Mo for a divorce. Now that she has made this decision, she has also come into contact with Shen Mo. Jiangning's inherent impression of Shen Mo has always been that he doesn't care about his family, is superficial, and even chauvinistic. Now she finds that Shen Mo is not so heartless. In this turbulent era, how many people can't return home for the sake of the country and justice? After getting to know each other for a few days, Shen Mo is a good person. She really thinks so. Shopping is just a small episode. After buying basic necessities, it's time to go back. When going downstairs, there was a watch counter next to the stairs. Jiangning was about to go down the stairs when someone suddenly grabbed her wrist. Shen Mo lowered his eyes to her slender and empty wrist. "There is no clock to tell time at home. I'll buy you a watch." Jiangning glanced at the watch counter, diamond brand watches. She wanted to refuse, but this is not the era of mobile phones, and she can't check the time at any time. But diamond brand watches are not cheap. Jiangning hesitated whether to refuse. Shen Mo saw her embarrassment and directly asked the teller to take out an exquisite and small watch, which is very suitable for women to wear. Shen Mo pushed the watch over. "Do you like this model?" Jiangning didn't say anything and asked the teller to take out several watches for ladies and let her choose. The arrow was on the string, and Jiangning didn't act pretentiously and leaned over to choose. Now the styles of watches are not so fancy. Jiangning chose a simple and generous watch. She tried to put it on for a long time, and a rough hand stretched out from the side and put the watch on her. Jiangning raised her eyes, and Shen Mo put the watch on her with his brows lowered. Shen Mo was much taller than Jiangning with his head lowered, and he stood in front of her like that, giving her a feeling of standing a mountain to protect her from wind and rain. Seeing Shen Mo put the watch on her with his brows lowered and his eyes lowered, Jiangning suddenly felt that she was quite ungrateful when she thought of her inexplicable little emotions just now. People found her the house she wanted, gave her money, and bought things for her, but she was still upset. "Okay." Shen Mo put the watch on her, looked at her jade-like hands, and then looked at her expression. "It looks good." I don't know if he was praising the watch or her. At this time, not many people wear watches, but those who can afford to wear watches must be intellectuals from a good family background. Shen Mo always felt that Jiangning had a bookish air, like the temperament accumulated over the years of knowledge, and the watch suits her very well. Jiangning's heart moved. She looked at the counter and pointed at one of the watches. "Please take it out." The teller took out the watch. Jiangning picked up the watch with one hand and grabbed Shen Mo's arm with the other hand and lifted it up. Shen Mo's black eyes moved slightly, as if he guessed what Jiangning was going to do, and raised his arm straight to let Jiangning operate it. Jiangning put the watch on him. They wore the same watch, but one was men's and the other was women's. The men's watch had a wider strap, while Jiangning's women's watch was more delicate. Jiangning found a good excuse, looked at him and said, "When it's time for dinner in the future, remember to look at the time and go home for dinner." Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled, and he looked away. He also knew what he had thought about Jiangning these days. He had accepted this wife from the bottom of his heart and didn't want to let go. Now his wife still didn't believe that she would have a good life with him, and he would prove it with his actions. After paying for the watch, the two returned to the car with bags and drove home. Shopping is really a physical job. After a day of tossing, Jiangning was a little tired. The car was shaking. After looking at the scenery outside for a while, her eyelids fought and she fell asleep. Shen Mo saw that she was sleeping soundly and tried to drive the car steadily. When Jiangning woke up again, she found that the car had stopped in front of the gate of the family compound. Shen Mo wanted to drive the car in, but the soldiers at the gate of the family compound told him that the army wanted the car. Shen Mo had to hand the car keys to the soldiers and asked them to drive the car back to the army. After the car drove away, Shen Mo looked at the things on the ground. Just as he was about to ask Jiangning to wait for him to send some things back, he saw Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng coming over. They greeted each other at the same time. Brother Shen, sister-in-law. Deputy Captain, sister-in-law. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Shen Mo asked the two to carry the things. He handed the bag in his hand to Yang Jingtu. After waiting for a long time, no one came to take the things. He raised his head and saw Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng staring at Jiangning.
Shen Montag?
Jiangning changed her previous tacky straight-leg cloth pants and floral shirt and transformed herself into a star like the ones in calendars and posters. The sky gradually darkened, and it was time to get off work, and many people returned to the family compound. Suddenly, a girl who was as beautiful as a TV star appeared, and she attracted a lot of attention. Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng stared at Jiangning blankly. Before, they thought Jiangning was already very beautiful, and her rustic outfit did not make her look ugly. Now that she dressed a little more westernized, her temperament and appearance had doubled. It was obviously a fashionable outfit for city girls, and she looked better in it than others. Yang Jingtu just had some small thoughts on the train, and now he just felt that he was not worthy of such a beautiful girl. Shen Mo seemed very calm on the surface. But more and more people were looking at him, and Shen Mo, who was looking at his wife, looked at the two dazed people and said in a low voice, "What are you looking at? Get something."
Aha.
Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng reacted and immediately took the things from Shen Mo's hands, both of them smiling naively. 3 grown men, each with 2 big bags in their hands, but in the end, nothing fell into Jiangning's hands. After taking the things in their hands, their eyes fell on Jiangning. Jiangning. Then she walked towards the family compound. After 2 steps, she turned around and saw the 3 of them following behind her with things in their hands. She had an inexplicable sense of déjà vu of a rich lady shopping with bodyguards. The family compound was bustling with people, and there were no fewer eyes staring at them. Most of the women didn't know Shen Mo, but the soldiers recognized Shen Mo and came up to say hello. Although they were saying hello, their attention would occasionally fall to the side. Jiangning had a professional fake smile on her face. Shen Mo knew that Jiangning didn't like crowds, so he said a few hellos and strode to his yard. Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng followed. Jiangning was originally walking in front, but her legs were just 2 short legs compared to the thighs of these people, who were more than 1.8 meters tall. 2 steps were equal to one of theirs. Jiangning was not to be outdone, and she had to keep up even if she ran. But she still overestimated her short legs. When she arrived at the gate of her own yard and opened the door with the key, Shen Mo breathed a sigh of relief and looked to the side. Where is his wife who is so old? Jiangning appeared from behind him, which scared Shen Mo. She thought it was nothing, but Shen Mo's straight male behavior and his rubbed feet made her inexplicably feel resentful. She found that her heel was rubbed when she was halfway through, and she was limping when she walked. Shen Mo saw it and immediately handed the things in his hand to Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng, and then asked Jiangning nervously, "What's wrong with your feet?" Jiangning looked up, her eyes were watery, and she said truthfully, "My new shoes rub my feet." Shen Mo looked at her feet and saw a red and swollen area at the position of Jiangning's heel. Shen Mo was about to step forward, and Yang Jingtu and Qianfeng came out after putting the things away. Yang Jingtu asked Brother Shen, "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Shen Mo kept paying attention to Jiangning's feet without raising his head. "It's getting late. You go back first." Yang Jingtu had a sad expression on his face. "No way, Brother Shen. We came to help. Why don't you even care about a meal? I'll take care of your meals later. Get out of here." Shen Mo's mind was now full of his wife's sore feet, so he couldn't care less about them. Yang Jingtu said with a laugh, "Okay, Xiao Qian, The deputy regiment commander doesn't like us. Let's go. Jiangming's feet hurt so much at the moment, and she ignored them. She was about to hold the door frame to enter the house. Suddenly, her feet felt light, and Jiangning, who was spinning around, suddenly fell face down. She couldn't help but cry out softly. How did this man carry her? Don't the male protagonists in novels always carry a princess? Shen Mo's arm fell to the girl's waist. It was very thin and slender. She was also very light, lighter than the weight training equipment she usually used. The hand holding that slender waist subconsciously curled up. It was the softest he had ever felt. When he lived in the army dormitory, he could hear his soldiers say some embarrassing nonsense from time to time. At that time, he didn't have any ideas, but now he has a warm and soft girl in his arms, and he can only sigh that it's hard to be a gentleman. Suppressing the strangeness in his heart, Shen Mo walked towards the yard with steady steps, his body full of muscular muscles. Jiangning was carried on his shoulders, and she could feel his solid muscles. Jiangning felt a little nauseous when her soft abdomen pressed against his shoulders. As soon as the nausea came out, Shen Mo put her on the swing to sit down. The swing was neither too high nor too low, and Jiangning's legs were just hanging in the air when she sat down. Shen Mo did not leave, but squatted down. When Jiangning's ankle was caught, she was stunned for a moment and subconsciously shrank, but the hand holding her foot was like a clamp. She grabbed the swing rope with both hands and could not stop Shen Mo. Shen Mo took off her shoes without question and observed her heels. One foot was rubbed red, and the other was seriously rubbed.
Sorry.
Shen Mo lowered his eyebrows. He bought the shoes for her, but he didn't expect that they would hurt her. Jiangning didn't like being considered delicate, and she herself was not delicate, but Shen Mo's actions were as if he was pampering her to death. He felt pain when the skin was abraded. She said, "It's normal for new shoes to rub your feet. You don't have to apologize. After rubbing your feet twice, they won't rub your feet anymore. I'll take you into the house,"
Shen Mo said.
Jiangning hurriedly said, "Don't carry me." Shen Mo frowned and looked at her. How could he take her into the house if he didn't carry her? Jiangning saw that he carried out his straight male thinking to the end. I can walk by myself. The rubbing of skin is not a sprain of the foot. It won't hurt as long as I don't touch the rubbed area. She was also puzzled. There were girls she knew who would even buy skincare products. How could he be so straight? Shen Mo saw that Jiangning's willpower not to let him touch her was very firm, so he didn't insist. Jiangning saw him get up. There are slippers in the bag of daily necessities. Can you help me get them? Shen Mo went into the house and got her slippers. When he walked out of the hall, he saw Jiangning sitting on the swing, swinging in the night breeze. He watched for a few seconds and walked over. He squatted down and put the slippers at Jiangning's feet. Jiangning had noticed just now that his clothes were tightened with his movements, and muscle lines could be seen from his arms to his back. Moreover, the man lifted her up effortlessly, and the palm that fell on her waist was also very large, and he could almost hold her waist with one hand. How painful it would be if he pinched her hard. If it was about the length of time, could it be 180 minutes? The yellow waist suddenly attacked the brain uncontrollably, and Jiangning felt that her face was about to burn. What the Hades?
Why was she thinking about this?
It was getting dark, and Jiangning thought Shen Mo couldn't see. Little did she know that Shen Mo's eyesight was well known in the army, and he could see things accurately even in the dark. Seeing Jiangning raising her hands to cover her flushed face, she suddenly felt her throat a little dry. Jiangning rubbed her face to let the heat go away. Then she jumped off the swing and walked into the house in slippers. Shen Mo was worried that Jiangning was hungry, so when he saw Jiangning enter the room, he turned and walked out of the yard. It was just the beginning of autumn, so there was no need for thick bedding. They bought some simple thin quilts while shopping in the mall. The house was cleaned very cleanly by Shen Mo and his friends. Jiangning spread the thin quilt and hung the newly bought clothes in the closet. The empty room could be slowly added to. After it was tidied up in her own room, she thought of the hut outside where Shen Mo slept, picked up the thin blanket, and went to another room. Pushing open the door of the hut, Jiangning thought her bedroom was spacious enough, but this hut outside had nothing but a bed, and it was not as big as her bedroom. Shen Mo was such a tall and strong man, and Jiangning felt sorry for him when she imagined him sleeping here. She helped Shen Mo make the bed with quick movements. Suddenly, she smelled the fragrance of onion, which was quite fragrant. She walked out of the room in confusion and saw a busy figure in the kitchen at a glance. The smoke from the cooking was curling, and Jiangning was a little surprised. This man really knows how to cook. Following the fragrance, Jiangning walked over to see if there was anyone who could help, but Shen Mo just turned around with 2 bowls of onion noodles. Be careful. Jiangning appeared too abruptly, and Shen Mo only had time to move the bowl away. The movement was too big, and part of the soup in the bowl spilled onto his hand. The water just out of the pot spilled on his hand, and immediately burned Shen Mo's hand red. He put the bowl on the stove, ignoring his own hand, but went to see if Jiangning was burned. You are burned. Jiangning noticed his scalded hand at a glance, and without thinking, she grabbed Shen Mo's scalded hand. Seeing that she was not burned, Shen Mo glanced at his hand and said nonchalantly, "Oh, I'm fine, it's just a minor injury, it will be healed in 2 days. The noodles are cooked. I don't know how to cook other things. You just eat something first." Jiangning didn't care about eating at all. She frowned with a serious face and said, "Burns are not minor injuries. Come here." Jiangning grabbed Shen Mo's hand, a big man, and he moved when she pulled him lightly. She came to the water pipe, turned on the faucet, and then put Shen Mo's hand onto the faucet to rinse the water. The scalded ground soon stopped being so burning. 5 minutes later, Jiangning turned off the faucet. It was a pity that there was no ointment. If there was an ointment for burns, there would be no need to rinse like this. Jiangning raised her eyes and asked him, "Are you okay? Does it still hurt?" Shen Mo saw that her delicate brows were tightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were full of worry. After rinsing, she still held his wrist and looked carefully at the place where he was burned. The distance between them was very close, and he could even smell the faint fragrance on her body. Jiangning had almond-shaped eyes, which were slightly raised, charming without knowing it. At this moment, those beautiful eyes were full of worry. From the time they met until now, Jiangning had never taken the initiative to approach him. When his hand was grabbed, Shen Mo felt that not only the place where he was burned was hot, but his whole body was boiling with heat. His scalp was numb, and he stuttered when he spoke. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Jiangning exhaled. "It's good that it doesn't hurt anymore. The degree of burns can be serious or minor. Shen Mo's small burn should be only a first-degree burn. As long as it is handled properly, there will be no impact, and even no scars will be left." But Shen Mo's burn was related to her, so she was responsible. Jiangning said, "Let's eat." Shen Mo picked up 2 bowls of noodles from the stove again, but it took a long time and the noodles had clumped together. Without thinking, Shen Mo said, "I'll go find Sister Li and borrow some noodles to cook for you again." Jiangning grabbed him. "Oh, no need. It's not like you can't eat it." Shen Mo, "But it's already clumped together, and the soup is gone." Jiangning glanced at the bowl of noodles. "You can still eat it even if the soup is gone. I'm not that squeamish." But Shen Mo said solemnly, "Girls can be squeamish. My sister has never suffered any hardship since she was a child. She has been spoiled and willful. She wants the best of everything she eats and uses. She will throw a tantrum whenever she is uncomfortable." Shen Mo was annoyed by her. Later, when his sister was sent to the countryside with her parents, he realized that it was okay for his daughter to be a little pampered because he could pamper her. He had to pamper his wife even more. Jiangning curled her lips. It is okay for girls to be pampered. This must be the conclusion he came to after dating so many girlfriends. Jiangning grabbed the bowl of noodles from Shen Mo's hand and turned to walk towards the main room. Shen Mo followed her. There were tables and stools in the main room, and they sat at the table to eat noodles. Jiangning had a cold face throughout the meal. Shen Mo noticed that she was in a bad mood while eating and asked cautiously, "Is it too disgusting? I'll bring you some food from the cafeteria tomorrow." Jiangning realized that this was the second time today that she had feelings for Shen Mo, and it was because she suspected that Shen Mo was acquainted with another woman. Could it be that she still has such a thing as possessiveness? Jiangning slurped the last mouthful of noodles and asked as if nothing had happened. Shen Mo, how do you know so much about the skincare products used by girls? I have a younger sister. Shen Mo said honestly, before my family was sent down, my younger sister often used those things. She said that girls need to use those things if they want to have better skin. Later, I was sent down, so I often bought these things for her and sent them to the countryside. Jiangning was surprised. You have a younger sister? Seeing her surprise, Shen Mo remembered that he had not introduced the situation at home to Jiangning. Yes, I have a younger sister. The situation at my family is a bit complicated. 5 years ago, my family was reported by someone. Except for me, everyone else was sent down to Daya village in Qing County, Jinjiang City. Jiangning was stunned and asked Shen Mo, are they okay now? She knew the meaning of demotion, which was almost the same as exile in ancient times. Jiangning had never expected that Shen Mo's family had been demotioned. In this era, those who were demotioned were all intellectuals, which showed that Shen Mo's family was not bad. Hearing Jiangning's concern for his family, Shen Mo felt that his heart was suddenly filled with something. Now that the most turbulent period has passed, his family will be reinstated sooner or later. Whenever Shen Mo has time, he will communicate with his family. After learning some of the situation, he nodded and said, I've communicated with them through letters. Don't worry, they're fine. They should be able to come back in a year at most. Jiangning couldn't help asking, why haven't you thought about communicating with me? I wrote to you. Shen Mo said, but you never replied. Jiangning was stunned. Shen Mo had written a letter to her? So she misunderstood Shen Mo again. She soon realized that the money sent by Shen Mo had not reached her, so how could the letter reach her? The only one who ruined the original owner's life was her sister, Jiang Ting, who was reborn. When she read the novel, she felt that the heroine Jiang Ting was not like a heroine. For her brilliant future, she ruined her sister's life. It's a pity that she came to the capital and Jiang Ting's path was on the right track. Otherwise, she would force Jiang Ting to spit out the money she had eaten. As for why Shen Mo didn't take her to her husband's house, it was because there was no way to take her. How could she take her to suffer when her family members were sent down? So, she misunderstood Shen Mo from beginning to end. She looked at a person with the inherent thinking of a god's perspective. At first, she only felt that the other party was a paper man and his style of behavior was not pleasing, so she instinctively didn't like him and wanted to divorce and stay away. Now she no longer has a god's perspective, and she is in the game and knows the other party's character well. Jiangning rarely feels guilty about someone. I don't know all this. It's okay. It's not your fault. Shen Mo saw that her face was full of guilt and said without any pretense, I haven't come to see you for the past 3 years. He knew that he had a wife, but at that time there was no way to take his wife to join the army. It would be better for his wife to stay at her parents' house temporarily and wait for her family to be rehabilitated before bringing her over. Jiangning's unilateral misunderstanding was resolved, and she felt embarrassed in an instant. She stood up and said, I'll go wash the dishes.
I'll go.
Shen Mo took her bowl first. It's getting late. You should go wash up and rest. Without waiting for Jiangning to say anything, he strode out of the main room with the bowl in his hand. Jiangning went to the backyard to wash up, but couldn't fall asleep when he lay on the bed. In an era without nightlife, every household would turn off the lights and go to bed at a certain time. Jiangning had to sleep even if she couldn't sleep, so she forced herself to sleep. Because she went to bed too early at night, Jiangning woke up at dawn, and there were even roosters crowing outside. The first thing to do every day when she opened her eyes was to go to the bathroom. The bathroom and toilet were both in the backyard. Having woken up too early, Jiangning walked to the backyard in a daze, and when he came to the door of the bathroom, he pushed open the door without thinking.
Who?
The moment the door opened, the man's vigilant eyes fell to the door. Jiangning sobered up a little after hearing the voice and saw a man standing in the bathroom. He was and holding a ladle in his hand. Jiangning's sight moved along the position of the ladle.
Perfect.
This man's body is absolutely perfect. After looking at it, his sight moved 3 ways down.
Wow, really good.
It was blocked as soon as he took a look, and it was blocked by the ladle. Shen Mo woke up early in the morning, and there was always a lingering desire in his heart. So he thought about getting up and taking a cold shower. But halfway through the shower, he didn't expect Jiangning to suddenly open the door and see him taking a shower. This girl didn't seem to know what shyness was, but made him feel embarrassed and shy. The place where he was observing was blocked, and Jiangning subconsciously looked up, and the moment their eyes met, she suddenly raised her hand and covered her chest. The two were still looking at each other. After being frightened, Jiangning reacted and was completely sober at this moment. No, she covered the wrong thing. Her hand moved from her chest to her face, and she covered her eyes while backing away and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Why did you get up to take a shower so early in the morning?" Of course, Shen Mo couldn't say that it was because of her that he got up early in the morning to take a shower. He quickly dried his body with a towel, put on his clothes, and walked out the door. Seeing Jiangning still outside, Shen Mo felt a little sorry. He forgot to lock the door when he was taking a shower and let her break in. Jiangning thought of what she had just seen, and her face turned red. At this moment, she dug her toes into the ground, wishing she could dig a hole to crawl into. The bodies she had seen before were all cadaver teachers. Of course, she didn't feel embarrassed when she was busy studying medical science, but Shen Mo was a living person.
Sorry.
As soon as Shen Mo went out, the first sentence was an apology. He was the one who was offended, so why did he apologize to her in return? Jiangning said with a stiff face, I didn't mean it. Shen Mo saw her embarrassment, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curl up a smile. In fact, he just discovered that his wife seemed to be quite interested in his body. Shen Mo said, I'm done washing, I'll go make breakfast, you go in. Jiangning nodded and quickly passed him and went into the bathroom. When Jiangning came out, Shen Mo had already cooked 2 bowls of noodles. Jiangning watched Shen Mo busy in front of a stove. When she first saw Shen Mo, she thought this man was a cold-faced tough guy, but after getting to know him for the past few days, he did things that were completely opposite to his tough guy image. He took care of her ideas, tried his best to give her what she wanted, and even took the initiative to cook and wash dishes. Well, he is indeed a good man. After dinner, Shen Mo went out. At that time, Jiangning was changing out of her pajamas, and Shen Mo was outside. He said he was going out for a while. Jiangning was not idle either. The house was cleaned very well, but Shen Mo did not touch the 2 open spaces outside the house. He didn't know what Jiangning wanted to use them for. Jiangning looked at the wasteland in the yard and saw a lot of weeds growing on it. She rolled up her sleeves and squatted down to start pulling out the weeds. As soon as she saw this yard, she had an idea. The open space under the big tree would be used to grow some fruits and vegetables. Half of the right side had been dug by Shen Mo to make a water feature for raising fish. Next to the water feature would be suitable for planting some flowers, and a few racks could be set up for picking grapes. When the grapes are ripe, they can be eaten, and they can also be used as it can be used to make wine. The imagination is very beautiful, and the more I think about it, the more motivated I become. After pulling out some weeds, Jiangning saw beside her. She regretted that she was blind, walked over, picked up and started digging. After digging for a while, Jiangning wiped the sweat from her chin and sighed that her body quality was not bad, which was the result of being used to farm work. When Shen Mo walked into the gate of the courtyard with steady steps, he saw that Jiangning had almost dug out the land under the big tree. Jiangning dug out a lot of weeds. After clearing this area, she rested for a while and prepared to deal with those after resting.
Weeds.
When Shen Mo came back, she had just finished her rest. When she was about to deal with the weeds, she bent down and was grabbed by a big hand. Jiangning subconsciously looked up. Shen Mo was back. He was holding something in his hand. When she saw the fresh pork belly in Shen Mo's hand, her eyes lit up. She hadn't had a delicious meal in so many days. Jiangning is a foodie. When she is lazy, she often orders takeout. However, The pre-prepared dishes are only edible and not delicious. In order to satisfy her appetite, she learned to cook by watching food shows. Let me do these, Shen Mo said, looking at her pink fingers. This kind of work needs to be done more skillfully by men. Jiang Ning nodded, then pointed to the things in his hand and said, "Give these to me. I'll put them in the kitchen." Shen Mo bought a lot of things, which were quite heavy, so he hesitated. Jiang Ning didn't act pretentiously and took the things from his hand directly, and then went to the kitchen. When she arrived in the kitchen, Jiang Ning put the pork belly in a bamboo basket and then opened one of the bags, which contained soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, cooking oil and other seasonings, onions, garlic, peppercorns, flour, and other things. Jiang Ning sighed at his carefulness and said that a good cook cannot cook without rice, and the dishes made with these things are delicious. This bag is the basic seasonings and so on. Jiang Ning opened another bag, and there were actually 2 cans of malted milk and a large bag of fruit candies, as well as some biscuits and so on. Did Shen Mo raise her like a child, buying so many snacks? In this era, snacks are luxury goods, and the prices of these snacks are probably several times higher than the bag of seasonings just now. Jiang Ning carried the bag of snacks into the house, and when she walked out of the house, she heard someone knocking on the door. Xiao Shun, Xiao Shun. Shen Mo went over to open the door. It was a woman in her 40s or 50s. Seeing the people in front of the door, he said, "Why is my sister-in-law here?" Sisterly stuffed a handful of Chinese cabbage and a bag of things into Shen Mo's hands. "I came here to give you some Chinese cabbage and pickled mustard greens that I grew at home. You walked quite fast just now. You just left after putting down the things, right?" Shen Mo returned the noodles he borrowed yesterday. Sister Li is the wife of Shen Mo's superior, Captain Li, and she lives in the yard next to them. Shen Mo has always been alone in the army. During the holidays, Captain Li would invite him to his home for dinner and liven up the atmosphere. Shen Mo has a close relationship with Captain Li's family and would not refuse the other party's kindness. He smiled and said, "Thank you, sister-in-law. I heard from old Li that your wife came to join the army and asked me to take care of her. It was too late yesterday, so I came to get to know her today. Where is your wife?" Sister-in-law Li said as she looked behind Shen Mo, and just in time she saw Jiang Ning walking out of the main hall. Seeing Shen Mo talking to someone, Jiang Ning stepped over. Seeing Jiang Ning, sister-in-law Li was stunned for a moment. Oh, what a pretty girl, as beautiful as the beauties on the calendar. Sister-in-law Li didn't read much, and she wasn't subtle when it came to complimenting people. She just said whatever she thought. Jiang Ning knew that she was good-looking, but she was still a little embarrassed to be praised too much. Seeing her coming over, sister-in-law Li spoke again, took Jiang Ning's hand in a familiar manner, and said, "I'll call you Xiao Jiang. My family grows a lot of vegetables. If there aren't enough vegetables at home in the future, just come to my house to pick them."
Don't be polite.
The other party was too enthusiastic, and Jiang Ning didn't know how to respond. She turned her head and glanced at Shen Mo, who nodded. Seeing him nod, Jiang Ning knew that Shen Mo had a good relationship with this woman's family, and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law." Sister-in-law Li felt good when she saw Jiang Ning was as pretty as a flower. She took Jiang Ning's hand and talked to her for a few more words. Jiang Ning also responded politely. She was overwhelmed by the other party's enthusiasm, but her heart was good. Sister-in-law Li talked to Jiang Ning about family matters. Before, Xiao Shun was always alone. Now that you are here, it's good. During the holidays, there is a confidant by your side.
Yeah.
Jiang Ning nodded. "I will treat Mo well." Jiang Ning's words were not polite. Shen Mo treated her well, so she would naturally treat him well as well. When sister-in-law Li left, Shen Mo's ears were still echoing with the nice words Jiang Ning had said to him. It was just such a casual sentence, but his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She even called him Mo pickled plums. Jiang Ning glanced at what Shen Mo was holding. Seeing that she was very interested, Shen Mo handed the thing in his hand to her. Jiang Ning was worrying about how to cook the pork belly that Shen Mo bought, and then she saw the pickled mustard greens in his hand. In today's world, few people can make their own pickled mustard greens. People of this era are mostly simple and make a lot of their own food. This pickled mustard greens is oily and black and smells mellow. It is very suitable for making pork with preserved vegetables. I'm going to cook. Jiang Ning said this and rushed to the stove with the things. Shen Mo smiled and continued to wield to reclaim the wasteland. Jiang Ning went to the kitchen and soaked the pickled mustard greens first, and then went to deal with the pork belly. The pig hair and other things on the pork belly had been dealt with, so she didn't have to spend much effort. After washing the pork, put it in a pot with cold water together with a flattened old. The water boiled for a few minutes, and then took it out to drain the water. While draining the water, Jiang Ning went to the house to get a few toothpicks, poked many small holes in the pig skin, and then evenly applied soy sauce to color it. After poking the holes, the meat will be more flavorful. After applying the soy sauce, heat the oil in a pan, put the skin side of the meat in the pan, and fry it until golden brown. After the skin is fried until a layer of white bubbles emerges, take it out and soak it in cold water. This is the key to getting the tiger skin. After cooling, cut the meat into large pieces evenly. Jiang Ning took out a bowl and put soy sauce, white sand mixed sugar, pepper powder, etc. into a sauce, then put the sliced meat into the sauce, and mix well to coat it with the sauce. Put the pickled mustard greens into the pot, and pour the remaining sauce into the pot, and stir-fry them together. The fragrance has already come out. Jiang Ning swallowed his saliva, and when he saw that it was almost done, he took it out, put the pickled mustard greens into the bowl where the meat was already placed, and steamed it in a pot of boiling water. After a while, the fragrant meat aroma wafted out. Shen Mo smelled the fragrance when he had cultivated half of the land on the right. It was more fragrant than the dishes made in the state-owned restaurant. You can tell from the smell that it will taste good. Is my wife so good at cooking? Steam the meat here, and steam the white rice on the other stove. After an hour, the white rice and meat were steamed. Jiang Ning washed the pot and cooked a vegetable soup.
Done.
On this side, Shen Mo had just cultivated a large piece of open space when he heard his wife calling him to eat. Shen Mo, it's time to eat.
Shen Montag?
Why isn't he Mo? Shen Mo was a little disappointed, but he clapped his hands quickly, went to the sink to wash his hands, and then went to the kitchen to help Jiang Ning serve the dishes. Jiang Ning made 3 bowls of braised pork with a piece of pork belly that Shen Mo brought. Bring 1 bowl to Sisterly, Jiang Ning said. She still remembered the pickled mustard greens that Sisterly gave her, and the braised pork could not be made without the pickled mustard greens she gave.
Shen Montag nodded, okay.
Whatever his wife said was what he meant. Shen Mo went out with a bowl of pork belly. Jiang Ning didn't have the habit of eating alone, so she followed Shen Mo to the door and waited for him to come back. At this moment, the sound of something falling to the ground attracted Jiang Ning's attention. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw the figures of 4 or 5 children. She glanced at them and didn't recognize any of them. Just as she was about to look away, 2 children suddenly walked away a little, and Jiang Ning saw the child surrounded in the middle. It was Zhiqi's child. Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows. It turned out that he had friends. Before, seeing his withdrawn personality, I thought he had no friends. At this moment, one of the sturdy children suddenly pushed Zhiqi. Don't you like to eat? Let you eat as much as you want, ha ha ha. Someone took the lead, and immediately the other children came up to push Zhiqi. Jiang Ning frowned, and she walked over quickly. What are you doing? Seeing an adult coming, the group of children dispersed. Jiang Ning walked up to Zhiqi and saw that Zhiqi was a little dirty, and his hands were also a little dirty. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. There was a lunchbox lying on the ground, and all the rice in the lunchbox was spilled. This was nothing, but 2 caterpillars suddenly crawled out of the white rice. Jiang Ning's face immediately became bad, as if he had guessed something, and asked him, "Is this the reason why you don't usually bring rice?" Zhiqi looked at the rice on the ground in silence. He felt it was a pity that the white rice was wasted like this. Jiang Ning knew that the child was used to being taciturn, and they had not been in contact for a long time, so it was normal for the child not to open up. But she had taught the child for a few days, so it was impossible for him to have no feelings. Jiangning reached out to hold his hand and said softly, "Let's go to my sister's house for dinner." Zhiqi saw Jiangning's white hand, and then looked at his dirty hand. When Jiangning was about to hold his hand, he moved away without a sound. Jiangning held nothing and reached out to knock on his head. "Smelly boy, you don't recognize me as your teacher?" After saying that, she sighed again. "Oh, I'm so sad."
No.
Hearing her sad words, Zhiqi suddenly became anxious. He wanted to hold the corner of Jiangning's clothes, but withdrew his hand, lowered his head and said, "Sister, I'm a little dirty." He was often pushed to the ground by the two sons of Uncle Wang's family. Every time he returned to Uncle Wang's house dirty, his aunt despised him. Uncle Wang's grandmother didn't help him wash clothes, he washed them himself. But he couldn't say it. And he couldn't say that Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti made him like this. Jiangning took out a handkerchief from her body, took Zhiqi's hand and wiped his palm and back of his hand clean. "It won't be dirty this way." After wiping his hands clean, the child was not so resistant. When Jiangning led Zhiqi into the yard, they happened to run into Shen Mo, who had returned.
Zhiqi.
Shen Mo was a little surprised to see the little guy led by Jiangning. "Uncle Shen." Zhiqi greeted politely. "Why are you here?" Shen Mo saw that he was dirty and there was a hole in his trouser leg, and frowned and asked, "What happened?" Jiangning explained, "A few kids just bullied him, so I brought him back." Shen Mo frowned and asked, "Who bullied you?" Zhiqi lowered his head, looking like he was avoiding answering. Shen Mo wanted to ask more. Jiangning spoke at the right time. "Okay, the child has his own little thoughts. If he doesn't want to say it, forget it. Let's eat." Jiangning took Zhiqi to wash up first, and then went to the main hall to eat. As soon as Zhiqi entered the house, he smelled the aroma of meat, and his misty eyes lit up. It was the age of physical development. Zhiqi could only eat 2 meals a day, and he was not full. All the meat was eaten by Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti, and it was not his turn at all. His happiest days were the days when Sister Jiang taught him English. He didn't have to go hungry at noon every day and could eat meat. But later he knew that Sister Jiang was Uncle Shen's daughter-in-law, so he didn't dare to go. Sister Jiang and Uncle Shen also have their own lives to live. He, a child from another family, shouldn't disturb their lives. While Jiangning went to get a bowl to serve rice, Shen Mo picked up a piece of meat and put it in Zhiqi's bowl. Zhiqi stared blankly at the big piece of meat in the bowl. This was the first time he saw such a big piece of meat. Aunt Wang's family often had meat to eat, but every time there were more vegetables than meat, and the meat was very small, at most only 1/5 of the piece of meat in the bowl in front of him. "Why don't you eat?" Shen Mo asked when he saw him staring at the bowl without eating. Zhiqi didn't dare to eat it. At Aunt Wang's house, Aunt Wang rarely gave him meat. She always gave the meat to Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti first, and only gave him a piece of fat meat when she was in a good mood. Jiangning walked into the house with a bowl of freshly cooked rice, and saw the little guy looking at her with a pair of big eyes. What was he looking at her for? Jiangning put a bowl of rice on the table, and then reached out to pick up the bowl in front of Zhiqi. Zhiqi saw her take away the bowl with a large piece of meat in front of him, and a touch of loss flashed across his eyes. He just lowered his head, and a bowl of hot rice with distinct grains was placed in front of him. Zhiqi stared blankly at the steaming rice in front of him. Jiangning was worried that he wasn't full, so she pressed down the rice when she was serving it. "Why don't you eat? Eat quickly. There's more, if it's not enough." Seeing him staring at the bowl in a daze, Jiangning urged him and put 2 more pieces of meat into his bowl. Zhiqi then picked up the chopsticks and took a sip. The meat was steamed until it was soft and melted in the mouth. Zhiqi's eyes lit up and he ate in big mouthfuls. While picking up the meat, Shen Mo had already used a rice spoon to serve Jiangning a bowl of rice. Jiangning followed suit and took the bowl to eat. Shen Mo picked up a piece of meat and put it in Jiangning's bowl before starting to eat. When the braised pork was just out of the pot, the smell alone would make people hungry. Now it tasted so good that even the tongue had to be swallowed. Meat is used to go with rice, and the vegetable soup is used to relieve the greasiness. After a meal, everyone is satisfied. Jiangning doesn't have a big appetite, but the braised pork she made is delicious, so she ate a little more. Shen Mo has a big appetite, one bowl after another. Others will be surprised at his astonishing appetite and even worry about whether they can afford to feed him. But Jiangning knows that they have been training in the army for many years, and their physiques are there, so they can't eat less. Zhiqi also eats very fast, but Jiangning soon noticed that this child only knows how to pick up the white rice in the bowl and will not take the initiative to pick up vegetables. Children fostered in other people's homes are always more sensitive, and Jiangning will not expose his sensitivity. When he sees that there is no vegetable in his bowl, she will pick up vegetables for him. Shen Mo was eating very happily at first, seeing his wife always picking up food for Zhiqi. He suddenly felt that the meat in the bowl was not so fragrant. Looking at the empty plates on the table, Jiangning felt a sense of satisfaction. When the food she cooked was swept away, it was the greatest recognition of her cooking skills. After the meal, the little guy, Zhiqi, took the initiative to clean up the dishes with Shen Mo. Shen Mo did not stop him. Boys should be trained to do housework from an early age. Jiangning was not idle either. He walked around in the yard to digest the food. From time to time, he glanced at the kitchen. The two figures, one big and one small, in the kitchen gave Jiangning a strange feeling. Life is full of different situations, and in the end, they are all. It's the daily necessities of life. She has a husband and a well-behaved child. It's like a family of three. The high sun shines into the yard, passing through the big tree and falling to the ground in patches. Jiangning takes a deep breath of fresh air to dispel her thoughts. The air quality of this era is incomparable to the polluted air of the present world. No wonder people in this era live long lives. When Jiangning was bored, she saw that the weeds on the reclaimed wasteland had not been removed. She took a dustpan and was about to pull the weeds in. Just as she was about to pull the weeds, her hands were empty. The dustpan in her hand was taken away. Shen Mo looked at her and said, "Don't do these dirty jobs when I'm at home." Shen Mo originally wanted to deal with the weeds himself, but seeing Zhiqi standing aside at a loss, he said, "Zhiqi, come and get the weeds in here, and then take it to the backyard." "No, it's not that I can't do it, he's just a kid." Jiangning was interrupted by Zhiqi before she could finish her words. "Coming." Zhiqi trotted over quickly, as if he was afraid that Jiangning would his job away. Jiangning's words were stuck in her throat. All right, then she would be happy and relaxed. Then Jiangning walked to the swing and swung for a while. The weeding job was given to Zhiqi, the little guy, while Shen Mo left the yard and soon came back carrying a bag of things. When he poured out the bag, Jiangning realized that it was cement. Shen Mo stirred the cement quickly, then took off his coat and started to apply cement to the pool. She could pull weeds, but she really couldn't do this. When Shen Mo was doing things neat and serious, Jiangning's eyes unconsciously fell on him, looking at him. The man took off his coat, wearing a military green vest inside, and soon sweat soaked a large area of his chest. The vest was pressed against his skin, faintly outlining the arc of his chest muscles. His muscle lines were smooth as if they were carved, and each piece exuded masculine charm. His arms and shoulders moved with his movements, and his muscles were tight and visible. Jiangning swallowed unconsciously and thought of the scene he saw early this morning. Zhiqi quickly cleared the weeds in the field, and Jiangning waved at him. Zhiqi trotted over. Jiangning patted the side, "Come up." Zhiqi clung to the swing and climbed up with his calves. Jiangning stuffed him with a handful of candy and a biscuit. "Thank you for your hard work. This is a reward for you." Jiangning touched his head. There was a unique fragrance from a girl next to him, and Zhiqi blushed again. Sister Jiang seemed to really like touching his head. He lost his mother when he was very young, and he never felt the feeling of having a mother's care. Zhiqi looked at the candy and biscuits in his hand. Uncle Wang's family also had them, but Aunt Wang and Grandma Wang never gave them to him. He had heard Grandma Wang say more than once that these things were not for him to eat. He was staying at someone else's house, and he knew he couldn't food from them. Jiangning peeled a candy and put it in his mouth full of fruit. The smell of candy, Seeing Zhiqi next to her holding the food but not eating it, she thought that this child was precocious, and she didn't know whether he liked to eat these things, so she picked up another candy, peeled it, and handed it to Zhiqi's mouth. Zhiqi subconsciously opened his mouth, and the sweet taste exploded in his mouth. The sweetness he had never tasted made his scalp numb. Shen Mo was applying cement to the pool. His legs were numb from squatting. He stood up for a while and saw a big and a small sitting on the swing. The two people's feet hanging on the edge of the swing were shaking gently. Looking at this scene, Shen Mo was in a trance for a while, then bent down and continued to work. Sister Jiang. The candy in Zhiqi's mouth had melted, and the sweet taste lingered. Jiangning looked at him sideways. Huh? What's wrong? Zhiqi lowered his little face. His little face was flushed, and he didn't say anything. Jiangning knocked on his head. What's wrong? If you have something to say, say it. Why is a man so shy like a girl? Jiangning could see that the child had developed this kind of personality after living under someone else's roof for a long time. He didn't dare to express his inner thoughts. If he had any ideas, he would hold them back after knowing that they were impossible. When Zhiqi heard Jiangning say that he looked like a girl, his eyes immediately widened, and he jumped off the swing, raised one arm, and patted it on his arm. I'm not like a girl, I'm very strong. Jiangning raised his eyebrows. So, what did you want to say just now? Zhiqi lowered his head again. Jiangning leaned against the swing rope. Okay, this child is used to being silent, and it's useless to force him. The little guy pursed his lips and seemed to say something, but Jiangning didn't hear clearly.
What?
Zhiqi mustered up the courage to raise his head and said, Can I continue to learn English from you? Jiangning didn't expect that the little guy was still eager to learn. At this age of slacking off, aren't they all playful? Jiangning, okay, as long as you don't complain, I can teach you all the time. I don't know who the little guy learned this from. He is so decisive and efficient. As soon as Jiangning agreed, he ran into the house, took out his backpack with a hole in it, and then took out a pen and a notebook. There are no tables or stools outside. Let's go inside to write. Jiangning laughed and took Zhiqi into the house again. Little did he know that Shen Mo had heard what he just said. Shen Mo glanced around the yard and finally locked on the location under the big tree, where a table and stools could be placed. Zhiqi is very smart, has a good understanding, and learns quickly. Jiangning really likes him more and more. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiangning went to the kitchen to see what to cook for dinner. As soon as he entered the kitchen, the little guy packed his backpack and ran out of their yard. Jiangning didn't have time to call him. Here, Shen Mo also completely cleaned the pool in an afternoon. While taking off his wet vest, Shen Mo walked into the house and poured a glass of water from the kettle on the table. After drinking the water, he found that Jiangning was the only one in the room. He asked, Where's Zhiqi? This was the second time Jiangning saw his upper body, and she couldn't take her eyes off him for a long time. Shen Mo also discovered that his wife seemed to like looking at his body very much. It didn't matter, his wife could look at it as she pleased. Jiangning's eyes did not move, but she followed his words. Zhiqi ran away. The kid was in a hurry, and I don't know where he went. Shen Mo checked the time. He should have gone back to Chief Wang's house for dinner. Jiangning nodded, and then asked curiously, Why is Zhiqi being raised in someone else's home? Where are his parents and family? Faced with Jiangning's question, he rarely blurted out the answer. After a moment of silence, he said his mother died of illness when he was 3 years old. As for his father, he was a comrade in arms of my regiment. Unfortunately, he died in battle 3 years ago. Zhiqi has no other family now, so he is temporarily fostered in the chief's home. 5 years ago, after Zhiqi's mother passed away, his father took him to the army to be raised. However, the rope tends to break at the thinnest part, and during a mission 3 years ago, Zhiqi's father died unexpectedly for the country. Jiangning was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that the child would be without parents at such a young age. She thought he was just temporarily fostered in someone else's home. It turned out that he had to live in someone else's home because his mother passed away and his father was killed. There was no one in the world to support him. No wonder the child was sensitive. Young Nink. Jiangning was still feeling sorry for Zhiqi's experience when she heard Shen Mo calling her.
Huh.
Jiangning turned her head and saw Shen Mo's expression of wanting to say something but stopping. She asked what's wrong. Shen Mo looked at her, and the hesitation on his face turned into determination. If possible, I hope to invite Zhiqi to our house for dinner often. Jiangning didn't think there was anything wrong and said without hesitation, sure, I like Zhiqi very much. Raising a child in this era is much easier than in the present world. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks. In the present world, everyone is a roll-up king, starting from when they are children. She hopes that the child can be happy. The children of the future will not be like today, where a piece of candy can make them happy for a long time. Shen Mo did not catch any reluctance from Jiangning's expression. Back then, Zhiqi's affiliation was still entangled in the army for a while. Most of the soldiers who had sisters-in-law to follow the army were unwilling to adopt Zhiqi. Later, the chief learned about this and allowed Zhiqi to be fostered in his home temporarily, which saved the chief's reputation. But Zhiqi was only fostered temporarily because the chief's mother had always disagreed to adopt Zhiqi, and the chief could not persuade his own mother, so he had to propose temporary foster care. Shen Mo knew that Zhiqi's life in the chief's home was not good, but the men in their army often had to go on missions and could not take care of a child of a few years old. The soldiers in their regiment had secretly given money to Zhiqi, but the child was always unwilling to accept it and even found opportunities to return it to them. At dinner time, Chief Wang and his family sat at the dining table to eat dinner. Zhiqi saw that most of the meat on the table was in Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti's bowls, and the rest was in Uncle Wang's bowl. Wang Lianshan picked up a piece of meat and put it in Zhiqi's bowl. Zhiqi, eat more rice. It's time to grow up. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Zhiqi said. Wang Lianshan had the habit of reading newspapers while eating. After picking up the meat for Zhiqi, he lowered his head to eat and read the newspaper. He didn't notice that the meat in Zhiqi's bowl was taken away. Wang Xiaotian made a face when he took the meat from Zhiqi's bowl. Aunt Wang and Grandma Wang next to him pretended not to see it, and Grandma Wang smiled and touched her grandson's head. Zhiqi was used to it and ate the green leaves on the table. After finishing half a bowl of rice in the bowl, Zhiqi went to the kitchen to get a second bowl, and a sarcastic voice sounded behind him. You're a few years old. One bowl is enough. What if you eat 2 bowls? Then you will say that our family didn't take good care of you. Zhiqi thought of the big bowl of white rice that Sister Jiang had pressed for him at noon. The bowl of rice he had just eaten was not even half of what Sister Jiang had served him. He lowered his head and put the bowl on the stove. Having gone to bed early the night before, Jiangning woke up at dawn the next day. This time, when she went to the bathroom, she was disappointed that she didn't see Shen Mo taking a shower. She returned to the room, opened the curtains, and could hear the chorus of crickets and grasshoppers outside. The breeze blew on her face, which was a gift from nature. As the sky brightened, Jiangning saw a looming figure in the yard. The fresh air drove away her sleepiness. Shen Mo stood in the open space in the yard, his upper body, his abdominal muscles, and tight. Jiangning stared at the man in the yard who was doing squats with a big stone. He is so self-disciplined that he got up early to exercise. Jiangning unconsciously leaned on the windowsill to admire it. They're still husband and wife now, so what's wrong with his abdominal muscles? She is not a feudal person, and it's not impossible for husband and wife to have some things. As she thought about it, a heat surged on Jiangning's face. Oh, what are you thinking about? Shen Mo knew she was watching when Jiangning opened the window. He had some sweat on his palms holding the stone, but it didn't prevent him from doing squats.
He did squats to the point of flying.
After some harmonious images inexplicably appeared in her mind, Jiangning's face became hotter and hotter. She felt that something bad would happen if she continued to watch, so she immediately turned around and ran to the kitchen. Jiangning reserved some of the large piece of pork belly that Shen Mo brought back yesterday for steamed buns. She chopped the fat and lean meat into mincemeat, mixed it with green onions and garlic, and then added oil and seasonings to stir-fry it into the stuffing of sauerkraut. She took out the dough that she had fermented the night before from the basin and kneaded it a few times with great effort to release the air. After kneading it until it was smooth and firm, she rolled it into long strips and divided it into pieces of the same size, and then she could make buns. After making about 10 buns, the meat stuffing was just used up. Jiangning kneaded some more dough, added some sugar, and prepared to make sugar buns. Jiangning liked the feeling of being busy alone when making food. This feeling was completely different from facing the cold instruments and reagents in the laboratory. Jiangning suddenly enjoyed this slow-paced life a little. While she was busy, she felt someone walking in behind her. She didn't even need to look back to know who it was and ordered without any burden, "Shen Mo, add another handful of firewood to the stove." Shen Mo sat down in front of the stove obediently and added firewood. From time to time, he looked up at the busy figure. He saw many people cooking, but no one was like his wife. Even if she was busy, she didn't look embarrassed. His wife was so beautiful. He knew that cooking was very tiring, so he didn't plan to let his wife cook often from the beginning. He even had the idea of going to the army to find the canteen chef to learn cooking skills. But his wife seemed to like cooking very much. The sky, which was slightly bright and gloomy just now, was gradually dyed bright by the rising morning light. A ray of light refracted through the bright tiles onto the girl in the house. Jiangning put the buns on the steamer and cooked porridge on the other side. Seeing that the two pots were operating in an orderly manner, she patted the flour on her fingertips, turned around, and saw the girl squatting in front of the stove.
Shen Mo.
The man had just finished exercising when she called him to light the fire. At this moment, he was still from the waist up, with sweat stains on his forehead rolling down his cheeks to his sharp jawline. Jiangning thought it was over, but Shen Mo suddenly raised his chin, and the sweat flowed along his jawline to his slightly protruding Adam's apple. What's more, he rolled his Adam's apple. Jiangning retracted her gaze. Why did she feel that Shen Mo was tempting her? But it was normal to get up early in the morning to exercise, and it was normal to sweat. The water in the pot boiled, and mist came out. As the heat in the kitchen gradually rose, Jiangning also felt the heat. Shen Mo filled the stove with firewood, and then he stood up. The kitchen was not very spacious, and when Shen Mo stood up, the small kitchen seemed even more cramped. The buns will be ready soon. You go take a shower and come out to eat. Jiangning was panicking, and in the confusion she reached out her hand to push Shen Mo. What she touched was scorching hot, so she quickly withdrew her hand and cried out softly, "It's so hot." Shen Mo heard her voice and explained, "My body temperature is higher than that of ordinary people." Jiangning urged him, You should go take a shower quickly." Shen Mo went to take a shower. Shen Mo took a ladle and scooped cold water over his head, hoping to cool down the heat in his abdomen as soon as possible. It is said that men take a shower quickly and finish it in a few minutes, but Shen Mo came out of the bathroom wiping his head only after the buns were steamed. Jiangning silently labeled him as a clean man. She hated those smelly men covered in sweat. But when Shen Mo was sweating all over when he added wood to the fire just now, she didn't think Shen Mo smelled at all. When he opened the lid, the buns smelled fragrant. Shen Mo smelled the fragrant fragrance as soon as he went out. He was stunned for a moment. It smells so good. Why does everything his wife cooks smell so good? Shen Mo walked into the kitchen and watched Jiangning picking up the buns one by one and putting them into the bowl with chopsticks. Jiangning felt something, and when he raised his eyes, he saw the man staring at the buns in the pot motionlessly, his eyes sparkling, and he was almost drooling. Jiangning's phoenix eyes moved like autumn water, and suddenly, she wanted to tease him. "You're drooling." Sure enough, Shen Mo touched his mouth subconsciously.
Ha ha ha.
Jiangning couldn't help laughing out loud. "Just kidding you." Shen Mo also realized that he was teased by his wife. In fact, Shen Mo's face was naturally stern and his temper was not very good. When his eyebrows were frowned, the soldiers under his command would walk away with their tails between their legs when they saw him. No one dared to laugh in front of him, let alone tease him. He always restrained his temper in front of Jiangning, but his wife still felt very distant from him. Now they finally felt that they were husband and wife. His wife was really not afraid of him at all. He was very happy. Jiangning was in a good mood. It was the greatest affirmation for a chef that someone liked her cooking. She picked up a bun and blew it, then stretched out her hand to Shen Mo's mouth. Try it. Is it delicious? Looking at the bun handed to his mouth, Shen Mo was stunned for a moment. No one had ever fed him anything. Eager to get the other party's evaluation, Jiangning urged, "Try it quickly. How does it taste?" Shen Mo listened to her and took a bite of half of the bun. The fragrance filled his mouth, and Shen Mo's eyes lit up. Delicious. He paused slightly, as if he felt that this two-word compliment was too general, and added, "It leaves a lingering fragrance on the lips and teeth, and it tastes delicious. If you open a store, many people will definitely rush to buy it." Jiangning must have been very satisfied with the first sentence from him, but she didn't expect the latter sentence. She happily served another bowl of porridge and handed it to Shen Mo. "Thank you for the compliment, but I don't have the idea of opening a bun shop. It's too tiring." Shen Mo took the porridge and took away the bun she picked up. "Even if you really want to, you can't. It's too tiring. As long as you touch the catering industry, it will be tiring. His wife has thin arms and legs, and he doesn't want her to be so tired." After breakfast, Shen Mo cleaned up the kitchen before leaving. Jiangning was also very satisfied with this point of his. She liked to cook and would mess up the kitchen, but she didn't like to clean up at all. After Shen Mo left, Jiangning was bored and practiced a set of Ba Duan Jin in the yard. Halfway through the practice, someone heard a knock on the door. Sister Jiang. Jiangning recognized the voice as that of Sister Li from next door. She said, "The door is not closed. Come in, sister-in-law." Sister Li pushed the door open and saw a figure dappled by the sunlight under the tree. Sister Li was dazzled and thought that Shen Mo was so lucky to have such a beautiful wife. After coming to her senses, Sister Li walked over and asked curiously, "Sister Jiang, what are you doing?" Jiangning had just finished the last move and explained, 8-section brocade can strengthen the body. It was the first time that Sister Li heard such a statement and could not help but ask, "Can you strengthen your body just by doing it casually?" Jiangning knew that Chinese medicine did not seem to be popular in this era, and the other party probably would not understand if she forced an explanation. "It's just for fun. Look, I was talking to you, and almost forgot what I came here for." Sister Li handed the preserved vegetable and meat pie she had made to Jiangning, and said a little embarrassedly, "Sister Jiang, I didn't have much to thank you for the big bowl of meat yesterday. This is the preserved vegetable and meat pie I made today. There's not much meat in it. Please don't dislike it." Jiangning took it. "Not at all. If it weren't for the preserved vegetables you gave me, I wouldn't be able to make it." Sister Li was also generous and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law has a lot. Just come and get them after you finish eating. Don't be polite. I'll go fishing later and send you one when I catch it." Jiangning knew that people nowadays were simple and honest. There were those who were extremely calculative, and there were also those who would repay you for your kindness. Fishing? She was quite curious about what the other party was talking about. Sister Li nodded. "Yes, there is a stream here with a lot of fish in it." "Sister Li, I'll go with you. It's just that I'm a bit bored right now." Sister Li nodded and agreed happily. "Okay, I'll take you there and teach you. I'll get you an extra fishing net when I go back." Sister Li went back to get the fishing net, and Jiangning got a bucket. Jiangning took the bucket and walked with Sister Li for about 10 minutes, and they arrived at the stream that Sister Li mentioned. It was a long and winding stream, flowing down from the rocks above, forming a small waterfall. The rocks were polished smooth by the stream water, and the stream water was bright and clear, like a transparent mirror that could clearly reflect the blue sky. There were also people washing clothes downstream. Jiangning stood on the shore and watched Sister Li cast the net to a deeper place, and then waited by the water. It was boring to wait by the water, so Jiangning said she wanted to take a walk, and Sister Li reminded her to be careful. Jiangning didn't plan to walk far, and he was staring at the stream. The stream water was now clear and clean, not polluted by the overwhelming garbage. There was a small path next to it, which should have been a path made by humans. Jiangning climbed up along the path. There was also a stream above, and the stream water meandered down. But as soon as he climbed up, he saw 4 or 5 children bathing in the diving area above. Jiangning was very upset. Fortunately, She didn't think of drinking water in the wild. The stream was deep and shallow, and it was quite dangerous to bathe in the stream. Just when she was about to call those children to leave, she saw a slightly taller and rounder child pushing a thin child into the water. He was still saying, "Give me the fish in your arms quickly, and I won't push you." The children watching nearby were silent, and there was also one who clapped and cheered. Jiangning didn't expect that children of a few years old would have such vicious minds. It was really true that Hades was empty and the devil was on earth. "Hey, what are you doing?" Jiangning scolded. Her sudden voice scared the children, and they all looked in her direction, including the child who was pushed into the water by the big boy. Seeing the child, Jiangning's pupils shrank. Zhiqi was soaking wet, his face was flushed, and his eyes were red and watery. Seeing the child she had taught with all her heart being bullied like this, Jiangning felt very upset, and her face immediately became very ugly. She was very angry when she saw this scene. Although these children are young, should they make such mistakes just because they are young? Jiangning broke a bamboo stick and walked over. Seeing that she was not friendly, the children wanted to run away immediately, but the only way to go down was the one Jiangning came up. When the children walked past her, one of them pushed Jiangning, but Jiangning grabbed the back of his neck. He was the child who was pressing Zhiqi's head just now. She raised her hand and the bamboo stick hit the child's directly. "Who taught you to treat others like this? What if someone dies? Can you afford it? You dare to push me? Don't you have any family education? Woo woo woo. Don't hit me. I'm going to tell my mother. I'm going to tell my grandmother." The little boy struggled in Jiangning's hands. His was burning with pain, and he cried very sadly. Jiangning slapped him on the twice, and then stopped. She was more worried about Zhiqi now. She saw with her own eyes that the boy pushed Zhiqi into the water just now. She also had some impression of this child. The fat boy was also there when Zhiqi was bullied yesterday. "Zhiqi, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Do they bully you often?" Zhiqi didn't expect to see Jiangning here. She even beat Wang Xiaotian for him. When Wang Xiaotian and others beat him in the past, he complained to Aunt Wang and Grandma Wang. Aunt Wang would kindly give him a candy and then scold Wang Xiaotian. Grandma Wang warned him not to tell Uncle Wang about this, otherwise she would not give him food. He had never experienced the feeling of being cared for and protected by others. Zhiqi looked at Jiangning's worried expression and suddenly exploded with grievances, but he held back his tears. Fine. Jiangning saw the wound on his arm, which was obviously caused by someone beating him. She was immediately furious. "You tell me this is okay?" After a pause, she asked, "What are you doing here? Don't you know that it's dangerous near the water?" As she spoke, she took out a handkerchief to wipe the water stains on Zhiqi's body. Zhiqi lowered his head and said, "I'm here to catch fish." Jiangning frowned and was about to scold him again. Then she heard the little guy say again, "Sister, you have a pond at home. Don't you want to raise fish? I know there is a kind of beautiful fish in this stream, which can be raised in your pond." Jiangning was so angry that the words she was about to blurt out were stuck in her throat. She lowered her head and looked at the fish he was holding tightly in his arms. 7-star thunder dragonfish. An edible and ornamental fish. The scales on its body are bright in color, and the combination of black spots and multiple sequins forms a unique and beautiful pattern. Jiangning asked, "Did you come here to catch fish for me?" Zhiqi nodded. He grew up by the water and was a good swimmer. He could tell where the water was deep and where it was shallow. After seeing that Sister Jiang and Uncle Shen had a pond yesterday, he thought about coming here to catch fish. It happened that he had seen a beautiful fish here. But he didn't expect Wang Xiaotian and the others to skip classes and follow him, and even wanted to steal his fish. He has been living in Wang Xiaotian's house. After he was bullied for the first time and complained to no avail, he bullied him even more. He endured all of this, but the fish was for Sister Jiang, and he couldn't give it to her, so he was pushed into the water and bullied. Zhiqi observed Jiangning's expression, and seeing that Jiangning's expression was not good, he lowered his head and dared not say a word. Even if Sister Jiang wanted to beat him, he wouldn't say anything. After all, Wang Xiaotian was beaten so badly just now. Jiang Ning wiped the water stains on his body with a handkerchief and then took the clothes that Zhiqi had neatly placed next to him and put them on him. After dressing Zhiqi, Jiang Ning took his hand. Let's go down. Zhiqi was led by Jiang Ning. From time to time, he paid attention to Jiang Ning's hand, which was warm and cozy. When going down, Jiang Ning slipped on the moss. Fortunately, Zhiqi pulled her and prevented her from sliding down like a slide. When Sister Li saw Jiang Ning coming down, she greeted her and said, "Sister Jiang, I put the fish in your bucket." Then she saw that Jiang Ning was dirty and covered with mud. "What happened to you? Did you fall?" "It's a small matter." Jiang Ning ignored the dirt on her body and walked over to take a look. There were 2 grass carps in the bucket. "Sister Li, why did you give 2? 1 is enough." She didn't catch fish herself and felt embarrassed. Sister Li waved her hand and said generously, "It's okay. 2 nets and 4 fish, 2 for you and 2 for me. It's enough to eat." "Okay, thank you, Sister Li." Jiang Ning was not pretentious. After talking to Sister Li, she turned to look at Zhiqi. "Zhiqi, put the fish in the bucket." Zhiqi nodded and put the fish in his arms into the bucket. Sister Li also saw it, came over to take a look and said, "Oh, why is this fish different from the black grass carp? It's pretty good looking. This is a 7-star thunder dragon fish, not a grass carp." Sister Li nodded as if she understood. "Sister Jiang, you know a lot." Just as Jiang Ning was about to say something, she heard someone yelling and cursing, "Who the Hades beat up my darling grandson?" Her shout made many women who were washing clothes by the stream look over. Wang Xiaotian, who was being led by his grandmother, saw Jiang Ning and pointed at her and said, "Grandma, this woman beat me. Oh, it hurts." Jiang Ning raised her eyes and met a pair of sarcastic faces. The aggressive look was obviously looking for trouble. She also saw the child who had just been beaten twice by her with a bamboo stick. It turned out that he came to ask for help. Old Lady Wang walked up to Jiang Ning aggressively. Her eyes were so vicious that she seemed to want to eat her up. She said indignantly, "You're the one who beat up my grandson? What's your name?" "Yang Ning." Jiang Ning flicked her hair. "Your grandson is not referring to me? Are you blind?" Old Lady Wang was so angry that her face was grim. She began to look Jiang Ning up and down. "You woman, you admit that you beat my grandson." Jiang Ning nodded with an indifferent expression. "I did it, that's right." Old Lady Wang had never seen anyone who was so righteous after beating someone. She pointed at Jiang Ning angrily. You. She kept saying you for a long time, as if she didn't know how to refute Jiang Ning. She said some dirty words that Jiang Ning couldn't understand. The onlookers frowned when they heard it. Jiang Ning didn't understand but knew it was not a good thing. After the old lady finished her words, Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows and looked at her. "You are so old. Don't be so angry. Be careful of excessive liver fire and liver qi stagnation, which will shorten your life." The words were dragged out, which was so infuriating that it was almost infuriating.
Puffed.
Sister Li at the side didn't expect Jiang Ning's mouth to be so powerful. She couldn't help laughing out loud without using any dirty words. Some low laughter was also heard around. Old Lady Wang's son is a leader. How could he have suffered such a loss? If there weren't some people around, she would have slapped this little witch a few times for daring to say such things. Old Lady Wang was so angry that the flesh on her face was squeezed into a lump, which was very ugly. "Since you admit that you beat my grandson, apologize to my grandson."
Jiang Ning narrowed his eyes.
"Annie, why don't you ask your grandson why I beat him? I am a cultured person. I beat your grandson because he made a mistake." Sister Li spoke at the right time. "Yes, Aunt Wang, I think this matter should be made clear." Someone else echoed. "Just make it clear. Don't hurt the harmony." Old Mrs. Wang stubbornly protected her grandson, not caring what the people around her said. Besides, her son was a high-ranking official and was not afraid of these people at all. Then she said to Jiang Ning righteously, "Even if my grandson made a mistake, you shouldn't beat him. He is not your child, and it is not your turn to teach him a lesson. What if it is a serious mistake involving human life? Do you have to teach him a lesson only after he commits a crime? If a son is not taught, it is the fault of the father. I think I should talk to the head of your family, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. Old Mrs. Wang stuttered. What? What serious matter involving human life? My child is only a few years old. How could he do such a thing? Jiang Ming said with her arms around her chest. Okay, then you ask him what happened just now. Old Mrs. Wang turned to look at her grandson, Xiao Yan. Tell me, why did she hit you? Wang Xiao Yan pointed upwards and said, Zhiqi caught a fish up there, and Xiaodi and I wanted to bring the fish back for Grandma, but Zhiqi refused to give it to me. Grandma, you clearly said that Zhiqi's things belonged to Xiaodi and me, but when we asked him for the fish, he refused to give it to us, so I pushed his head into the water. We were just joking and Zhiqi was fine, but this woman rushed up and spanked me with a bamboo stick. Grandma, my still hurts now, can you help me spank her? Old Lady Wang thought what she heard before was normal, because what Xiao Tian said was all true. It was too late for her to cover her grandson's mouth until the words came out. Children of this age always say what they want and don't read other people's faces. What's more, the two brothers of the Wang family did not grow up under someone else's roof like Zhiqi, but were spoiled by Old Lady Wang and had bad habits. They didn't know that some things can be said, and some can't be said. Hearing this, Jiang Ming frowned. She knew that the child was vicious. She thought it was just a child who was angry and didn't know the severity of the situation. It turned out that someone taught him this way. With such a grandmother and grandson, how much grievances must Zhiqi have suffered in his life under someone else's roof? The child spoke these words without restraint, and everyone who came to watch the excitement heard it. The people watching around started talking about it. The people present were all military dependents living in the family compound, and the neighbors knew each other. They were relatively unfamiliar with the beautiful girl who was arguing with Old Lady Wang, but everyone knew Old Lady Wang. She was famous for being greedy for petty gains, and even took advantage of her son being a leader to show off. But many people looked at her as an old lady and didn't bother with her. They all knew Zhiqi. It was well known that Chief Wang adopted the orphans of his soldiers, but Old Lady Wang had never admitted it, saying that when there was a better family, she would send Zhiqi to raise. Chief Wang couldn't persuade his mother, so he told the public that Zhiqi was fostered in his home. Although those who knew Zhiqi's life experience sighed, there were only a few people who really lent a helping hand. But, you shouldn't hit my child. You should apologize to my child first. Old Mrs. Wang couldn't help but stutter, and brought the topic back to Jiang Ning's beating of the child. Jiang Ning sneered in her heart, but pretended to be innocent. This child has no respect for his age. He pushed me when he saw me. Look at me, there is so much mud on my body and he didn't apologize to me, so Jiang Ning sniffed and said, I only hit him twice. If you, old lady, think I should apologize, then I can apologize, but I hope this apology should be made in front of your grandson's father. When facing such an extreme old lady, you have to use magic to defeat magic. Jiang Ning was not lying, because the child pushed her in the first place. Jiang Ning's crying made Sister Li furious. This was not her family's business. She could keep silent, but she really couldn't listen any longer. Why should the victim apologize to the abuser? Sister Li said, Aunt Wang, you are too unkind. It was your Wang Xiaotian who was wrong first. Now that you know the whole story, why don't you apologize first and keep asking Sister Jiang to apologize? Should Sister Jiang be bullied just because she has a good temper? What's the logic? Hey, I heard from my son that the child from Chief Wang's family often pulls the pigtails of female classmates. Just now I was shocked when I heard Wang Xiaotian say that he pushed Zhiqi into the water. He is so young now, what will happen in the future? It seems that I have to keep my son away from the Wang family. The sound of pointing and talking around made Mrs. Wang blush. She wanted to explain there must be some misunderstanding. How could my child do such a thing? He is still young, and sometimes he does things without thinking. Jiang Ning's eyes flashed with mockery. On the one hand, she said it was a misunderstanding, and on the other hand, she said that he was still young and did not do things without thinking. What she said was irrelevant. This farce took a long time to end. Jiangning turned to ask Zhiqi, Zhiqi, what do you want to do about this? Sister Jiang, I'm fine. Zhiqi grabbed the corner of Jiangning's clothes and then plucked up the courage to say, but I hope Wang Xiaotian will apologize to me. Jiangning felt a little disappointed when she heard the first sentence, but raised her eyebrows when she heard the second sentence. She was really worried that Zhiqi would make a big deal out of it because he was living under someone else's roof and did not dare to offend the other party. She didn't plan to let the matter go like this. She wanted to go back and tell Shen Mo, considering how much Shen Mo cares about Zhiqi, he should go to the Wang family and talk to him. Did you hear that? Jiangning looked at Wang Xiaotian, who was being led by old lady Wang. Come here and apologize to Zhiqi. Wang Xiaotian had never been spanked since he was born. The feeling of being spanked just now made him inexplicably afraid of Jiangning psychologically. Seeing Jiangning talking to him, he subconsciously hid behind his grandmother. He is still a child. Why are you asking him to apologize? Old lady Wang looked annoyed and her face was dark, but soon she thought of something and the expression on her face suddenly brightened. Zhiqi is also a child of our family. They are brothers, and some small fights between brothers are not excessive. Apologize. Jiangning's eyebrows turned cold, and she continued to look at Wang Xiaotian. Otherwise, I will tell your father about this matter, and it will not be as simple as being spanked twice by me. Wang Xiaotian was a little afraid of Jiangning to begin with, and now he heard Jiangning mention his father. He quickly apologized to Zhiqi. Yes, I'm sorry. After Wang Xiaotian apologized, he was dragged away by old lady Wang, cursing. Sister Li sighed. Oh, this old lady of the Wang family is notoriously difficult to deal with in the compound. After that, she leaned close to Jiangning and whispered, I think Zhiqi will be scolded when he returns to Chief Wang's house today. Who doesn't love their own children? Besides, this old lady, Wang, is not an easy person to get along with. Zhiqi also lowered his head slightly so that Jiangning could not see his face. Jiangning thought at first that the child was too sensitive. He lowered his head and pretended to be a coward after a little teasing. It turned out like this because the other party was too vicious. Jiangning was not a pushover. She just felt that this child had a good relationship with her. After all, when she first came to Kyoto, it was this child who accompanied her for a few days. She was strong inside, but she also had times when she was at a loss. Facing a strange world, strange people, and some strange relationships, if she had been waiting for Shen Mo for those few days alone, she might really go crazy. Forget it, don't think too much. Jiangning took Zhiqi's hand. Let's go to my sister's house. I'll make you something delicious. When Shen Mo returned to the family compound after training in the morning, he found that many people were looking at him. He and Jiangning had just moved to the family compound a few days ago. He was a stranger, so it was normal for everyone to be curious about him. He didn't care about the gazes. When he was still a few minutes away from his home, Shen Mo was stopped by someone. Shen Mo has been doing missions frequently in recent years, and he inexplicably gives people a bloody feeling. Old lady Wang was waiting for Shen Mo. He was stunned when he saw Shen Mo. Every time they met, she felt that this young man had more aura than his son. But what if he has more aura? He still doesn't have a higher position than her son. The one named Jiangning is your wife, right? Hearing his wife's name, Shen Mo stopped, and his eagle-like eyes fell on old lady Wang.
Yes. His tone was still calm.
Old lady Wang didn't have much interaction with him, but seeing Shen Mo's physique, she knew that he must be able to control his wife. Jiangning, that little witch, could pick on her, an elder, because of a small matter. It was obvious that she had not been punished enough. Humph, let's see how Shen Mo would deal with her when he goes back after she tells him. Then he spoke in a tone of earnest admonition. Xiao Shen, you have to control your wife. This woman is getting more and more unrestrained and demanding. Look, she just came to join the army, and she doesn't even have basic manners, and she dares to pick on me, an elder. If you don't control her well, I think she will pick on you in the future. Besides, she looks like a. She might even cuckold you in the future. Shen Mo didn't have a good impression of the old lady in Chief Wang's family. She was sarcastic and liked to say unpleasant things. At first, She slandered Zhiqi for stealing money and made trouble in front of him. Later, he found out that she had forgotten the money somewhere in the house. As for whether she forgot it or hid it secretly, it was unknown. Shen Mo's face was extremely cold. "Do I need you to say something about my wife's character?" Old Mrs. Wang couldn't hear the emotions in Shen Mo's words. She thought Shen Mo had heard her words. After all, you can't judge a person by his face. "Xiao Shen, I think you should be more careful." Old Mrs. Wang. Shen Mo interrupted her. His expression gradually turned cold, and his low voice was filled with resentment. "Jiang Ning is my wife, and what you said just now is an insult to my wife." He raised his cold eyes and continued, "If I hear such insults to my wife's reputation in the future, I don't mind sending you to the Public Security Bureau." "What do you mean? Can't you hear that I'm helping you, so that you can be on guard in advance?" Old Mrs. Wang widened her eyes and stared at Shen Mo. "Your wife has that seductive look. Isn't it the best to men?" Shen Mo suddenly reached out and grabbed old Mrs. Wang. "Let's go to the Public Security Bureau now." Old Mrs. Wang didn't expect him to be serious and immediately struggled, waving her arms and legs. "What are you doing?" "I'm not going." Shen Mo swept his eyes coldly over old Mrs. Wang and retracted his hand. "This is a warning. If you slander my wife again, we'll meet at the Public Security Bureau." Shen Mo turned and walked away, but stopped and turned back after taking 2 steps. What are you doing? I won't go to the Public Security Bureau with you." Old Mrs. Wang was shocked. After all, Shen Mo didn't sound like a joke when he said he would take her to the police station. Shen Mo's eyes were full of indifference, and he said in a cold voice, "Not to mention that my wife will not find another man. If she suddenly finds another man one day, it is because I have not treated her well and disappointed her, so she no longer chooses me, but chooses someone else." After saying this, Shen Mo strode away, leaving old Lady Wang, whose face was pale and blue, standing there. Back in the yard, Jiang Ning took out a grass carp from the bucket, knocked it unconscious, and threw it on the chopping board. The other 2 were still swimming happily in the bucket. The cement in the pool had just dried, and the water had not been pumped back in. Shen Mo said he would come back to do it after he got off the training. Jiang Ning saw that it was almost time, so she scraped the scales of the grass carp, cut open its belly, and took out the internal organs. Zhiqi stared blankly at her as she handled the grass carp with a knife, and then thought of Jiang Ning whipping Wang Xiaoyans with a bamboo stick, and he shuddered. If he also made a mistake and Sister Jiang wanted to beat him, he was willing to let Sister Jiang beat him. "Zhiqi." Jiang Ning didn't wait for a response for a long time and called again.
"Zhiqi?"
What's wrong?" Zhiqi came to his senses. Jiang Ning nodded her chin towards the stove, her eyes bright. "Spark the fire. We're having spicy boiled fish today." "Oh, okay." After agreeing, Zhiqi neatly held the firewood and lit the fire. After doing the preliminary preparations, he heated up the oil in the pot. Jiang Ning was willing to add oil, vegetable oil, and half a spoonful of lard to add flavor. After the pot was heated, put it down. Sauté the dried chili pepper, onions, and garlic until fragrant, then add the bean paste and stir-fry the red oil. Add a little wine and add water, and bring to a boil. After boiling, add MSG, salt, and other seasonings, then add the fish to the red oil. Boil the soup for a while, and then add some garnishes. Thea and Lemon are willing to add oil and ingredients. The aroma comes out. Zhiqi looks into the pot frequently and salivates. Sister Jiang's cooking is really delicious. Unlike Aunt Wang and Grandma Wang, who cut the meat into very small pieces when cooking, the oil used for frying the vegetables was still the oil that was forced out of the meat. Jiang Ning steamed it in the morning and didn't eat it. The finished buns were steamed again. After they were hot, Jiang Ning took out one and handed it to Zhiqi. Seeing that he didn't take it, she pushed the bun to him and said, "You're greedy. Eat it quickly. Your Uncle Shin still has a while. Come back and eat some steamed buns to satisfy your craving." Passing the buns to Zhiqi, Jiang Ning continued to stare at the pot. After cooking, he took it out of the pot and put it on a plate. Sprinkle a layer of pepper noodles, garlic, and green onion on the fish, and then put a little more oil and chili in the pot. It was fragrant, and the hot oil was poured onto the fish. The spicy and delicious smell hit her nostrils, and Jiangning was greedy. Smelling the spicy smell, Jiangning had already thought about what to do with the other grass carp, waiting for her to find time to cook some pickled cabbage so you can make pickled fish. Once the pot of spicy fish is ready, there is no need to do anything else. Jiangning took advantage of this and started cleaning the kitchen. Then he rolled up his sleeves and came over. "Sister Jiang, let me wash these things." Jiangning was squeezed away by him, and the stove was just within his reach. She couldn't help laughing. How could this child be like Shen Mo, as if he was afraid that she would do some dirty work? Shen Mo walked into the house. I smelled the aroma of home and saw Zhiqi washing the dishes, while Jiangning watched with a satisfied smile on her face. After washing the dishes, Jiangning peeled the dishes with her green hands. He bought a piece of candy and fed it to Zhiqi himself. Didn't that kid have any hands? Moreover, when he was cleaning up the kitchen, Jiangning wasn't watching him from the corner of his eye. Threw the candy wrapper into the stove. "You're back. The meal is ready. Wash your hands and eat." As soon as Shen Mo entered the door, he smelled the alluring spicy smell in the yard. He raised his hand to touch his stomach. He was indeed hungry, but he couldn't eat spicy food very well. Jiangning had 3 bowls. The rice was brought to the main room with Zhiqi. Shen Mo washed his hands and went to the main room. Jiangning was walking into the room with a bowl of steamed eggs. Then he saw Jiangning pushing the bowl of steamed eggs to Zhiqi. "Odd. This is specially steamed for you. You are too thin and need more nutrition." The steamed eggs were gone, so Shen Mo had to eat spicy fish. Jiangning is really good at cooking. No matter what the ingredients are, her cooking is more delicious than the ones in state-owned restaurants. The fish was handled very well by Jiangning. Okay, most of the thorns have been removed, and the fishy smell is completely covered by the smell of chili pepper, making people feel no fishy smell at all. Shen Mo eats very little and keeps grinding rice. A mouthful of spicy fish requires 2 big mouthfuls of rice. Zhiqi is a food for spicy food. He took one bite after another of the spicy fish. It was so spicy that he couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Jiangning was worried that his stomach wouldn't be able to bear it when he saw it. "Zhiqi, eat less fish, it's too spicy." "He's not that squeamish," Shen Mo said suddenly. Jiangning then turned to look at Shen Mo, suddenly picked up a chopstick and put it in his bowl. "The stomach of a child is not as good as that of an adult. You can eat more." She just likes to watch other people eating, especially the food she cooks herself. The more she watches, the more appetitive she gets. Shen Mo looked at the dish Jiangning put in the bowl with a dazed expression. This was the first time Jiangning put it for him.
Food.
Looking at the chili in the bowl, he was heartbroken and ate the chili with the fish. Jiangning only liked spicy food, but didn't like chili. Seeing that Shen Mo's face didn't change, he gave the chili to him. After eating, she said in surprise, "So, you like spicy food so much, then I can add more chili peppers in cooking from now on." The spicy fish she made this time is not particularly spicy. It can only be considered mildly spicy. Even people who can't eat spicy food can take 2 bites. But it's one thing if it doesn't taste spicy. A whole chili is. A bowl of spicy food was several times more spicy. Shen Mo's ability to eat chili peppers proved that he was very good at spicy food. When Jiangning was full, she held her head and watched the 2 men in the room eating. Zhiqi was okay, but her mouth was red from the spicy food. Shen Mo was sweating all over his forehead. You can learn to eat spicy food. If you slowly increase the spiciness, you can eat it naturally. This is what she learned from eating hot pot 20 times a month. Ning gave Shen Mo some vegetables, including chili peppers or fish. Did something happen today? After finishing the meal, Shen Mo picked up a topic to talk about. Jiangning raised her eyebrows, took the last piece of fish in the bowl and put it into her mouth. Who told you something? Shen Mo remembered what Mrs. Wang said, and his expression was a little ugly. Well, I met Mrs. Wang on the way back, and she said something to me. Jiangning frowned and said, "Are you talking about me beating her grandson?
Does this matter have any impact on you?"
Shen Mo suddenly mentioned this matter, but someone else might have thought that he was here to ask questions. After all, the Wang family member has a higher position than Shen Mo. But Jiang Ning didn't think he would. Shen Mo took a big drink of water from the enamel jar and heard he was surprised at this. Hit her grandson?
Jiang Ning, so you don't know?
She laughed again, with a sly look in her eyes. I gave him a meal of fried pork with bamboo shoots. Looking at her bright eyes, Shen Mo's eyes were also full of smiles. Jiang Ning briefly talked about what happened this morning. When he heard that Wang Xiaotian pushed Zhiqi's head into the water, her face darkened. She had never seen this man look angry before. Looking at his increasingly frightening expression, Jiang Ning knew that he was really angry. It was not a false relationship in the workplace many years later, but a life-and-death friendship forged on the battlefield. From the moment she knew that Zhiqi's father was a comrade of Shen Mo, she knew that Shen Mo could not let go of the child. She had an idea that Shen Mo would not agree. Shen Mo looked at Zhiqi and said, Zhiqi, do they often do this? Not often. Zhiqi shook his head. I gave them the things, and they didn't do anything. Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti were afraid of water and did not dare to go into the water at all. Every time they asked him to go into the water to catch fish, and then the two brothers snatched it away and claimed that they had caught it. Jiang Ning saw those children do it with her own eyes, and she deeply felt realizing it. The joints crackled. These naughty kids just need a beating now, and they will be honest after a beating. Shen Mo looked at her jealous look, and the anger in his heart disappeared a lot. After lunch, Zhiqi volunteered to wash the dishes again, and Jiang Ning gave him the task of washing the dishes without any burden. When Shen Mo saw someone snatching his dishwashing job, he went to the door and picked up a bucket and pole. Jiang Ning, who was walking around to eat, asked him, Where are you going? Shen Mo put the pole on his shoulders and said, Go to the river to fetch water. The water at home cannot support wild fish. I'll go with you. Jiang Ning wanted to talk to Shen Mo alone. Then she turned her head towards the kitchen and said, Zhiqi, take good care of your home. After saying that, Jiang Ning followed Shen Mo and left, leaving Zhiqi alone in the huge yard in the wind. The bedroom on the other side of the main room was also wide open. When she was at the Wang family, Grandma Wang was afraid of him. His hands and feet were unclean, and he stole things. Whenever he was at home, several doors in the house were locked. Even when the Wang family went out to visit relatives, Grandma Wang would not take him with her and would kick him out of the house and let him stay outside. When they came back, they let him go home. Zhiqi turned his head and saw that the door to the courtyard was open. He rolled his eyes and moved a stool from the main room to the center of the courtyard, whereupon Zhiqi sat down. Shen Mo and Jiang Ning, who were going out to fetch water, didn't know that there was a little doorkeeper in the house. Playing with the grass on the roadside, she was thinking about how to speak. After thinking for a long time, she decided to go straight. How about we adopt Zhiqi? Clang, the sound of something falling to the ground. Jiang Ning watched the bucket on the ground roll twice, and she stretched out her feet to stop it. Such a big reaction? Jiang Ning asked doubtfully, Have you never thought of adopting Zhiqi? She thought Shen Mo cared about Zhiqi very much and was thinking about this child in his heart, and he must have thought about adopting him. When she was about to bend down to pick up the bucket, Shen Mo picked up the bucket first and put it back on his shoulder. Are you really willing to adopt Zhiqi?
Yes.
Jiang Ning nodded. If you don't want to, why should I mention this to you? Shen Mo was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that she was really willing to adopt Zhiqi. He was worried that she was just in a whim. After thinking about it, he decided to tell her his true thoughts. Daughter-in-law. Yang Nink. The 3 words daughter-in-law almost came out of his mouth, but he stopped in time for fear that Jiang Ning would feel uncomfortable. He took a step towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning raised her head slightly and could only see his jawline. There was a bit of rigor and solemnity on his angular face. He said, If we adopt this child, we need to be responsible for him until he reaches adulthood. We have to teach him to distinguish between good and bad, and teach him what good morals are. Raising a child is not playing house, but a burden that falls on you. Jiang Ning, have you really thought about it? When Shen Mo said these words, he stared at Jiang Ning without blinking. He waited, waiting for Jiang Ning to give an answer. He also respected any choice of Jiang Ning. Jiangning raised her head again, this time meeting Shen Mo's eyes. The proposal to adopt Zhiqi was sincere, but also a test. She was testing whether Shen Mo was willing to adopt Zhiqi. You can know a person's face, but not his heart. There are some people who can only talk but not do. Two-faced, and Shen Mo's answer surprised her and satisfied her. She has studied psychological analysis and is confident in her vision. In this special era, facing all the unfamiliar insecurities, Shen Mo seems to have been giving her a sense of security. This sense of security comes from his words and deeds. Many people can pretend to act. If Shen Mo wants to pretend, he doesn't take her words seriously, and he doesn't have to go through all the hardships to find the yard she wants for her. There is no need to go her way in everything. She is a daughter abandoned by the Jiang family, without the support of her natal family, and without any valuables. Shen Mo has many ways to control her. Shen Mo is good to her. She is not blind, she can see it, and she has to admit that she has the idea of living a good life with this man. Shen Mo Jiangning looked him straight in the eyes. I really have thought it through. Shen Mo still hesitated a little, his face was gloomy. Taking care of a child is troublesome. Now that I have one, I have to teach him well. Zhiqi is 8 years old, and he is not a baby anymore. He can still help me with housework. It doesn't take much effort. It just so happens that I am quite afraid of having a child. Raising Zhiqi is just a practice in advance. Jiangning rubbed his hands and said, painless motherhood, how wonderful.
Shen Mo tuck.
Why does this girl think completely differently from other people? He soon remembered what she meant by her words just now. Practice in advance? Does she plan to have children in the future? It would be great if she was with him. After carrying water twice, the small pool in the yard was filled. Shen Mo was going to the camp in the afternoon. Before going to the camp, he went to the office of Captain Li. In the evening, when Commander Wang got home, he called Zhiqi to his study. Commander Wang is in a high position and has the final say in the Wang family. He never cares about family affairs, leaving them to his wife and mother. But today, Captain Li sent a message saying that Shen Mo wants to adopt Zhiqi. Zhiqi has been raised in his home for 3 years. He has also thought about raising Zhiqi in the Wang family. With the current situation of the Wang family, it is not difficult to raise one more child, and raising a soldier's orphan will also be good for his reputation. But his mother always nags in his ear, asking him when he will send Zhiqi away. His mother's character is the kind that will not give up until she achieves her goal. He is tired of dealing with it, so he thinks that it will be okay to give more money. But for 3 years, the old lady is still like this. Li Bin suddenly came to him and told him that Shen Mo wanted to adopt Zhiqi. He did not agree for the time being, but thought that he should come to ask the child's opinion. After all, the child has been raised in his home for 3 years, and he still has some feelings for him. Zhiqi, your uncle Shen Mo has proposed to adopt you. Do you want to go? Hearing this, Zhiqi, who had originally lowered his head, suddenly raised his head. Wang Jianwei could see Zhiqi's appearance clearly then. In his impression, Zhiqi always lowered his head at home, even when eating. If there was nothing to do, the child would stay in the room and would not come out. When he first started school, he was still concerned about the child's studies. Later, his wife told him that the child could not concentrate on his studies and his grades were not good, so he did not care about it anymore. The little figure standing in front of the desk. Usually when he went out, he always liked to compare the height of his 2 sons with him, but Zhiqi was very small, more than half a head shorter than his sons. He remembered that the child seemed to be the same age as his 2 sons. Why is there such a big difference in height? Zhiqi asked cautiously, did Uncle Shen really say that he wanted to adopt me? Wang Jianwei nodded. Well, the adoption reports he made are all here with me. If you don't want to go to Shen Mo's house, I can help you refuse. Zhiqi was stared at by him, and he lowered his head again after a while. Wang Jianwei saw that he lowered his head, and it seemed that the child didn't want to go to Shen Mo's house very much. He was about to speak, if you don't go, I will. I want to go. Zhiqi spoke. Wang Jianwei saw that he raised his head again, his eyes sparkling. I want to go to Uncle Shen's house. Seeing that the child was willing to go to Shen Mo's house, Wang Jianwei didn't know what to say, so he raised his hand to signal him to go out. Wang Jianwei sat at his desk, thinking about this matter in his mind. Although his mother proposed to adopt Zhiqi only temporarily at that time, he had already tacitly accepted that Zhiqi was a member of the Wang family. What's more, when he adopted Zhiqi, he was still commended, and the people above him had always praised him. He thought that Zhiqi would not agree to let Shen Mo adopt him, but Zhiqi agreed, which was indeed beyond his expectations. He usually doesn't take care of the children. It's all taken care of by his wife and mother. His wife went to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy things. It seems that he has to go and talk to his mother. Usually, his mother and others take care of the children, and the children must be closer to them. Wang Jianwei is a man of action. When he made a decision, he left the study and went to the kitchen in the backyard to find his mother. He is usually very busy and never sets foot in the kitchen. As soon as he walked to the kitchen door, he heard his mother's sharp and piercing voice. "What's wrong with you, kid, today? Don't you know how to burn firewood?" As Mrs. Wang said this, she angrily stretched out her hand and pinched Zhiqi's arm. Then she picked up 2 baked pancakes and handed them to her grandsons who were laughing and playing beside her. "Shouty on, shouty, the pancakes are cold and can be eaten." Zhiqi looked up and was caught by Mrs. Wang's sharp eyes. She looked sarcastic. "Look, what are you looking at? Light your fire or you won't have any food tonight." Such a fuss today was all caused by this money loser. Her poor grandson suffered a lot. Her beloved grandson, whom she treated as the apple of her eye, was beaten by others. So when Zhiqi came back in the afternoon, she never gave him a good face. Wang Jianwei did not expect to see such a scene in the kitchen, and his face suddenly became embarrassed. A cold voice suddenly sounded in the kitchen. "Mom, is this how you treat your child when I'm not around?" His sudden voice startled the old lady. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw it was her son, but frowned when she remembered what her son said. "How did I treat the children?" "I treated them well." "Wang Jianwei, then why didn't you give Zhiqi the cake?" "And you pinched him?" "The child was disobedient, so what if I pinched him a few times?" Old Lady Wang didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior. Wang Jianwei frowned. He was not blind. "They are all children of the Wang family. Why are you so partial to those 2 guys?" Old Lady Wang was not afraid of her own son at all. She immediately put her hands on her waist and said unyieldingly, "What's wrong with me being partial to my own grandson? What's wrong with me being partial?"
Mom.
Wang Jianwei was really annoyed by his mother's relentless attitude. Every time he dealt with household chores, he had a headache. He was also annoyed because of some trivial matters that caused unrest in the home. Old Mrs. Wang spoke again. "I have told you many times to send this child away, but you didn't listen. Food, clothing, housing, and transportation all cost money. Your money didn't come from the wind, so how can you spend it on outsiders?" In the past, the old lady had said such words to him alone, but this time she said it directly in front of the child. Wang Jianwei's face looked a little ugly, and he glanced at Zhiqi, who lowered his head. The old lady could say it in front of the child, so it was obvious that this was not the first time the child had heard such words. Wang Jianwei was angry at his negligence, but he could only sigh about these things at home. Since Shen Mo took the initiative to adopt Zhiqi, it was also an opportunity. He said lightly, "In that case, Zhiqi, move to your Uncle Shen's house tomorrow." Mrs. Wang didn't expect to hear her son say that the money-losing family was going to move away, and her face immediately lit up with joy. Of course, she was happy that there was one less burden at home. When she heard her son say that his surname was Shen, she asked, "Shen? Is it the Xiao Shen who lives next door to Xiaoli's house?" Wang Jianwei didn't really want to talk to her now, so he turned around and walked out of the kitchen without saying anything. "TSK, TSK, TSK." The old lady clicked her tongue a few times and said, "The daughter-in-law of Xiao Shen's family is not easy to get along with. As for Xiao Shen, he also listens to his wife's words. I'm afraid this child has not had any good fruits in the past." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhiqi, who was still lighting the fire, suddenly stood up, grabbed old Mrs. Wang's hand and bit it. The old lady screamed in pain and pushed Zhiqi viciously. He staggered and sat on the ground, but instead of crying, he said with a stubborn look, "Sister Jiang is very nice." The sun left, and the old lady's ugly face was revealed again. "I just helped you once, and I thought she was better. She is really an ignorant wolf. When you go to her house, do you think she can do it again? We'll be good to you." The old lady sighed and said, "Who will really be kind to a child who has nothing to do with her? I'll wait and see. Don't cry and beg to come back when the time comes. My family doesn't accept money-losing goods." Zhiqi's hands hanging by his side were clenched into fists, and his eyes were red. Just now, Uncle Wang said that when Uncle Shen wanted to adopt him, he was really happy. He was so happy that he even forgot to light the fire, and then Grandma Wang scolded her. Uncle Shen was kind to him, and Sister Jiang was also kind to him. Grandma Wang's words were not pleasant, but one thing she said was right. He didn't know if Sister Jiang would stay with her when he arrived.
He was so kind to him.
After his mother passed away, he lived with his uncle for a year. When his mother was still alive, his uncle's family was very kind to them and often helped them and gave them food. But after his mother passed away, his father had no time to go home. He took him away and stayed at his uncle's house. It was fine at first, but soon the attitude of his uncle's family began to change. Everything in the house was secretly hidden and given to his younger siblings, and they were never given to him. Give him less meat. Every time he eats meat, his father will send money to his uncle's house every month, and his uncle will give him some meat. Later, his father comes to pick him up. He is very happy and spends time with his father in the army.
It was a very happy time. His father was kind to him, and his uncles were also kind to him.
Later, his father died for the country and passed away. He read a lot of books and knew what it means to die, and what it means to die for the country.
Dad.
He was very proud. After his father died for the country, his belonging became an issue again. After several twists and turns, he was temporarily adopted by Uncle Wang's family. At first, Uncle Wang's family treated him very well, and Uncle Wang also cared about him. From time to time, he asked him if he was living well and also gave him meat. Later, when Uncle Wang became busy, Aunt Wang began to be perfunctory. Grandma Wang didn't like him in the first place, and she kept waiting for her grandson for anything delicious, thinking that when he grows up, he won't have such a day anymore. If Sister Jiang changes later, he might really cry. Shen Mo is an activist. When Jiang Ning got up the next day, she heard Shen Mo saying that she would pick Zhiqi home after training. Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "So soon? A child is suddenly going to be welcomed into the family, and Jiang Ning is not prepared. Is it going to be 2 days late?" Shen Mo was surprised when he saw her and wondered if he was too anxious. Jiang Ning nodded. "I'm a little anxious." Shen Mo lowered his head, standing there like a tall bear. Jiang Ning added, "The child's room hasn't been vacated for him yet. Where will he live when he gets home? Go quickly and tidy up the house you live in for Zhiqi, change him to a clean bedding, and then make him a small wardrobe. The child must have some privacy. By the way, can you see if you can do it again? Get him a small desk somewhere to put in the room." After Jiang Ning finished speaking, she saw that Shen Mo was motionless. She walked over and pushed his back. "Go and clean up quickly." Shen Mo was pushed into the house by Jiang Ning, and then he tidied it up honestly. Shen Mo's room only had one bed, and he came out with a quilt and several sets of clothes. He held the quilt and stood in the yard. After carrying the quilt out, he suddenly felt a little confused. No, if he took out his quilt, where would he sleep? Jiang Ning came out with a clean quilt and saw him still in the yard, and walked over. What are you doing standing here? Put things in the house." "Put it? Where to put it?" "In the house." Jiang Ning pointed to the room and saw the clothes on his quilt. "Put the clothes in the closet. I will leave some space for you. Remember to take out the quilt cover and wash it." Shen Mo's body was completely frozen there. Just now, his wife told him to go to her room. Jiang Ning went into the hut and made the bed. When she came out, she saw Shen Mo standing stiffly. Jiang Ning looked at him for a while, holding the quilt in place, with veins popping out. She suddenly wanted to tease him, stepped closer, and then stretched out a jade-like finger to touch his exposed thigh. She poked her head. Sure enough, it was stiff like the others. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Don't you dare to go in?" Shen Mo didn't say anything. Jiangning got addicted to poking and poked him again. When Zhiqi moves in, we will sleep together. How can you do this? Sleep. Sleep together? Jiangning saw some sweat stains gathering on his forehead and suddenly laughed out loud. Jiangning pushed him away. Okay, coming quickly. Shen Mo, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, was pushed by her so easily. When he walked into the house, the lighting in the room was very good. The white curtains were blown by a wisp of morning wind, and they felt like they were floating in the air. There was a faint fragrance that entered the nose. Under the windowsill was a wooden table with skincare products and the like. Shen Mo saw himself in the mirror. He was clearly standing in the room. Xian was incompatible with the room that was full of girly atmosphere. He almost never entered a girl's room. Before the family was decentralized, he always knocked on the door to ask her to eat, and never entered her room, standing like this. He was not used to it in his room, but his wife said they wanted to sleep together, so he had to get used to it. Seeing that he was motionless, Jiangning took the initiative to pick up the clothes on his quilt and walked to the closet and took out the clothes hanger. She hung them up for him one by one. Shen Mo turned his attention to the big bed in the room. The bed was covered with a thin pink silk quilt that he and Jiangning had bought together before. In this weather, the thin quilt was just right, and it was made of silk. The bedding is comfortable to sleep on. When they go to the department store, they always buy high-quality things. He will never treat Jiangning poorly on these things. When are you going to get off training? Jiangning asked while tidying up the wardrobe. Shen Mo took 2 steps closer to her. If you want to pick up Zhiqi earlier, I can leave training earlier. Jiangning nodded and said, then you probably won't have time to go to the department store with me. She thought carefully about what was missing at home. I planned to buy some daily necessities for Zhiqi, as well as school bags and clothes. Leaves in the camp usually have to be requested in advance. Shen Mo is one of the main trainers and cannot leave at will. He thought for a while and finalized, I'll ask Qianfeng to drive you there. You can see him at the gate of the family home. Then he touched his body again and took out a handful of money bills. You spend this money first. When you come back, I have other things to give you. After giving Jiangning a handful of money, he ran out of the room. If he stayed any longer, a certain place would soon be out of his control. Now, he urgently needs to train with those new recruits to suppress the surging emotions. Her was hot. Jiangning looked at the handful of money bills in her hand and looked up. Shen Mo had already rushed out of the hospital. She counted the money in her hand and found that there were more than 100 that Shen Mo had given her last time. She didn't move at all. Shen Mo also knew that she had nothing to spend money on, and he brought all the food and other things back. This man was really generous. Are all men in this era so generous? I remember that when I was still in the real world, my colleagues in the laboratory who were married and had children would occasionally complain to her, saying that their husbands were unwilling to give them money for milk powder, and they had to pay for their children's milk powder themselves. When they asked their husbands for money, the men would say that they were superficial and materialistic and only knew how to ask for money. After complaining for a long time, it became that men became different after getting married, and they were no longer the same person when they were in love. Female colleagues would occasionally talk about some blushing boudoir pleasures, saying that men were one way in bed and another way out of bed. Jiangning listened to their complaints so much that she became inexplicably afraid of marriage. Who would have thought that she would become a married young woman after traveling through the book? But Shen Mo was completely different from the men they talked about. He was so shy to enter the room with her. If they slept in the same bed, he would be so shy that he would want to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He looked at the money in his hand again. It was superficial, and it seemed that lying flat was not bad. Jiangning walked to the gate of the family compound, and as soon as she arrived, she saw Qianfeng driving a jeep over. Hello, sister-in-law. Seeing Jiangning, Qianfeng greeted her obediently. Then he took out a bag from the back seat and handed it to Jiangning. Sister-in-law, This is the breakfast that the deputy commander asked me to bring you. When I got up early in the morning, I heard that Zhiqi was going to be picked up, and then they had to move rooms. Shen Mo was embarrassed by her and ran away. He really forgot about breakfast. This man is really thoughtful. He took the bag, which contained 3 buns and a small bag of soy milk. Jiangning ate breakfast happily, so Qianfeng did not disturb her and drove his car attentively. When they arrived at the department store, Qianfeng followed Jiangning into the mall. He remembered the deputy commander's instructions to protect his sister-in-law. Jiangning went to the daily necessities area and bought some daily necessities for Zhiqi, and then went to the children's clothing area. She planned to buy some autumn and winter clothes for Zhiqi, because winter would come after summer and autumn. Clothes are consumables. Jiangning plans to buy only 1 or 2 sets. Zhiqi is also at the age of growing up. The clothes he wears this year will not be suitable for him next year. After describing the height and weight of the child to the salesperson, the experienced salesperson immediately took out the size suitable for the child. She bought 2 sets of autumn and winter clothes, as well as 2 pairs of jiffong shoes, which can be worn alternately. So many things cost only 25 yuan. Then she went to the stationery area and bought a new canvas messenger bag, which is the school bag of this era, and bought some consumables such as pencils and erasers. She also bought some books, which she could read when she had nothing to do. Jiangning had just finished paying and was about to leave when she was stopped by a strange voice. Jiangning, why are you here? Jiangning turned her head and looked at the person who called her. She knew the woman standing in front of her. She was the reborn heroine in the book, Jiang Ting, her biological sister. Next to Jiang Ting stood a young man in a Zhongshan suit. Jiangning guessed that this man should be the hero in the book. Lin Yufei. Seeing Jiang Ting, Jiangning couldn't help but sigh. This world is really small. Just in the time of shopping in a mall, you can meet the male and female protagonists in the book. She thought that she would never have any intersection with Jiang Ting in this life. The world is so big and communication is not convenient now. Even if they are in the capital, it should not be so easy to meet. Qianfeng is a man of few words. His task today is to carry bags. Seeing that Jiangning paid the bill, he put away her things. Jiangning bought a lot of things. A clerk in a store saw that she bought a lot of things and gave her a large empty box for her to pack her things. Qianfeng was holding a large box full of things, which almost covered his entire body. Hearing someone calling Jiangning just now, he knew that it was someone Jiangning knew who came to greet him, so he stood aside silently and didn't disturb her. Jiang Ting pretended to be surprised and said, "Sister, it's really you." After that, she raised her hand and took Lin Yufei's arm, leaning against Lin Yufei in an intimate manner, and said with a sweet smile, "Yufei, let me introduce you. This is my sister, Jiangning." Although it was an introduction, she was staring at Jiangning's reaction. She remembered that in her previous life, Jiangning slept with her and talked with her sisters. Jiangning said that she fell in love with Lin Yufei at first sight, and then the two were together. However, she didn't notice that Lin Yufei's eyes were always on Jiangning. Jiang Ting's face unconsciously showed pride. She just wanted to see envy on Jiangning. But soon she was disappointed. Jiangning only glanced at Lin Yufei lightly and retracted her eyes, but instead set her eyes on her. On the surface, she was saying hello, and at the same time, she looked at Jiangning calmly. Jiangning was wearing a goose yellow knee-length dress. Her waist was tightened by a leather belt, making her look slim and slender. She was no longer dressed in such a tacky way that you couldn't see her figure. She was a little jealous of Jiangning and subconsciously pinched her waist. Then she looked at Jiangning's thin waist, which was not even as thin as a hand. It was just a little thicker, but it didn't matter. She raised her hand and hugged Lin Yufei's arm tightly. Jiangning's beautiful life in the previous life was hers. No, it was originally hers. It was Jiangning who stole the life that should have belonged to her, making her miserable for the rest of her life. Jiangning was not familiar with this reborn heroine at all, but for some reason, her eyes became brighter and brighter as she looked at Jiang Ting. She was originally unhappy that Jiang Ting had taken Shen Mo's money for 3 years. Now that she met him, she could just get the money back. Jiangning was about to ask for money when suddenly a hand stretched out in front of her with an imported watch on the wrist. "Hello. My name is Lin Yufei." "Oh, hello." Jiangning politely stretched out her hand and shook his fingertips and soon withdrew her hand. Lin Yufei twisted his fingertips. Sister Jiangning called Jiang Ting with her red lips. Jiang Ting's back trembled uncontrollably when she heard her words and then met Jiang Ning's malicious eyes. "Why? What's wrong? You have received all the money my husband sent home in the past 3 years. Isn't it time for you to return the money to me?" Jiang Ning said with a hooked lip. What money? I didn't receive any money." Jiang Ting did not admit it. Jiang Ning said, 30 yuan a month, and then sent it for 3 years. Calculate the interest. I don't want much, just give me 1,500. 1,500? You are blackmailing me. Jiang Ting widened her eyes and quickly reacted, "What money? What interest, sister? Don't slander me." Jiang Ting subconsciously glanced at Lin Yufei, and Lin Yufei also cast a puzzled look. Jiang Ting said, "Yufei, sister is joking with me." Jiang Ning also knew that she would not admit it. Since fate is so wonderful, she just mentioned it just to remind Jiang Ting. When she asked Shen Mo for the remittance receipt, she could remember every single payment on it. Even if Jiang Ting didn't admit it, the post office could also find the name left by the recipient. Sister knows whether it is a joke or not. Sister is leaving. We will see you next time. Jiang Ning didn't want to greet her. She just wanted to get back the more than 1,000 yuan that Shen Mo sent. Jiang Ning turned around and Qian Feng, who was holding a big box, turned around as well. When he turned around, Qian Feng saw Lin Yufei and was a little surprised. He greeted, "Captain Lin." Lin Yufei's eyes fell on the man who greeted him. After thinking for a long time, he remembered that the other party was the orderly of Deputy Regiment Shen of the army. The other party was just an orderly who did miscellaneous things. Lin Yufei only nodded his chin to greet him. After greeting, Qian Feng turned around and followed Jiang Ning away. The other party turned too fast, and Jiang Ting only saw a back figure. She asked curiously, "Yufei, do you know the man just now?" Lin Yufei nodded his chin. "Yes. He is the orderly of a deputy regiment commander of the army. I have met him a few times." Then he remembered what Jiang Ning said just now. "Is what your sister said just now true?" He was talking about money. Jiang Ting's face was flustered, but she calmed down immediately. "My sister was really joking with me, Yufei. How could you not believe me?" Lin Yufei fell silent, as if thinking about the truth of her words. Jiang Ting didn't want the topic to cool down, so she brought the conversation back to the man who had just greeted Lin Yufei. "The man who just followed my sister. I think he must be her husband." "Husband?" Lin Yufei was a little surprised. The sister looked prettier than the elder sister, thinner and whiter. He thought of Qian Feng again and shook his head, saying that he just had bad taste. Jiang Ting nodded. "Yes, my sister got married 3 years ago, and she couldn't make it in the countryside, so she ran to the capital to find her husband." Lin Yufei then dispelled his doubts. The salary of an orderly was only about 36 yuan a month, and it might be a little more with some allowances. He didn't believe that this orderly would send almost all of his salary to his wife. Jiang Ning was lying. Lin Yufei frowned. He hated lying women. Jiang Ning, who had just got on the jeep, sneezed. On the way back, Jiang Ning remembered that Qian Feng greeted the male lead, and after thinking for a while, she asked, "Do you know Lin Yufei?" Qian Feng nodded. "I know him. He's Captain Lin from the 3rd Battalion of the army. He recently went back to his hometown on leave. I heard that he went to see his fiancée." When Jiang Ning was chatting just now, he secretly took a look. Now he thought about it and found that Captain Lin's fiancée was actually his sister-in-law's sister. What a coincidence that he opened the door for Qiao's mother. It was a coincidence that he got home. Qian Feng didn't have any ulterior motives and said whatever he wanted. Captain Lin will bring his fiancée to the capital. He may also apply for a family compound. Then, sister-in-law, you will live in the same family compound with your sister. Jiang Ning propped up her head and looked out the window. She didn't care whether Jiang Ting would live in the same family compound with her. If they really lived in the same family compound, it would be more convenient for her to get the money back. More than 1,000 yuan in this era is equivalent to tens of thousands of yuan in later generations. After a lot of trouble, Jiang Ning returned to the family compound. When she saw that the car could drive into the family compound, she was a little confused. She asked, "Can the car drive into the family compound?" Qian Feng didn't know why she asked this question and said honestly, "Yes, it can." Jiang Ning didn't say much. She was happy to walk less. They set out early in the morning, and when they got home after a round trip, it was just past 10 o'clock. It was not yet time for Shen Mo to finish his training. Jiang Ning wanted to keep Qian Feng for dinner, but Qian Feng refused. Finally, Jiang Ning grabbed a handful of candy and gave it to Qian Feng as a thank you. When Qian Feng looked at the handful of candy in his hand, his mouth was about to fit an egg. Is it so extravagant for his sister-in-law to thank people? Qian Feng walked away lightly with a handful of candy. Jiang Ning looked at the big box in the yard and moved it to the table under the tree. This table was brought back by Shen Mo last night. She was very satisfied with the things added to the yard. Now, the yard has the style she wanted. She took the things out of the box one by one and placed them on the table, and then went to the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Jiang Ning hummed a song while picking vegetables slowly, and soon there was a sound outside. There were strong footsteps, and it sounded like there was more than one person. Jiang Ning looked up and saw Shen Mo carrying something that looked like a cabinet into the yard. There was another person outside the door carrying it into the yard with him. Jiang Ning saw the person only after he entered the yard. It was not Yang Jingtu or Qian Feng, but a stranger. The two of them moved the cabinet to the small room together, and then walked out of the yard and carried a large desk into the small room. Jiang Ning remembered that when she was cleaning the room this morning, she asked him to do these things. It would be bad to let someone leave empty-handed after someone helped. Jiang Ning ran into the house and took a handful of candy and a few biscuits, and also brought a glass of water. Shen Mo raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face, and then he saw his wife coming out of the house. Seeing that his wife was holding a glass of water, he thought to himself that his wife was really thoughtful. Shen Mo stretched out his hand, and the glass of water was handed to the hand of Captain Li next to him. "Thank you." Captain Li had a smile on his face, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes wrinkled together. "You must be Comrade Jiang, Xiaoshen's wife." "Hello." Jiang Ning greeted him and signaled Shen Mo to introduce him. Shen Mo introduced Jiang Ning, Captain Li's sister-in-law Li's husband. Jiang Ning stuffed another handful of candy into Captain Li's hand and said with an understanding expression, "Captain Li, I often hear sister-in-law praise you, saying that you are a good fisherman when it comes to fishing. You taught her all the fishing techniques." Li Weigua felt very relieved to hear these words. He knew that Shen Mo had just moved here, and he must have a lot of things to deal with at home. Usually they also had to go to train the soldiers, and they didn't have much time for small talk. But these days he always heard his wife praising Shen's wife how beautiful she was and how delicious her cooking was, saying that the preserved vegetable braised pork with preserved vegetables that he praised to the sky last time was made by Shen's wife. The taste of the braised pork was still lingering in his mouth, and he really wanted to see what this girl, who could make his wife praise him to the sky, looked like. It even made Shen Mo, who had no interest in women at all and lived like an ascetic in the army, go home after training on time and say that his wife was waiting at home when asked. He was afraid that people would not know that he had a wife. In the past, the training would be delayed for half an hour or even an hour, but no one dared to complain even if it was delayed. A little more ruthlessness in training means an extra life on the battlefield. "Yes, I taught my wife the fishing technique," Captain Li said with a smile, and then stuffed the empty enamel pot of water back into Shen Mo's hand, looked at him teasingly and said, "You too should live a good life. Don't have a stern face all day long. It's so scary. And one thing, you must never bully your wife." Then he turned to look at Jiang Ning and addressed her in a more intimate way. "Don't be afraid, Sister Jiang. If this kid bullies you, come to me. I will support you. Although I can't beat this kid, I am older than him, so he has to listen to me." After leaving the army, there is no relationship between superiors and subordinates. Captain Li still joked about Shen Mo as a brother. Captain Li left the yard after he finished speaking. Without Captain Li's hearty laughter, the yard became quiet again. Jiangning held her chin and looked at Shen Mo. Captain Li just said that he looked scary with a stern face all day long, but in fact, she thought it was okay. So cold and resolute. But when it comes to bullying her, she suddenly wanted to tease him again. She touched her soft face with her fingers supporting her cheek, and then leaned forward. How will you bully me? Gudong Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled. The girl was getting closer and closer to him, her heart pounding violently, and she even felt that if she got closer, she could hear his heartbeat.
No, no.
The words turned around on his lips for a few times, but he didn't say it. As long as his wife got a little closer to him, he seemed to be so nervous that he couldn't speak. Jiangning's eyes were cunning, and she helped him say it. No? Don't dare?
No.
Shen Mo couldn't hold on any longer and took 2 steps back. I dare not. And it's not you who bullied me. A cauldron fell from the sky and was placed on Jiangning's head. Her beautiful eyes widened a little. How did I bully you? Shen Mo glanced at the enamel pot in his hand. I'm thirsty, and I don't have any water to drink. It sounded like he was blaming Jiangning for not giving him water when he saw that he was tired, but the aggrieved tone didn't sound like a blame at all, but rather a bit of coquettish meaning. Jiangning looked at him. A tough guy acting coquettishly? I've seen this for a long time. So cute. Shen Mo saw the increasingly weird smile on Jiangning's face. The wife's brain may be different from others. Jiangning took out another piece of candy from somewhere, peeled it, and stuffed it into Shen Mo's mouth. Thank you for your hard work. Eat a candy first. I'll pour you some water. The sweet taste exploded in my mouth. It's not that I haven't eaten candy before, but this candy is so sweet that it goes straight to my heart. It's not because the candy is sweet, but because this candy was fed to me by my wife. Jiangning went back to the house to get their special cup for drinking and poured a glass of water for Shen Mo. People nowadays are not as particular as in later generations, but Jiangning is a doctor and she knows the principle that diseases enter the body through the mouth. So their family has special cups for drinking water and also prepares some cups for entertaining guests. After drinking the water, Shen Mo said, I'll go pick up Zhiqi. Jiangning nodded. Okay, you go quickly. Everything is ready. We can take the child over. Jiangning went back to the kitchen, opened the pot, and added seasonings. There was a lotus root and pork rib soup stewed in it, which tasted delicious. It is suitable for nourishing children. Zhiqi is so small, it is obvious that he is not getting enough nutrition. If he eats more to nourish his body, he will naturally grow taller. This was bought from a butcher on the roadside when she and Qianfeng came back. Qianfeng was puzzled why she bought pork ribs without much meat after buying meat. Jiangning said he didn't understand. In just 20 minutes, Shen Mo came back with Zhiqi. Zhiqi was very nervous when he followed Shen Mo. Grandma Wang's words last night lingered in his ears like a magic sound all night. He was really afraid that he would be kicked to another family like a ball. Zhiqi followed Shen Mo into the yard with a deep sense of uneasiness. Jiangning heard the voice, turned around and said with a smile, You are back. Wash your hands and come over to taste the saltiness. Shen Mo listened to his wife and walked over without hesitation. Zhiqi also hesitated for a moment, then followed in her footsteps. Jiangning scooped out a little soup with a spoon, then picked up the ribs in the spoon with chopsticks, blew on it, and handed it to Zhiqi. Taste it and see if it has any saltiness. Jiangning poured the soup into a bowl and handed it to Shen Mo. You drink the soup. Zhiqi listened to Jiangning and did whatever he was told to do. When Jiangning asked him to come for dinner a few days ago, she would always pick up some dishes for him while cooking and ask him if the saltiness was right. Zhiqi took a bite of the pork ribs. Delicious. Jiangning smiled and took the fried dishes out of the pot. Okay, let's eat. Just as he was about to bring the dishes to the main room, he suddenly remembered something. Zhiqi, come with me. Then he said to Shen Mo, Shen Mo, you bring the dishes to the table. Shen Mo responded, and Zhiqi's face changed. He knew that Sister Jiang was going to take him for a talk. When he first arrived at Uncle Wang's house, Aunt Wang and Grandma Wang came to talk to him. Aunt Wang politely told him that this was not his home, and asked him not to be naughty when he lived in her house. Grandma Wang warned him not to touch things at home, and if he was naughty, she would kick him out. Zhiqi followed Jiang Ning with his head down, his two little hands twisted into a knot behind his back. Jiang Ning suddenly stopped, and he also stopped, but never looked up. Suddenly something was hung on his shoulder. Come on, try it, and see if the strap is too long. If it is, I will shorten it for you. Seeing the army green messenger bag at the waist, Zhiqi looked up in surprise, and then stared at Jiang Ning in a daze. Jiang Ning thought the length was suitable, and then took out clothes to measure on Zhiqi's body. Sure enough, the salesperson picked the right size. Zhiqi stared blankly at Jiang Ning taking out things for him one by one, saying that these were bought for him. There were new towels, new cups, new clothes, and new school bags. Looking at these, he felt that he was dreaming. When he was at Wang's house, he could only pick up things that Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti no longer wanted to use. The school bag was a school bag with holes in it, and even the pen was the one that Wang Xiaotian and the others threw away when they wrote until only their fists were left. Wang Xiaotian and the others didn't like to study, so he could occasionally pick up an unused pen. Zhiqi was flattered and hugged the things that Jiang Ning stuffed into his arms. The child couldn't fit it in his arms, so Jiang Ning put it on the table. Then she looked up and saw Zhiqi holding the things tightly and not letting go. She laughed. Okay, these are your things and they won't run away. I'll take these to your room after dinner. Zhiqi felt his eyes welling up. He really wanted to cry, but as a man, how could he shed tears in front of a girl? He lowered his head to hide his red eyes. Thank you. Thank you. Sister, what sister? Jiang Ning was not satisfied with this title. She thought it was okay before, but now she inexplicably felt that she was a generation lower than Shen Mo in terms of seniority. Jiang Ning held her chin and thought, you are raised in my home now. You should call me aunt. Oh no, call me mom. You will be my son from now on. Mom. Mom? Zhiqi's pupils shrank suddenly. He hadn't called her mom for many years. In fact, as soon as the word mom came out, Jiang Ning regretted it a little. It would take time to adapt to a new family. It seemed a bit awkward for her to let a few-year-old kid call her mom as soon as she arrived. Jiang Ning said hurriedly, just call me aunt. Come in and eat. Without even giving Zhiqi the chance to call for help, she turned and went into the main hall. Everything was peaceful on their side, and over at the Wang family's side, old lady Wang was dancing with joy. Of course, she was happy that the family had gotten rid of a big trouble. Every household didn't want to get into trouble, and before, it was because the people in the compound were pushing and shoving about adopting Zhiqi, and finally, it was pushed to her Wang family. She didn't believe that there was really that kind of family that was willing to pay to raise a child who had no blood relationship with them. At the beginning, they would do some superficial work, and she would wait, and then go to Xiaoshen's house in a few days to see how that sharp-tongued treated the one who lost money, and then she would make a big fuss about it to see if it could stay in this family compound. Zhiqi was stunned again when he looked at the small house with all the necessary facilities. Jiang Ning helped him hang the clothes he bought in the small closet, and said, this house doesn't look big, but I didn't expect it to be just right for you, a child. Shen Mo is too tall and has a big build. He feels inexplicably cramped when he enters the room. Now that she and Zhiqi are both in the room, they don't feel that way. It's a bit unfair for Shen Mo to sleep here these days. Jiang Ning, Zhiqi sit on the stool and try to see if the height is suitable. Zhiqi sat down in front of the small desk. He lived in the same room with the two brothers in the Wang family. There was also a desk in the room, but the two brothers didn't allow him to use it. Zhiqi stayed at home like this. At night, Jiang Ning came out of the bathroom after taking a shower, but Shen Mo hadn't come back yet. Glancing at the gate. This was the first time that Shen Mo didn't go home for dinner. It was 9 o'clock, and it would be bedtime in a little while, but Shen Mo hadn't come back yet. The lights in the small room where Zhiqi slept had been turned off. Jiang Ning sat in front of the dressing table, applying skincare products on her face and occasionally glancing at the time. It was almost 10 o'clock. Why hadn't this man come back yet? The two they were going to sleep in the same bed, and she still had something to say to Shen Mo. In fact, she was a little nervous. She had never met a man in the real world, and she had only seen pigs running, but had never experienced it herself. There was no nightlife, so she went to bed early, and got up early. When the time on the watch pointed to 10 o'clock, she really couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep not long after lying on the bed. In a daze, she felt as if there was a shadow moving beside the bed. When she smelled the familiar scent of soap, she knew that it was Shen Mo who came back. Her eyelids seemed to be glued together, and she couldn't open them. She muttered something, turned her head, and fell asleep. The shadow beside the bed heard Jiangning mutter, "Shen Mo, you are back. It's so late. Go to bed." Shen Mo stood by the bed for a long time before he pulled back the quilt and crawled in, resting his head on the pillow that Jiangning had prepared for him. Then he lay straight on the edge of the bed like a wooden stake, to the point where he would fall off the bed if he didn't sleep well, and turned over a little. Most of the space was left for Jiangning. Not long after, there was a buzzing sound of mosquitoes in his ears. Jiangning knew that he would have to come back to sleep, so he didn't draw the mosquito net when he lay down on the bed. Shen Mo turned over when he heard the buzzing of mosquitoes and used a fan to drive away the mosquitoes in the dark, and then put down the mosquito net again. After making sure that the mosquitoes would not disturb Jiangning, he lay back in the same position as before. When Jiangning woke up early in the morning, she put her arm aside. It was still a little warm, but there was nothing next to it. Shen Mo had just left. Jiangning sat up suddenly. She thought that Shen Mo had come back last night, and she was dreaming. She lifted the quilt and got up. She heard the sound from the kitchen. She thought Shen Mo was in the kitchen, so she walked through the main room and pushed open the kitchen door. "Shen Mo, you slept well last night." Seeing the small figure in the kitchen, Jiangning swallowed the rest of the words. She has become addicted to teasing Shen Mo these 2 days. She likes to see him shy, but this is only limited to when she and Shen Mo are alone. Zhiqi is at the age of enlightenment, and she must not lead the child astray. Looking out through the kitchen, she didn't see Shen Mo. She frowned slightly. "Where is he?" Jiangning turned to ask Zhiqi, "Where's your Uncle Shen?" Zhiqi still can't stop calling her mom, and he probably won't call Shen Mo dad. The name is not important to Jiangning, and she doesn't care about it. Zhiqi raised his hand and pointed to the pot on the stove. He cooked porridge and eggs and left. Left? Jiangning looked down at her watch. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning. Shen Mo usually left at 7. He came back so late last night and left so early today.
Is he
hiding from her? Jiangning was basically sure of this guess and laughed. She just teased him a few times. Why was he so thin-skinned? She wouldn't eat him. Jiangning went over and opened the lid of the pot. The aroma of rice porridge wafted out, and there were 3 eggs in the bowl next to it. These were the only 3 eggs left in the house. Jiangning knew she had to replenish supplies when she saw the eggs. She turned her head and looked at Zhiqi, who was squatting at the fire mouth. Seeing him picking something up inside, she asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Zhiqi was a little at a loss for a moment about the change of identity, and said shyly, "I was afraid you wouldn't have enough to eat, so I roasted 2 sweet potatoes." Jiangning looked at the big pot of porridge and the 3 eggs in the bowl. Is she a pig? How can she eat so much? Zhiqi pulled out the roasted sweet potatoes from the stove, and the aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes came out. Jiangning always disliked the trouble of roasting sweet potatoes, and it would make them dirty. But roasted sweet potatoes are delicious, sweet, and fragrant. For breakfast, she ate an egg, a sweet potato, and a bowl of porridge, and gave the other 2 eggs to Zhiqi. "The school is not far, right?" Jiangning asked. Zhiqi shook his head, "Not far." "Then remember to go home for lunch, and don't sneak off to do homework by yourself." Jiangning reminded him, and let him go when the little guy nodded. Usually there is an official primary school in the army, and the family compound is not far from the army, so the official primary school must not be far away. After sending the little guy out, Jiangning returned to the room to clean up. After taking care of her skin, she picked up a rubber band and tied her thick hair into a high ponytail. The ponytail swung, giving her a heroic look. She walked out of the yard wearing a simple shirt and jeans. As soon as she walked out of the door, she ran into Sister Li carrying a basket of vegetables. Seeing Jiangning, Sister Li greeted her warmly. "Where are you going, Sister Jiang?" There's no vegetables at home. I have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. Sisterly said, what a coincidence. I also have to go to the supply and marketing cooperative. My husband said he wanted the pig's trotter soup I stewed. I planned to buy some pig's trotters and stew some soup for him to send to the army. Then let's go together. Sisterly is a talkative and generous person. Jiangning is now familiar with her. The two chatted as they walked. They talked about the day when Jiangning was picked on by old lady Wang. Sisterly asked, did Xiaoshen mention this to you when he went home? Jiangning nodded. Shen Mo told me when he went home that day. As for what the old lady said to Shen Mo, she didn't know. Xiaoshen didn't tell you either, so what did old lady Wang say to him? When talking about what happened that day, Sisterly couldn't stop smiling. This made Jiangning very curious about what old lady Wang said to Shen Mo. What did they say? I just happened to pass by that day and heard it all. Sister-in-law Li said after laughing enough. Who is that old lady Wang? The sisters-in-law in the compound can all see it. She is sarcastic and mean, and what she says is unpleasant to the ear. Don't be angry when I tell you. Jiangning said no. 2 days ago, when Xiaoshen was returning home from training, the old lady stopped Xiaoshen and said that you are and that you are restless, and asked Xiaoshen to take care of you. The old lady must have been upset because she was humiliated by you and wanted to make up for it, so she came to Xiaoshen and asked him to take care of you. Then Sisterly performed vividly the ferocious face of old lady Wang that day, and Jiangning was also amused by her. But when she heard Sisterly telling her what Shen Mo said, she felt a little warm in her heart. She knew that old lady Wang would never say anything good to her. Was a minor offense. The most serious thing was the words that she would hook up with other men. In this era of strict work style, it is easy to be caught for any disturbance. Some words are said unintentionally, but taken seriously by the listener. If Shen Mo really took those words to heart, then she really would have no way to deal with it. But Shen Mo could say that she chose someone else because he was not good enough. This kind of advanced thinking is really rare in this era. Sisterly laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. You don't know that when Xiaoshen finished saying those words, the old lady's face was greener than a lemon. The two of them laughed all the way to the supply and marketing cooperative. There were still snacks at home, but they needed to buy some vegetables. When Jiangning was looking at the leaves of vegetables, she was stopped by Sisterly. Why are you buying vegetables? My sister-in-law has grown some. Why don't you just come to my sister-in-law's house to pick them? How can that be possible? Jiangning was a little embarrassed. The land at home has just been reclaimed and vegetables have not been planted yet. I can't go to your house every day to pick them. Jiangning's voice was coquettish, and Sisterly felt uneasy. She said, what's wrong with that? I have planted vegetables on both plots of land at home. I can't eat them all every day. I will send them to your house every day when the time comes. But there are some vegetables that my family doesn't grow. See if you need to buy anything. Then Sisterly pointed out the vegetables that her family didn't grow. Jiangning didn't buy any vegetables under Sisterly's stop. Then she bought some eggs, star anise leaves, and other ingredients to prepare braised pork and potatoes for lunch. She also bought a medium-sized jar. After buying the things, Jiangning went home with Sisterly, talking and laughing. On the way home, they heard the cry of a little girl. There was a group of people gathered not far ahead, and the cry of the child came from the crowd. Sisterly, who was originally talking and laughing, immediately changed her face when she heard the cry and immediately ran towards the crowd. Jiangning also hurriedly followed. Nan Nan. Sisterly pushed through the crowd and saw a woman holding her daughter. The daughter seemed to be injured somewhere, and her lips were white. Jiangning also squeezed through the crowd to see the scene inside. Sisterly was anxious to hug her daughter. Don't touch her. Jiangning. Sisterly was stunned. Jiangning walked over to the side and squatted, then stretched out her hand and gently pressed the little girl's body. The little girl immediately cried out, "It hurts." Sisterly was so distressed that she immediately reached out to hold her daughter in her arms. Jiangning hurriedly said, "Sisterly, don't move her. Her arm should be dislocated." Sisterly looked anxious then I will quickly send her to the clinic. Jiangning checked it out and found that the little girl's arm was dislocated and the other parts were only slightly scratched. The dislocation only needed to be healed. She said, "Sisterly, help her up and don't touch her right arm." Sisterly was completely panicked at this time, but Jiangning's calmness made her subconsciously listen to her words. The little girl was still crying, and Jiangning took out a candy from her pocket. "Look, what is this?" The little girl was originally in pain, but when she saw the candy, her eyes lit up and she even forgot to cry. "Sisterly, feed her the candy." Jiangning handed the candy to Sisterly. Sisterly did as she was told, and at least her daughter stopped crying. The little girl was fed candy, and Jiangning asked her with a smile, "Is the candy sweet?" Jiangning smiled gently, and the little girl was fascinated. She nodded subconsciously and said crisply, "Sweet." The moment she spoke, she heard a click. The little girl was stunned, and Sisterly, who had been worried about her daughter, was also stunned. Jiangning took back her hand and smiled. "Okay, try to move your arm. Does it still hurt?" Jiangning gave the little girl candy to divert her attention, so that when her dislocated arm recovered, she would not react before she realized it. Sisterly listened to Jiangning's words and said to her daughter, "Nan Nan, move quickly." The little girl raised the arm that was hurt by the fall just now and moved it. When she found that it didn't hurt anymore, her eyes lit up. Shaking her arm, she said, "Mom, it really doesn't hurt anymore." Seeing that her daughter was fine, Sisterly finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately grabbed Jiangning's hand. "Jiang sister, thank you. It's just a piece of cake." Jiangning waved her hand. It was just a small dislocation, and it was easily fixed. Seeing that it was fine, the crowd around gave Jiangning a thumbs up and dispersed. After her daughter was fine, Sisterly looked at the woman next to her. "Teacher Foam, what happened?" Teacher Foam immediately explained, "This child just started the Yuhong class. She is timid. We didn't pay attention to her and she ran out and then fell on the road." Sisterly couldn't blame her after the teacher said so she had to take the child home and let her go back to school after she was comforted. On the way home, Sisterly couldn't help but thank her every 3 sentences. The adults were fine, but if the child was injured, she would not live. Jiangning wanted to say that children are not so fragile. But she also envied Sisterly for cherishing her daughter so much. Back home, Jiangning put the ingredients she bought in the kitchen. Just as she poured herself a glass of water, Sisterly came into the yard with a basket of vegetables. She put the cup down and walked out. Jiangning was dumbfounded to see so many vegetables. "Sisterly, this is too much." Not much, not much." Sisterly said, "This little bit of food is nothing. You cured my daughter's arm, and I should thank you and treat you to a meal. When you go to the army to deliver food to my husband, tell him, and I'll call you when the time is set." Sisterly finished speaking quickly, put down the basket of vegetables in her hand, and left, without even giving Jiangning a chance to refuse. Jiangning had no choice but to take the basket of vegetables to the kitchen. She looked at the vegetables. There were potatoes and lettuce at the bottom and cabbage on top, which was just right for pickling sauerkraut. Jiangning washed the cabbage with clean water, then put it in a large winnowing basket and put it in the sun. The first step of drying the cabbage would take several days. After drying the cabbage, she felt a little bored. She swung on the swing, played with the fish, and went into the kitchen when she saw that it was almost time. She took out the pork belly she had bought and put it in the sun. The meat is cut into square pieces. After cutting, blanch it in cold water and add onion and cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. After blanching, remove it from the water and wash it with boiling water. If there is excess grease, it will not be greasy. After removing the meat and lemon are used to stir-fry sugar color, and then the meat is put in and stir-fried for color. Then add onion, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, bay leaves, etc., and then pour in soy sauce for color. Finally, pour in boiling water and simmer over low heat. The water in the pot rolled and bubbled, and the rich aroma of meat wafted up. The whole yard was filled with this overbearing fragrance. Zhiqi was carrying a school bag as soon as he entered the yard. He smelled the aroma of meat. His stomach, which was not hungry at first, started to growl. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously, dropped his school bag, and ran over to take over the task of lighting the fire. Usually, Uncle Wang's family would only have meat every 2 or 3 days, and that was when Uncle Wang was at home. He was really surprised that Sister Jiang cooked meat every day. The braised pork was almost done, so Jiang Ning poured the potatoes in. 15 minutes later, the braised pork and potatoes were ready. After washing the pot, Jiang Ning made hot and sour cabbage with the remaining bag of cabbage. This time a little more chili was added. It was sour and spicy, and it was the most satisfying to eat. Jiang Ning calculated the time to cook. Usually, Shen Mo should have returned when she was frying the cabbage, but there was no movement at the door now. Zhiqi diligently brought the food to the table, and then sat at the table with Jiang Ning waiting for Uncle Shen to come home for dinner. His mouth was drooling, but he didn't move his chopsticks. Eating is only delicious when the whole family is together. After waiting for a while, footsteps were heard at the door. Jiang Ning and Zhiqi were happy, and then the voice of Sisterly came from the door, Sister Jiang. Sisterly appeared at the door, and Jiang Ning asked her to come in. Sisterly was holding 2 bags in her hands. One bag was filled with big white radishes, and the other bag was filled with lunch boxes. She put down the bag of radishes. Sister Jiang, I just packed the radishes for you, and put them here for you. Jiang Ning saw that she was holding a lunch box. Sister-in-law, wait a minute. Sisterly stopped. What's wrong? Jiang Ning said, Shen Mo hasn't come home yet. I'll go with you to deliver the food. That's great. Sisterly smiled. Then pack your food quickly. We'll go to the army together. Jiang Ning returned to the house, took out an aluminum lunchbox, filled it with rice, and then filled most of the remaining space with braised pork and some spicy cabbage. After packing, Jiang Ning touched Zhiqi's head. Zhiqi, stay home, and I'll deliver food to your Uncle Shen. If I'm not back in the afternoon, you should close the door and go to class. Zhiqi nodded obediently. Jiang Ning went out with Sisterly, carrying a lunchbox. In September, the hot summer has passed, and the weather after the fall is refreshing and cool. Along the way, you can always meet people who have just got off work and return home for dinner. Sisterly seems to be familiar with everyone, and she can chat with anyone who passes by. Although she greets passers-by from time to time, her steps never stop. Jiang Ning admired her operation. From time to time, there were glances cast at her, and Jiang Ning smiled politely in return. With Sisterly charging in front, she only needs to be a smiling doll in the back. People nowadays are simple and honest, without so many twists and turns in their minds, and their thoughts and ideas are all on their faces. Anyway, those who pass by and say hello to Sisterly will praise Jiang Ning for being beautiful. Who doesn't like to be praised? Jiang Ning is beautiful and knows it. At this moment in the military camp, in the commander's office, Captain Lee glanced at the man who said he was sleepy and wanted to take a nap in his office. Captain Lee couldn't understand. I said, "Why are you sleeping here with me instead of going home? You've been training for a whole morning. Aren't you tired and hungry?" Shen Mo sat upright on the chair, with his eyes closed. He was tired and hungry, but he didn't want to eat in the cafeteria. After eating the meals cooked by his wife for a few days, the food in the cafeteria tasted like chewing wax. He didn't go home for dinner last night, and he had a rare meal in the cafeteria. It wasn't bad, but he didn't have much appetite. He stayed in the army for a while before returning home, and as a result, he couldn't sleep with the girl in his arms, but the girl in his arms slept soundly. So he got up early in the morning to make breakfast, and hurried to the camp to ring the bell for training, and spent all his energy in the morning. Captain Lee knew that he was not asleep, so he talked to him. "I heard that there were people crying in pain on the training ground today. What's wrong with you today?" "It's a bit abnormal." The captain asked questions, but he had to answer them. He said, "Training them is for them." Before he finished speaking, Captain Lee took over his words, "To save more lives on the battlefield." Just after he finished speaking, a head popped in through the door of the regiment commander's office. Regiment Commander Lee frowned. "I've told you many times, you have to knock on the door before entering." Yang Jingta chuckled. "Isn't this lunchtime? You see, I usually knock on the door properly." After speaking, he looked at Shen Mo, who was sitting next to him. He was trained hard this morning, and he was a little scared to see Shen Mo, but he was the hope of his comrades, so he said, Deputy Regiment Commander Shen Brothers. My comrades asked me to ask you when the training will start in the afternoon so that they can be mentally prepared. Yang Jingtu rubbed his hands with an expectant expression on his face. It would be best if the training could start an hour later. Shen Mo glanced at him lightly. Tell them to start training half an hour earlier.
Ah?
Yang Jingtu looked up suddenly, met Shen Mo's cold gaze, then lowered his head. Oh. Then he dragged his tired body and turned away. He failed to live up to his brother's trust. He was a sinner. Captain Lee found it a little funny to see Yang Jingtu leave, then raised his eyebrows and said, Why do I feel something is wrong? Do you want to tire them out, or do you want to tire yourself out? He noticed the occasional fatigue between Shen Mo's brows. It was obvious that he seemed a little overwhelmed, and he had to train so hard in the afternoon. Something was wrong. This was very wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Captain Lee looked up at the time on the wall and said to him, You kid, go to the cafeteria to eat quickly. Your sister-in-law will come over to bring me pig's trotter soup later. Don't let her make you greedy then. Shen Mo nodded and stood up. He couldn't eat anymore, so he planned to go to the training ground for a while. It would be nice if his wife could bring him food like Sisterly did. Jiang Ning and Sisterly came to the commander's office, chatting and laughing. Jiang Ning originally wanted to find a soldier to ask where Shen Mo was, but Sisterly pulled her to the commander's office and said that Shen Mo could eat directly in the commander's office, and there was a place to sit. Captain Lee was also surprised when he saw Jiang Ning appear with his wife. When he saw the lunchbox in her hand, he knew that she was here to bring food to Shen Mo. If he had known, he would not have driven Shen Mo away just now. Captain Lee called his orderly and asked him to call Shen Mo to the office. Knowing that Jiang Ning brought food because Shen Mo didn't go home for dinner, Captain Lee adjusted his wording and asked, Sister Jiang, have you had any conflicts with Shen Mo these 2 days?
No.
Jiang Ning thought about it carefully. Captain Lee made a stern face and made ideological awakening. Conflicts between husband and wife must be resolved quickly, otherwise it will affect the relationship. Sister Lee protected Jiang Ning. Do and scare Jiang's sister with a stern face. I think even if there is a conflict, it is Xiao Shen's problem. He didn't even go home for dinner, and Jiang Meizi felt sorry for him and brought him food. Mrs. Lee was about to tell her about how Jiang Ning saved their daughter today, but then Captain Lee's orderly came back, but there was nothing behind him. The orderly reported, Captain, Deputy Captain Shen just strained his ligament on the training ground and is in the infirmary now. Strained? Captain Lee frowned. The orderly was about to say something, but suddenly a female comrade who looked as beautiful as a fairy stood in front of him. Jiang Ning felt inexplicably anxious. Please take me to the infirmary. The orderly stared at it for a few seconds, then quickly reacted and looked at Captain Lee. Captain Lee originally wanted to go and have a look in person, but it was his turn to see his wife. This is Deputy Shen's wife. You take her there. Oh, please come with me. The orderly walked out of the office first and led the way. Jiang Ning took 2 steps and remembered something. She turned around and picked up the lunchbox on the table before following the orderly. Jiang Ning followed the orderly and walked quickly towards the infirmary. The orderly saw that she was walking fast, and immediately there was wind at his feet. Shen Mo looked at the female doctor standing in front of him and frowned. The female doctor wearing a mask wanted to reach out and untie his clothes to check the injury, but Shen Mo was stopped. Avoided. Please help me call a male doctor, Shen Mo said. He remembered that most of the infirmaries in the camp were owned by male doctors. When did a female doctor appear? Seeing that he had escaped, the female doctor immediately took off the mask on her face, revealing a pretty face. With a smile on his face, he said, Shen Mo, it's me. Shen Mo looked at the relatively unfamiliar face in front of him. He didn't have a deep impression on him, and the expression on his face was still very confused. When the female doctor saw that Shen Mo didn't recognize her, disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained it. To cheer up, do you still remember the medical reserve team that was rescued in the original military region? I am a member of that reserve team. Shen Mo has saved too many people in the past 10 years since he joined the army, and he has no impression at all. he said with an ancient expression on his face. Sorry, I'm not very impressed. The expression on the female doctor's face was obviously more disappointed. It doesn't matter. If you don't remember, just forget it. Then she stretched out her hand toward Shen Mo. Hello, let's get to know each other now. My name is Yen Liyue. Thank you formally for saving me. Shen Mo was still very calm. You're welcome. Seeing that Shen Mo had no intention of shaking hands with her, Yen Liyue retracted her hand in embarrassment and tried to make amends for herself. I forgot that you strained your shoulder. Take off your clothes first, and I'll check it for you.
Shen Montag frownet.
It's just a slight strain that won't have much impact. He can just apply some medicated oil himself. If he hadn't fallen off the obstacle due to the strain, the soldiers under him saw him and insisted on sending him to the infirmary. He won't come either. Shen Mo's tone was cold, and he avoided the opponent's hand calmly. To cover up his disappointment, Yen Liyue chuckled, pretending to be playful. Are you still shy, Deputy Shen? In the eyes of our doctors, men and women are equal. As he spoke, he started to unbutton Shen Mo's clothes. Shen Mo blocked her hand and stood up. At this time, the door of the infirmary was suddenly pushed open. Shen Mo and Yen Liyue subconsciously looked towards the door.
Passed.
Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled. His voice was hoarse, and he even blurted out subconsciously, "Daughter-in-law, why are you here?" Yen Liyue was dumbfounded when she heard him calling this woman who suddenly appeared daughter-in-law. Jiangning leaned against the door, shook the lunchbox in her hand, with a meaningful expression on her face. If you don't go home for dinner, I'm here to bring you food. Can I come? When his wife stared straight at him and then accused him, Shen Mo suddenly felt guilty. He came home late last night and left early this morning and didn't come home for lunch. No, I can't come. Actually, he wanted to reset his mood, in case his wife saw him every day. But she still refuses, so he might as well avoid her. Jiangning walked into the infirmary when I first arrived. I heard that you had torn a ligament, so I came over to take a look. When she arrived at the door of the infirmary, she heard a female voice inside. Especially when she heard the other party telling Shen Mo not to be shy, Jiangning opened the door. But she was not disappointed by the scene before her. At least Shen Mo Jiangning stuck to his masculine virtues and didn't let other women touch him. Jiangning walked into the infirmary, put the lunchbox into Shen Mo's hand, and asked him, "Where's the strain?" Shen Mo pointed at his shoulder. When he passed the obstacle, he wandered for a moment, and then he was injured, but it was really not a serious injury. Jiangning stretched out her hand and pressed where he pointed, and Shen Mo even raised his eyebrows. Instead of moving, Yen Liyue, who was standing aside, spoke, "Don't touch the injured area." Jiangning didn't even look at her. Instead, she pressed his shoulder again and asked, "Does it hurt?" Shen Mo met his wife's gaze and suddenly felt that the lunchbox in his hand was a little hot. "No, it doesn't hurt. It's just a slight strain. Apply some medicated oil and rub it for a while, and it will be fine." "Hello, do you have any medicated oil?" Jiangning turned to look at the female doctor. "I know some massage techniques, and I can treat his injuries." Jiangning's words suddenly blocked everything Yen Liyue wanted to say. Yen Liyue stood in the infirmary, feeling that she could neither stand nor sit. It was obvious that the infirmary was her territory. But since this beautiful woman came after entering the infirmary, he didn't look up at her again. Gulliler Jiangning heard his stomach growling and helped him open the lid of the lunchbox. The bright red braised pork was filled with oil droplets and steaming. The smell also spread. Shen Mo's appetite was aroused. He was not hungry at first, but he suddenly felt hungry when he saw the food brought by his wife. Jiangning gave him the chopsticks and then turned to look at the woman who was stunned. The doctor asked doubtfully, "No? Have." Yen Liyue nodded, then turned around stiffly, opened the transparent cabinet, and took out a bottle of medicated oil. Jiangning reached out to take it, but the other party did not let go. Yen Liyue still wanted to insist, "Can you really rub it? If it weren't for me, it would be ineffective if my hand wasn't strong enough." "No, I can." Jiangning didn't expect Shen Mo's peach blossoms to be so persistent. Also, how could Shen Mo's face not attract bees and butterflies? She tilted her head and smiled and said, What's more, only I can see my husband's body.
Why?
Can it be seen by other women? Ahem. Cough, 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 cough. Hearing this, Shen Mo choked on the chili peppers and the hot and sour cabbage, and his face turned red from coughing. Yen Liue's expression suddenly changed, and she saw the red chili peppers in Shen Mo's bowl again, and subconsciously blurted out, "Why is there pepper? Deputy Shen doesn't eat spicy food." She remembered that it was winter, and Shen Mo rescued people from their medical reserve team. They took a car back. Shen Mo had not eaten anything for 2 days and 2 nights, and their reserve team had nothing to eat, so she took a chili to Shen Mo. Then Shen Mo refused, and Shen Mo said that he couldn't eat spicy food. Jiangning looked at Yen Liue in surprise. Why did Shen Mo eat the spicy boiled fish so happily that day? You don't eat spicy food? Jiangning looked at Shen Mo and asked him. Shen Mo glanced at her, thought about it, and decided to answer truthfully given the current situation. I don't eat much.
Oh.
Jiangning pulled the trash can over, then threw away the peppers and cabbage. I fried them quite spicy. Yen Liu sneered in her heart, but also felt a hint of joy. This woman didn't even understand Shen Mo's eating habits. She would have to get divorced sooner or later. Then she saw Shen Mo take a bite of red pepper. Jiangning was startled. She looked at Shen Mo with an incomprehensible expression. Didn't you say that you can't eat spicy food? Everyone has different tastes, so she didn't insist on spicy food. Chili stimulates the taste buds and is very appetizing. You can eat 2 more bowls of rice. Shen Mo looked at Jiangning and said, My wife, even the chili peppers you made are delicious. Jiangning always felt that this man was clumsy and tongue-tied, but when he suddenly praised her like this, she was put off. Jiangning felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by his passionate eyes. She coughed lightly and said, You are delicious. Just eat more. Yen Liue's expression of gloating froze on her face, and then she said unnaturally, I'm going out. You can leave after applying the medicinal oil. After saying that, she opened the door of the infirmary and left as if running away. Without the outsiders, Jiangning asked Shen Mo to sit down, then stood in front of him and reached down to unbutton his collar.
Shen Montag was Stund.
Jiangning urged him, Why don't you eat?
No.
Shen Mo continued to eat with his head down, but she was too close to him, so close that he could feel her hot breath on the skin on his forehead. The infirmary was originally filled with the smell of disinfectant, but now his nostrils were replaced by the fragrance of the girl. After unbuttoning the top buttons, Jiangning squatted down to unbutton the bottom buttons. Shen Mo's already restless heartbeat suddenly beat more strongly, his breathing became heavier, and his eyes were heavy. When it came to the last button, Shen Mo finally couldn't help it. Jiangning was just pulled up by him, and then he took the initiative to pull down the clothes at her shoulders to expose the injured area, like this. This is fine, don't worry about it. It's inevitable to get bumps and bruises during training, and it will be healed in 2 days. Jiangning looked at his half-exposed shoulders and couldn't help but burst out laughing. The half-exposed shoulders gave her the feeling that she was flirting with a decent woman. A bad man. Her eyes fell on his bruised joints. She reached out and pressed them to make sure that the bones were not injured. Then she opened the medicated oil. The smell of the medicated oil was not very pleasant. She sniffed it and found that the ingredients in it were too mixed, so it was a bit pungent. It was estimated that the effect would not be particularly good. Jiangning unscrewed the cap, poured the medicated oil into her palm, and rubbed it to warm it. Press the palm down to the purple area, and then use force. Jiangning thought she had used a lot of force, but Shen Mo didn't even groan and ate quietly. Originally, she planned to just apply the medicine, but Jiangning couldn't help but cast her eyes on Shen Mo's back. There were a few horrible scars on it, and there was a bullet hole mark a little below the shoulder. She leaned forward and glanced forward, and it was indeed caused by a bullet. The scars were horrible, but Jiangning didn't find them scary. She didn't have any filters for soldiers, but she respected this profession very much. From these scars, it can be seen that he had experienced several life and death situations to earn this merit. Jiangning rubbed his wound, and her hand unconsciously moved down and gently stroked the deepest raised scar. The man who didn't groan even when he was pressed the injured area shook uncontrollably and stiffened because of her gentle. "Does it hurt?" Feeling the man under her tremble, Jiangning thought she had hurt him and immediately withdrew her hand. Shen Mo felt a surge of heat on his face and his ears turned red, but he felt embarrassed and a little secret urgency in his heart. "It still hurts a little. It's not you who hurts me, wife. You can continue to press for a while. I think it will be healed soon," Shen Mo said. Jiangning did not doubt him. "Oh, then I'll press for you for a while longer." Continued to rub the injured area, and Shen Mo's heart was already cheering like a drum. Thinking about it carefully, this was the third time he called her wife today, but Jiangning did not refute it once. That proved that he could keep calling her wife. It's just that his wife sometimes flirts with others without knowing it, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Just now, when his wife touched his scar, he didn't see any intention of teasing him in her eyes, as if she was very distressed about his scar. He didn't want his wife to feel sorry for the scar, but to feel more distressed for him. Feeling that she had done enough, Jiangning immediately went to wash her hands, standing in front of the sink and washing them carefully with the 7-step hand washing method. Her lowered head was reflected in the mirror in front of her, and Butterfly the wing-like eyelashes drooped and fluttered when he raised his eyes. Shen Mo felt that the eyelashes brushed past the tip of his heart. Jiangning was thinking about things when she was quiet. When she massaged Shen Mo's injury just now, it gave her some inspiration. She saw more than one bruise on Shen Mo's body. People like them, who train frequently, are bound to have bruises from bumps and bumps. The effect of the medicated oil in the army's medical room is not significant. According to the current conditions, it should not be difficult to make a medicated oil or something. Moreover, the medicated oil she prepared will definitely be better than this. After leaving the medical room, Shen Mo handed the clean lunch box to Jiangning and then sent Jiangning to the entrance of the army. Sister Li was waiting at the entrance of the army. When they arrived at the entrance of the army, Jiangning said to Shen Mo, "If you have any bumps or bruises in the future, just tell me directly. You don't have to go to the medical room."
Shen Montag, okay.
He listened to his wife. Seeing that he was so obedient and responded to everything she said, Jiangning couldn't help but want to tease him again. "Don't you want to go home for dinner and tell me?
Okay.
Tell me if there is something?
Okay.
Report to me before you do anything? Okay."
So, obedient?
The man agreed too quickly, which made Jiangning feel awkward. She coughed lightly. "Everything in your army must be kept confidential. You don't have to be so honest." "Well, as long as it is not related to military affairs, I will tell you." Shen Mo's eyes were bright and honest. Jiangning's thoughts of teasing him disappeared, and she turned and left. Why did she feel like she was walking into a trap step by step? Just after taking a step, someone grabbed her wrist. A man's voice came from behind. "The training is heavy today," blamed himself, and then continued, "I won't have time to go home for dinner in the evening, and it may be late when I get home. You should go to bed early. Now start reporting." Jiangning nodded hurriedly, then walked towards Sister Li without looking back. Sister Li also heard the conversation between the couple just now. When she saw Jiangning coming over, she had a teasing expression on her face. "Xiao Shen really listens to you. The interaction between you two young couple just now made me blush. It reminded me of when I just started dating Lao Li. When Lao Li and I just started dating, I was almost the same as you are now, as if there were pink bubbles around me." This was the first time Jiangning was spotted being pushed into a relationship in person, which made her feel really embarrassed. Sister Li looked so happy. Jiangning seemed to see herself shipping CPs in the real world, but it was a pity that all the CPs she shipped failed. That night, Shen Mo went home and slept obediently. Because he slept too late the day before waiting for Shen Mo to come home and got up early the next day, Jiangning was already asleep when Shen Mo returned home. In the middle of the night, Shen Mo felt something drilling into his arms in a daze and glanced at the white and tender thighs resting on his legs, and that was what happened last night, and he couldn't sleep the whole night, and the next day I got up early in the morning and went to the army. After a whole day of high-intensity training and no sleep last night, even an iron bull can't hold on and is exhausted. I can no longer ignore the leg on him, and I fell asleep in a daze. I went to bed early the night before and woke up early the next morning. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a handsome face with clear outlines. Jiangning was in a good mood. Who wouldn't feel happy when seeing something pleasing to the eye so early in the morning? She can be beautiful all day long. No wonder when I was surfing the internet, I would rather marry a poor handsome man than a rich man with a big belly. People often complain. After the blind date, I found that I don't love money so much. After admiring the beauty next to him for a while, Jiangning moved slightly, and then his body froze. This is so fierce, and the capital is enough. Shen Mo woke up when Jiangning moved slightly. He opened his eyes a little and found that his wife's attention was not on him, but on
Below.
But his wife didn't move her legs away. His face was getting hotter and hotter, and the tips of his ears were almost congested. If Jiangning raised her head, she could see his face red to his ears. Shen Mo didn't wake up, and Jiangning looked at him unscrupulously. Her eyes widened. Shen Mo clenched his hand that was hanging outside and out of Jiangning's sight. But the rising heat just wouldn't go away. After an unknown amount of time, the weight on her body was finally removed, and Jiangning turned over and faced inward, intending to continue sleeping. Having just experienced a man's morning wake-up call, she couldn't step over Shen Mo and get out of bed as if nothing had happened. Jiangning fell asleep again before she knew it. The moment Shen Mo felt her breathing stabilize, he sat up abruptly, and the drop of sweat on his forehead slid down his forehead to his vest. When Jiangning woke up, she heard a sound in the yard. She walked to the window and looked out, and saw Shen Mo holding his hands. The man who held the hand was teaching Zhiqi how to box. Zhiqi's small arms and legs were quite good at boxing. While boxing, he would look at Shen Mo from time to time, with admiration in his eyes. It had only been 2 or 3 days, and the child had become much more cheerful. Jiangning quickly changed her clothes, tied her hair into a neat ponytail, and walked out. Shen Mo was still fiddling with Zhiqi's arms, and then he saw his wife coming out of the room, stretching lazily. As she stretched, a small section of her slender waist was exposed. He subconsciously covered Zhiqi's eyes with his hands. Zhiqi's eyes went dark. "Good morning," Jiangning greeted as she walked towards the yard. Shen Mo's face inexplicably turned red as he saw her getting closer. Jiangning also noticed it, thinking that they were warm from boxing early in the morning. The 2 men in the family, one big and one small, were boxing, while Jiangning began to practice her 8-section brocade in the fresh air. Her postures were slow and graceful. When she was halfway through, she realized that the 2 eyes, one big and one small, were staring at her. Jiangning felt embarrassed by their stares. "Why are you looking at me? Wife, what are you doing?" Jiangning felt that his wife was getting more and more comfortable calling him that. Forget it, just let her call her that. 8-section brocade, used to strengthen the body. Jiangning glanced at his shoulder. "It's different from the training you guys had when you got injured from time to time." She had just had the thought of whether to teach Shen Mo, but she immediately dismissed it. From what she saw this morning about the man's health, he didn't need it. Jiangning's gaze moved to Zhiqi again. Jiangning asked him, "Zhiqi, do you want to learn this 8-section brocade?" Zhiqi nodded, indicating that he wanted to learn everything Jiangning could teach him. Jiangning taught Zhiqi one move at a time, and laughed from time to time at the child's uncoordinated limbs. When he barely finished the 8-section brocade with standard movements, Jiangning clapped her hands happily and then touched his head. "So smart." Zhiqi looked up at her. Sister Jiang was like a beam of light that broke through the sky, piercing through the layers of dark clouds in his heart and falling on him. His mother died early, and his father was not around. He finally got to his father, but his father passed away for some reason. He had been inferior and lacked love since he was a child. When he was bullied, there was no father to stand up for him and no mother to carefully guide him. Over the years, he was like a that was blown by the wind and had a hard time. He thought he would have a bad life like this in his life, But Uncle Shen told him that if someone bullied him again in the future, he should use the boxing he taught to protect himself, and when he couldn't protect himself, he should tell Uncle Shen, and Uncle Shen would stand up for him. Sister Jiang would praise him for what he did, praise him for washing the dishes, and praise him for learning things quickly. No one had ever praised him so affirmatively. After experiencing so many misfortunes, he thought maybe it was just to meet Uncle Shen and Sister Jiang at this time. At this moment, Lin Yufei appeared in the hotel in the town. He knocked on the door of the hotel room, and the door soon opened. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Ting asked excitedly, "Yufei, has your application been approved?"
Yes.
Lin Yufei nodded. "My military rank is not high enough to allow me to bring people with me, but my superior said that because of my military merits, I can be approved for a house for temporary residence. However, this is only limited to when the house is not in short supply. If there are more people following the army, we will have to give up the house." Jiang Ting said excitedly, "It's good that it's approved. At least I don't have to spend money on renting a house." She knew that Lin Yufei would be promoted in the future, and she didn't have to worry about the house being taken back. Jiang Ting was very happy that the house issue was resolved. She suddenly reached out to pull Lin Yufei's hand, and then put it on her chest, with a coquettish look in her eyes. "Yufei, do you want it?" Lin Yufei was led by Jiang Ting into the house. As he was sweating, he raised his hands to pinch Jiang Ting's waist, but his two big hands almost couldn't hold it. Looking at Jiang Ting's face, Lin Yufei inexplicably appeared in front of him another face that looked 50% like Jiang Ting, and the thin waist that he glanced at casually was not even as thin as a hand. Men are visual animals, and they subconsciously want to compare similar objects. Jiang Ting's waist is not as thin as her sister's, and her skin is not as white as her sister. The only thing that can compare is that proud weapon.
Yufei.
Jiang Ting called out coquettishly, "Can you give me some money? I want to buy some clothes." Lin Yufei raised his head, frowned, and said, "Didn't you bring some clothes from your hometown?" Jiang Ting tried to act coquettishly, "I just want to buy some new clothes." She actually fell in love with the goose yellow skirt that Jiang Ning was wearing when they met last time. Later, she went shopping in the mall and finally found the same one in a store. At that time, she thought that Jiang Ning looked good in it, and she would definitely look better in it, but she didn't have enough money. Lin Yufei thought about it and said, "Okay, I'll give you 10 yuan tomorrow, and you can buy it yourself. Can you give me 5 more yuan?"
Jiang Ting begged.
Lin Yufei knew that clothes were not expensive now, and as long as they were not the finest ones, they would be enough to wear. He originally wanted to ask what kind of clothes required so much money, but at this moment, he didn't want to spoil the fun. He agreed, "Okay, I'll give you 5 more yuan tomorrow." Jiang Ning was dazed when she saw the passbook in her hand. She even felt that it was a little hot. Especially when she saw the number in the passbook, she was stunned. There were nearly 10,000 yuan. Jiang Ning's jaw dropped. According to the current price, Shen Mo is a 10,000 yuan household. If converted with the money in the world, 10,000 now is basically a millionaire. Although she is considered a small rich woman in the world, in this era, she is a penniless person with cleaner pockets than her face. Moreover, in this era of male chauvinism, the main idea is that men should be the breadwinners and women should be the homemakers. Basically, no man will hand over financial power to women. Even in the world, there are very few men who are so generous. Shen Mo looked at Jiang Ning infatuatedly. When he saw her eyes shining when she looked at the passbook, he knew that he had made the right decision to give it to her. His wife looks best when she smiles. Jiang Ning looked at the heavy number on the passbook and said teasingly, "You give me all this money. Aren't you afraid that I will spend it all for you? Spend it as you like. I will give you my monthly salary." In fact, he had more than this money before, but his family was reported and demoted, and most of the assets were taken away. But after the opening up in the past 2 years, the higher-ups have been clearing up, and the family's assets should be returned in the future. At that time, his share will also be given to his wife. Jiang Ning looked at the passbook in her hand. If Shen Mo gave her the passbook when they just met, she would definitely not accept it, and she would have to return it to him right away.
But now,
she didn't seem to want to return the passbook to him because of her little selfishness. This man is too good, so good that she couldn't find any fault with him. It's not safe to keep the passbook with a man. It's okay to keep it with her first, and then return it to him when she and Shen Mo want a divorce in the future. Anyway, she won't spend Shen Mo's money indiscriminately. Speaking of money, she really has to find a job opportunity for so many days. When she went to the army to find Shen Mo yesterday, she saw the infirmary, which gave her some inspiration. Although she thought about being a teacher because of Zhiqi at the beginning, she still prefers her own job. I'll find time to ask Sisterly if there are any health clinics around here that are hiring. I helped Lee by mistake the other day. Sister-in-law's daughter had her dislocated arm healed, and sister-in-law Lee said she would treat them to a meal, and within 2 days, she came to treat them. They couldn't refuse sister-in-law Lee's invitation, so they had to accept it. When it was time for dinner, sister-in-law Lee came to treat everyone. When Zhongning took Zhiqi over, they happened to meet Shen Mo at the door, and then they went to sister-in-law Lee's house next door. As soon as they sat down, sister-in-law Lee and Captain Lee brought the dishes to the table. Captain Lee's family of 4, plus Zhongning's family of 3, there were 7 people in total, but sister-in-law Lee made 5 dishes and 1 soup. With 3, all the dishes were meat dishes. Shen Mo had just heard today that his wife had done a good deed to cure diseases and save lives. When he heard Sister Lee praise his wife endlessly, he was surprised, but also proud of it. Zhongning was eating with a bowl in her hand. As she was eating, she felt a special gaze falling on her. She looked up and saw pretty the left side of Sister Lee. She had just come to eat today and found out that Sister Lee had an older daughter who had just turned 18. This was Sister Lee's daughter, who was born in the 2nd year after she married Captain Lee. As for this youngest daughter, she was Sister Lee's 36-year-old daughter, conceived accidentally when she was pregnant. Li Xingyue's eyes met Zhongning's, and she lowered her head quickly, almost burying her head in the food. After a harmonious meal, Sister Lee asked them to stay at home for a while and chat. The meal was cooked by the women, and the job of washing dishes was left to the man in the family who had never done any labor. Shen Mo went to help. The yard was full of women. Zhiqi was shy and followed them into the kitchen. As for the 4 women, they sat around the table, watching the moon and eating melon seeds. Zhongning grabbed a handful of melon seeds and cracked them. Sister Lee, are there any lush mountains here? She wanted to go to the mountains to collect herbs to make medicinal oil. Mountains? Sister-in-law Lee thought for a while and said, yes, there is a whole mountain behind the camp. If we walk there, it will only take half an hour. Okay, I understand. After determining the route with sister-in-law Lee, Zhongning planned to go to the mountain to look for medicinal materials the next day. After breakfast in the morning, Shen Mo went to the camp for training, and Zhongning carried the basket on her back and prepared to go up the mountain. Unexpectedly, Zhiqi was on vacation today. Seeing that she was carrying a backpack, he quickly carried a small backpack and expressed that he wanted to go with her. When Uncle Shen was not at home, he was the man of the family and had to protect Zhongning at all times. Zhongning didn't mind taking a little one with her.
Tails.
Zhiqi is not only a little tail, but also a little guide. Zhongning was originally worried about going the wrong way, but the child knew the way and even found a path to take her all the way to the mountain. Zhongning walked all the way. I picked up a lot of mountain products and even a lot of expensive medicinal materials on the market. When I reached the inside of the mountain, Zhongning's basket was already full. Zhongning was excited when she saw the mountain of medicinal materials. Rehmannia glutinosa, Angelica, Gastrodia elata. Zhongning spoke plausibly while digging. Suddenly, she seemed to see something in a pit and rushed over in 2 steps at a time. Wild mountain red Ganoderma lucidum. Just when she was about to dig out the Ganoderma lucidum from the soil next to her, suddenly an old man came out of nowhere in front of her. He looked at Zhongning intently and said, "Little girl, do you know these things?" Zhongning raised her eyes and looked at the old man who appeared in front of her. "Who are you?" The old man looked at the nearly 70-year-old man and did not answer Zhongning's words. "You haven't answered me yet. Do you know this thing? The little old man has a rather weird temper. Could he be some peerless master?" She had read novels before, and it seemed that peerless masters lived in these deep mountains and old forests. After thinking about it, she said, "Wild mountain red Ganoderma lucidum can replenish chi and blood, replenish the mind and strengthen the body, spleen and stomach. What about this?" The old man pulled up a medicinal herb. Phytolacca. It drives water to reduce swelling and facilitates movements. It is commonly known as a laxative. What about this?
This.
And this. The old man took out several medicinal materials for Jiang Ning to identify. Iank Ningonsveret fluently. The more the old man listened, the brighter his eyes became. "Oh, you girl knows a lot." Jiang Ning's men kept moving, carefully digging out the wild red Ganoderma lucidum. If you read a lot of books, you will naturally understand. When Jiang Ning said that people can understand through reading, their eyes became brighter. It is hard to find one among hundreds and thousands of people with talent. If you meet one, you will be a real talent. The old man said, "Besides identifying medicinal materials, what else can you do?" Jiang Ning thought for a while. "I know a little bit about acupuncture, a little bit about dispensing medicine, and a little bit about massage." The old man was also a discerning person, so he invited, "Girl, I opened a medical clinic. Are you willing to work in my medical clinic?" "Work?" The old man nodded and said, "Yes, you can keep the medical fees you collect for treating patients, but I won't pay you a salary, old man." Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. This old man was providing her with a place to show off his skills in disguise, and he didn't even take the kickback for providing her with a place for medical treatment. Is there really such a stupid person? Why didn't she believe it so much? Could this old man be a human trafficker? The more Jiang Ning thought about it, the more likely it was. When she was thinking about how to knock the old man unconscious and hand it over to the police station, someone tugged at the corner of her clothes. When Jiang Ning turned around, Zhiqi pulled the corner of her clothes and said, "Aunt." "Auntie." He is the grandfather of the Dexing traditional Chinese medicine clinic 5 miles away from the family hospital. Hearing Zhiqi say that the other party is really a doctor, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just now, she actually thought that the other party was a human trafficker. Jiang Ning felt a little apologetic for misunderstanding him. Doctors are respected by many people, and Jiang Ning also. She was very grateful to the other party for letting her work in his medical clinic. "Thank you for the invitation, I will consider it." The old man didn't say much when he heard that she wanted to think about it. "Okay, old man, I won't force you. You can come anytime if you want." After the strange old man left, Jiang Ning picked some more herbs, filled Zhiqi's small backpack, and then went home. During dinner in the evening, Jiang Ning mentioned to Shen Mo at the dinner table that she wanted to work. Shen Mo put down his bowl and chopsticks and listened carefully to Jiang Ning before speaking. "Work? Why do you suddenly want to work? Is there not enough money to spend?" "Jiang Ning, it's not that we don't have enough money to spend. It's that we have nothing to do but stay at home all the time, and it's a bit boring." Although Shen Mo wanted his wife to stay at home all her life, this thought was quickly swept away by him. His wife is a capable person, and she really shouldn't be trapped at home like this. Shen Mo asked, "Have you decided what job you want to do? Do you need me to ask for your help?" Jiang Ning said with a smile, "I know some medical skills and plan to develop in this area." Hearing her talk about medical skills, Shen Mo remembered the time when sister-in-law Li praised Jiang Ning for saving her daughter. "Sure, let me ask you if the infirmary in the camp is recruiting people." For Jiang Ning, she can work anywhere as long as she has a place to work. Jiang Ning also nodded. "Then you ask, it doesn't matter if it can be done in Chengdu. There is a health center not far from the family hospital. It can't be done by me. Go to the health center and ask." Jiang Ning knew that Shen Mo moved quickly, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. When he came back from training the next morning, he asked Jiang Ning to follow him to the camp after lunch. The manager of the camp's infirmary wanted to see her. Jiang Ning also after lunch. The two of them went to the camp together after Shen Mo washed the dishes. When they arrived at the gate of the camp, Jiang Ning wanted to register as usual, and Shen Mo accompanied her to register when a young and beautiful woman suddenly came over.
Girl.
Yen Liue didn't expect to meet Shen Mo here, but when she saw Jiang Ning standing next to him, her expression turned bad. Seeing Jiang Ning registering, she walked over, stood on the edge of the pavilion, and looked at the registration. The sentry smiled. There's no need to register my face. She goes in and out of the camp every day and has become familiar here. When the familiar sentry saw her, she didn't need her to register at all. Unexpectedly, the sentry, who looked a little unfamiliar, said solemnly, Dr. Yen, although you are the camp medical officer, people in the camp, but still considered non-staff, must register when entering or leaving the camp. Yen Liue's face changed. She originally wanted to show her specialness in front of Jiang Ning, but she didn't expect to be insulted. Being insulted, Yen Liue stamped her feet angrily. I didn't need to come here 2 days ago. Registered. Hearing this, Shen Mo frowned. He said, the military camp is a confidential place. Anyone who is familiar with it must register before entering. This is the rule. He didn't look at anyone when he said this. After helping Jiang Ning register, he raised his head and looked at the sentry and said, find out the sentry who was on guard 2 days ago. If you are negligent, you will be trained twice as much today. The sentry saluted Shen Mo. Yes, Deputy Regiment. When Shen Mo spoke, he didn't even look at Yen Liue. After registering, Shen Mo took Jiang Ning into the camp. Yen Liue looked at the well-matched figures in front of her, one tall and one short, and bit her lower lip. After several inquiries, she found out that Shen Mo was in the military area of the capital. After learning his location, she chased him without hesitation, but she never thought that Shen Mo was already married. She just wanted to get close to Shen Mo. Shen Mo's date just came. From the day Shen Mo came down from the sky to save her, she had already planned to be with Shen Mo for the rest of her life. How could there be no conflict between the two of them? If Shen Mo and Jiang Ning divorced in the future, this was her chance. If only this opportunity came soon. Shen Mo sent Jiang Ning to the infirmary and left. When Yen Liue walked into the infirmary, the manager of the infirmary was questioning Jiang Ning. After listening to a few words, she realized that Jiang Ning was applying for a job in the medical office. The political commissar was still asking Jiang Ning what she knew, and Yen Liue suddenly interrupted. Which famous medical school did Comrade Jiang graduate from? Without giving Jiang Ning a chance to answer, she added, do you have a teacher who can teach you step by step? Jiang Ning glanced sideways at this rude woman. Is this targeting her? Jiang Ning said, my family was poor before, I never went to school, and I learned everything by myself. Yen Liue was very good at grasping the key points and said in a shocked tone, that is to say, you never went to school, and you didn't have a teacher to teach you. You learned all the medical knowledge you know by yourself. Jiang Ning heard a hint of contempt in her words. I learned it by myself. Jiang Ning admitted that, combined with the original owner's own situation, what the woman said was indeed correct. Oh my God, it turns out that he is a barefoot doctor with only a little medical skills. Yen Liue opened her mouth exaggeratedly, turned her head and looked at the political commissar and said, Political Commissar Chen, the health of the soldiers is the most important thing. With Comrade Zhang's medical skills, I am afraid it will be a bit difficult for him to be competent. Without waiting for Political Commissar Chen to speak, she said to Jiang Ning, let me introduce myself. My name is Yen Liue. My father is the chief of staff. Then I graduated from Heilongjiang Medical University. My tutor is now working in the Heilongjiang Military District Hospital. I am still an external employee of the medical room. Your ability should not be enough to work in the military district now. Yen Liue has the pride unique to the children of cadres. When she mentioned her background and academic qualifications, her eyebrows showed confidence. She finally let out the breath she had held at the gate of the camp. Jiang Ning saw that her eyes and nostrils were about to rush to the sky. With background and ability, it was harmless to be a little arrogant. The other party targeted her just because of Shen Mo. In fact, she was just observing Political Commissar Chen. Especially after hearing her say that she had never read a book and had not systematically studied medical skills, Jiang Ning knew from the expression on his face that she would definitely not be able to get the job. In terms of resume, she was not as good as Yen Liue. She had the background and education. Very good. She had nothing. Seeing that Jiang Ning did not speak, Yen Liue knew that she was speechless because of her rebuttal, and the vanity in her heart was immediately filled. What's the use of having a body? It can't be eaten. Political Commissar Chen looked at Jiang Ning, then at Yan Liyue, and inexplicably felt that something seemed to be crackling between him and the first two girls. However, now he is more concerned about Jiang Ning. Although the questions Yan Liyue asked were a bit related to Jiang Ning's self-esteem, the things she asked were indeed a practical stepping stone. The reason why he agreed to let Jiang Ning come to meet was also because of Shen Mo. He thought about letting Jiang Ning do odd jobs in the infirmary. But now he has no education, no experience, and is even a self-taught person without a teacher. Yan Liyue is right. The health of soldiers in the army is very important, and he cannot take risks with their health. Jiang Ning left the infirmary without staying for long after she was sure that the infirmary in the camp would not let her come to work. She planned to go to the clinic not far from the family compound when she walked back to the family compound later. She also considered the clinic mentioned by the old man she met when she was picking herbs in the mountains yesterday, but the clinic was too far away, 5 miles away, plus the distance from her yard to the family compound gate. It would take her nearly an hour to walk. The way out would pass through the training ground. Jiang Ning looked into the training ground. Shen Mo was wearing a neat training suit with a belt that showed off his thin waist. He put his hands behind his back and patrolled around the field in military boots. From time to time, he shouted a name. His voice was strong and stern, and it was solemn that she had never heard at home, and Jiang Ning couldn't help but shudder. She would be scared, not to mention the soldiers he trained. Jiang Ning leaned on the fence and looked for a while. There were so many biceps and abdominal muscles.
Kizlerp.
Someone saw Jiang Ning and tried to wink at Shen Mo. Seeing him winking, Shen Mo said coldly, Yangjing 2. Add 10 sets to the obstacle course. Yang Tu. Behind.
Yang Tu mo Ted asantenche.
Shen Mo turned around in confusion and saw Jiang Ning lying on the railing. Jiang Ning did not affect his training and did not speak, nor did he raise his hand to greet him. Shen Mo's face changed for a moment, but it was only softened for a moment. When he turned his head to look at the soldiers, his face was iron-faced and selfless again. Shen Mo, Yangjing 2, add 20 more sets to the obstacle course. I really didn't need to remind you. The others were laughing like crazy in their hearts, but they tried hard to hold back their laughter on their faces. They didn't want to add 20 more sets of obstacle courses at all. Shen Mo suddenly said, the rest of you lie down on the spot and do 100 push-ups. Soldiers. Jiang Ning looked at the obstacles in the training ground. She couldn't jump over them even with her legs. There was also a mud pit. As for push-ups, she couldn't do even 10. Looking at the man giving orders on the field. So handsome. He was like a completely different person from when he was at home. Seeing so many people listening to him, Jiang Ning knew that this was conviction. Shen Mo was able to convince people enough to get to his current position. Everyone lay down. There was no abdominal muscle to see. Jiang Ning didn't stay for long and turned to leave the training ground. After leaving the camp, Jiang Ning went directly to the health center outside the family compound. People eat grains and cereals, and they will always get some major or minor illnesses. Other places may be deserted, but places like hospitals are absolutely impossible. As soon as Jiang Ning arrived at the health center, he found the manager of the health center and asked him if they were recruiting people here. When the other party saw Jiang Ning, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then he asked her what she could do, as usual. Jiang Ning told him what she could do. When he heard that she could do basic nursing work, he nodded and asked her to come here for a day's trial tomorrow and then formally hire her if she was suitable. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, then left the clinic and went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She still needed to buy some things from the supply and marketing cooperative to make medicinal oil. Jiang Ning didn't notice that as soon as she walked out of the clinic, a woman walked in. After buying things at the supply and marketing cooperative, she could start to boil medicinal oil by crushing the herbs that had been dried for a day. After frying the herbs until they were slightly black, she could pick them up. After picking up the herbs, she could add crushed camphor and finally stir them evenly. Put the medicinal oil into a container and use it directly after it cools down. In the evening, Shen Mo asked Jiangning about working in the camp as soon as he got home. He was a little disappointed to hear that the matter didn't work out. But Jiangning comforted him and said that it was normal for people not to want her because she didn't have a good education. It's not normal. They don't have vision. Shen Mo was not very happy. Seeing that he was really unhappy, Jiangning propped up her head to divert his attention for her own sake. I went to the health center outside the family compound to ask, and they asked me to go for a day of trial tomorrow and wait for my good news. I saw you training today. It was tiring and hard under the sun. You were quite fierce on the training ground, Jiangning said in a calm tone. Shen Mo subconsciously retorted, I'm not fierce. Jiangning looked at him with curved eyes. Shen Mo stammered for a while. His face flushed. They are all new recruits. It's good for them to be strict. I can't be fierce to you. His voice was too soft for Jiangning to hear the rest of his words clearly, and she thought of the domineering look of Shen Mo during training on the training ground today. Her eyebrows curved. I know. You are not fierce to me. I'm not afraid of you. Shen Mo looked at her smiling face with ripples in his heart. After dinner, Jiangning sat on the swing. Seeing Shen Mo training today, she could not get rid of the image of him in military uniform, with broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs. She turned her head to look at Shen Mo, who was busy washing dishes in the kitchen. The blue veins on her hands were wriggling with his movements, full of explosive tension. Halfway through washing, Shen Mo felt that his sleeves were a bit in the way, so he took off the outer layer of clothes, revealing the vest inside. The movements were clean and neat, and Jiangning almost blew a hooligan whistle and applauded. When she saw the bruise on Shen Mo's arm, she frowned. She walked over. Shen Mo knew that it was his wife approaching, so he concentrated on washing his own dishes, until a slightly cool little hand poked his arm, and the slight tingling sensation made him not even frown. Why are you injured again? Jiangning frowned. The concern in her tone could not be concealed. Shen Mo glanced at his arm and said nonchalantly, It's a minor injury. I just bumped into it during training. The bruise was not as serious as a strain. He usually didn't care much about strains, let alone bruises. Jiangning said nothing, turned around and walked into the house. Shen Mo continued to wash the dishes. He lowered his head when he felt something slippery applied to his arm. Jiangning's slender fingers were applying something on his arm. He sniffed, and it smelled like herbs. It was medicated oil. Jiangning saw him looking at her and explained, This is the medicated oil I made myself. It's much more effective than the medicated oil in your infirmary. The bruise will be gone by more than half in a while. Shen Mo didn't understand pharmacology. He used to apply medicated oil, but the effect was not as fast as Jiangning said, so he didn't like to apply it much later. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, I have to praise my wife first. My wife is really amazing. Jiangning was in a good mood. Yeah, I am amazing, I know. Shen Mo washed the dishes and went to the bathroom to take a shower. When he took a shower and took off his clothes, he glanced at his arm. The large bruise on his arm had disappeared a lot. He only washed the dishes. This was an effect he had never had before when using medicated oil. My wife is really amazing. This time it was sincere. After sleeping in the same bed for 2 days, Shen Mo was much calmer now. When he finished taking a shower and returned to the room, Jiangning had not yet gone to bed, but was lying on the table, writing something. Shen Mo walked over and saw her writing with a steady pen and a lively posture. The names of the herbs were written on it. There were also many names that Shen Mo had never seen before. Jiangning wrote the prescription, covered the pen cap, and lay down on the bed contentedly. The next day, she had to go to the health center for a trial, so Jiangning got up early. Yesterday, the people at the health center told her to go early. She had breakfast with Shen Mo, and then went out together. When Jiangning arrived at the clinic, it was already open. She found the man who had asked her to try out the job for a day yesterday. When he saw Jiangning, the man looked at her with contempt. Why are you here when you know nothing about medicine? Are you here to cause trouble? Jiangning, she said, didn't I tell you yesterday what I know? Oh, you learned all you know by yourself. The man looked Jiangning up and down. What good can you learn by yourself? People who come to see a doctor have entrusted their lives to us. What if you cause someone's death? Go away quickly, don't get in our way. When Jiangning heard this man say that she was self-taught, her eyebrows and eyes completely sank. She said that the only people who learn medical skills by themselves were Chen Jingwei and Yan Liyue, who were in the clinic yesterday. Chen Jingwei, a grown man, should not be so talkative, and they didn't have any conflicts. The only one who had a conflict with her was Yan Liyue. He is addicted to going against her, right? Jiangning looked at the person who was talking to her. Let me try it. If you are not satisfied, you can kick me out immediately. She had the ability to keep herself here, as long as the other party gave her a chance. Go away quickly, go away quickly. We are all trained properly here, and we dare not use barefoot doctors. Jiangning walked out of the clinic and wanted to go home. After taking 2 steps, she remembered something and turned to walk in a certain direction. After walking for more than half an hour, she finally saw a Chinese medicine clinic with a simple plaque hanging on the door. Compared with the clinic outside the family compound, it was almost deserted. Jiangning walked over and knocked on the door. Hello. Jiangning walked in without getting a response. After walking in, Jiangning found that there was no one in the clinic. Could it be that the old man was trying to trick her? Just as Jiangning was about to leave, she almost bumped into the 2 women who followed her in. The 2 women were surprised for a second when they saw Jiangning, and one of them was pulled back to reality by the severe pain in her abdomen. The woman glanced behind Jiangning and shouted, "Is Mr. Huang here?" Jiangning reminded her, "No one is here." The woman frowned in pain and was supported by her friend to see that there was no one in the clinic. She was a little disappointed. Even if Mr. Huang's grandson was here, he could give her some medicine. Seeing that she was bending over in pain, Jiangning thought for a while and asked, "Are you suffering from menstrual disease?" The woman's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and she didn't have time to be surprised why the girl in front of her could see her problem at a glance. She was in so much pain that she couldn't even sit still, and she felt nauseous and wanted to. She nodded. "I have had this disease since I was a girl, and it happens during these few days of every month." In fact, she usually just endured it, as it is still very embarrassing for a woman to mention her period in front of outsiders. But she never thought that she drank a bowl of cold water before it happened, and this time the pain was so unbearable that she had to see a doctor and get some medicine. Her friend who was traveling with her said, "Okay, don't say any more. Mr. Huang is not here. I'll take you to the clinic over at the military district family compound and buy some Western medicine painkillers. Why are you coming to see a Chinese doctor? And how can an old man, a man, treat this disease for you?" Jiangning frowned. Doctors treat diseases and save lives, regardless of gender. And the second half of the woman's words, it sounded like she looked down on Chinese medicine. In the present world, she had been exposed to Chinese medicine since she was a child, and since both medical skills were the same, she studied Western medicine. Western medicine is powerful, but the breadth of Chinese medicine that has been passed down for thousands of years is not comparable to Western medicine. "But I don't want to leave. It hurts too much." The woman also knew that there was a clinic over there and that there were female nurses in the clinic, so she didn't have to be so ashamed. "You became like this because you were greedy for coolness?" Jiangning asked. The woman explained, "It was too hot to do farm work in this weather, so I drank a bowl of cold water." Jiangning glanced around the clinic and saw silver needles on the table in front of the medicine cabinet. Jiangning said, "If you trust me, I can help you relieve the pain temporarily." The girl in front of her was too beautiful and young, and the woman was a little scared, but she was in unbearable pain now. She couldn't speak and could only nod. Seeing her nod, Jiangning immediately took the silver needle and saw a recliner next to her, so she asked her to lie down. The woman with dysmenorrhea had just laid down, and the woman who brought her here saw Jiangning take out the silver needle and hurriedly stopped her. "Wait a minute. Can you really cure diseases?" Jiangning glanced at the woman with dysmenorrhea, who had already fainted, and impatiently brushed away the hand that was blocking her. The silver needles were inserted into the Qihai and Guanyuan points respectively, and then squatted down, and the silver needles were inserted into the Sanyinjiao, 3 inches above the calf ankle. The treatment of dysmenorrhea would be even better if it could be combined with moxibustion. The changes in the body can be felt most by the person himself. The woman was originally in pain and her limbs were numb and her whole body was weak, but now she can sit up with support. It doesn't seem to hurt so much. Jiangning took off the silver needles on her body. Seeing her take out the needles, the woman praised her. "Girl, you are so good, and your acupuncture doesn't hurt at all." Jiangning smiled and said nothing. Then he put the silver needles back into the cloth bag one by one, and then gave the woman some advice. "You can take some medicine to slowly regulate your menstrual disease, which will make you suffer less in the future." The woman was about to ask what medicine to get when a male voice interrupted. "Who are you? Why are you taking my grandfather's silver needle bag? Put it down quickly. Is that something you can take?" The voice sounded very unfriendly. Jiangning turned his head and looked over. A young man rushed in. He stretched out his hand to take the silver needle bag in Jiangning's hand, but was stopped by a hand. The woman who had dysmenorrhea just now grabbed his arm. "Huang Xiaodong, you are back. Hurry up and get me some medicine." Huang Xiaodong was stunned. "What medicine?" The woman was stunned for a moment. She turned to ask Jiangning, "Girl, what medicine should I get for my disease?" Dangue, chuanxiong, stir-fried white peony root, cooked remania, decocted in water, taken in the morning and evening. Jiangning counted several kinds carefully. These are for regulating your body. For pain relief, there are Evodia rutacarpa, cinnamon, fennel, motherwort, and angelica. Okay. The okay was not said by the woman, but came from outside the door. Jiangning turned around and saw the old man he met on the mountain that day. The old man walked in and knocked on his boy's head. "What are you doing there?" "Get some medicine." After being knocked, the young man immediately went to get some medicine. When he came to the medicine cabinet, he asked with a puzzled look on his face, "What medicine do you want to get?" The old man was so angry that he knocked on his head again. "Just grab what the girl said just now." Huang Xiaodong rubbed his head. I know. He quickly grabbed the medicine and handed it to the woman, $3. The woman took out the consultation fee and handed it to him. When she turned to leave, she took out $2 and handed them to Jiangning, smiling and saying, "Girl, I don't feel any pain now. This is the money for your acupuncture." The other person's eyes were sincere, not at all polite, and Jiangning took the money without hesitation. This was what she earned by herself, so why not accept it? However, she turned around and handed $1 to the old man. "Grandpa, this is the money for borrowing your silver needles." Grandpa Huang knew what she meant. "I said, the money you earn in the clinic is yours, and I also earn money to buy medicinal materials, so have you considered coming to my clinic?" Before Jiangning opened her mouth, she heard Huang Xiaodong say, "Grandpa, why did you just recruit someone to replace you? I was lucky that nothing happened this time. I just saw her taking your silver needles, and I was afraid that she would hurt others. Besides, isn't it okay with me around at ordinary times? You don't believe me. How can you believe her? Have you hurt someone?" Grandpa Huang glanced at him and snorted coldly. "I don't believe her. But do you believe you? A useless person who got hemiplegia with 3 needles and never dared to touch silver needles again. I asked you to study hard, but you didn't. You are really going to me to death." Huang Xiaodong was embarrassed when his dark history was revealed in public, but he didn't dare to offend Grandpa Huang. The old man was too lazy to pay attention to his grandson and looked at Jiangning kindly. "What's your name?" "My name is Jiangning." "Okay, Ning girl, I'll call you that." The old man's voice was full of vicissitudes of life. He thought for a while and said, "I want to set a test for you. Do you have confidence? I usually spend most of my time collecting herbs in the mountains. Sometimes the store is handed over to this kid, but this kid is useless and can't save people independently. There are many people around here, and there will always be some disasters and diseases. I can't let them fall into this kid's hands." "What do you mean fall into my hands?" Huang Xiaodong couldn't help but refute loudly. After receiving his grandfather's warning gaze, he whispered, "I can still cure simple diseases." Jiangning asked, "What test?" The old man took the silver needle from Jiangning's hand and suddenly stabbed his grandson with a few needles. Huang Xiaodong froze immediately, and then his body went limp and lay on the ground, with only his eyeballs moving. Huang Xiaodong. Grandpa, are you so cruel? Yang. So cruel? If you restore him to normal, the test will be passed. The old man said, this kid is often pierced by me, he is used to it. Jiangning knew that she should be serious at this time, unless she couldn't help it. Puff after laughing for a while, Jiangning took the silver needle and accurately found the acupuncture point and inserted it quickly and accurately, which surprised and satisfied the old man. This technique cannot be acquired without decades of accumulation. But this girl is so amazing at such a young age. He sighed in his heart. All efforts still had to bow to talent. After a few needles, Huang Xiaodong's fingers moved, and Jiangning inserted a few more needles on his legs. Huang Xiaodong finally took back the control of his body. As soon as Jiangning finished the needle, he got up from the ground, patted his trouser legs, and said to the old man with gritted teeth, "You are really my grandfather." The old man snorted, "I am not someone else." The old man looked at Jiangning with satisfaction, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Ning girl, you just work hard here, and I won't share the money I earn with you."
No.
Jiangning shook her head. "I will give you half of my consultation fee." She was very grateful to the old man for letting her go to the clinic to treat people. When she accumulates fame, she will not be rejected again. She is not an ungrateful person. Now she has no fame, and no one will believe that a girl like her can have medical skills. She has been rejected twice. Although they're villains, the reason why people don't accept her is also justified. Looking at the stubbornness in Jiangning's eyes, the old man knew that this topic could not be changed. Stubbornness is good, and stubborn people are suitable for studying medicine. His grandson is familiar with various medicinal materials and is also talented, but he is unwilling to learn from him. I just like to slack off and joke around all day. Without that energy, no matter how talented a person is, he will eventually achieve nothing. The old man had beaten and scolded the child, but the child would not listen to his advice. Later, he was too lazy to persuade him anymore. Huang Xiaodong was not very determined, but Jiangning sat there for a whole day. Old man Huang was happy and took out many prescriptions and medical books to discuss with Jiangning. In the past, Chinese medicine had been suppressed many times, and there were very few Chinese medicine prescriptions passed down to later generations. Jiangning was fascinated by Chinese medicine and lamented the short-sightedness of those who suppressed Chinese medicine at the time. And many of the prescriptions and medical books that old man Huang took out were things she had never seen before. Jiangning was fascinated by reading medical books, and she read them all day. There was no one in the clinic for the whole day. I met some sick people on the way, but they would rather go to the health center a few miles away for injections and drips than go to the clinic for treatment. Chinese medicine conditioning has a slower effect, and although Western medicine cannot cure the disease, it works very quickly. If others don't come for medical treatment, she can't force them to come. After reading a whole medical book, Jiangning looked at the time on her watch. It's so late? Shen Mo has already finished his training. Jiangning said goodbye to Mr. Huang and left. As the sky gradually darkened, Jiangning quickened her pace. When she walked to the gate of the family compound, she saw Shen Mo coming out of the clinic. His steps were messy, and his face looked quite anxious. He was looking around, as if he was considering which way to go. Jiangning called him. Shen Mo turned his head suddenly, and saw Jiangning standing not far away. He was stunned for a second. He strode towards Jiangning, walked 2 steps, and then ran. Jiangning was quite happy today. She read medical books she had never read before, and prescriptions she had never seen before. She also earned 2 yuan on the first day. 2 yuan is not much, but she is also very happy. Seeing Shen Mo suddenly wanted to share this joy with him, Jiangning was about to speak when Shen Mo ran to her, but was suddenly embraced by a pair of big hands, and her head was forced to lean on the hard chest. Bang! Bang, 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 the sound of the heartbeat that was getting faster and faster exploded in her ears, and the hot breath fell on her head, burning her frighteningly. There was a faint scent of soap powder on the man, not much smell of stinky sweat. He hated men with stinky sweat.
Shen Montag lovet cleanliness.
He would take a bath before going home after training, and also take a bath before going to bed. Feeling the arms holding her getting tighter and tighter, Jiangning raised her head from his arms. What's wrong? Her eyes were as clear as autumn water, and the water light was rippling in the smoke. But she didn't seem to know that her eyes were beautiful. The coquettish look that she unconsciously revealed when she was confused and ignorant made people's body numb. Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled, and he held Jiangning's shoulder and asked, "Aren't you working at the clinic?" He didn't go home at noon. When he came home from training in the evening, he remembered that his wife said she worked at the clinic, so he went to the clinic to pick her up and go home together. But when he arrived at the clinic, he didn't see his wife. After asking people, he found out that the clinic didn't want his wife to work at all. Shen Mo went home and didn't see anyone. He ran to the clinic anxiously to ask where his wife was. But the people at the clinic said they didn't know. After coming out of the clinic, he finally heard his wife's voice. He hugged her in his arms, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. Jiangning shook her head and explained, "No, the clinic doesn't want me. I work in the clinic 5 miles away." Shen Mo let go of Jiangning and held her shoulders with his big hands. "It's their loss that the people at the clinic don't want you." Jiangning raised her eyes slightly and bumped into his dark eyes. Those eyes were cold and heavy, but with trust. Hearing his firm and trusting tone, Jiangning's heart beat uncontrollably. She was not wronged. No one had ever stood behind her to support her. She had been hard-hearted for too long, and the words of outsiders would never hurt her. But after hearing what Shen Mo said just now, something seemed to have broken somewhere in her hard heart. "Let us go home quickly." Jiangning and Shen Mo returned home. As soon as they opened the door, Zhiqi ran out of the main room. When he saw Jiangning, the expression on his face was obviously relieved. Jiangning was happy today. When she went to the kitchen to cook, the 2 men in the family helped her. It didn't take long for the meal to be ready. However, when cooking, Jiangning met Zhiqi's eyes several times while he was burning the fire and looking up at her. The child couldn't hide his emotions, and it was obvious that he had something to say. After dinner, Zhiqi didn't take the initiative to talk to her. Jiangning knew that Zhiqi liked to hide his thoughts because of his own experience, and he didn't want to trouble others. Since adopting Zhiqi, this child has been so well behaved that he didn't cause her any trouble. I don't know when this child will be able to open his heart and say what he thinks without hesitation. Jiangning spent a lot of energy reading the medical book given by Mr. Huang yesterday. She slept very soundly, and for a long time. When she woke up the next day, Zhiqi had already gone to school, and Shen Mo was watering the cultivated land in the yard. After the soil was moistened, Jiangning could directly plant what she wanted to plant. Jiangning walked out of the room. There was a bowl of porridge and eggs on the table in the main hall. She went over to have breakfast, and Shen Mo watered all the soil. Jiangning watched Shen Mo work. This man worked really well. She watched for a while, stuffed the last egg white into her mouth, and then poured a glass of water from an enamel jar. She walked out of the room with the water, which was for Shen Mo. "Shen Mo, drink some water." She walked over, but by chance, she hugged something under her feet and fell straight forward. Ah, the red lips screamed, and when she was about to fall, a pair of big hands hugged her waist, and she fell into the man's arms. Her forehead hit his hard chest, and the water in Jiangning's cup splashed all over him. Seeing that his clothes on his chest were completely wet, she quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped him. She apologized, sorry. Jiangning wiped the water off him, and as she wiped, she felt something seemed wrong. This seemed to be the first time she touched him like this. In fact, she had been coveting these well-defined abdominal muscles for a long time. Finally, she touched his abdominal muscles openly. Using the motion of wiping the water, Jiangning touched it several times, but it was a pity that it was covered by clothes. It would be better if there were no clothes in the way. However, Shen Mo seemed to be able to hear her thoughts and suddenly took off his vest, and a flesh-colored skin suddenly appeared in front of him. Because of years of training, his skin was not white, but a healthy bronze color. Jiangning's eyes widened, and she even forgot to wipe it. Her hand was suddenly grabbed and placed on the strong and powerful abdominal muscles. Jiang Ning understood what he meant and wiped the water off his abdominal muscles bit by bit with a towel. She wiped very slowly. Shen Mo lowered his head and only saw a little gap between the thick hair. His eyes changed when Jiang Ning touched his skin. Using the motion of wiping the water, Jiang Ning touched the abdominal muscles in front of her carefully. She thought she had controlled her expression very well, but the smile at the corner of her mouth was still caught by Shen Mo. Jiang Ning went out with Shen Mo. As soon as the two of them left the house, the door of Captain Li's house across the street also opened, and Sister Li led her daughter out. When she saw Shen Mo and Jiang Ning, she took the initiative to greet them. Xiao Shen, Sister Jiang. Yang Ning responded politely. After saying hello, Sister Li led her daughter out. Not even 2 steps away, Jiang Ning heard the little girl's crisp voice say, "Mom, remember to come to my parent-teacher meeting this afternoon." Sister Li was a little helpless and responded to her daughter, Remember, you've mentioned it to me so many times." Jiang Ning, who had just walked 2 steps in the opposite direction of Sister Li and the others, suddenly stopped. She suddenly turned around and walked towards Sister Li and called them. When she came to them, Jiang Ning squatted down and asked the little girl, Yuan, "Is your school going to hold a parent-teacher meeting? Are all the students in the school going to attend?" Sister Li's little girl is called Li Yuan. "Yes." The little girl nodded heavily. The teacher said this is a general meeting for parents. Since the resumption of the college entrance examination, the emphasis on learning has been tightened. For those who have the conditions to go to school, the school naturally hopes that the children will become more and more promising and can contribute to national construction. Therefore, the government primary school in the family compound holds this general meeting for parents every month to mobilize parents to pay attention to their children's learning. Sister Li asked Jiang Ning curiously, "Didn't your Zhiqi tell you?"
Alas.
Jiang Ning sighed and shook his head and said, "This child doesn't want to trouble me." Sister Li patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. "Zhiqi is a good child. We can see how good you are to him, and he can feel it even more." Jiang Ning mentioned to Sister Li that they should go to the parent meeting together in the afternoon, and Sister Li readily agreed. In the morning, Jiang Ning went to the Chinese medicine clinic and told Mr. Huang that he had something to do in the afternoon. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning went home and took a shower. She chose a lighter-colored skirt, a light blue waist skirt, and then found a hairband to braid a fluffy and simple side braid of 5 strands. After braiding, pull it loose so that it is not so close to the scalp. A little hair is left on both sides of the cheeks to modify the cheeks. Jiang Ning touched her smooth face. During this period, she applied skincare products such as Vanishing Cream and Pecoin every day, and her skin became whiter and more delicate. She put on a light makeup, and her features became brighter and more prominent. Although she had worked in the countryside for 20 years, her hands were still a little rough. She planned to make some hand cream for herself to make her hands white and tender. Everyone has a desire for beauty, and she is no exception. Jiang Ning wore a pair of Mary Jane flat shoes and walked out the door at the time agreed with Sister Li. When she walked out of the door, Sister Li was already at the door, and her eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Ning's beautiful hair. Jiang Ning is beautiful, and this slightly light makeup makes her even more beautiful. Seeing how beautiful Jiang Ning was, Sister Li couldn't help but glance at her eldest daughter next to her, then turned her head away in dismay. Her eldest daughter was admitted to the university and had to go back to school today. She usually lived in the dormitory and only went home on weekends. She thought she had raised her daughter very carefully, but when her eldest daughter stood next to Jiang Ning, she could tell at a glance that she was several shades darker. "Sister Jiang, how did you keep your skin so white?" After saying that, she sighed, "I wish my daughter was as white as you." Jiang Ning's eyes fell on Li Xingyue. The girl felt Jiang Ning's gaze, and she subconsciously hid behind Sister Li. Jiang Ning found that the girl seemed to be quite shy since the first time she met her. Jiang Ning carefully looked at Li Xingyue. She is tanned by the sun, and she can slowly whiten her skin with some auxiliary items. Hearing what Jiang Ning said, Li Xingyue's eyes lit up. Really? Seeing her eyes so bright, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered the endless whitening products in the world. Whitening and weight loss are what girls pursue all their lives. Li Xingyue asked, What auxiliary items do you need? Things like snow cream? I also bought snow cream and other skincare products for my children, but except for making the skin a little moisturized, it has no effect at all. Jiangning has studied the ingredients of snow cream, and it can barely have a whitening effect, but the effect is not great. She thought about it and asked Li Xingyue, I plan to make some whitening products. Are you willing to help me try? She suddenly wanted to make whitening products because Li Xingyue's words inspired her. Whitening and beauty are definitely opportunities that women of any age will not miss. Li Xingyue hesitated when she heard this. Can I? Of course, if it really works, I hope you can help me promote it in school. Jiangning knew that she had just been admitted to university this year. If she could use students to promote it, it would also be a great help. This is a business opportunity. Li Xingyue had to rush back to school and didn't stay long. Sister Li took Jiangning to the Bureau Primary School. At this moment, the Bureau Primary School. The students were all welcoming their parents. Zhiqi sat in his seat, lowering his head to do his homework. Suddenly, a chubby hand snatched his homework book and said sarcastically, Why are you still writing when your grades are so bad? Didn't your foster mother come? Zhiqi looked up and Wang Xiaotian was standing in front of him, with the homework book in Wang Xiaotian's hand. This scene overlapped with the past. When he first entered elementary school, he had good grades. At that time, Uncle Wang paid more attention to the grades of the three of them. Every time he took an exam, he would ask them how they did. At that time, he had good grades and was always the first in the class, while Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaoti didn't like to study and ranked very low in every exam. Uncle Wang praised him many times and gave him rewards. Later, Wang Xiaotian and his friends would tear up his homework books every time and not allow him to do his homework or hand it in. At first, they just harassed him and didn't let him hand in his homework. Later, they warned him not to do well in the exams, otherwise they would beat him. His grades began to decline and even slipped to the bottom few. From then on, Uncle Wang never praised him again, and the teacher disliked him less and less. He would be criticized at every parent-teacher meeting and used as a negative example. Zhiqi remained silent and didn't speak. Wang Xiaotian shook the homework book in his hand. Sure enough, Grandma is right. Your adoptive mother is not good at all. She is the most vicious. She will beat you often and not give you food. Zhiqi clenched his fist with his hand hanging by his side. Just as he was about to punch Wang Xiaotian in the face, a female voice suddenly rang out at the door of the classroom.
Zhiqi.
Sister Li's daughter was in the Yuhong class and was not in the same building as the elementary school students. After parting with Sister Li, Jiangning asked the students on the way which floor the second grade was on. She attracted a lot of attention when she entered the school, and many eyes were on her. She found Zhiqi's class, and just as she arrived at the door, she heard a fat child's remarks, saying that she was a bad adoptive mother. She wanted to walk over and grab the child's ear to ask what was wrong with her. Then she saw Zhiqi with a dark face, clenched fists in his hands, and looked like he was going to fight. Jiangning spoke up quickly. Under the gaze of everyone in the class, she walked to Zhiqi's desk and glanced at the fat boy lightly. Wasn't this the boy who she gave a meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots last time? Jiangning said, Give the homework book back to my child. Seeing that the child didn't move, Jiangning's eyes condensed. Do you want to have another meal of stir-fried pork with bamboo shoots? Normally, Wang Xiaotian's eyes would have lit up when he heard the news, but what the woman who had beaten him said was definitely not a good thing. Wang Xiaotian's chubby face tightened. He dropped the homework in his hand and ran away. Jiangning, she frowned. She hated rude children. Many girls in this world were not willing to have children. It would be better to give birth to a well-behaved one, but it would be really hard to give birth to a child. Jiangning's sleeve was suddenly pulled, and she lowered her eyes. Go! Zhiqi looked at her with his big eyes, filled with unknown emotions. Sit down. When parents come to a parent-teacher meeting, the children will give up their stools for the parents to sit on. Jiangning sat down calmly. The little guy seemed surprised by her appearance. At this time, his eyes were full of uneasiness, and his two little hands stirred together. Jiangning stretched out her hand and pinched his cheek. Remember to tell me if there are any activities at school in the future, or you can tell Uncle Shen.
Good.
Zhiqi nodded. This well-behaved look is really heartbreaking. Where can I find such a well-behaved and obedient child? Jiangning reached out and rubbed his head and gave him 2 candies. Okay, parent-teacher meeting. It's about to start. Go outside and wait. Zhiqi is the same age as the 2 children of the Wang family, and they are both in the same class. The old lady of the Wang family also came to hold a parent-teacher meeting for her 2 grandsons. When she saw Jiangning saying nice things to Zhiqi and giving him candy, she sneered coldly. He said, "TSK, just pretending you don't know what you look like behind closed doors." Sitting side by side with Mrs. Wang was an old sister of hers who was also a military dependent in the family home. She said curiously, "Sister Wang, that girl is just like what you said. She is not good to the child who has no father or mother."
Ah?
It doesn't look like it. Mrs. Wang said to her, "Do you beat your children in front of outsiders?" The old sister thought for a while. That's still possible. My grandson is naughty and is often whipped around the house by his father. The person at the front table who was listening to their chat also chimed in. My child is the same. Every time he gets into trouble, he needs to be spanked. It shouldn't matter if he beats the child. Dutiful sons emerge from under the stick. But that child was just adopted. As the saying goes, an adopted child is never as good as a biological one. This relationship is really hard to say. Mrs. Wang's eyes lit up when she heard this. You will find out when you follow me to her house in 2 days. If she really abuses the children, I will report her for abusing the children of the martyrs' families. She still remembered the revenge Jiangning had for beating his grandson last time, and she had to bring this woman back. Jiangning didn't know that someone had such no moral bottom line. The parents entered the classroom one after another, and when the time came, the teacher also he walked into the classroom with his head raised, holding a book. Some of the children outside the door were leaning on the windowsill, and some were leaning on the door frame. The teacher introduced himself in a standard way. Zhiqi's class teacher's surname was Teacher Feng. My mouth was dry as I talked, and I praised the school, the leaders, and the teachers. Finally, I called out the names of a few children who were among the top students in the class and pulled them out to brag about them.
Praise.
The parents also applauded. Jiangning observed the expressions on the faces of everyone in the class, especially the parents who saw their children being called up to praise them. As expected, no matter what age they were, they all became swan-necked. After praising a group of children, Teacher Feng's tone suddenly became serious. After praising the students with good grades, now the teacher will name and criticize the students with the worst grades in our class. He called several students by name until Jiangning heard Zhiqi's name at the last one. Jiangning was a little surprised. She had taught the child English. With his intelligence, it was impossible for him to be a poor student. Is it a partial subject? When Zhiqi heard Teacher Feng calling his name, he immediately leaned on the window edge and looked at Jiangning nervously. Every time Teacher Feng held a parent-teacher meeting, he would compare the good students with the poor students. The teacher glanced at the window and immediately said in a serious tone, Zhiqi, don't lie on the window. Come in quickly. Jiangning frowned as she looked at several children standing side by side on the podium, each with their heads lowered in preparation for being scolded. She felt that the teacher's education method was not appropriate. Although there is also percussive education, using poor students to set off students with good grades will put a lot of psychological pressure on the students with poor grades. Are Chun Meihong's parents here? Teacher Feng shouted. Here, Teacher Feng. A middle-aged woman in simple clothes stood up from her seat. She was called because her daughter was a poor child. She was a little embarrassed on her face. She was melted by the looks from all around. She also felt sorry for the child in her heart. She was so angry to see how she would educate this girl when she went back. Chun Meihong, right? Your child is very bad at mathematics. The most basic arithmetic problems are often miscalculated. As adults, you should supervise her memorizing arithmetic tables. Teacher Feng said it very badly when he said it was very bad. The parent was so embarrassed that he didn't even dare to raise his head. He responded repeatedly, yes, yes, I will supervise my daughter well when I get home. My daughter will reply. My parents often say that there are many things she doesn't understand, but we haven't learned it yet and don't know how to teach her. Girls, it's true that they're not good at science. It's normal. I teach all the children the same way. There's nothing we can do if the children are not smart. Iyankning fronet. How could the teacher say such a thing in front of a child? When the teacher said that his child was stupid, the parent's face turned even red and he kept saying, "It's our problem. It's our problem."
Question.
Iyankning. How could this parent do nothing when their child was belittled? She raised her eyes and looked at the podium. The eyes of the little girl whose name had just been called were already red, and her eyes were filled with tears, and the tears were running down her cheeks. Smashing them down one by one, Teacher Foam called a few more parents up and talked about some of their children's problems. Those parents were so embarrassed and angry that they couldn't even raise their heads. Some of them had the courage to retort a word or two. The teacher told them not to spoil the child anymore. Are Zhiqi's parents here? Zhiqi, who was on the podium, heard his name, and his little body stiffened. Jiangning didn't have a good impression of Teacher Foam, so she didn't get up and raised her arms lazily. Here, you say it. Teacher Foam followed the voice and looked over. When he saw Jiangning, surprise flashed through his eyes. Then he thought of something and said doubtfully, "Are you Zhiqi's parent?" "My family adopted Zhiqi." Jiangning explained, then asked, "As a teacher, don't you care about your children's family situation?" Teacher Foam on the podium seemed to be choked by something and was speechless for a long time. Jiangning spoke again. "I remember that the teacher was going to visit the students' homes." "How long has it been since Teacher Foam visited the students' homes?" Teacher Feng's brows frowned for a moment and then relaxed again, with a professional smile on his face. "Of course I have visited, and I visited classmate Luo's home 2 days before I left." Jiangning glanced at the home of the top students. Jiangning crossed her arms over her chest and leaned back. "Really? Teachers only visit the homes of top students? Are poor students not Teacher Feng students? Shouldn't school teachers treat their students equally? You have to respect the teacher when you face it." She knows this truth, but it also depends on whether the teacher is worthy of respect. Jiangning's words made Teacher Feng's face suddenly look bad. What does this parent mean? Their teachers are all from high school. I naturally prefer students who are good at studying, so when I visit, I go to the homes of students who are good at studying. This is a tacit understanding between their teachers. No parent has ever refuted it, but this parent said it in public. Teacher Foam tried hard to control the image of a good teacher. Of course, everyone is treated equally. I am planning to wait until after the parent-teacher meeting to visit the homes of students who are not good at studying and do ideological work for the children. As soon as these words came out, someone in the class applauded and praised. Okay, Teacher Foam is really doing his duty. After being praised, Teacher Foam felt much better and brought the topic to Zhiqi again. Zhiqi's parents, your child's grades are very poor. If he continues like this, he will not make any progress. I think he is no longer suitable for studying. As he said this, he observed Jiangning's reaction and expression. Ordinary parents would be so embarrassed and angry when they hear that their children are in such a bad state that they would want to rush out of the door, or they would lower their heads and look like they are being ignored. Jiangning always raised her chin slightly as she listened to him. Teacher Foam continued, "Children with poor grades will have bad moral character. Parents Zhiqi, you must teach this child well in the future. If you do something wrong in the future, you'll be punished." It's too late to regret. When Zhiqi heard this, he suddenly raised his head and glanced at the teacher. He would not do anything wrong. He would be obedient and do his best to help Uncle Shen and Sister Jiang so that they would not be so tired. "Old, is the teacher a prophet?" Jiangning asked. "Mr. Zhiqi, are you kidding?"
Haha.
Jiangning chuckled. "If not, how do you know my child will do something wrong in the future?" Teacher Foam was choked again and couldn't speak for a long time. At this moment, the parents who had just been criticized for their children looked at Teacher Foam. Inexplicably, seeing that Teacher Foam was speechless, the breath that was blocked in their hearts seemed to be relieved a little. Then they looked at Jiangning with a hint of admiration. Among the parents in the classroom, only this parent dared to confront Teacher Foam like this, and even choked Teacher Foam so much that Teacher Foam couldn't even speak. Teacher Feng took a deep breath, and faced with Jiang Ning's questioning, he was a little annoyed. Mr. Zhiqi, I'm just a kind reminder. Kind reminder? You belittle my child and trample on a child's self-esteem. Is this a kind reminder? Jiang Ning suddenly stood up, walked to the podium step by step, and looked at Teacher Feng. As a teacher, you should not only care about the children's grades, but also pay more attention to the children's physical and mental health. My child just made mistakes in the questions, not as a person. You don't have to dwell on his poor grades. She reached out and touched Huijiqi's head. Children are a piece of flesh and blood from their mothers and treasures in the hands of their parents. If they are gifted, they should serve the country. If they are mediocre, they should stay at home and honor their parents. No one has found their lifelong path because of an exam, and no one has lost their life because of losing an exam. The answer sheet is just a piece of paper, and the future is the path they must take. Jiang Ning turned her head. Teacher Feng, denying a child's life because of his grades is really not something you as a teacher should say. The parents sitting under the podium looked at the stage. Her every smile, every word and action seemed to make people unable to help but look at her. In her extremely beautiful eyes, there was a lively luster, as if containing the stars. Although she was a delicate girl, her words were passionate and made people convinced. Those parents who felt a little unbalanced and had planned to go home and teach their children a lesson began to reflect in their hearts. Jiang Ning said, "Dear parents, everyone is born on a different path. You just need to guide them not to go astray, and they will find their own bright road." After Jiang Ning finished speaking, she took Zhiqi back to her seat. When she walked off the stage, applause suddenly broke out in the classroom. The parents who agreed with what Jiang Ning had just said praised Jiang Ning. "Comrade, you said it very well. Although my child's grades are not good, she is very good at textiles. Now she can make clothes with her mother at a young age. My child is naughty, but very filial. He often goes to the mountains to shoot birds and brings them home." Jiang Ning didn't want to show off. She was a protective person, and she couldn't stand Teacher Feng saying that about her child. If there weren't so many parents present and the children still had to go to school, she would have to bring up the words being a role model for others. Teacher Feng's mouth twitched. Most of the parents in the class seemed to agree with what Jiang Ning had just said. If he refuted, not only would his image as a teacher collapse, but if the parents didn't listen to him and made a fuss, it would be a headache just thinking about it. Teacher Feng stood on the podium and said, "Mr. Huijiqi, I didn't think it through. I shouldn't have said anything about the child's future. In the future, I will pay attention to the children's physical and mental health and work hard to cultivate the flowers of the motherland into talents and hand them over to the country." His words were flawless, and the parents who supported him applauded. The parent-teacher meeting for their class ended early, and when Teacher Feng packed up his things on the podium and left, he looked like he was fleeing. In the past, he would have said that their class was the last to leave school. After the parent-teacher meeting, Jiang Ning took Zhiqi to the class of Sister Li's daughter and saw that Sister Li was still attending the parent-teacher meeting. She greeted Sister Li outside the window and left. Jiang Ning held Huijiqi's hand all the way. "Mom, are you really not disappointed in me?" Huijiqi lowered his head. All the test papers in his school bag were unqualified. When Jiang Ning got the test papers just now, his brows were twisted so tightly that they could pinch a mosquito to death. He saw it. This is the expression of disappointment. When he was at Uncle Wang's house before, he did poorly on the test for the first time, and Uncle Wang had that expression. Jiang Ning turned around in astonishment. "What did you just call me?" "Call me again." Huijiqi was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and stuttered, "Mom, Mom." He knew that he could call her mom like that. From the first day when Uncle Shen took him home, she told him to call her mom. But he never shouted it out loud. In his heart, his mother was sacred and great, and no one was allowed to slander his mother. His biological mother was still worried about him when she passed away. But when he was carried home by Uncle Shen on his back, he once again felt the warmth of someone's love. He had been subconsciously afraid that this warmth would be taken away, and even felt that as time went on, this warmth would definitely be taken away. At that time, he might really not be able to survive. The child's voice was crisp. Jiangning had lived 2 lives, but this was the first time she heard someone call her mom. Jiangning suddenly squatted down, then held the little guy's red face. Mom's dear son, come and give me a kiss, Mua. Zhiqi has never been kissed by anyone, not even his biological mother. A boji sound made Zhiqi's little face completely red. Shen Mo went out with Jiangning this morning. Knowing about Zhiqi's parent-teacher meeting, he rushed to the government school after the training. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he saw his wife kissed Zhiqi. He hadn't been kissed yet, but this kid kissed him before him. Wife. Shen Mo walked over. Jiangning looked at the tall man approaching and smiled happily. Shen Mo, Zhiqi called me mom. Jiangning smiled happily, and Shen Mo saw her curved eyebrows. The bright girl's smile is even more charming. How could his girl be so happy to be called mom? Shen Mo walked over and pulled Jiangning up from the ground. This boy should have called you mom a long time ago. Let's go home. Jiangning held one of Zhiqi's hands. Shen Mo's eyes fell on the place where they were holding hands again. He wanted to hold it, too. He wanted to kiss it, too. Suddenly, a small hand stretched out to him. Shen Mo raised his eyes to meet a pair of nervous eyes. The little guy seemed to be mustering up the courage to speak. Daddy, can we hold hands? It's right to call you Daddy. Shen Mo held his hand. You and I are now registered under the same household registration, so it's time to call you Mom and Dad. Zhiqi's little hand shrank, his heart beating. He really had a father and a mother now. The gloom of the family of 3 was knocked to the ground by the afterglow of the setting sun and slowly lengthened. Jiangning suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Zhiqi. By the way, did you ask me if I was disappointed just now? Zhiqi had just suppressed his beating heart, and when he heard the topic was brought up again. I am quite disappointed, she said suddenly. Before his body gradually cooled down, her tender white hand tapped on his head. I've seen the questions you did. You can solve questions that are more difficult than the ones on the test paper. How is it possible that you would get such a simple question wrong? Did you do it on purpose? Zhiqi lowered his little head and responded softly, yeah. Jiangning grabbed his chin and made him lift his head up. You can't keep your head down all the time. You must hold your head high. This topic jumps too wide, and Zhiqi's little brain suddenly freezes. Jiangning didn't bother about his test paper. After returning home, the family of 3 made a warm dinner, and after dinner, they digested the food for a while. When Jiangning was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower, she ran into Shen Mo and Zhiqi, who were also going to take a shower. Wife, you go first, Zhiqi, and I will take a shower in the yard. Shen Mo consciously made room for Jiangning and helped Jiangning boil hot water and pour it into the bucket in the bathroom. When Jiangning came out of the shower, Zhiqi had already taken a shower and went back to the house to do his homework. A splash sound attracted Jiangning's attention. Shen Mo sat on a small stool in the yard, pouring water on himself with a scoop. He was on the upper body and did not take off his pants. The water flowed down his body to the ground. The water started from the ends of his hair, slowly slid down along his well-defined face, and finally flowed down through his broad shoulders, outlining the contours of his muscles. The water flowed on his body, as if drawing a flowing picture scroll. Jiangning knew that she swallowed like a gangster. She seemed to be unable to resist temptation more and more. Otherwise, she would find an opportunity to pounce on this man one day. At least she would not suffer any loss. Shen Mo didn't know the tiger and wolf thoughts in his wife's mind. He wet the towel and wanted to wipe his back, but he couldn't wipe the whole back no matter how he wiped. Jiangning looked at his clumsy back wiping movements, thought about it, and walked over. Let me help you wipe it.
Shen Montag war Stund.
He turned his head suddenly, looked at Jiangning for 2 seconds, and stuffed the towel into her hand without hesitation. Okay. Jiangning wiped his back with a towel. After wiping for a while, she said, you continue to water. Shen Mo immediately said, oh, okay. Shen Mo took a bath and washed Jiangning's face until it turned red. She couldn't wipe it anymore, so she threw the towel back to Shen Mo and ran into the house. Shen Mo also washed himself and was itching to do so. Jiangning's bold words in Zhiqi's class that day soon spread throughout the family compound. Every time Jiangning went to Mr. Huang's clinic, someone would greet her on the road. On this day, when Jiangning was returning home from the clinic, she noticed that a jeep with a military license plate had overturned on the side of the road. There was a car accident. Jiangning's face suddenly became serious, and she quickly walked over to check. There were only 2 people in the car, one unconscious and the other with a leg stuck, but still conscious. The conscious middle-aged man saw Jiangning and suddenly hope rose in his eyes, and immediately shouted, "Comrade, help me pull him out." Jiangning squatted down and was shocked. The man who was stuck had a metal bar pierced through his thigh. It was a bit difficult for her to rescue 2 adult men with her physical strength. The 2 men were unlucky, and the car happened to overturn in an area with few people. Jiangning struggled to pull the unconscious man in the driver's seat out of the car. The man in the passenger seat breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his companion being rescued. Jiangning laid the rescued man flat on the ground and then took out the acupuncture bag she carried with her. She took out the silver needle and gave the unconscious man 2 injections. The unconscious young man woke up instantly, and when he opened his eyes, he saw the girl in front of him. He was startled, but soon remembered something, got up and saw the car next to him, walked over quickly and screamed, "Brigade Commander!" The middle-aged man who was still trapped in the car was much more stable than him, and he didn't even groan when his thigh was pierced. "Don't scream, get me out quickly." "Okay." The man responded and was about to rescue the people in the car.
Wait.
Jiangning called him, "If you want him to bleed to death here, do whatever you want." Hearing what she said, the man suddenly didn't dare to ask for help. Jiangning held the silver needle bag in her hand. She squatted down and inserted more than a dozen silver needles into the trapped man's thigh. Western medicine has its own treatment methods, and Chinese medicine has its own treatment methods. As long as the bleeding is stopped, the life can be saved. She raised her hand to wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Okay, get him out." Upon hearing the words, the young man immediately got the people out of the car. Miraculously, the place where the middle-aged man's leg was pierced only bled a little. The young man squatted down quickly. "Brigade Commander, come up quickly. I'll carry you to the camp for treatment." Seeing that the silver needle was still inserted in his leg, Jiangning thought for a while and said, "There is a clinic not far from here. If you want to be treated earlier, I'll take you to the clinic." The middle-aged man said without hesitation, "Okay, let's go to the clinic you mentioned, girl." Just now, this girl helped him stop the bleeding with just a few stitches, and he subconsciously trusted her. Jiangning brought them to the clinic, where only Grandpa Huang was, as Huang Xiaodong had gone out to fool around again. Grandpa Huang didn't expect her to come back, and when he saw 2 men following her in, his face didn't change when he saw the wound on the middle-aged man's leg. Grandpa Huang looked at Jiangning and asked, "Can it be cured?" Jiangning nodded, yes. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and motioned to the young man to put the man on the examination table. Grandpa Huang went to the medicine cabinet to get several kinds of medicinal herbs and then began to grind them. After grinding, he handed them to Jiangning. Jiangning poured the black powdery stuff into a bowl of water and stirred it evenly, then handed it to the middle-aged man. "Drink it." The young man stopped him. "Brigade Commander, how can you drink these things casually?" But the middle-aged man gave him a look to signal him not to speak, then took the bowl of black soup handed to him by Jiangning and drank it all in one breath. He knew the feeling of his own body, and the pain in the wound was gradually gone. The effect was comparable to that of an anesthetic. Soon the middle-aged man lost consciousness. Jiangning took out all the silver needles on his leg, then took out a willow leaf-shaped knife, and under the shocked expressions of the 2 men, cut the flesh, treated, sutured, disinfected, and finally bandaged. After treating his leg, the middle-aged man woke up soon. Jiangning did not leave, and waited until the person woke up before saying, "Rest for half a month. Don't do strenuous exercise." She went to the medicine cabinet to take out some medicinal herbs and then ground them into ointment. She divided the ointment into 7 portions and handed it to the middle-aged man. "Change it every 2 days and apply it to the wound." The middle-aged man took the ointment himself. "Thank you, girl," Jiangning said. "A total of 10 yuan." The middle-aged man glanced at the young man beside him, and the man immediately took out a big unity from his pocket and handed it to Jiangning. Girl, you are so good. Why don't you go to the military hospital to be a doctor? The middle-aged man is very curious about Jiangning now. He has seen that only the elderly have good medical skills, and she, a girl who looks only about 20 years old, has such good medical skills. This place is so remote, and it is estimated that there are not many people who treat illnesses. With such good medical skills, she should go to the military hospital to treat seriously injured soldiers. In such a place, it is really a bit of a waste of talent. I don't have a medical license, so I can't go to the military hospital. She applied for a position in the infirmary and the clinic and was rejected, let alone the hospital. The middle-aged man seemed to really don't want to let go of this talent. If you want to go to the military hospital, I can help you solve the problem of not having a medical license. Jiangning heard the young man calling her military position. Since the middle-aged man said so, it was impossible for her to frame her. She thought about it and finally shook her head and said, "Not for the time being. It's not good to change jobs not long after I started working here." The middle-aged man didn't understand what she meant by job hopping, but he also knew that she was refusing. They couldn't force the girl to go if she didn't want to. "Okay, if you want to go to the military hospital, you can come to the camp not far from here to find me. My last name is Liang." In front of the soldier, Jiangning nodded obediently. Okay. The two men left, and Jiangning packed up and went home. Because she was treating the middle-aged man's leg, it was almost dark when Jiangning walked out of the clinic. She could only barely see the road ahead. When passing by a lush forest, Jiangning heard some noises coming from inside. She frowned and quickened her pace to leave. It seemed that someone saw her with sharp eyes and shouted, "Jiangning, save me." Jiangning recognized that the owner of the voice was Huang Xiaodong. She frowned and ignored him and walked forward quickly. The family compound was not far ahead. Then she had just taken a few steps when a man rushed out from the front and blocked Jiangning's way. "Where are you going?" The man who stopped Jiangning had an ugly look. When he saw Jiangning, he was stunned for a moment, and soon he showed an evil smile. "Oh, what a treasure I met at this time. When did such a beautiful woman appear around here?" Jiangning's eyes turned cold. No matter what era, there are always such disgusting people. "My husband is in the nearby military district. How dare you touch me?" Hearing this, the man's body froze for a moment, and then he quickly said, "If you say so, then so." The man had a smile on his face, but that smile looked so obscene. "Even if your husband is from a nearby military district, so what? Do you have a chance to run and report the news?" After the man finished speaking, two more men suddenly came out of the woods. They dragged Huang Xiaodong's arms on the left and right and threw him to the ground. Huang Xiaodong was kicked by someone. "If you run again, I'll break your legs. You dare not pay back your gambling debts." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked up and saw Jiangning, and the gangster whistle was blew loudly. His face became malicious the next moment. "This is really a pleasant surprise." Huang Xiaodong was beaten black and blue, and one of his hands was broken. He really couldn't stand the punches and kicks from these people, who even wanted to cut off his fingers. When he saw Jiangning passing by, he couldn't help but call Jiangning in desperation. Now that he saw Jiangning was surrounded, he regretted it very much. Suddenly, he didn't know where he got the strength from, and broke free from the grip of the two people, then rushed over and pushed the man standing in front of Jiangning. Then he was kicked to the ground again, and he directly hugged one of the man's legs. Huang Xiaodong shouted to Jiangning with a bruise on his face, "Run. There are not many people in this area, and it might be too late to call for help." Jiangning calmed herself down. At this moment, the more panicked she became, the harder it was to think of a solution. In this age without surveillance, it is probably not the first time for these evil people to do such a thing. Jiangning's few words could not scare them. Huang Xiaodong's resistance was of no use to them. Before Jiangning could make any move, the other two men rushed up and surrounded her. One of the men stretched out his hand towards Jiangning's face. Her little face was so white and tender that it made him feel itchy. "Baby, come here and let me touch you." I promise to make you feel so good that you want to die. Hey, the one I saw first should be allowed to play first. Go to the side. I want to play first anyway. The man spat, but before he could touch the pretty face of the woman in front of him, he stopped abruptly an inch away. Then his eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and he looked at the woman in front of him with horror.
You.
What are you doing? The man stuttered as soon as he spoke. The woman in front of him suddenly bled from her eyes and nose without any warning, just like the legendary female ghost with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. He moved his eyes to look to the side, and blood was also flowing from his ears. Don't you want to play? What are you standing there for? The ugly man who first targeted Jiangning saw that his companion had not made any move for a long time, so he walked over to see what was going on. Scary. As soon as he walked over, he saw a face covered with bloodstains, and his heart skipped a beat. The woman in front of him suddenly laughed, which seemed particularly desolate in the silent and quiet ground. Jiangning raised her hand, which was now covered with flowing blood, and looked bloody and terrifying. She opened her mouth slowly, and a large amount of blood flowed out of her mouth as soon as she opened it. She smiled sinisterly. Come on. It's true that no one has played with me for hundreds of years, and I feel a little lonely. Nothing? No one? Hundreds of years? The 2 men standing in front of Jiangning had turned pale, and the consciousness in their brains kept urging them to run faster, but their legs were like lead, and they couldn't move a step. The 2 men's eyes collided with each other. They were seeing Hades.
Come on.
Jiangning suddenly took a step forward and put a hand on the shoulder of one of the men, and blood stained the man. The man whose shoulder was touched by Jiangning couldn't help but tremble. His 2 legs were shaking like sieves. Jiangning let out a cold sigh.
It was so scary.
The surrounding environment was silent, and it was completely dark at night. There were not even street lights on the roadside. Suddenly, a female ghost with blood coming out of all 7 orifices was seen. Anyone would go crazy. There was also a man who restrained Huang Xiaodong and held his 2 companions motionless. He was curious about what kind of beautiful woman made his companions unable to walk. He hurried over, grabbed Jiangning's shoulders, and asked her to turn around. The moment he saw Jiangning's face, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Jiangning. Oh, there are even more scary things. There were 2 loud bangs, and it was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The 2 people behind were also frightened and fainted. Jiangning took out a silver needle and gave herself a few injections to stop the bleeding, then squatted down and observed the 3 people. In this era, the crime of hooliganism is punishable by eating peanuts, but these hooligans also rely on the fact that they are not easy to be caught and do whatever they want. She hates these beasts and doesn't know how many crimes they have committed. However, she has a way to get rid of these hooligans once and for all. She took out a silver needle and stabbed them in the lower 3 places without hesitation. Jiangning crippled the 3 people and then turned around to see Huang Xiaodong. Huang Xiaodong, he was already confused by Jiangning's actions. Just now he had despaired that Jiangning could not escape, but she actually played such a trick and frightened the 3 people directly. And she did not hesitate to destroy the future of those 3 people. Huang Xiaodong watched Jiangning walk towards him step by step, and he swallowed his saliva. Jiangning would not want to destroy him again. And Jiangning's face was covered with blood. Not to mention frightening the 3 people, even Huang Xiaodong's heart was frightened to see her like this in the middle of the night. He really thought that Jiangning was going to destroy him. He moved back with the unbroken hand. You don't come over. Jiangning rolled her eyes at him, then squatted down, stretched out her hand to grab his broken arm, and turned it over and over without hesitation, with 2 clicks. Ouch! Huang Xiaodong screamed, and then looked down to see that the broken arm had been connected. Jiangning put down his hand. The other injuries are minor. You can handle it yourself. Jiangning stood up and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off her face. She had stabbed herself on purpose to make herself bleed. Otherwise, she would not be able to scare the 3 gangsters. Jiangning. A man's deep and rich voice came from a distance. As soon as Jiangning turned around, the man rushed over accurately. When he saw the blood stains on Jiangning's body, his heart was pounding with fear. Shen Mo thought Jiangning was injured, and he didn't dare to hug her or move her. He hurriedly said, "Are you injured anywhere? I'll take you to the camp infirmary to have a look." Jiangning comforted him. "It's okay, I'm not injured." "How can you be okay? You are covered in blood." Shen Mo didn't believe her, and kept looking for wounds on her body, but even though he could see in the dark, he couldn't see where Jiangning was injured. Jiangning pointed to the ground. "I made this blood to scare them." Shen Mo looked down along her hand, and then he saw 3 people lying on the ground. Shen Mo's face turned very ugly in an instant. In this sparsely populated place, it was hard not to guess something when a girl and 4 men appeared. Seeing that he was worried, Jiangning told him the whole story. Shen Mo's stiff body slowly relaxed, and he suddenly stretched out his big hand and hugged the girl in front of him into his arms. Although some of the things his wife did were magical, such as stabbing herself until she bled from all 7 orifices, he had never seen it before. But if his wife did not have the skill, he dared not imagine the consequences. Shen Mo's arms were broad and powerful. Jiangning listened to his frantic heartbeat due to anxiety, nestled in his arms, and a sense of grievance inexplicably rose in her heart. She raised her hand and grabbed the clothes on Shen Mo's chest, "But I'm still a little scared." "Don't be afraid." Shen Mo comforted her and even stretched out his hand to pat Jiangning's back to comfort her. The wind in the middle of the night is always a little cold. A gust of cool wind blew by, and Jiangning instinctively shivered. Shen Mo quickly took off his clothes and put them on Jiangning, and picked her up effortlessly. It was not a romantic princess hug, but he let Jiangning sit in his strong arms, like holding a child. Jiangning was stunned. Although she was not heavy, she was probably about 90 kilograms. How could this man hold her so easily? Huang Xiaodong, who was still sitting on the ground, was struck by lightning when he heard Jiangning say she was afraid. He still vividly remembered that the little woman nestled in the man's arms had just ruined the second half of the lives of those 3 gangsters. Jiangning pushed him. You'd better put me down." Other people hugged them like princesses, but why did this man either carry her or treat her like a child? "Are you scared?" Shen Mo put her down without listening to her, still holding her. Holding her in his arms felt just like the first time. His wife felt so light. His wife usually eats a lot. Why doesn't she gain weight? Maybe I didn't buy enough meat. I need to buy more in the future. He carried her to the family compound. Huang Xiaodong felt that he was starving to death when he saw their interaction, but he seemed to be full after eating something. When Shen Mo carried Jiangning to the gate of the family compound, he told the soldiers at the gate about the 3 unconscious hooligans not far away and asked them to detain them and send them to the Public Security Bureau the next day. Jiangning was carried home by Shen Mo. People nowadays don't have much nightlife. When it gets dark, basically every household closes the door and prepares to have a good rest, and then it was time to get ready for work the next day. When they arrived at the gate of the family compound, the soldier asked Shen Mo to put her down when his eyes were fixed on them, but Shen Mo refused to put her down and carried her all the way home. Shen Mo was not at peace when he carried Jiangning all the way home. He was very silent along the way. He kept thinking about how to protect Jiangning. He usually spent most of his time in the military camp and did not have much time to stay by her side to protect her. The more he thought about it, the worse his mood became, and his face became ugly. He was not annoyed that he became a soldier. Defending the country was his dream. He was only annoyed that he could not protect his wife well. Jiangning was in his arms and saw his expression change. She suddenly reached out and held his face. There was a sudden soft touch on his face. "What are you thinking about?" Jiangning reached out and held his face. The moment she met his eyes, she roughly guessed what he was thinking. She said, "Don't feel guilty. The first thing a soldier should put is the country." Jiangning's profession is different from his, but as a doctor, the patient must also come first in front of them. Shen Mo didn't expect that she could see through his thoughts. Jiangning said, "I will protect myself, don't worry." Shen Mo felt guilty and blamed himself, and agreed. "Okay, don't worry." It was not until the next day when Jiangning saw Shen Mo at the door of the clinic that she realized that this man was just talking. She and Shen Mo basically get off work at the same time, and sometimes they will be a little late because of patients. Today she left late because a patient came when she got off work. When Jiangning was giving acupuncture to the patient who was uncomfortable with bloating, Shen Mo appeared at the door of the clinic. Jiangning would be very focused when treating people and only saw Shen Mo at the door after pulling out the silver needle. "Why are you here?" Her beautiful eyes fell on him, a little surprised and a little surprised.
"Come to pick you up."
Shen Mo looked at the bright eyes of his wife and immediately reflected that he should pick up his wife more often. Grandpa Huang went into the mountains to look for herbs again today, and Huang Xiaodong was not at home, so Jiangning had to treat people and prescribe medicine. "Okay, wait for me." She prescribed medicine for the patient, tidied up, and followed Shen Mo out of the clinic. After leaving the clinic, Jiangning saw the bicycle outside. It looked very new and should have been newly bought. The back seat was carefully wrapped with a sponge pad. Shen Mo walked over, straddled the bicycle with one thigh, one leg on the ground, and the other on the pedal. He held the handlebars with one hand and stretched out the other hand to Jiangning. "Come here." Jiangning walked over and handed her hand to him. Shen Mo took her to sit sideways on the back seat. Jiangning was wearing a skirt, so it was not easy to straddle her directly. Seeing her wearing a skirt, Shen Mo took off his clothes, carefully put them on her, and then buttoned them up. The clothes just covered all of Jiangning's legs. The clothes fit Shen Mo just right. When she wore them, she looked like a child who had stolen adult clothes. Shen Mo saw Jiangning wearing his clothes. It gave him the illusion that she was in his arms. Shen Mo blushed because of his thoughts. He had hugged her and slept with her, but he couldn't help blushing when he was alone with Jiangning. Jiangning liked his shy look. He blushed and was embarrassed. It was very interesting. Shen Mo was really simple. She liked simple people. Maybe she liked Shen Mo. She suddenly wanted to test whether Shen Mo treated her well because of her identity as his wife, or because he liked her as a person. Most men of this era are very responsible, and as long as it is his responsibility, they will be responsible to the end. After sitting down, Jiangning stretched out her white and slender arms and passed through the man's thin waist, hugged his waist openly, and touched his abdominal muscles openly. Shen Mo found that his wife seemed to be getting closer and closer to him recently. He didn't even mention it, but his wife took the initiative to hug him. Her heart kept beating wildly. However, before she was happy for a few seconds, she suddenly heard Shen Mo, "When can we get divorced?" With a sound of sizzle, Jiangning bumped into the man's back because of Shen Mo's emergency brake. Her nose hit the bone, and the pain made her tears burst out uncontrollably. Shen Mo seemed not to notice that her nose was hit. He only stopped for a while and then stepped on the pedal to continue riding the bicycle. Jiangning rubbed her nose for a while, and it was fine. Shen Mo did not turn his head to look at her. She could not see the emotions in the man's eyes and didn't know what he was thinking. But he kept silent for a long time, obviously avoiding her question. Jiangning raised her hand and patted him on the back. "Shen Mo, I'm asking you a question." The man in front finally spoke. "It's not clear yet. It may take half
a year."
Jiangning's eyes lit up. She asked for a divorce when they just met, and Shen Mo agreed very straightforwardly, but later he was really nice. Now, when she mentioned it again, he was not so straightforward. Jiangning felt that she seemed to have some Black Lotus attributes. How could she not feel his goodness? The family compound that she could not find any fault with, the response to her every request, and the good things at home. The two of them lived together day and night, and she was not a person with a big nerve. Shen Mo was occupying something in her body step by step. Moreover, Shen Mo was a man, and the two of them were a real legal couple. As long as he wanted, even if he forced her, she would not be able to do anything to him. But he didn't. Even when she invited them to sleep together, he was always honest and well-behaved and did not dare to cross the line. If Jiangning hadn't seen the fire on this man every morning when she opened her eyes, she would have doubted whether his place was unusable. Actually, it's not bad not to divorce. Life is plain. Before Jiangning finished her words, there was another sudden break in front of her, and Jiangning's nose hit it again. This time she uttered a low cry, and the pain just now had just subsided. This time, the second injury would be even more painful. She was so angry that she slapped Shen Mo on the back. The man's back was also hard, and it didn't hurt him, but hurt her own hand. Jiangning complained to him, "Why are you hard everywhere?"
Wife.
Wife. What did you just say? Shen Mo stopped and turned to look at Jiangning. As soon as he turned around, he saw Jiangning's red eyes, and the water stains in her beautiful phoenix eyes were about to fall off. What's wrong? Jiangning would not hold back on everything. You braked too quickly. Shen Mo remembered that he seemed to have been hit twice from behind just now. Hearing her soft tone, he immediately apologized. Sorry. After apologizing, he said nothing and just stared at the person in front of him. Jiangning eased the soreness in her nose. She raised her eyes. Her eyes were as bright as a clear spring. She wanted to say something, but saw the man in front of her staring at her, without blinking. When Shen Mo focused on looking at a person, his dark eyes were like a hunter hunting animals in the forest, burning. And at this moment, his eyes were like a patient hunter who saw the prey about to fall into the trap and was hot and excited. He was not deaf. On the contrary, he had very good hearing. Jiangning's words just now fell into his ears without missing a word. It's just that I was too happy to think I was dreaming. Jiangning raised her chin, leaned close to his ear to answer his question just now. I said, it's good not to get divorced. Shen Mo suppressed his inner excitement, and he didn't dare to loosen his hand holding the dragon head. But that look seemed to want to poke a hole in her. This man was too passionate when expressing his feelings, but stared at Jiangning so hard that her face turned red. Jiangning couldn't help but stretched out her hand to block his face. If you want to talk, just say it. Don't stare at me like that. But Shen Mo said, I'm afraid I'm dreaming. It was not dark yet, and a smile appeared in Jiangning's eyes. How can I dream in broad daylight? She suddenly stretched out her hands and placed them on the shoulders of the man in front of her and hugged him. Shen Mo, I think I like you a little bit. Boom! Shen Mo felt like a bomb exploded in his brain, and then countless sparks flew everywhere. His wife said she liked him and said she would not divorce, which meant she would live with him for the rest of her life. He was instantly ecstatic and suddenly pouted and leaned forward. Jiangning. Her fair and slender hand stretched out, and her fingers rested on his lips. This look of asking for a kiss was completely different from the cold look she had when they first met on the train. How could she not realize that this man had such a side when they first met? As soon as she agreed, the seal was lifted, right? Jiang blocked his mouth. I said it was a little bit. Shen Mo immediately lowered his head like a wronged big bear. He understood the meaning that this little bit of liking was not enough to warrant a kiss. As for the other things, he didn't want to think about them for the time being and would have to wait until his wife was willing. Soon he regrouped. Then my wife, when you like me a little more, you must tell me. There was a cunning flash in Jiangning's eyes, and before she withdrew her hand from Shen Mo's shoulder, she suddenly exerted force. Shen Mo was pulled down subconsciously by her, and a gentle kiss fell on his lips. Shen Mo's eyes flashed with shock. He lowered his eyes, and Jiangning let him go. You can't, but I can. Jiangning's face was slightly red. This was the first time she did such a thing. She didn't know how to use the right strength and hit her teeth. At this time, Jiangning's face was slightly red, and her lips were plump and moist. She became even more delicate and tempting because of a hit. The touch of her lips made his body numb, and he wanted to kiss her again, but he would not force his wife if she didn't allow it. This kiss was enough for him to savor for a long time. Jiangning saw him raise his hand to his lips and smile foolishly, and couldn't help but kiss him on the side of his face. The man's scorching gaze seemed to burn through her, and he urged him, Okay, go home quickly. Shen Mo touched his face. The tip of his ears was red, but he asked, Any conditions are required if you want to kiss me in the future? Unable to bear being stared at by him, Jiangning pushed his head away with his hand. It depends on your performance. Shen Mo rode his bicycle home in a daze. When he returned, The supply and marketing cooperative had not yet closed. Jiangning asked Shen Mo to take her to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a lot of meat. In this era of cheap prices, she could buy a lot of meat even if she didn't make much money. She was a typical foodie, and she would never lose anything. There was no basket in front of the 28-inch bicycle to carry things, so Jiangning had to hold Shen Mo in one hand and carry the meat in the other hand. It was just time to get off work when they returned to the family compound, so the two of them rode their bicycles through the compound and returned to their own yard. Old Mrs. Wang didn't have a job, and she liked to stroll around all day long. Not only in the family compound, but also in the next village whenever she had nothing to do. When she came back from a stroll in the next village, she saw Jiangning carrying a large piece of meat in his hand, and the bicycle whizzed past her. She was jealous of such a large piece of meat. The people who were walking with her couldn't help but sigh. This little Shen is almost famous in our family compound. We often see him carrying meat home every 2 days, and it's continuous. It can be seen that he is really good to his wife. Old Mrs. Wang spat. 3 years of marriage, and she can't even lay an egg. What's the point? She heard from her son that Shen Mo had been married for 3 years. The man who heard what old Mrs. Wang said was also shocked. 3 years of marriage and no children? Is this girl infertile? Old Mrs. Wang clicked her tongue twice. So, what if she can't have children? She looks like a fox and can't have children, but she can still hold a man firmly in her hand. Look, she doesn't even have a job, but she still has meat to eat every day. These words are really sour. Someone couldn't help but reply to her. The man spoils her. Why are we gossiping about it? Which woman doesn't want to be spoiled? The days passed uneventfully for a few days. Jiangning found that since she said that the condition for kissing Shen Mo was to see how he performed, this man had been trying to get ahead of her in doing things, and then he looked like he was asking for praise. Jiangning was amused by him and would kiss him every time. Men get sweet things and work harder. In a few days, Jiangning simply planted some vegetables in the soil under the tree, including potatoes, green beans, cabbage, peppers, etc., and waited for them to grow up and be eaten. On the other hand, she asked someone to buy some flower seedlings that are both beautiful and medicinal are planted by the fish pond. When the seedlings grow up and bloom, the yard will be full of vitality. On this day, Shen Mo picked up Jiangning from work, and Zhiqi was pulling out the weeds growing in the vegetable and flower beds. The weeds grew faster than the flowers and vegetables. When he saw them coming home, he immediately patted the dirt on his hands, then ran to wash his hands, and then ran to the main room to bring out 2 glasses of water. Although he hasn't said it yet, this attentiveness can also be seen that he has something to say. Shen Mo went to put the bicycle away, and Jiangning walked to the swing with the enamel pot and sat down. Tell me, what's the matter? Teacher Feng said that he will come to visit our home tomorrow. Zhiqi said, and went to see Jiangning's face. Seeing the little guy looking at her, Jiangning reached out and touched his furry head. I thought it was something else. Did your teacher say what time to come? Zhiqi said, he said in the morning. Jiangning thought about it. Mr. Huang said that he would be in the clinic all day tomorrow, so it would be okay without her. She nodded and said, okay, then I won't go to the clinic tomorrow morning. The next morning, Teacher Feng, whom Zhiqi mentioned, arrived as scheduled. When Feng Chuan arrived, Jiangning was fiddling with her flowers and plants in the yard. Jiangning had to take care of her seedlings and flowers at home, so she wore a simple shirt and pants, with her sleeves rolled up to reveal her forearms. When she stood up, her curvy figure was covered with a layer of light under the sunlight. Such ordinary clothes also made her look indescribable. Looking at her exposed forearms, I couldn't help but sigh that her skin was so white. Feng Chuan combed his hair with a 3:7 split, and every strand of hair was combed meticulously. It was obvious that he had taken special care of it. He wore a shirt and tie inside and a suit jacket outside. Jiangning turned around when she heard the footsteps and was stunned when she saw the other party's outfit. Isn't it hot to wear 2 pieces in this weather? Zhiqi, move the stool out. Jiangning called out. As soon as the words fell, a small figure came out carrying a stool. Jiangning motioned for him to sit down. Teacher Feng, please sit down. Looking at the sunlight in the yard, although it was blocked by trees, the weather was still a little hot. Feng Chuan pulled his collar, a little unhappy. The teacher came to visit the family, but the host didn't invite him to sit in the house, and didn't even give him a glass of water. Jiang Ning didn't like this teacher Feng. I don't know why this person suddenly came to visit. Last time at the parent-teacher meeting, this teacher was publicly scolded by her. He shouldn't come to her home for a home visit. It was a little hot from working on those flowers and plants just now, and her hair was a little messy. It was uncomfortable to shave her face. She took off the hairband, and her hair poured down like a waterfall, sweeping to her waist, and then she quickly gathered it up and tied it into a simple, low ponytail. Feng Chuan's heart beat uncontrollably. He is a highly educated person, and he hasn't married yet. It's not that he doesn't want to marry, but his standards are too high. Few women can catch his eye. He doesn't like those things. To be honest, after meeting Huiji when he first met the parent Zhiqi, he felt that he had some feelings for her, but such a beautiful girl was already married. At that moment, he was extremely jealous of the man who married this woman. He was still very confident in his appearance. There were some military families over 18 years old in the family compound. Those girls often came to see him under the pretext of picking up their younger brothers and sisters. Most men in the army were rough men, so how could they understand romance? Such a woman should be matched with a highly educated man like him. Moreover, soldiers may die suddenly one day, and there is no guarantee for their future life. Such a beautiful beauty can't be given to others. Following him is the best destination. Such a beautiful and bright woman. If she becomes his, how beautiful she will be in bed. When Feng Chuan thought of this, he felt uncomfortable. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable all over when he looked at her, and her eyebrows were tightly knitted. Teacher Feng, what are you doing here? It was hot on this day, and Feng Chuan thought that he was even hotter. He pulled his collar. Parent Zhiqi, it's quite hot. Can we go inside and talk? Jiang Ning, oh, that won't do. I just planted some vegetables. It would be bad if a dog came in and dug them up, so I have to watch over the yard. Oh, okay, fine. Feng Chuan didn't expect to be rejected and showed an awkward smile. In the past, when he visited other students' homes, they all invited him in with nice words, served him tea and water, and were very considerate. This was the first time he was rejected when visiting a student's home as a teacher. He took out a notebook from his bag and handed it to Jiang Ning and deliberately showed his Orient Double 10 watch, which was an imported product that he asked a friend to buy. It is not available in the domestic market yet. He said, Zhiqi is a child with poor academic performance. He is usually taciturn and doesn't like to talk. He is not very smart. This is a study plan I customized for him. Jiang Ning frowned, looking at the so-called study plan in his hand, and didn't take it. Why does this teacher always like to criticize before doing anything? Seeing that she didn't take it, Feng Chuan said with an expression of sudden enlightenment without even waiting for Jiang Ning to speak. I forgot that you can't read. Yang Ning. Feng Chuan specifically inquired when he came. The military family who adopted Huijiqi came from the countryside, and the college entrance examination had just been resumed. How could he know how to read? Then I'll come next time. After he said that, he picked up his bag and stood up. He left very quickly. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned his head and looked at Jiang Ning and said, Comrade Jiang, if you want to learn to read in the future, you can come to me at any time, and I will teach you. Looking at Feng Chuan's back as he left, Jiang Ning always felt something was wrong. She thought about it seriously. Feng Chuan looked at her with a wrong look in his eyes. Jiang Ning looked at Zhiqi, who looked hit, and knew that the teacher's words just now had hit the child again. The child was sensitive, and some words could make him uncomfortable for several days. When Feng Chuan just arrived, Zhiqi's attentiveness, when he moved the stool out, showed that he really wanted to be affirmed. But who would have thought that he would be belittled instead? She comforted the child first. Do you remember what I said at the parent-teacher meeting that day? Huijiqi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. You are great. No one at your age knows 100 English words not long after learning, and a teacher who belittles a child is not a good teacher. Our Zhiqi is well-behaved, smart, and hardworking. Not like what your teacher said. Jiang Ning affirmed him. After giving the child psychological counseling, Jiang Ning asked him again, "Is your teacher phone like this at school?" Zhiqi didn't react. "Ah?" Jiang Ning said, "She just wore clothes like today and combed her hair." Zhiqi thought about it. The weather now is not yet suitable for wearing 2 layers of clothing. He was just wondering why teacher Feng, who is always afraid of heat, would wear 2 layers of clothing in such hot weather. As for teacher Feng combing her hair, they had never seen it before. Zhiqi shook his head. No, teacher Feng would only wear clothes like that when big leaders from other places came. She would not wear them at other times. But this is the first time I saw teacher Feng combing her hair today. He was wearing a suit and tie, a watch, and his hair was combed with hairspray. He also had a look that made her uncomfortable. The more Jiang Ning thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. This was obviously the way he treated women, like a peacock. However, this was only their second meeting, so she couldn't just judge him. What if she was just overthinking it? Feng Chuan knew that she was a military family member, so he shouldn't have that thought. Jiang Ning didn't dwell on this issue. She just didn't like this man because he belittled the students he taught. She thought she was illiterate and wanted to teach her in a unilateral way. As a teacher, shouldn't he focus on his students? In the next few days, Jiang Ning would meet Feng Chuan on his way to the clinic when he was going to work at school. Feng Chuan would take the initiative to greet Jiang Ning when he saw her. Gradually, the address changed. From the beginning, Zhiqi's parent became Comrade Jiang Ning. If they met once or twice, it could be a coincidence, but if the coincidence happened too often, it would not be a coincidence. Could it be that this confident man was really interested in her? After meeting Feng Chuan for several days in a row, Jiang Ning no longer thought that she was just overthinking. On this day, on her way to the clinic, she ran into Feng Chuan on his way to school. It was working time, and there was a lot of traffic, but Feng Chuan saw Jiang Ning in the crowd at a glance. Yang Ning. His voice was not small, attracting a lot of people's attention. Jiang Ning was already quite noticeable when she walked in the compound, and now there were more people looking at her. Ever since she realized that teacher Feng might have feelings for her, she always felt a little disgusted when she saw him again. In this era where men and women are easily criticized for being a little intimate, how dare this man call her name in public? Facing the pressure of gazes from all directions and the man who was approaching her, she had to say hello. Teacher Feng. Feng Chuan walked through the crowd and came to Jiang Ning. Among so many people, he caught sight of Jiang Ning at a glance. Among the people coming and going, Jiang Ning was the only one wearing a skirt. Her beautiful figure was eye-catching, and he really wanted to reach out and pinch that slender waist. What he had to do now was to make his presence felt in front of Jiang Ning, to the extent that this woman would no longer ignore him. This is the study plan I customized for Zhiqi. Please accept it first. He stuffed a notebook into Jiang Ning's hand with a gesture that could not be refused, and then pointed to 3 words on the notebook. These 3 words read plan. Jiang Ning immediately had an expression of swallowing a fly. Is there any more depressing plot in the world than what is happening right now? On the spot teaching? Feng Chuan pretended to push his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, with a confident expression that he would teach you well. And he was confident that he could definitely teach Jiang Ning. It was just teaching someone to read, not difficult. He was now looking forward to seeing the expression of adoration on Jiang Ning's face. The corners of Jiang Ning's mouth twitched. Teacher Feng, I don't think I said I can't read. Now it was Feng Chuan's turn to have his expression frozen. Jiang Ning was now sure that Feng Chuan was interested in her. She calmly took a step back and distanced herself from him, then said ambiguously, Teacher Feng, you are not good enough to trick people like fools. Also, let me remind you again. She took out a pen from her bag, scribbled a few big words on the so-called plan, and then threw it back to Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan looked at the words written on the notebook with steady force. It is illegal to destroy military marriages. Don't harass me if you have nothing to do. Get lost. Jiang Ning's handwriting was elegant and fluent. She didn't say this because she was afraid that someone with ulterior motives would hear it and spread some rumors. After writing this, she threw it to Feng Chuan and turned away. Seeing her leave, Feng Chuan subconsciously reached out to grab her, but caught nothing. Jiangning's literacy was beyond his expectation, and she could sense his thoughts, which was even more unexpected. He was very confident in his methods, infiltrating step by step, and finally controlling it, but this woman saw through his thoughts at a glance. Feng Chuan's mind extinguished and brightened again. Looking at the words on the notebook, his inexplicable desire to win made him determined to take down this woman, who said he wanted to destroy military marriages. He was not that stupid. He wanted to make Jiangning lose her reputation. These 2 days are the days when Li Xingyue, the eldest daughter of Li's sister-in-law, goes home on weekends. When Jiangning was picked up by Shen Mo after work, she happened to meet Li Xingyue, who was going home. When she saw Li Xingyue, Jiangning took the initiative to greet her. After greeting her, she said, "I made a whitening cream with almonds in the light. When do you have time to come and try it?" As soon as Jiangning finished speaking, Li Xingyue immediately said, I have time now." As soon as she finished speaking, her face turned red. Seeing Shen Mo, who had put away his bicycle and walked over, she said again, Are you convenient?" Jiangning originally wanted her to come after dinner, but seeing the child's anxious look, she smiled and said, "Now is also okay." Li Xingyue immediately said, "I'll go home to put things away. It seems that today I have to embarrass the big man behind her to cook a meal." "You cook tonight." "Okay." Shen Mo agreed at once. Jiangning thought for a while. "I want to eat minced meat eggplant." "Okay." He still responded without hesitation. Pfft, Jiangning laughed. "Can you do it?" Shen Mo thought for a while and said, "I remember the steps you followed to make minced meat and eggplant last time." "Okay." Jiangning said, holding his face with her hands and kissing him. "Go ahead." Shen Mo walked into the kitchen in a happy mood. Although his wife had not allowed him to take the last step, he was very happy to get a kiss. Shen Mo entered the yard first. Jiangning heard a voice behind her as soon as she stepped into the yard. "Oh, I know you two are close, but it's better to do this kind of intimacy behind closed doors." "That's right, as if you're afraid that others can't see your intimacy." The people who spoke were a few military families passing by. Jiangning didn't respond. She could only say that this evil feudal dregs of thought was harmful to people. Back in the yard, Jiangning had just moved the recliner and the small stool out of the house when Li Xingyue appeared at the gate of the yard. "Come in quickly." Jiangning called her in. "Lie down." She pointed to the recliner. This recliner was made for her by a carpenter that Shen Mo asked. One day, she was sitting on the swing to enjoy the moon and she said, "It would be nice if I could enjoy it while lying down." The recliner appeared in front of her the next day. Shen Mo never said a word every time he did something, and she kept every little complaint in her heart. This feeling of being valued made her feel warm in her heart. After motioning Li Xingyue to lie down, Jiangning took out an enamel jar and opened it to reveal the almond paste she had prepared. Almonds can be eaten and applied to the body. She scooped out 2 tablespoons of almond powder paste from the enamel jar and put it in a large bowl. Then she poured in a little bit of milk and honey and stirred it. After it became thick, she used a bamboo stick to apply it to Li Xingyue's face little by little. Li Xingyue was shocked when the paste was applied to her face. No one doesn't care about their appearance. Jiangning comforted her. "Don't worry." She applied the almond paste all over Li Xingyue's face and also applied it to her arm that was left outside. After applying it, she reminded her, "This should be applied on your face for 20 to 30 minutes. You just lie here for a while."
Li Xingyue nudda.
Jiangning got up and went into the main room and took out another enamel jar. The enamel jar was opened and filled with a paste that was a bit dark like brown sugar. This was the 3 white paste Jiangning made to soak in water and drink. Whitening should not only be applied externally, but also taken internally. Using both external and internal applications can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. She took out 2 water cups and scooped a spoonful from each. Before she could take the kettle, Zhiqi came over with the kettle. Jiangning took the kettle and dissolved it with boiling water. Then he walked out with 2 cups of brewed sambai paste water and handed 1 cup to Li Xingyue. "Here, drink this. This is what I made with white peony, white atractylodes, white poria, licorice, and brown sugar. You have dark spots on your face due to years of exposure to the sun. Drinking this will help to fade the dark spots on your face, and it will also have the effect of replenishing qi and blood, whitening and moisturizing the skin. Although Li Xingyue is timid, she will not back down once she makes up her mind. She took the water from Jiang Ning and drank it in one gulp. You don't have to be so anxious, you can drink it slowly. Jiang Ning smiled and went into the house to pour her another cup. Xingyue, Xingyue. Sister Li's voice sounded outside the yard. When Jiang Ning called her in, Sister Li stepped into the yard and saw the person lying on the couch wearing her daughter's clothes. She immediately said, "Why did you run to Sister Zhang's house as soon as you got home?" Scared, she was startled just after she finished speaking. The person lying on the recliner had a layer of white stuff on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes and mouth. If she hadn't remembered the clothes her daughter was wearing, she really wouldn't have recognized that the person lying on the couch was her daughter. Jiang Ning, Sister Li, she's applying a mask. Applying a mask? Sister Li was stunned for a moment, and soon remembered that when her daughter went to school that day, Jiang Ning said that she wanted to make a whitening product for her daughter to try. Seeing the strange things on her daughter's face, she couldn't help but worry. Is the thing Jiang Ning made really useful? In fact, she was more worried about whether her daughter's face would have any problems because of applying this thing. No, she shouldn't doubt Sister Jiang. In fact, in her heart, she inexplicably had a good impression of Jiang Ning and trusted her. Sister Li couldn't help asking, "How long will my daughter need to apply the mask?" Jiang Ning looked at the time on her watch. It will probably take another 20 minutes. It hadn't been applied for long, and this girl's first time. She hoped it could last longer. Okay, then I'll go back and continue cooking. After Sister Li said that, she heard the movement from the kitchen and turned around to see Shen Mo cooking in the kitchen. Wow, Xiao Shen, you're cooking. Shen Mo turned around and greeted Sister Li. Sister Li joked, "No wonder I smell that your food is not as fragrant as usual." Although it was a joke, it was also the truth. Their family and Jiang Ning's family were just opposite each other. Every time Jiang Ning's family cooked, the fragrance always drifted to their house. With that fragrance, their family's meals tasted more fragrant. Shen Mo didn't feel his pride was hurt at all, and he didn't stop his hands. He agreed, "Not as good as my wife. This guy really puts you at the top of his heart." Sister Li winked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was not shy either and nodded and said, "Yeah, I care about him too." Sister Li always spoke loudly, and what she said to Jiang Ning just now fell into Shen Mo's ears, and he naturally heard what Jiang Ning said next. With a clang, the hand that held the steel gun steadily suddenly couldn't hold the spatula steadily. Jiang Ning saw him stir frying the vegetables in the pot quickly and chuckled. "How about I bring the cooked food to your house to eat? It happens that old Li just came back and I made 4 dishes and 2 meat dishes." Sister Li looked at her daughter and suddenly suggested, "You will know that the meal is not up to standard without eating it, Xiao Shen. I can't let you suffer." Jiang Ning was frightened by Sister Li's enthusiasm. That's not good. What's wrong with that? You must have put a lot of effort into applying these to my daughter. Just think of this meal as a way for sister-in-law to thank you." Jiang Ning wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Sister Li. "Don't refuse. I'll go back and serve the dishes now." After saying that, Sister Li ran home in a hurry and then asked the man to take the dishes to the next door. Captain Li also knew that his daughter was at Shen Mo's house. He heard his wife talk about what his daughter was doing at Shen Mo's house. Anyway, he didn't understand, so he listened to his wife and took the dishes to the next door. The hot dishes were served, and Shen Mo was still cooking for a while, waiting for Shen Mo to finish cooking. Captain Li looked at his eldest daughter's strange appearance and didn't say much. He went directly to the kitchen to chat with Shen Mo. Shen Mo finished cooking, and Li Xingyue had also applied the mask. Jiang Ning filled a basin of water and asked Li Xingyue to wash her face. After Li Xingyue washed her face, Jiang Ning handed her a clean towel. Seeing Li Xingyue wipe her face clean, Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows. She was very satisfied to see that Li Xingyue's face was obviously whiter. Jiang Ning couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pinch her face. It was much more moist and smooth than before. If she continued to use it, the effect should be good. "Okay, let's go eat." The two entered the main room. Shen Mo and Captain Li were chatting, and Sister Li was peeling eggs for Zhiqi. The two girls sat down, and Shen Mo handed them 2 bowls of rice. Li Xingyue took it a little flattered. Li Xingyue is in college, and Captain Li hasn't seen his daughter for a while. He ate the rice in his bowl and said to his wife, "Our Xingyue seems to have become a little whiter." Sister Li also felt the same way. When her eldest daughter went home to put things away, she took a look and saw that she was not as tender as now. When Sister Li thought that her daughter could become white, her eyes lit up, and she didn't forget who was responsible for her daughters like this. Sister Li looked at Jiangning with a more amiable look and kept picking up dishes for Jiangning, and they were all meat dishes. Jiangning didn't stop him in time, and the dishes in the bowl were almost piled up into a mountain. She looked at her bowl helplessly. Shen Mo looked at her with a doting smile, and then said to Sister Li, "Sister Li, eat by yourself. My wife can't eat so much." Sister Li also reacted and ate her meal well. After the meal, when Captain Li and his family left, Jiangning handed 2 enamel jars to Li Xingyue. "I have already told you the method. You apply it every day. The liquid in here should be enough for you to use on your face for a month. This is for drinking in water. Just make a cup a day. Don't be greedy. This jar is enough for you to drink for a month or 2. Thank you, Sister Jiang."
Li Xingyue tanca sincerely.
Sister Li was not satisfied with the address. "What should you call you? I call your mother sister, and you call her sister. Isn't the hierarchy messed up? You should call her aunt." Li Xingyue turned to look at Jiangning's bright and young face. She really couldn't call her aunt, so she turned to her own mother. "Sister Jiang is only 3 years older than me. Am I not calling her old if I call her aunt?" These words made Sister Li speechless. She thought about it and felt that it was true. The age gap was indeed unclear. Sister Li waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. You can shout whatever you want. Sister Jiang doesn't mind, right?" Jiangning smiled and nodded. Captain Li and his family went back. Shen Mo was boiling water in the kitchen, and Jiangning was washing clothes in the yard. Although all the housework was taken over by Shen Mo, she couldn't do nothing. As soon as the clothes were washed, there was a knock on the gate of the yard, and Jiangning went to open the door. It was Sister Li who knocked on the door. As soon as Jiangning opened the door, Sister Li grabbed her hand and stuffed a big bill into her. Jiangning saw that it was money. She refused. "Sister Li, what are you doing?" Sister Li said, "The whitening cream you made for my daughter, which can be applied and drunk, must have a cost. How can my sister-in-law's family take it from you for free?" The cost of the almond paste and 3 white paste made by Jiangning is not high, but the process is time-consuming and laborious. Although the process takes a lot of thought, whitening cannot be achieved in a short time. Jiangning pushed the money back. "Sister Li, I really can't take this money. It's not too late for you to give me the money when Xingyue's skin really works. And I have other plans. Xingyue is in college. If she gets whiter, that will be my living signboard. I also plan to make money with this thing." Sister Li was convinced by Jiangning's words, and she didn't expect Jiangning to want to make money in this way. "Okay, just do it to my girl's face." A girl's ability is important, but her face is equally important. If she didn't trust and understand Jiangning's character, Sister Li would not dare to test her daughter's face on Jiangning. There was nothing important to do for the next period of time, and she had a job, so Jiangning planned to arrange the dinner. When Shen Mo applied for this courtyard, Yang Jingtu and Qian Feng made a lot of efforts, and Jiangning became familiar with Sister Li's family. That night Jiangning told Shen Mo about this. "Shen Mo, let's treat everyone to dinner tomorrow. Yang Jingtu and Qian Feng must have made a lot of efforts when we moved in." Shen Mo actually wanted to talk about this for a long time. In many places, people would invite some relatives and friends to warm up the house after moving into a new house, but Jiangning had always had the idea of divorce before, so this matter had been suppressed in his heart. Now, he heard Jiangning take the initiative to bring it up, and he was very happy. "Okay, then I'll invite them over tomorrow," Shen Mo said. "Jiangning, calculate how many people there will be tomorrow, and I'll see how much food to buy." Yang Jingtu and Qian Feng have not yet married and have been single for many years. while Captain Lee's family has 4 people. Shen Mo also mentioned the names of several good friends. Jiangning calculated that there were about a dozen people, not enough for 1 table. If 1 table was not enough, then 2 tables would be set up. Jiangning walked to the desk and took out a notebook to write down the cooking materials to be bought tomorrow. After writing, Jiangning went to bed and nestled in Shen Mo's arms. Shen Mo smelled the fragrance of the chimes coming from his arms, and his wife lay softly in his arms. Jiangning was still thinking about tomorrow's menu in her mind. She wanted to entertain Shen Mo's friends. Feeling uncomfortable in her current lying position, she rolled around in Shen Mo's arms and found another, more comfortable place. The breathing above his head suddenly became heavier, and hot air poured out. Jiangning seemed to notice something and raised his head, and his lips touched the chin with a little stubble. Shen Mo felt something soft touching his chin, but before he could react, his abdomen felt cold, as if something was dishonestly reaching under his clothes. Jiangning didn't think much about it. He just wanted to touch something, and just as he touched his abdominal muscles, his hand was suddenly held down. It was getting hotter and hotter under the warm palm, and the breathing above his head was getting heavier. In the darkness, Shen Mo's eyes changed, and half of his body was numb.
Wife.
Shen Mo's call of wife was full of desire, and Jiangning could tell it. The veins of the hand that was holding her through the clothes seemed to be bursting. Jiangning actually didn't think about that thing at first, but at this point, she felt that it seemed to be about the same. A faint blush climbed up her cheeks. Shen Mo, I've thought it through. Jiangning struggled, and after breaking free, she went in the opposite direction. Shen Mo now regretted very much that he accepted his wife's invitation to treat him today. Just when Jiangning was about to climb up, Shen Mo caught her again. His heavy tone was full of patience. Wife, we have something important to do tomorrow. Jiangning didn't expect that Shen Mo could still hold back at the last minute. She suddenly doubted her own charm. Don't you want to? Yes, I do, especially. Shen Mo's tone became heavier than the last. But if you don't want to embarrass yourself in front of Sister Lee and the others tomorrow, let's wait until tomorrow night, okay? Shen Mo's eyes were slightly red, and he called softly, Ning Ning. If he really agreed to it tonight, his wife would definitely blame him tomorrow, and then would not let him touch her for a long time. By then, he would lose more than he gained. Jiangning was numb all over by his word Ning Ning. Hearing the implication of his words, I only promised you this once. How can it be that serious? Not enough. The man's voice was a little low. Jiangning was choked by her saliva. She really didn't think much about it. After all, she heard that the first time would be very painful, so she just wanted to try it lightly. Jiangning really didn't want to be embarrassed tomorrow, so she honestly withdrew her hand, put it on the man's chest, and closed her eyes to rest. The man in his arms had no conscience and fell asleep after teasing. Shen Mo fell asleep in the second half of the night. Half asleep and half awake, Jiangning vaguely felt that it was shaking. The brain woke up before the body, and she couldn't help blushing. This man said that he didn't want a night. What is he doing? Ning Ning. The man's voice came from her ear, and Jiangning woke up suddenly. The ceiling was indeed shaking. It was really shaking. As if she thought of something, Jiangning was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. She immediately said, Shen Mo, it's an earthquake, let's get out. As soon as she finished speaking, she was picked up by Shen Mo and rushed out of the room to the outside of the yard. Jiangning looked at the small room next to her and Zhiqi. Shen Mo put Jiangning on the recliner, and he immediately rushed to the small room and carried Zhiqi out. The little Zhiqi lay in Shen Mo's arms, rubbing his eyes and looking like he was not awake yet. Dad, what's wrong? Jiangning reached out and touched his head. It's okay, you can continue to sleep. Looking at the shaky house, fortunately, it was just a bungalow. If it were in the real world, the elevator building that was dozens of stories high would almost shake. The shaking lasted only a few minutes or so. Jiangning saw that the shaking was not big and thought it should be an aftershock from somewhere. There was an aftershock, and no one knew where the disaster had occurred. After making sure that nothing would happen, Jiangning returned to the room and fell asleep in Shen Mo's arms again. The next morning, Jiangning made an appointment with sister-in-law Li. Sister-in-law Li readily agreed when she heard that her family was going to treat guests and also invited her eldest daughter to come along. Help Jiangning. Just when the dishes were ready, Shen Mo suddenly returned home with Captain Li and informed them that a town in Lin County had suddenly experienced a major earthquake, and the military district had received a mission to dispatch a regiment to go for the rescue. Shen Mo was the deputy regiment commander, and he was going to lead the rescue. The rescue was limited to 72 hours, and there was no time to lose. Shen Mo was about to lead his men to go. When Jiangning heard the news, she was stunned. She couldn't help but think of the time in her previous life when she followed the medical team to the earthquake-stricken area for rescue. Natural disasters made people despair. How many people had their homes destroyed and were displaced, their wives and children separated, and their lives were separated? Jiangning didn't want to recall the dark despair at that time. She tried hard to calm down from the unspeakable emotions and quickly returned to the room to help Shen Mo pack some simple clothes. When Shen Mo entered the room to pack his clothes, he found that Jiangning had already packed them for him. Captain Li gave him a little more time. Shen Mo didn't know what to say. In the past, he never hesitated to do any mission he received, but today he hesitated for a moment. But this hesitation was quickly dispelled. A small family is a family, and a big family is also a family. Without a big family, there would be no small family. Jiangning saw there was a flash of reluctance in his eyes, but she knew he should go. If she had been hired for the infirmary in their camp, she should have gone with him. As a doctor, she would not stand by and watch someone die. In the face of a natural disaster, every contribution means one more chance of survival. Jiangning reached out and straightened his collar. She wanted to ask him to protect himself and not get hurt. But in a place like that, it was still unknown whether there would be aftershocks. If something really happened, Shen Mo would not stand by and watch someone die. She knew what kind of person he was, and the words that came to her lips became, "Try to protect yourself. I'll wait for you at home." Shen Mo wanted to reach out and hug her, but he held back. He was afraid that if he hugged her, he would really not want to leave. He picked up the luggage bag that Jiangning had prepared for him and turned to leave. Just after taking 2 steps, his waist tightened. He felt heat and softness from behind. Jiangning's hands tightly wrapped around his waist, and Shen Mo patted her hands. Knowing that he really should leave, Jiangning let go and let him go, but the moment she let go, Shen Mo suddenly turned around and hugged her. Jiangning buried her face in his arms and reached out to hug him back. This time it was Jiangning who pushed him away first, with reluctance in her beautiful eyes. Jiangning's eyes flashed slightly. She knew where this feeling came from. Shen Mo looked at Jiangning. He felt sorry for her. The mission came too urgent. He didn't even have time to comfort her. "Ningning, I'm going. Wait for me to come back." Shen Mo loosened his hand and took a step back from the soft and warm embrace. He turned around and left without looking back. Jiangning followed his footsteps to the gate of the yard, until that firm and magnanimous figure walked farther and farther away. Jiangning had never experienced this kind of feeling of separation. After Shen Mo left, she stood at the gate of the yard for a long time. Sister Li came out of her yard twice and saw Jiangning was still there. She couldn't help but walk over to comfort her. For men who are soldiers, it is common to go on missions. It is because of them that we have the peace and stability we have now. Jiangning said, "I know, sister-in-law, I'm just a little worried about him, but I won't stop him. He guards his big family, and I will guard our small family." Hearing this, Sister Li smiled. As a military wife, her husband had been on the battlefield for more than 20 years, and she deeply understood the bitterness. Now she also understood Jiangning's feelings. She saw from Jiangning's eyes that Jiangning cared about Shen Mo. In fact, at the beginning, she was a little shocked when she saw Jiangning's appearance. How could such a beautiful girl marry a soldier, who often went on missions and often did not go home? Not to mention some rumors that occasionally spread in the compound. Even she couldn't help thinking that such a girl was indeed easy to be seduced by other men, and if she was not mentally strong, she might be easily seduced. The match was made. But how could Jiang Meizi's reluctance to part with Shen Mo be like those rumors in the compound? It was totally false. Jiang Ning gave most of the vegetables she bought to Sister Li's family, including a lot of meat and other things. Sister Li helped Jiang Ning with the shopping and knew that it cost a lot of money. Seeing that Jiang Ning insisted on giving her the vegetables, she accepted them, but also insisted on giving half of the money for the vegetables to Jiang Ning. If Jiang Ning didn't take the money, she wouldn't take the vegetables. Jiang Ning couldn't persuade Sister Li, so she took the money. Jiang Ning and Zhiqi spent 2 relatively ordinary days at home, but when she met Feng Chuan again on the way to the clinic 2 days later, her life was not ordinary. When Jiang Ning went out in the morning, she saw a black briefcase thrown outside the gate of the yard. Sister Li and Jiang Ning on the opposite side opened the door at the same time. Jiang Ning greeted her and was about to step out when she was stopped by Sister Li. "Sister Jiang, wait, there is something under your feet." Jiang Ning looked down, then bent down to pick it up. Sister Li came over and opened the briefcase with Jiang Ning to see what was inside. She took out a file bag and saw the words Feng Chuan. At this time, Feng Chuan ran over from somewhere. "Comrade Jiang, this is mine."
I'm sorry.
"I left my briefcase here when I went to school today." A woman's sixth sense told her that this was not a coincidence. She clearly felt the harassment of this man, which made her very uncomfortable. Feng Chuan took the briefcase handed over by Jiang Ning and even stretched out his hand to grab her hand, but Jiang Ning dodged it. The other party didn't feel embarrassed when she saw her dodge and left with a smile. Jiang Ning was puzzled, said something to Sister Li, and stepped on Shen Mo's 28-bar bicycle to go to the clinic. The wind of bicycles swept through the family compound. Bicycles were very expensive in this era. Not many households owned them, and most of the military families in the family compound did not know how to ride a bicycle. And one day Shen Mo suddenly carried a bicycle home, attracting the attention of many people along the way later. When they saw Shen Mo riding a bicycle to pick up and drop off Jiang Ning every day, many people's expressions were a bit hard to describe, and some even couldn't help but feel jealous. Most of the men of military families are busy every day. When they get home, they don't even wash their feet and go to bed directly. The women have to boil hot water and bring it to the bedside for the men to wash. As soon as Shen Mo came to the family compound, even if he was very busy every day, he insisted on picking up and dropping off Jiang Ning to and from work. Seeing this, many people's eyes were full of jealousy and even a little unbalanced. After this period of Shen Mo's insistence on picking up and dropping off, Jiang Ning has become famous in the compound. At this moment, Jiang Ning rode a bicycle and passed by with her head raised all the way, and many military families suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Her man just left, and she rode a bicycle to show off. I don't know where Shen Mo takes her every day, let alone sending her to work. I asked our textile factory and the surrounding machinery factory, and they didn't recruit new people. Who knows? She is beautiful, gentle and soft, and men are willing to do anything for her if she just acts coquettishly. Just now I saw Teacher Feng from the government primary school at the door of Jiang Ning's house. Jiang Ning handed a briefcase to Teacher Feng and talked and laughed with Teacher Feng. Is she doing that? What's the big deal? I saw Teacher Feng go to her house when Shen Mo was not there. Could it be that she called Teacher Feng there? Teacher Feng is a good teacher. Don't be fooled by such a woman. Some ambiguous words from the military family were passed to the government primary school. In the afternoon, when the military family went to the school to pick up their children, one of them pulled Teacher Feng and whispered, "Teacher Feng, don't talk to Jiang Ning recently." Feng Chuan pretended to be confused. What's wrong? That woman Jiang Ning. Her reputation in the hospital is not very good recently. You'd better be careful not to get involved with people like her and get into trouble. The military family fanned his nose after saying that, as if he smelled some foxy smell. Really? He looked helpless, maybe not. Last time, Jiang Ning called me to her house and said she wanted to make a study plan for Zhiqi. I went there in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare. I have to go there again later. Feng Chuan was still holding back his anger at the moment. There were so many women who usually tried to please him, but Jiangning dared to lose face in public. At that time in the student union, this woman was so arrogant that she lost face in front of him, and he gave her face with good temper. Later, when he went to her home for a home visit and even offered to teach her how to read, she still dared to look at him coldly, relying on her own capital to be great. She was really shameless. He wanted to see if Jiangning could withstand the rumors. Hearing Feng Chuan say that Jiangning took the initiative to ask him to go home, the parent sighed. Jiangning didn't expect that she would be maliciously rumored to have hooked up with a man when she rode a bicycle to the clinic. In the evening, when Jiangning was about to ride her bicycle home, someone suddenly ran into the clinic in a hurry. The man ran out of breath, and before he could catch his breath, he said, "Grandpa Huang, my wife is about to give birth." Grandpa Huang frowned. "You should find a midwife to give birth." The man's face was pale. "I looked for it and looked for it, but my wife got bumped today and her amniotic fluid broke. I called a midwife to deliver the baby, but the midwife said that the baby was bumped in the stomach and the fetal position was not right, so she couldn't be delivered. Now my wife is bleeding. She is dying. Master Huang, please save my wife." The man was completely panicked at this moment. When he saw Master Huang, he was like seeing his backbone. He was about to kneel down to Master Huang. Master Huang pulled him and stopped him from kneeling. Then he picked up the silver needle and some medical tools and handed them to Jiangning. "Ning girl, you go." Jiangning was stunned for a moment. She knew that Master Huang was giving her a chance. Jiangning had just come to the clinic, and many people still trusted Master Huang more. Every time they saw a doctor, they would give priority to Master Huang. Some people even turned around and left when they saw Jiangning. "Okay." Jiangning took the silver needle and medical tools he handed over. Jiangning looked at the man who ran over. "Please lead the way." The man's thinking is somewhat traditional. After all, Mr. Huang is a man, so naturally he can't be as convenient as a woman. Although he subconsciously doubts whether this young girl can do it, he can't doubt her medical skills now. When Jiangning followed the man to the door of a house in the village, there were already many people standing outside the door of this house. Most of them were villagers and neighbors. Every household knew the news at the slightest movement. Some were watching the fun, and some were really concerned about this family. As soon as Jiangning arrived, he heard a particularly miserable cry in the house, which made people tremble with fear. "Oh, the Wu family's cry scared me. It's been so long since the birth. Will it still work? What's the big deal? When I gave birth to my son, I gave birth to him for a day and a night. Giving birth, the pain will go away. I heard that there was bleeding, and it seems very serious. The midwife just said that the fetus is in an abnormal position. If it can't be born, I'm afraid there will be 2 deaths. Xiao is gonna ask for a doctor now. I hope he can ask the doctor soon." "Doctor? That barefoot doctor, Mr. Huang outside our village. How can a grown man like him deliver a baby for a woman? And if he goes in, the one from the Wu family won't be seen, right? If I'm seen by a strange man, I'd rather bang my head against the wall." Jiangning frowned after hearing these words. Why would she care about her innocence if she was going to die? At this moment, a woman suddenly spoke up to refute. "Doctors only take care of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Who cares about men and women? You are really ignorant." Jiangning raised her eyes and saw the woman she had treated for dysmenorrhea last time. Seeing that his house was surrounded, Wu Gui immediately shouted, "The doctor is here. Make way." Someone heard it and quickly made way. Jiangning ignored the looks from everyone around her and immediately pushed open the door and entered the house under the guidance of the man. The midwife was running around in the house in a panic. She could deliver babies, but the fetus was in a wrong position and she couldn't get it right. If it continued like this, both the pregnant woman and the child would be in danger. Although many people had gone there to give birth, no one wanted to see a life die. Jiangning walked over quickly. The pregnant woman was exhausted from trying too hard, and her voice was not as loud as before. Jiangning checked the situation and immediately took out a ginseng slice from the medicine box and put it in the pregnant woman's mouth for her to hold. "Don't use force now. I'll help you get the fetus right first." "Doctor, it hurts, it hurts." The pregnant woman suddenly grabbed Jiangning's hand. "If something really happens, you must save my child first." Jiangning saw her grabbing her hand and talking about saving the child. She couldn't tell what she felt at the moment. She could only say that a mother is strong. She couldn't bear the pain anymore, but she still thought about the child first. Jiangning comforted her. "You will be fine, and the child will be fine too." As she spoke, she had already taken out the silver needle, felt the acupuncture point, and inserted it quickly and accurately. She first helped the pregnant woman stop bleeding, and then gave her a few more needles to relieve the pain. Jiangning inserted the needle, then stood up and came to the pregnant belly. When the midwife saw that Jiangning was so young, she immediately wondered if such a young girl could really do it. But after Jiangning quickly and accurately inserted a few needles, the pregnant woman's complexion improved a lot, and she immediately put her heart at ease. At this critical moment, as long as she can save lives, it's good. Jiangning stretched out his hand to the pregnant woman's belly, fumbled around, and then slowly restored the abnormal fetal position of the baby to its original position. After restoring it to its original position, Jiangning wiped her forehead and then taught her the Lama's breathing method. Don't waste your energy by yelling. Just breathe. Listen to me. Take a deep breath, then exhale. The midwife saw that the fetus was in the right position. Her eyes lit up immediately, and she gave Jiangning a fierce look, then came between the pregnant woman's legs to help her give birth. The pregnant woman saw that it was not as painful as before, and her breathing gradually became smoother. She listened to Jiangning and the midwife and adjusted her breathing rhythm. Giving birth is like walking through the gates of Hades for a woman. After a few hours, Jiangning said, "The is completely open, push hard." The pregnant woman listened to Jiangning's words, enduring severe pain. She didn't relax even when her hair was wet with sweat. She had to give birth to this child. She had endured hardships and carried the child for 10 months. After a few hours, the pregnant woman finally gave birth to the child at about 6 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The moment the child was born, the woman felt her whole body relaxed all of a sudden, and the severe pain was almost over. Jiangning asked the midwife to hold the child and cut the umbilical cord, then wiped the child clean with a clean cloth and wrapped it. Seeing that the child was born well, Jiangning and the midwife breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Giving birth is a strenuous job, and everyone was extremely nervous. The midwife took the child out, and Jiangning brought a bowl of brown sugar water that had been prepared long ago and fed it to the pregnant woman. At this moment, the child had been born, and Jiangning also sewed up the torn area for the pregnant woman, applied medicine, and gave her an injection to relieve her pain. After drinking the water, the pregnant woman held Jiangning's hand, thanked her endlessly, and even cried, "Thank you. Thank you, doctor. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid my child and I would not be able to save it." The midwife told her at the beginning that if the baby didn't come, not only would the baby be in trouble, she would also die. This was a life-saving grace. The woman didn't forget to ask Jiangning's name even as she was crying. "Comrade, what's your name?" Jiangning told her her name, and then comforted her. "You've just given birth. Remember not to be too happy or too sad." After hearing Jiangning's words, the woman stopped crying. She held Jiangning's hand and refused to let go. I will ask my husband to give you a banner and ask my grandfather to write you a letter of praise. My grandfather is the village chief of this village." "Comrade Jiang, which village are you from?" Jiangning patted her hands and said, "I'm from the military family compound here. Saving lives is the doctor's duty, so there's no need for praise." Jiangning was an I person. She remembered that in this year, praise would be broadcasted and the entire family compound would hear it. How embarrassing that would be. The woman said, "You're a soldier's family member. No wonder you have an extraordinary temperament, good character, and good medical skills." After delivering the baby for the pregnant woman, Jiangning was soaked with sweat and felt very uncomfortable. She planned to go home immediately to take a shower and rest, but the pregnant woman's family insisted on asking her to have breakfast before going back. The other party was too enthusiastic, and Jiangning couldn't refuse, so she stayed and had a quick meal. Jiangning went to the clinic first. She left in a hurry last night. Before leaving, Zhang Ning asked Huang Xiaodong to go to the gate of the family compound to tell the sentry that she was going to deliver a baby. The sentry would tell Zhiqi about it and let the child not worry. When Zhang Ning returned to the family compound, it was time for everyone to go to work. Zhang Ning rode her bicycle all the way back. She received a lot of attention along the way, and she inexplicably felt unfriendly in those eyes. Zhang Ning didn't think much about it. She just wanted to go home quickly to take a shower and have a sleep. When she got home, Zhiqi was about to go to school. Seeing Zhang Ning coming back, Zhiqi's eyes lit up. Mom. Zhang Ning reached out and touched his head. I didn't go home last night. Are you not afraid? No, I'm not afraid. Zhiqi shook his head. The sentry uncle said yesterday that you went to help someone else deliver a baby. After that, he pointed to the kitchen and said, Mom, I boiled bath water for you. It's on the stove. Zhang Ning said, Okay, go to school. Zhiqi went to school. Zhang Ning washed her hair and took a bath. After her hair was dry, she had a good sleep. In the afternoon, Zhang Ning was awakened by a knock on the door. Zhang Ning heard the knock on the door, put on her clothes, and went to open the door. It was Sister Li who knocked on the door. When Sister Li saw Zhang Ning, she immediately said, Sister Zhang, your Zhiqi had a fight with someone at school. You should come to school with me. When Zhang Ning heard that Zhiqi had a fight with someone, her face changed immediately, and she immediately followed Sister Li to the school. When the two hurriedly walked to the gate of the family compound, Zhang Ning was suddenly stopped by a strange man. Zhang Ning raised her eyes and saw that the people blocking her were the two soldiers she had saved when she returned home from the clinic last time, one of whom was an officer. Brigade Commander Liang looked at Zhang Ning kindly and smiled. It's you. I'm just about to go to the clinic to find you, to thank you for saving me last time. Zhang Ning wanted to greet her when she saw her, but she was busy now, so she immediately said, Sorry, I have something to do now. Brigade Commander Liang saw that she was in a hurry and was indeed busy, and then said, Then you go, and do your thing first. Okay. Zhang Ning nodded to him and left. Brigade Commander Liang saw that Zhang Ning had just come out of the family compound and immediately guessed that she should be a military relative of an officer. He looked at the sentry next to him. Do you know the comrade just now? How could the sentry not know Zhang Ning? He nodded and reported. Report to the brigade commander. She is the wife of Deputy Shen. Brigadier Liang asked again, Deputy Shen?
Shen Mo? Yes.
Brigadier Liang murmured, There is someone with such extraordinary medical skills in this family hospital. When he was about to leave, suddenly a young man and an old man over 60 came over. They seemed to be holding something in their hands. The young man and the old man walked directly to the sentry and handed over what they were holding. Hello, I am the village chief of Daya village next door. Please pass this banner to Dr. Zhang Ning, as well as this letter of commendation. Can you please pass it to your leader on our behalf? This. When the sentry heard the banner and the letter of commendation, he subconsciously looked at Brigadier Liang. The leader was right next to him. Should he accept it or should he accept it? Before the sentry could be embarrassed, Liang the brigade commander came over and said, You can give me the stuff. I'm the leader here. I can hand it over for you. What kind of praise are you talking about? Seeing that the sentry next to him did not retort, the young man and the old man immediately handed over what they were holding. The young man was Wu Gui, who went to the hospital to find a doctor when his daughter-in-law almost gave birth last night. Next to him was his wife's grandfather, who also the head of the village, Wu Gipo, said quickly, My wife gave birth last night, and the midwife said that the abnormal position of the fetus was life-threatening. It was Dr. Zhang Ning from the family hospital who saved my daughter-in-law. We are here to thank her. The old man stretched out his hand towards Brigadier Liang and said in a solemn tone, Leader, I am the head of the next village. I know that this place is strictly forbidden to enter casually. The doctor saved my granddaughter and great-grandson, so I couldn't say anything, so I wrote specifically. A letter of commendation praises the doctor. Brigadier Liang nodded and accepted their banners and letters of commendation. Okay, I will accept these things first and will hand them over on your behalf. Wu Gui and the village chief left with satisfaction. They wanted to express their gratitude in person, but today they went to the hospital and found that there was no one there, so they thought of handing the things to the soldiers at the family hospital and waiting for Jiang Ning to return to the hospital. They thanked him in person. Wu Gui and the old man left. Brigadier Liang glanced at the envelope. The whole letter was full of praise for Dr. Jiang Ning. Brigadier Liang handed the envelope to the orderly beside him. Go and send this letter of commendation to the broadcasting office of the family court and ask the broadcaster to publicly praise Deputy Shen's wife's deeds.
Yes.
Here, Jiang Ning has arrived at school. When Jiang Ning arrived in the second-grade classroom, the two children who had been separated were struggling together again for unknown reasons. Someone was trying to stop the fight. No, actually the three of them were beating Zhiqi together. When Mrs. Wang saw the children fighting, she was anxious and anxious. When she saw that her grandson was beaten with a bruised nose and face, she immediately rushed towards Zhiqi and pinched most of them. They were all students, and there were some parents who were watching indifferently. As long as their children were not affected, Huazhiqi was not afraid of it and beat Wang Xiaotian and Wang Xiaodi until their noses were bruised and their faces were swollen. He himself suffered some minor injuries, but Feng Chuan, as a teacher, did not say anything to stop the beatings of the students. He only occasionally said, "Don't fight, just say what you have to say." Huazhiqi calmed down when he said this just now, but Wang Xiaotian cursed Jiang Ning again, so Huazhiqi couldn't help but rushed up to fight with him again. Jiang Ning pushed through the crowd and approached, and when he saw Wang, the old lady started to fight with the child shamelessly, and her face immediately turned ugly. She stretched out her hand and pulled old lady Wang away without even thinking about it. The strength of an old lady could not be compared to that of young old lady Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning pulled her, and she rolled her eyes, staggered to sit on the ground, and began to cry. "Oh, my old woman's waist, how can you, a young girl, push me? My legs hurt too. I'm afraid I'm lame and can't get up. Oh my God, why do I have such a miserable life? I'm still being bullied by young people at my old age. Is there any reason for this?" When the old woman cried, there was quite a commotion. There were some spectators outside the door. After shouting a few times, there were even more people watching. A group of people gathered outside the classroom. When they saw the old woman sitting on the floor of the classroom and acting wildly, they all started to watch. She was shocked. Her eyes fell on Jiang Ning again. When she saw Jiang Ning's beautiful face, her eyes changed. Mrs. Wang was good at rolling around. Jiang Ning ignored her and came to Huazhiqi. There were blood marks on his face from being scratched, and other exposed areas were bruised and bruised. Jiang Ning suppressed her anger and took out a handkerchief to wipe Huazhiqi's dirty face. Huazhiqi saw that she remained silent. Suddenly, she felt uneasy. Her mother had said that she didn't like naughty children. He was causing trouble for her by fighting with others. Could she suddenly stop wanting him? The more she thought about this possibility, the worse Huazhiqi's face became. He was afraid that Jiang Ning would say she didn't want him anymore. He lowered his head again to cover up the confusion on his face. Even if Jiang Ning really didn't want him, he would accept it. He was the one who didn't behave first. As long as there is a fight, no matter the reason, Jiang Ning puts the handkerchief into his hand and touches Huazhiqi's head. Jiang Ning seems to feel his nervousness in his tone. Fan Gru said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Huazhiqi raised his head and his eyes widened, his pupils trembling. He thought he would be greeted by Jiang Ning scolding. Jiang Ning stuffed Zhiqi another candy as if coaxing a child, and then turned around to look at the person who was still sitting there. Mrs. Wang was on the ground. She walked over in 2 steps and squatted down in front of Mrs. Wang. "Why are you squatting down? Don't even think about touching me, or you may injure me more seriously. I tell you, your son beat my grandson, and you made me lame. This matter is not over yet." Old Mrs. Wang spoke before Jiang Ning. She still remembered Jiang Ning's sharp tongue. She had made up her mind this time. She would rely on whatever Jiang Ning said. She must make Jiang Ning embarrassed and unable to hold her head up in the family home from now on. However, she guessed wrong this time. Jiang Ning silently took out a small cloth bag from her bag and slowly opened it with a light and quick movement. when she pulled out a hand-length stick. When the silver needle came out, everyone around them gasped in unison. Jiangning approached Mrs. Wang with the silver needle. Mrs. Wang moved back silently as she watched the silver needle getting closer and closer to her. But Jiangning grabbed her leg. What are you doing?
What?
Jiangning tilted her head, then grinned. Aren't you in pain? I'll help you with acupuncture to relieve pain. Don't worry, my skills are very good. I guarantee that the disease will be cured with one injection. What technology? Don't doctors all talk about medical skills?
No.
No need.
Try it.
If you get paralyzed, it's mine. I can pay you any amount of money. Jiangning raised the silver needle in her hand, with an expression on her face that she would definitely compensate. The silver needle in her hand was raised high, and the cold light that seemed to pass over the silver needle made people tremble with fear. It was not the silver needle that made Wang. The old lady was scared, but what Jiangning said just now made her scared. Can she be stabbed casually? She didn't want to be paralyzed on the bed like this for the rest of her life. When the needle was about to drop, Mrs. Wang suddenly got up from the ground and pushed Jiangning without any explanation. Do at me. Jiangning was pushed and staggered back 2 steps. Her lower back hit a table with a bang. She also hit the table like this and made a loud noise. Everyone in the classroom was shocked. I heard it. Suddenly, Jiangning looked up and tears fell from her eyes. Her moist eyes were filled with tears, and then she seemed to find something filling her beautiful eyes. In disbelief, Aunt Wang, your leg is not lame. So you just wanted to blackmail me by crying out in pain? Tears were still hanging on Jiangning's face. She put her hands on her waist. I felt pity for her, Aunt Wang. I am treating you sincerely. How can you push me away? Boo-hoo, it hurts. My waist won't be broken, right? Old Mrs. Wang stood there and was stunned. Seeing Jiangning crying, she looked confused. Isn't it her trick to cry and accuse? Mrs. Wang just got up from the ground. Her movements were as fast as a rabbit. She didn't look like an injured person. Soon, everyone realized that she was just pretending. Sister-in-law Li, who had received her daughter's rush, happened to see Jiangning being pushed against a table by Mrs. Wang. She immediately rushed over to help Jiangning. Sister Jiang, are you okay? Jiangning leaned against sister-in-law Li as if she was really in pain. It's nothing serious. It just hurts a little bit after being bumped on the table. Sister-in-law Li has always been good-tempered, but Jiangning has a good relationship with her family. She couldn't bear it anymore. She looked at Mrs. Wang and said, Aunt Wang, you are too old. Why do you bully a little girl? I bullied her? Mrs. Wang's eyes widened. She was obviously the one who rushed over first and gave me a hand. Jiangning leaned against sister-in-law Li. If you hit my child, shouldn't I pull you away? It was your little ungrateful boy who hit my grandson first. I just want to stop them. Grandma Wang immediately cast an angry look at Zhiqi. Her eyes were sharp and terrifying, very scary. Zhiqi was frightened by Grandma Wang's eyes. He even felt that Grandma Wang was going to rush over to beat and scold him like before. However, the next moment, a shadow fell in front of him. Wang Xiaotian stared at Zhiqi with a swollen nose and face. He said, Zhiqi hit us first, so we fought back. We just said a few words to his adoptive mother, and he rushed up to beat me. Jiangning narrowed her eyes and caught the mention of her in Wang Xiaotian's words. My child is very well behaved at home. How could he take the initiative to fight with others? Did any one of you see it? She still firmly believed that Zhiqi definitely did not take the initiative to provoke trouble. At this time, a little girl suddenly spoke up. Zhiqi did not hit anyone first. It was Wang Xiaotian who pushed Zhiqi first, and then Zhiqi fought with him. The little girl looked at Jiangning. She still remembered the last parent-teacher meeting. She was pulled to the podium and criticized by Teacher Feng. At that time, she thought she would be beaten when she got home. However, the words said by Zhiqi's mother at the parent-teacher meeting made her not be beaten when she got home. Her mother also said that she would tutor her homework well in the future. What are you talking about, little girl? Old Lady Wang was completely mad at this moment and glared at the little girl who was talking viciously. She suffered a loss at Jiangning last time, and she suffered a loss again this time. When did she suffer a loss at the same person twice? At this moment, old Lady Wang was full of imbalance, and she sneered at Jiang Ning. You fought when someone pushed you. It's really a case of the upper beam being crooked and the lower beam being crooked. The child is not a good thing, and you, the adoptive mother, are not much better. You have a foxy look and men everywhere, and even seduce teacher Feng. How can you be so cheap, woman? You didn't come home last night, and I don't know which wild man you went out with. After these words were spoken, many people looked at Jiang Ning with different eyes. Even the military families who were watching the excitement began to whisper. No matter what era, gossip is always the hottest topic that can arouse discussion. The volume of voices around kept rising. How shameless. She is already married and still dares to a man, and she seduces a school teacher. Doesn't she know that this is a crime? The man is on a mission outside and doesn't go home all year round. I think she is lonely, but loneliness doesn't allow her to a man. Bah, what kind of is this? It's fine if she seduced teacher Feng, but she even stayed out all night, and I don't know which man she went out with. I saw her with my own eyes returning to the family compound from outside early this morning. When she returned home, her clothes were a mess, and you could tell at a glance that she had done something dirty. This kind of woman should be dragged out for criticism and paraded through the streets. The voices around were getting louder and louder. Jiang Ning heard most of it. It was nothing more than that she seduced Feng Chuan and did not return home last night. Seduce someone? Jiang Ning glanced around, then pointed at Feng Chuan. Which eye of yours saw me seducing him? Do you have any evidence? A military dependent who was sent away by Shen Mo every day before stood up to speak. You did something bad, and you thought we were blind and couldn't see it? Do you have any evidence to prove that you didn't teach her Feng? You dare not admit it, relying on your incredible beauty. You said I seduced someone, then I said I saw you seducing 10 men. Do you admit it? Jiang Ning looked directly at the woman who said that to her. The woman's face changed. How could I 10 men? I'm obviously talking about you now, don't slander me. Jiang Ning curled the corners of his lips and looked at her coldly. Look, you have no evidence to prove that you didn't anyone. Either you produce evidence that I seduced someone or we go to the Public Security Bureau. Think about it carefully. Insulting someone's innocence is against the law. These military families like to get together and gossip when they have nothing to do. A few women would put on a show, and when they talk, some unfounded topics would always lead to some dark aspects. Jiang Ning could not win against so many people. As soon as Jiang Ning mentioned the Public Security Bureau, the faces of the women who gathered together and whispered changed, and they immediately shut up and dared not speak. They just said a few gossips casually, but they didn't want to go to the Public Security Bureau to cause trouble for their men. Jiang Ning did not ignore the smile on Feng Chuan's lips. Now she finally understood that Feng Chuan had stopped her several times before, and the inexplicable encounter. It turned out that he had such a sinister intention. It was just some gossip, but Jiang Ning's words go to the Public Security Bureau scared the woman. She also knew that she would definitely not be able to win against Jiang Ning with her mouth, so she immediately changed the subject. Regardless of whether you seduced teacher Feng or not, you didn't come home all night last night. It can't be said that we wronged you. However, just as she finished speaking, the sound of a loud speaker suddenly rang out outside. The family compound and the government primary school are next to each other, and they share a common radio. At this moment, a male voice came from the radio outside the classroom. Hello, Dr. Jiang Ning from the Capital Military District Family Compound. Hello, I am Qin Jian, the village chief of Qinghe Village next door. Thank you for using your superb medical skills to save my granddaughter, who is in critical condition due to dystocia last night. Your hard work all night has kept my granddaughter and great-grandson safe. Knowing that you are a military family member in the Military District Family Compound, we admire your noble character even more. You are truly a compassionate doctor and the benefactor of our entire family. Once again, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you and wish you and your family happiness, smooth sailing, and peace. Jiang Ning's family, the other party, also sent you a banner. Please go to the Military District radio station to collect it. The voice dropped the last word, and the radio slowly disappeared in a series of crackling sounds. The first person to react from the radio was Sister Lee. She grabbed Jiang Ning's arm and asked, "Sister Jiang, were you delivering a baby last night?" Mrs. Lee's words were a statement, not a question. Mrs. Lee said this to everyone present. Not everyone knew Jiang Ning's name. Her purpose was to dispel the rumor that she stayed out all night and met with men secretly. Jiang Ning nodded. "There was an emergency yesterday, and I didn't have time to go home, so I asked someone to go to the sentry post to tell them." At this moment, everyone looked at each other and saw embarrassment in each other's eyes. The woman who had argued with Jiang Ning turned pale, especially since she kept dragging on the topic of Jiang Ning staying out all night. At this moment, her face was burning and scorching. This was not shame, but the embarrassment of being exposed and slapped in the face after she was sure that the other party was not indecent. She didn't even dare to raise her head now, and even took 2 steps back silently, wanting to leave quietly. Jiang Ning didn't forget what she said just now. She provoked her and wanted to end it all like this, but that was not possible. These people attacked together today. Obviously, these rumors have been circulating for some time. If the rumors are allowed to spread like this, it will be terrible. She turned her eyes, and her gaze fell on the woman who wanted to retreat into the crowd and scolded her for staying out all night to meet wild men. "Where do you want to go?" Jiang Ning sneered. "Didn't you say that I stay out all night to meet wild men? Why don't you show me the evidence that I didn't come home last night to meet a strange man? If you dare to do it, I will admit it." "No, there is no evidence. I was just talking nonsense just now. Don't take it to heart." The woman was caught by Jiang Ning and felt ashamed by the gazes from people around her. So many people talked about Jiang Ning just now. Why do they only hold on to her? When Jiang Ning didn't smile, her eyebrows were as cold as jade, and it was so cold that it was scary to touch her bones. "You don't take it to heart? You want to let it go after insulting someone's reputation and ruining their reputation?" Jiang Ning looked around, then stretched out her finger and pointed at the woman. You. And you guys." She pointed her finger in a circle, pointing at all those who dared not say a word after hearing the broadcast. Some people were startled when they saw themselves being pointed at. "Everyone is a witness to what happened today. You spread rumors about me and made up rumors wantonly. I will report it to the military district leaders for a thorough investigation. I believe that the military district will not allow the rumormongers to continue to spread rumors about me." When they heard Jiang Ning say that she would report it to the military district leaders, their faces changed instantly. At that time, everyone was so excited that they agreed with what old lady Wang said. In the past few days, there have been rumors that Jiang Ning seduced people. Gossip makes people curious, and with the help of some people, it has spread more and more widely. Many people present felt guilty. At this time, a woman suddenly pointed at old lady Wang, who was hiding in the crowd, and said, "Aunt Wang said it first, don't hold us back." Old lady Wang was about to leave with her 2 grandsons, but when she was pointed out by someone, all eyes immediately fell on her. "Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me." Old Mrs. Wang's face flushed red. "Sister, we were just joking, so don't hurt the harmony of the courtyard." This matter was really ugly, and someone immediately stood up to be a peacemaker. "That's right, it's just a few gossips. Why take it so seriously? It's not a small amount of meat. Why are you so fussing about it? The broadcast just said that it was a doctor. How can a doctor be so tolerant?" Someone couldn't listen anymore. "Don't say anymore, it was obviously you who spread the rumor about the sister first." Jiang Ning glanced at those people indifferently. Some people just didn't repent. Of course, Jiang Ning didn't want to let them go. No one who spreads rumors will get away. After that, he turned to look at Sister Lee. "Sister Lee, I want to go to the camp. I want to see Captain Lee." When they heard Jiang Ning say she wanted to see Captain Lee, many people's faces turned pale. They thought that if they said a few words, Jiang Ning would not report it to the leader because of the gossip.
Don't do that."
Someone apologized immediately. "Sister, I apologize to you, okay? I shouldn't have spread rumors about you. Please don't report it." "I'm sorry, sister, we were wrong." Jiang Ning knew that these people suddenly apologized because they were afraid of being blamed by the leader, not because they were sincere. You will never know how painful it is unless you are hit by the stick. Jiang Ning did not accept such an apology. Sister Lee saw that Jiang Ning was really angry. Everyone, I know you all. I will discuss this matter with Wei Guo. Sister Lee has lived in the family compound longer than many people present, and her husband's position is higher than all the men present. Only the son of old lady Wang has a higher position than Captain Lee. Hearing her say this, everyone present really began to be afraid. Some people wanted to say a few more words, but Jiang Ning had already taken Zhiqi and followed Sister Lee to the classroom door. Old lady Wang was also very guilty at this moment. When Jiang Ning left, she glanced at her. She thought Jiang Ning would point the finger at her again, but he left without saying anything. Old lady Wang glanced at the guilty and anxious faces of those people, and suddenly, she was not afraid at all. Those women were afraid because their men did not hold high military ranks, but her son had the highest military rank in the camp. No one could control her son. So what was she afraid of? Jiang Ning followed Sister Lee to the military district. Jiang Ning did not intend to let those who spread rumors go, and she also wanted to go to the military district's radio station to pick up the banner. It must be said that the thank you letter was a timely rain. Although she was asked to deliver a baby last night due to an emergency, which led to the subsequent rumors, the thank you letter also cleared her of those dirty rumors. No matter how this matter is discussed, it is not discussed in this way. No matter what, if the situation like last night happens again, she will still go to save people without hesitation. When Jiang Ning arrived at the camp, she was about to register with Sister Lee. When the sentry handed them paper and pen, a middle-aged man who came over waved him to leave. The sentry saluted the man. This time, the other party was wearing a military uniform, walked up to Jiang Ning, and then stretched out his hand. Hello, Dr. Jiang, let's get to know each other formally. My surname is Liang, and I am the newly appointed brigade commander. Jiang Ning politely extended her hand and shook his hand back. Hello. Sister Lee was a little surprised. She was surprised that Jiang Ning actually knew someone with a higher military rank than her husband. Brigade Commander Liang looked at Sister Lee next to him. Who is this? Sister Lee introduced herself. Hello, I am Li Weigua's wife. I know Commander Lee. He is a fair man and strict in military discipline. Brigade Commander Liang said. Sister Lee was also happy to hear her husband being praised. After the greetings, Brigade Commander Liang got the topic back on track. Dr. Jiang, I knew you would come to the military region to receive the banner, and I was waiting for you here specially. I came here to take up my post that day, but my car accidentally overturned on the road. After you treated me, Dr. Jiang, I have been recuperating during this period, and I haven't come to see you. I just got out of bed, so I wanted to invite you to dinner, and thank you. Hearing the invitation to dinner, Jiang Ning refused without a second thought. You're too polite. When you were sick, we were in a doctor-patient relationship. I treated you and didn't care about your identity. You paid me the consultation fee, and that was enough. Brigade Commander Liang nodded with satisfaction when he heard this. As a doctor, patients always come first, and after knowing his identity, the other party had no intention of seeking credit and even refused his invitation. She was not at all arrogant. Sister-in-law Li was listening nearby, and she suddenly poked Jiang Ning with her elbow. Jiang Ning turned her head to look at her, and sister-in-law Li said, Didn't you say you were going to report the rumor to the military district? The highest leader of the military district is right in front of you. After hearing this, Brigade Commander Liang guessed that the other party must be in trouble, so he said, What rumor?
Tell me about it.
Without waiting for Jiang Ning to speak, Sister Lee immediately told her about today's events and the recent rumors in the family compound in a very emotional way. The Sister Lees, who had yelled at Jiang Ning the loudest in the classroom today, had revealed their husband's military ranks, and even old lady Wang was not spared. After hearing this, Brigade Commander Liang frowned. It seemed that the literacy campaign was not done well enough. Today's events involved a number of officers of various ranks, and even involved Brigade Commander Wang, who was about to be transferred. Brigade Commander Liang did not say much. After thinking for a few seconds, he looked at Jiang Ning and said, Dr. Jiang, I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter.
Thank you.
Jiang Ning thanked him politely. Jiang Ning and Sister Lee did not stay long. They received the banner and returned to the family compound. Back in the yard, Zhongning sat on a recliner in the yard to rest. Zhiqi went to the main room to bring out a glass of water and handed it to Zhongning. He explained, "Mom, I shouldn't have caused you trouble. He is not stupid. If he had not fought, Zhongning would not have come here, and he would not have been attacked by those people. He is now very afraid that Zhongning will dislike him because of this." Zhongning found it funny to see him admitting his mistakes and then saw his messy hair and the scars on his body. "How did you get into trouble? It was obviously you who fought for Mom, and Mom should thank you." Zhongning said, "Go open the first drawer in my room and take out the small jar inside." Zhiqi went to get it obediently. Zhongning unscrewed the jar, dug out the ointment inside, and took Zhiqi's little hand to apply the ointment on him. "It's just that when you fight, you have to run away when you see that the other side has more people, you know? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Hearing that Zhongning did not mean to blame him at all, Zhiqi's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and arm and said, "I practice the boxing that my father taught me every day. Wang Xiaotian and the others can't beat me. The injuries on their bodies are much more serious than mine. Mom, I can protect you now. Dad told me that if he is not at home, I should protect you." Speaking of Shen Mo, Zhongning suddenly felt a little. "Dad told me that if he is not at home, I should protect you." Speaking of Shen Mo, Zhongning suddenly felt a little empty in her heart. Hearing the child of a few years old saying that he wanted to protect, Zhongning laughed and poked his head. "You are a little devil." After what happened today, Zhiqi decided to practice boxing more diligently in the future so that he could protect his mother well. That night, Wang Jianwei returned home. As soon as he got home, he saw his 2 sons who were playing mischief. He shouted angrily, "Kneel down." The 2 brothers of the Wang family were usually spoiled. They were not afraid of anyone in the family except their father, who did not take care of them much. When they heard this, they knelt down on the ground.
Ah!
The scream of old lady Wang came, and she ran out of the kitchen in a hurry. "Why did you let my good grandson kneel down? Get up quickly." Old lady Wang tried to help her grandson up quickly. Wang Jianwei yelled angrily, "If you dare to get up, I will break your legs." Old lady Wang was unhappy and looked at her son. "What's wrong with you? You get angry as soon as you come back." Seeing his mother protecting the 2 children, Wang Jianwei had a headache and said, "What's wrong? Don't you know what happened today? People complained to the newly appointed brigade commander Liang, and you were the one who started the matter. Where can I put my face?" In fact, he should have left long ago, because the newly appointed brigade commander Liang who replaced him had a leg injury, so he stayed for a while longer. He didn't expect that such a mess would happen during the time he stayed. Speaking of this, old lady Wang got angry. Did Zhongning really go to complain? How could she have the face to complain about such a shameful thing? Seeing that his mother had an unrepentant look on her face, he was too lazy to say anything more. "Mom, there has to be a solution to this problem. I've asked around, and you're involved in this matter, and the other party isn't going to let it go. You have to apologize." "Apologize?" Hearing this, she refused to do it. "Why should I apologize? It was obviously that prodigal son Zhiqi who beat my good grandson first, so I said some unpleasant words, but they were just a little harsh. If she doesn't like to hear it, then she shouldn't listen." Wang Jianwei took a deep breath and said with determination, "Mom, if you don't apologize sincerely, I won't take you to the new military district this time. You can go back to your hometown by yourself." When she heard about going back to her hometown, Mrs. Wang immediately wilted. It was not easy for her son to become successful, and her life became better after following the army. She couldn't go back, absolutely not. A few days later, Sister Li knocked on the door of Zhongning's house and told her to go to the barracks now. Sister Li went with Zhongning. Zhongning asked, "What are you going to the barracks for?" Sister Li said, "It's about the rumors that day." Hearing this, Zhongning raised her eyebrows, a little surprised. After a few days of no news, she thought the matter was over. Sister Li seemed to see what she was thinking. In fact, the matter had a result 2 days ago. "My husband Li said that it was Brigade Commander Liang who handled the matter personally, but there were 2 men of military families who were on a mission, so all the people gathered today. When Jiangning and Sister Li arrived at the brigade commander's office, there were already many people standing in the office. When Brigade Commander Liang saw Jiangning coming, he quickly pulled a stool and motioned her to sit down. Brigade Commander Liang's somewhat attentive attitude towards Jiangning made many people's eyes fall on them and skin back and forth. No one in the room was sitting down. Jiangning sat down and stood up again. Brigade Commander Liang saw her embarrassment and motioned everyone in the office to sit down. Jiangning was not the type of person who liked to greet people, and among the people sitting in the office, she only knew Brigade Commander Liang, Regiment Commander Li, and Sister Li. The others were all strangers, and she remembered those women, the ones who had gossiped about her in the classroom. The women were now sitting next to their husbands, with their heads down and not saying a word. They had been frightened when Jiangning said that she wanted to find the military district leaders, but after 2 days, everything was calm. They thought that Jiangning was just talking about finding the military district leaders that day, but today when they learned that the military district leaders had summoned them, they were all frightened. Her husband got home and lost his temper. Obviously, when they were in the village before, it was nothing for them to gossip. Why? How come they are criticized and punished for saying a few gossips here? They didn't regret it, but they felt it was unfair. It was just a gossip. At first, they couldn't figure it out, but when they saw the attitude of Brigadier General Yang towards Jiangning, they realized that they were criticized because they had a backer. If she didn't have a backer, who would she be? She is really a... Even the leaders of the military region were seduced by her. With this guess in their hearts, they were even more unwilling to accept it. As for the other men in the room, among them was Gang Ji. Those who had just returned from the mission learned about this as soon as they returned to the camp. They were exhausted after just completing the mission, but they did not expect to be praised first, but were lectured instead. When they learned that it was related to their own wives, their faces became even worse. But after all, she was their own wife, and if she made a mistake, they had to take the responsibility. They already knew the cause and effect, and everyone had a good ideological awareness. Moreover, Jiangning's husband had a higher military rank than them, so they stood up and saluted Jiangning without thinking. One of them said, "Because of the false rumors in the family compound, we solemnly apologize to you." If it was just for a light apology, why would she report it to the military district leaders? It was just an apology, and the stick didn't hit these people where it hurt. Seeing that Jiangning didn't say anything, several men immediately gave their wives a look. After receiving the signal from their husbands, they had to apologize no matter how reluctant they were. After all, they had the support of the leaders behind them. "Sister, this matter is our fault. We shouldn't have spread gossip about you. Now we have been criticized and educated, and we have realized our mistakes. Please don't bear grudges and don't be angry. Yes, we already know we were wrong, and we promise not to say bad things about you again. Please forgive us." This tone sounded quite unwilling. Jiangning pursed her lips. She apologized reluctantly today. After this incident was over, she turned around and blamed others. She was still surrounded by rumors. But no matter whether the other party was willing or not, she had shown her attitude. Jiangning also thanked Brigade Commander Liang for protecting her. She knew she should back down, but she was just very unhappy. Brigade Commander Liang seemed to see what she was thinking. He coughed lightly and said, "Whether you forgive me or not, I said that I will give you a satisfactory answer to this matter." Jiangning heard the meaning of his words and was surprised that he could see through her thoughts. It turned out that the old ones were still the best. Jiangning looked at them coldly. "Rumors hurt people. Your light gossip has hurt me a lot. You want to cover up the matter with an apology? It's impossible." Jiangning's words made the faces of the women in front of him change again and again. Brigade Commander Liang put down the enamel pot in his hand. "Okay, the apology has been made, but whether others accept it or not is her business. Next, I will punish you." "Sun Chong, Kong Feng," Brigade Commander Liang said. "Here." Brigade Commander Liang said, "You have just returned from the mission. The punishment for you this time is that all the mission allowances will be deducted, plus 1 month's salary will be deducted." "Yes, Brigade Commander."
What?
The wives of the two whose names were called changed their faces when they heard about the deduction of allowances and wages. That was the mission allowance and salary, enough for their family to eat meat for a long time.
Hua bin, Zhang Yue.
Brigade Commander Liang called two unfamiliar names again. Here. Brigade Commander Liang said, "Originally, you were on the list of candidates for promotion this time. I will remove your names due to the impact of this incident. From now on, your behavior will always be under my assessment. If you perform well, you will be on the promotion list next year." Yes, Brigade Commander. Brigade Commander Liang looked at the faces of several people. "Do you have any objection to my punishment?" Several men said in loud voices, "Report to the Brigade Commander." No. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. She thought that she would be done with an apology today. She didn't expect there would be a punishment. This punishment is not light for men, but it is not heavy either. For men, a month's salary and mission allowance are nothing, but for women with shallow knowledge, the source of men's salary is their source of livelihood. Moreover, Sister Li introduced the situation of these women to her. The wives of the two men who were named first seemed to have not been in the family compound for a long time and did not have a job yet. As for the promotion of the other two, Brigade Commander Liang did not say it firmly. This year they are on the bench, so even if they are reported, they may not be promoted, but if they perform well and make more contributions, they will definitely be promoted next year. This is a punishment, but also a promise. But it is not good for their wives. Their men's positions are still company commanders, but because there are many vacancies in the family compound, they were brought here to live temporarily. This year, their men have no hope of promotion, which proves that they will soon be driven out of the family compound and return to the countryside. Brigade Commander Liang straightened his face. "Very good. This incident is to tell you that husband and wife are one, and they rise and fall together. As soldiers and military dependents, your behavior and style not only represent yourselves." The men had no objections, but the women were very unwilling. A courageous woman could not bear it for a long time, and she turned her head to look at Brigade Commander Liang. "Brigade Commander, we just said a few gossips. Why did you punish us so severely?" When the husband of the woman who spoke heard his wife say this, his face suddenly changed. "Lu Guifeng, shut up. How could he marry such a stupid woman?" Lu Guifeng said one sentence, but it was not enough. She continued to say, "Is it because you think she is beautiful that you defend her and support her so much?" Someone took the lead, and another woman who was dissatisfied with the punishment also spoke up. "No one has any ill intentions. It's just a few gossips. There is no need to punish so heavily, and we have apologized. It's her who doesn't accept it. What can we do?" In front of the brigade commander. "What are you talking about?" Mrs. Li didn't expect them to be so bold. Brigade Commander Liang looked at the woman who spoke first. "Beauty is determined by people's hearts. You really can't compare to the appearance of Deputy Colonel Shen's wife. Not only can you not compare her appearance, but also her heart. Even if Dr. Jiang didn't save me at the beginning, I don't intend to deal with it lightly for this matter today. Other people's good medical ethics have been maliciously spread by you, and now you even doubt that my punishment is unfair. You insult people's innocence, spread rumors, and cause trouble. I want to ask, when you men are defending your country, you are rumored to be wild men, are you angry?" The two women who spoke just now were speechless after being asked by Brigade Commander Liang. What was even more unexpected to them was that Jiang Ning actually saved Brigade Commander Liang. The air in the office seemed to be stagnant. The husbands of the two women who had just refuted were sweating profusely. They didn't think it was unfair to be removed from the waiting list. If they performed well next year, they would be promoted directly. I hope the brigade commander will not take away this opportunity because of what their wives said. Huabin immediately said, "Lu Guifeng, you should pack up and go back to your hometown tomorrow. If you keep talking nonsense, don't come to join the army in the future." Lu Guifeng's face changed when she heard that she was going back to her hometown. She wanted to get angry, but when she heard the last sentence, she dared not speak. She reacted so strongly when she heard that her husband could not be promoted because it was too difficult to serve her in-laws in the countryside. She didn't want to be sent to serve her in-laws at all. Her mother-in-law was domineering. If she was sent back, her life could be imagined. But after being sent back, there would always be a chance to join the army, but her husband said that he would never let her join the army again, and she immediately became timid. She also fully realized the seriousness of the matter and immediately said, "I'm sorry, yes, I said the wrong thing. Just pretend that I didn't say those words just now. From now on, I will never dare to gossip or say bad things again." After that, she turned her head to look at Jiang Ning and bowed several times in a row. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." This apology was much more sincere than before.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
The other three women also apologized one after another. "I won't pursue this matter." Jiang Ning didn't say forgiveness either. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, it was obvious that many people were relieved. Brigade Commander Liang said a few more words and asked the people who apologized to go back first. Jiang Ning was also planning to leave, but was stopped by Brigade Commander Liang. Jiang Ning looked at him in confusion. Brigade Commander Liang said with a smile, "Someone else wants to apologize to you." Jiang Ning raised his eyebrows at Wang. Brigade Commander Liang nodded. Sure enough, not long after, a middle-aged man led old lady Wang into the brigade commander's office. Wang Jianwei saw Jiang Ning. The other party had delicate features and a bright and generous appearance. It was indeed a good-looking person. Moreover, judging from her face, she was definitely not the seductive that my mother said, nor was she a child abuser. He was even more certain that this matter was my mother's fault. He and Brigade Commander Liang were at the same level. To put it bluntly, they had no control over each other, but when Brigade Commander Liang found him about this matter, he spoke frankly, sorting out who was right and who was wrong, and also told him that the other party had treated his leg injury. It was equivalent to saving Brigade Commander Liang's life. With such a great favor, Brigade Commander Liang also said in a tough attitude that this matter must have a result. Wang Jianwei didn't want to cause trouble, so he persuaded his mother to apologize. Old Lady Wang relied on her son's official position and was used to being arrogant and domineering. She believed that she was not wrong and refused to apologize to the younger generation. As a result, her son told her that if she didn't apologize, she would go back to her hometown. Although she was unwilling, she was still willing to apologize. Old Lady Wang said to Jiang Ning, "Little Shen's wife, I was wrong. I shouldn't have gossiped about you. I apologize to you." After hearing what his mother said, Wang Jianwei immediately took out an envelope from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Ning. "Comrade Jiang, this is compensation for the damage to your reputation. I hope you can accept it. It can also be regarded as a subsidy for Zhiqi that I raised him." Jiang Ning didn't really want to accept what he said before, but his second sentence was a way out. The other party's military rank was higher than Shen Mo, and he was too embarrassed to apologize. Although Jiang Ning didn't want to let Old Lady Wang go, the other party's attitude was very sincere. Even if she didn't accept it, what could she do? It wouldn't cause any substantial harm to the other party. It would be better to accept the compensation they gave. At least when she saw Old Lady Wang's grimace and reluctance, she suddenly wasn't so angry. Jiang Ning took the envelope at the signal of Brigade Commander Liang. When she took the envelope, it showed her attitude that she would not pursue the matter, and Wang Jianwei also breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few words with Brigade Commander Liang, she took Old Lady Wang away. Brigade Commander Liang said, "Brigade Commander Wang and his family will be transferred soon. You don't have to worry about meeting Old Lady Wang again in the future." The punishment and apology ended here. It was getting late, so Commander Liang didn't keep anyone longer. He waved his hand and asked Jiang Ning and Captain Li and Sister Li to go back. On the way back, Sister Li couldn't help it anymore. She kept laughing to Jiang Ning at the expressions on the faces of the four women who had just heard about the punishment. Her tone was also indignant. "We are all women. Why should women embarrass women?" Jiang Ning and Sister Li chatted all the way to the gate of the family compound, and Commander Li didn't say a word.
Dad, Mom.
As soon as they arrived at the gate of the family compound, Captain Li and Sister Li heard the voice of their eldest daughter. Hearing the voice, the couple subconsciously looked up to find where their eldest daughter was.
Huh?
"Where's the daughter?" "Mom and Dad, I'm here." a figure came running over quickly from a distance. When the couple saw the girl running over, they were stunned for a moment, and then they looked intently. Was that their eldest daughter, who used to be as dark as a piece of charcoal? Li Xingyue walked closer, and then she saw the way her parents were staring at her. She was seldom stared at by others, and suddenly she felt embarrassed when she was stared at like this.
Dad, Mom, why are you staring at me?
Sister Li stared at her daughter up and down, and couldn't help but sighed. My daughter, it's only been a few days, and you've become a lot whiter. Really? Li Xingyue held her face. She looked at herself every day and felt that there was no big change. When she left today, her roommate also said that she seemed to be much whiter. Some people even asked her how she became whiter, and some people praised her for her beauty. She listened to Jiang Ning and insisted on applying masks and drinking the water soaked with the 3 white ointment every day, without missing a day. Judging from the surprised expressions on her parents' faces, she is very grateful for her persistence. Of course, she is more grateful to Jiang Ning. Sister Jiang, thank you. Li Xingyue grabbed Jiang Ning's hand and choked with excitement. Thank you. Jiang Ning was also very satisfied with her results. In just 1 week, the girl not only became whiter, but her skin also became smoother and more radiant. Li Xingyue has probably been praised by many people at school recently. She has become more confident and not as timid as when they first met. The effect is good. Keep it up. The ointment I prepared can not only whiten your skin, but also nourish your skin. Your skin will get better and better. Li Xingyue's eyes curved. Which girl doesn't want to be beautiful, and which girl doesn't want to be fair? Li Xingyue was conceited for a while, and then remembered something. She said to Jiang Ning, Sister Jiang, a classmate of mine also wants to buy your whitening cream and 3 whitening cream. She said she is willing to buy it at 3 times the price of the snow cream. Is this price reasonable? 3 times? The price of snow cream is 3 yuan a bottle, and the other party is willing to buy it at 3 times the price, which is 9 yuan. Both the whitening cream and the 3 whitening cream are needed, which is 18 yuan. The whitening cream and the 3 whitening cream she gave Li Xingyue were both packed in 8 by 10 enamel jars, which were quite a lot, so 9 yuan was reasonable. Jiang Ning nodded. Okay, I'll make it for you tomorrow. Li Xingyue took out a handful of money from her clothes and handed it over. Sister Jiang, this is the money given by my classmate. She said she believed in me, so she gave it to me in advance. Here are 18 yuan, count it. Jiang Ning looked at Li Xingyue in surprise. It seemed that her plan was not bad. Not long after, she actually found a business for her. No need to order. I trust you. Jiang Ning took the money without hesitation. Then he took out 2 yuan and handed it to Li Xingyue. This is for you. Seeing Jiang Ning handing over 2 yuan, Li Xingyue was startled and quickly waved her hand to refuse. Sister Jiang, how can I take your money? Li Tuan and his wife had not yet recovered from the fact that Jiang Ning's food could be sold for so much money, and saw Jiang Ning was going to give money to their daughter. Sister Li hurriedly said, Sister Jiang, my Xingyue can't accept this money. Jiang Ning's hand was pushed back by Sister Li. We should still give you money. How can we take your money? Just now, she heard her daughter say that the 2 bottles of stuff Jiang Ning gave her cost 18 yuan. Although she was shocked by the high price, it was indeed effective, and she could see it on her daughter's face. As long as it works, no matter how expensive it is worth it. However, Jiang Ning did not take their money last time, and now she wants to pay them back. How can this be done? Sister Li, I made these things because I plan to go the student route. I will inevitably trouble Xingyue in the future. I will give her 1 yuan for each bottle I sell. It's not much. Jiang Ning was willing to give this money. After all, no matter how good the relationship is now, it is inevitable that some small thoughts will arise over time. As long as she uses interest to hold this relationship firmly, she will not worry that this road will be broken.
No.
Sister Li shook her head and said she would not accept any money no matter what. Sister Li, if Xingyue doesn't take this money, I won't make whitening cream for Xingyue. Jiang Ning's face suddenly became a little cold, but she still had some deterrence. When she heard Jiang Ning say that she would not make whitening cream for her daughter, Sister Li was a little anxious and nodded quickly. Okay, I'll let Xingyue accept it. After that, She signaled her daughter to accept the 2 yuan given by Jiang Ning. Li Xingyue was flattered to accept the 2 yuan. She earned money while she was still studying. Sister Jiang, please make more whitening cream for Xingyue. I also want to buy an extra can of Sanbai cream for myself. Sister Li said, and took out 27 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning thought about the relationship with Sister Li's family, but Sister Li was also stubborn. Sister Li would definitely feel bad if she didn't accept the money. After thinking about it, she only accepted 15 yuan. Sister Li, I'll charge you 5 yuan per can. Sister-in-law Li knew that Jiang Ning only accepted such a low price because of the good relationship between their two families. How can I do that? Li Tuan didn't say much on the side. Seeing that the women were pushing each other back and forth, she said, Okay, we will remember how good your sister-in-law is to our family. Stop pushing each other back and forth. Sister-in-law Li always felt bad for taking advantage of Jiang Ning, so she had to take Jiang Ning to her house for dinner. The next day, Jiang Ning was stopped by someone just as she arrived at the gate of the family compound on her way to the clinic. The person who stopped her was a woman with a smile on her face. She looked to be in her 30s. Are you Comrade Jiang Ning? Although she was asking a question, her tone was firm in revealing Jiang Ning's identity. Jiang Ning looked at the strange woman in front of him, her expression normal. Who are you? The woman introduced herself. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the wife of Fong Wen, the instructor of the 1st Battalion. My name is Su Ling Jiang Ning. What can I do for you? My husband, Fong Wen, was entrusted by Brigade Commander Liang. Brigade Commander Liang hopes that my husband can do some ideological work on you. If you have any dissatisfaction that is inconvenient to tell Brigade Commander Liang, you can talk to my husband. My husband saw that you are a girl and Deputy Regiment Commander Shen was not at home recently, so he did not dare to disturb you, so he told me about this and hoped that I could talk to you. You see, there are people coming and going on the street, and it is not easy to talk. Why don't you come to my house and sit for a while?
My house is in that building.
Su Ling pointed to the building behind Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was a little surprised. She knew that in this era, ideological work had to be done all the time. From what the woman said, it seemed that Brigade Commander Liang was still worried that she was dissatisfied, but was afraid that she would not dare to say it out loud, so he specially asked someone to talk to her. Brigade Commander Liang always remembered her kindness in saving him, which made her feel helpless. The woman in front of her looked like she would not let her go if she did not agree, so Jiang Ning had to nod and agree. Su Ling beckoned Jiang Ning to follow her, and when they arrived at the construction building, Jiang Ning locked the bicycle and followed Su Ling upstairs. When they reached the 3rd floor and were almost home, Su Ling spoke, Don't take the ugly gossip in the compound to heart. While speaking, Su Ling paid attention to the expression on Jiang Ning's face, as if she wanted to see what she was thinking from her face. After those people apologized yesterday, Jiang Ning didn't take the incident to heart, and it didn't cause any ripples in her expression. Su Ling observed for a while, and finally confirmed that Jiang Ning really didn't take it to heart. She smiled and said, It seems that Brigade Commander Liang and my husband think too much. She invited Jiang Ning into the house, and then took the initiative to pour a glass of water and handed it to her. Jiang Ning smiled. It's too disgusting to remember the past. Su Ling and her husband are both educated. Her husband relies on his mouth. Su Ling's mouth is no less, and she said comforting words to Jiang Ning one after another. Jiang Ning didn't expect the other party to be so talkative. She responded to those who could respond, and drank water silently for those who couldn't respond. In the end, Su Ling talked until her mouth was dry. While drinking water, Jiang Ning quickly found an opportunity to say, Sister-in-law, I still have to go to the clinic to work. Su Ling also reacted, did I delay you too much? Then you should go to work quickly. Jiang Ning put down the water cup and ran away. Seeing that Su Ling was about to stand up to see her off, Jiang Ning hurriedly said, Sister-in-law, you don't have to see me off. Su Ling saw her running away and couldn't help laughing. Am I that scary? It was just a few more words. When Jiang Ning walked to the corner of the 2nd floor, a person just walked out from the corner, and the two almost bumped into each other. Fortunately, Jiangning braked in time and did not really hit anyone. Hey, sister, you live here too? Can a service soldier also live in the staff building? A sarcastic voice came. Jiangning was stunned for a moment and looked up. She immediately saw Jiang Ting in a yellow long skirt. Jiangning glanced at her clothes. It was not because she was strange, but because the skirt Jiang Ting wore was the same style and color as hers, and even the belt around the waist was exactly the same, but the skirt on Jiang Ting looked 1 or 2 sizes larger. She was still wearing cloth shoes on her feet, and the skirt with cloth shoes looked a bit strange. Jiangning retracted her gaze, wondering why she met Jiang Ting here. Jiang Ting was also looking at Jiangning. She usually stayed at Principal Shue's house, and she came to the family compound for 2 days because she was on vacation yesterday. She had been nagging Lin Yufei to apply for accommodation in the family compound before, thinking that they would get married soon anyway, so she mentioned she wanted to come over to show her face, and she also had to keep in touch with Lin Yufei from time to time. She didn't want the man she had got to fly away like that. Since she arrived at the family compound yesterday, she has attracted a lot of attention. Whenever someone asked her, she would talk about who her husband was and said that she was a college student. Most of the women who came to the family compound to follow the army were ignorant village women. When they heard that she was a college student, she was very happy with the admiring and respectful eyes of those people. From yesterday to today, she enjoyed it very much, but she didn't expect to meet Jiangning suddenly. She was sarcastic when she saw Jiangning for the first time. But after the ridicule, she saw that Jiangning was wearing the same skirt as her, and Jiangning's skin seemed to be whiter than the last time they met, so white that it was dazzling. She used to be jealous of Jiangning because she could never get tan no matter how much she sunbathed, and even let Jiangning do a lot of farm work, but Jiangning, I just can't get tanned. She just couldn't understand it. They were obviously a family, so why was Jiangning whiter than her? Jiang Ting took 2 steps forward and looked up at the size of Jiangning's collar. It was the smallest size. After getting the money from Lin Yufei, she went straight to the clothing store. As soon as she entered the store, she asked the salesperson to get her the smallest size of skirt. But no matter how she tried, she couldn't wear it. In the end, the salesperson got her a skirt that was 2 sizes larger, and she finally put it on. She was unwilling to lose to Jiangning in skin and figure, but when she thought about the fact that she was a college student and her future husband was also an officer, while Jiangning was just an illiterate village woman and her husband was just an orderly, this unwillingness was quickly covered up. But today, when she suddenly ran into Jiangning, she saw that she was severely suppressed by Jiangning in terms of figure. She raised her head, and the reluctance in her heart came up again. All the good things should fall on her, even though she had suffered so much in her previous life. Jiang Ting looked at Jiangning from beginning to end. Jiangning's hair and the shoes she wore revealed her exquisiteness. She was obviously just a serviceman's woman. Why did she dress so brightly and beautifully? Finally, her eyes were fixed on the watch on Jiangning's wrist. Jiangning actually had a watch. She didn't think that this watch was bought by Jiangning herself. But it was indeed good to be beautiful. With a coquettish look, she actually coaxed an orderly to give her almost all his salary. Jiangning raised her eyes, and under her long black eyelashes, her eyes seemed to flash with light. Every time she saw Jiang Ting, she seemed to see the more than 1,000 yuan. It was a pity that Shen Mo didn't have the receipt for sending money with him. Oh, I don't live here. Jiangning raised her eyes and met her eyes. Do you live here? Which floor do you live on? Jiang Ting was a little surprised. You don't live here? Then where do you live?
Yes.
Jiangning, I don't live in the family building. Hearing Jiangning say this, Jiang Ting automatically assumed that Jiangning did not live in the family compound. But if Jiangning did not live in the family compound, how could she appear in the family building? Then where did Jiangning live? Did she live in a nearby village? Jiangning said again. Live nearby. After all, my husband is in the camp here, and I can't be too far away from him. Hearing Jiangning say this, Jiang Ting confirmed her guess. Her vanity was immediately satisfied. Jiangning really lived in a nearby village. Jiang Ting lowered her head slightly, with a distressed and I understand expression on her face. That's right. After all, you've left home, and Yufei has taken mom and brother to live in the county. Even if you go back home, there are not many people. Since the orderly is willing to let you stay with him, it is not considered to be a bad treatment for you. It's good to live in a nearby village. Hearing her words, Jiangning was a little surprised and immediately raised her eyebrows. Live in a nearby village? Orderly? Could it be that Qian Feng went to the department store with her that day and was recognized by Lin Yufei? Lin Yufei told Jiang Ting about Qian Feng's identity, and then they both thought Qian Feng was her husband? If so, what Jiang Ting said made sense. Jiang Ning sneered in her heart. Jiang Ting's misunderstanding was quite deep. She was not a fool. How could she not hear the contempt in Jiang Ting's tone? Jiang Ting did not marry Shen Mo after her rebirth because she thought Shen Mo was just a soldier and not a high-ranking official. Sister, Yu Fei and I are going to choose a wedding dress for our wedding next week. You and your husband should not have held a wedding. Do you need to go with us to choose a wedding dress? It's just the right time to make up for the wedding. Jiang Ting was unwilling to see that Jiang Ning was living a good life. She just wanted to let Jiang Ning see that her husband was 100 times better than Jiang Ning's husband. She must get this place back, and she also wanted to see Jiang Ning's envious and jealous expression of her. Jiang Ning didn't think about choosing a wedding dress and making up for the wedding. Shen Mo went to the disaster area to support, and it was unknown when he would be back for the time being. Seeing her silence, Jiang Ting suddenly covered her mouth and said in a surprised tone, "Sister, your brother-in-law has mentioned the idea of re-holding your wedding, right?" "No, he hasn't mentioned it." Yang Ning sighed. She had been thinking about divorce before, so Shen Mo didn't dare to mention it, but she didn't expect that she would be tempted. Hearing her words, Jiang Ting's face flashed with joy. Jiang Ning glanced at Jiang Ting with contempt, and she didn't even want to pretend. They were sisters from the same mother, and she didn't know where Jiang Ting got such a big malice from. Jiang Ting just didn't like Jiang Ning's face that she was living a good life in front of her. In the last life, she suffered for Jiang Ning, and in this life, Jiang Ning should return it. This is the result of Jiang Ning showing off in front of her in the last life. She was worried that Jiang Ning would live better than her, but she was overthinking this test. What's wrong with being a little thinner than her? She didn't believe that the soldier would spoil a woman for life. When Jiang Ning is abandoned in the future, her fate will definitely be even worse. In this life, it is her turn to be the one who laughs at the joke. Alas, it seems that my brother-in-law still doesn't love women. Unlike Yu Fei, he gives me whatever I want and even pays my tuition for school. By the way, sister, do you plan to go to school? Wait, sister forgot. Sister, you have never been to school and you don't even know the characters. That's right. She wanted to mention again and again in front of Jiang Ning that she was much better than Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning seemed not to hear the mockery in her tone and said calmly, "I can read. I have learned a little during this period, and I am preparing to take the college entrance examination next year." She is not a fool. No matter what era, she doesn't need to say the importance of academic qualifications. In the present world, she graduated from Stanford with a master's and doctoral degree. How can she be illiterate here? Hearing Jiang Ning say that she learned a little, Jiang Ting naturally thought that it was Jiang Ning's husband who taught her. When she heard Jiang Ning say that she would take the college entrance examination next year, she almost laughed out loud. She was 5 years old when she was reborn, and she worked hard for more than 10 years before she was admitted to university. How could Jiang Ning have the confidence to think that she could be admitted to university after studying for only 1 year? Jiang Ting opened her mouth, with an expression that she wanted to say something but was a little embarrassed, raised her hand and patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. "Sister, it doesn't matter if you can't pass the exam. Even if you do farm work for a lifetime, you can support yourself." She just hoped that Jiang Ning would rot in the fields for the rest of her life. The more Jiang Ning looked dirty, the happier she was. It's good to live like this for a lifetime. Jiang Ning followed her words and then raised her eyes to look at her. "Sister, I agree with you about choosing a wedding dress, but my husband is not at home recently. Can we wait for him to come back and choose a wedding dress?" "Not at home?" Jiang Ting was puzzled. Orderlies only need to take good care of their superior officers, and they don't need to do any tasks. Jiang Ning must be lying. Jiang Ting didn't force her. Anyway, she was determined to wait for Jiang Ning to choose a wedding dress together. Then I'll ask you again when I come back next week, Jiang Ting said while observing the expression on Jiang Ning's face, but she didn't see anything.
Jiang Ting grittet her tilsikridslig.
She wanted to see how long Jiang Ning could pretend. Jiang Ning smiled and raised her eyes slightly and replied, okay. Jiang Ting has made so much effort to make her life better, and the fact that Jiang Ning is living a good life is just pretending. Jiang Ning wants to surpass her in this life. Dream about it. Lin Yufei didn't go back to the dormitory in the camp at night, but went directly to the family building. As soon as he opened the door, there was no light on in the house. When he was about to fumble to turn on the light, a pair of hands hugged his waist. In the dark, Lin Yufei's eyes were cold, but he didn't refuse the woman's approach. He stretched out his hand and fell on that soft place. The woman's gentle exclamation sounded, Yufei, you are bad after a hearty exercise. Jiang Ting lay on the man's chest and drew circles with her fingers. Yufei, I asked my sister to go with us to see the wedding dress, but my sister said that her husband is not at home recently. Lin Yufei was originally not interested, but when he heard Jiang Ting mention her sister, a delicate face flashed through his mind, and he subconsciously asked, did she agree? Jiang Ting was now full of Lin Yufei's tenderness, and did not notice Lin Yufei's somewhat strange tone. My sister agreed, but my brother-in-law is on a mission recently, so we have to wait. On a mission? Lin Yufei frowned. Orderly soldiers don't have to go on missions. He also saw Qian Feng in the camp today. Recently, Deputy Regiment Shen went to the disaster area for support, and Qian Feng was left in the camp. Then she is lying to me? Jiang Ting pretended to be surprised and propped herself up. Soon she said with a distressed expression, alas, it seems that my sister is not doing well. She even lied to me about this matter and forced herself to agree to it. It's not a lie, it's a lie. Lin Yufei sneered, and remembered that when they first met that day, Qian Feng's arms were almost full of things. I think she is not doing badly. Your sister is a vain woman. You should stay away from her. Jiang Ting cheered in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She said with an innocent expression, but my sister has agreed to go to choose a wedding dress together. If I don't wait for her to go together, I don't know how she will plot against me behind my back. Lin Yufei said lightly, then wait for her to go together. Although Qian Feng was just an orderly, he was afraid that the money he had worked hard to earn would be squandered with such a vain woman around him. He would find an opportunity to give her some advice. Time passed day by day. Now, the business of the clinic was much better. Jiang Ning's daily income was not much, but it was considerable compared to the beginning. When I'm busy, I don't have time to think too much. When I'm not busy, I always feel like there's something missing in my heart. Shen Mo has been supporting the disaster area for almost half a month. It's not convenient at all in this era of poor communication equipment. If he were in the real world, he could at least make a phone call to report his safety. Jiang Ning lay on the desk in front of the medicine cabinet, feeling a little empty. October is almost over and autumn has arrived. It's still a little cold to sleep alone in the big bed at home. Every time she thinks of that time, she can't help but think of Shen Mo's warm embrace. Men's body temperature is always higher than women's. Hugging is like hugging a warm big bear. Knock knock, Dr. Zhang. Someone knocked twice on the desk and called her, and Jiang Ning came back to her senses. She raised her eyes and found that Brigade Commander Liang was standing in front of her. She was surprised and said, Brigade Commander Liang, what's wrong with you? Is your leg injured? Is there any problem? Jiang Ning said, looking at his injured leg. Brigadier General Liang said, my legs are fine. I just came to give you a letter. Letter? Brigadier General Liang handed over the letter in his hand. Shen Mo sent it to you with his supply personnel. He was afraid that you would worry. Jiang Ning saw the 4 words my wife's personal letter on the envelope. Jiang Ning wanted to say that she was not worried, but her body reacted faster than her brain. She had already taken the envelope before she could say that. She opened the envelope. Seeing the words my beloved wife Ning Ning, Jiangning seemed to hear the man's low and deep voice saying these 4 words in her ear. Her ears suddenly felt as if they were burned and became hot. At this moment, she suddenly wanted to see Shen Mo. Jiangning raised her eyes and looked at Brigadier General Liang. Although she had saved Brigadier General Liang, the relationship between them should not be enough to let a brigade commander deliver a letter. Jiangning thought for a while and asked, Brigade General Liang delivered the letter in person. Is there something wrong? Is there something wrong in the disaster area? You came to me because there are not enough doctors? Brigadier General Liang looked at Jiangning in surprise. He just gave a letter and didn't say anything, but the girl in front of him guessed it. Shen Mo married a good wife. The situation in the disaster area is somewhat critical. When Shen Mo and his team went to provide support, the military hospital also arranged for a doctor to accompany the team. However, the injuries there are too severe, and the logistics and medical care are somewhat difficult. I am preparing volunteers to go to provide support, and I hope you can go with the team. When he came, he thought that if Dr. Jiang was willing to go, he would definitely be able to save many more people. However, the situation in the disaster area is severe and the conditions are difficult. If Jiangning is unwilling, he will not say much. Jiangning did not respond, but tore a piece of paper, took a pen, and wrote a few words.
If you don't want to.
Before Brigade Commander Liang finished speaking, Jiangning slammed the page of paper he wrote on the table with a pop, walked around the table, and said, Let's go to the disaster area. The page of paper Jiangning wrote was left for Mr. Huang, informing him that he could not come to the clinic recently. Brigade Commander Liang looked at her in a hurry and felt a little amused. Don't be so anxious. We will set off tomorrow morning. After saying that, he confirmed, Have you really thought about it? The environment over there is very difficult. Iyank ningnotet. One more person means more strength. As a doctor, she is not so capable of saving people from suffering, but it is also good to save one more person. Learning medicine is to save people. In the face of disasters, she has no choice but to do it. Brigade Commander Liang wanted to tease her whether she went there because of Shen Mo, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. He shouldn't insult the medical ethics of a doctor. Jiangning went back to the family compound with Brigade Commander Liang. When she returned to the family compound, she found that the camp had issued a notice to recruit volunteers this morning. Back in the yard, Jiangning took out a box that was neither too big nor too small, packed all the ointments that she had made during this period that could be used in the disaster area, and then went to Sister Li's house again. Asked Sister Li to take care of Zhiqi, and gave Sister Li 5 bottles of whitening cream and 3 whitening cream, which she had made before. If there are students who are willing to buy them, just give them to Li Xingyue. Sister Li knew that Jiangning asked for support in the disaster area, and she agreed immediately. She also wanted to go to the disaster area to support, but there were children at home who needed her to take care of, so she couldn't leave. At night, Zhiqi returned home and heard that Jiangning was going to the disaster area to support. He immediately ran into the house, and then ran out again, stuffing a handful of loose change in his hand into Jiangning's hand. Jiangning looked at the money in her hand in surprise. There were a few cents and a few cents. She knew that this money was her pocket money for Zhiqi. This child didn't spend the money, but saved it instead. An inexplicable sense of relief came to her mind. Is this the joy of raising a good child? Jiangning stuffed the money back into his little hand. Mom has money. Keep it for yourself and buy whatever you need. Zhiqi looked at the money in his hand, and his face fell. It seemed that his little money could not help much. Jiangning saw what the child was thinking and pulled him to the yard. Mom is going to treat patients. During this time, the vegetables and flowers at home are handed over to you, as well as the fish in the pond. Can you help Mom take care of them? Zhiqi nodded heavily and patted his chest.
Don't worry, Mom.
The camp was in a hurry to recruit volunteers, and those who were willing to go to support just filled a bus. When Jiangning went to the camp, she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought 10 kilograms of sugar in one go. When she arrived at the camp with her things, the bus stopped at the door. Brigade Commander Liang looked at the time on his watch. It was almost time to leave, but Jiangning hadn't arrived yet. The soldier driving the car reminded him, Brigade Commander, It's time to leave. Brigadier Liang said, "Wait a little longer." Not long after, he saw a figure walking in front of him and called out, "Dr. Jiang." Jiang Ning walked over quickly. "Sorry, I was delayed for a while because I bought some necessities." Brigadier Liang glanced at the things in her hand. Some places in the disaster area were so serious that cars could not reach them, and they could only walk there, so most people chose to travel light and only take the most important things. But Jiang Ning was carrying a medium-sized box in one hand and a bag of sugar in the other. Jiang Ning saw his eyes fall on her hands and explained, "These are all necessities." Brigadier Liang didn't think much about it, nodded, and let her get on the car. There were only 2 empty seats left in the car. Brigadier Liang sat next to a male comrade, and Jiang Ning's eyes fell on the first row of seats, glanced at them with a light eye, and raised his eyebrows. Yan Liyue. The moment Yan Liyue saw Jiang Ning get on the car, her face changed. Why was Jiang Ning here? Her eyes fell on the things in Jiang Ning's hand again, a box and candy. Is she here to cause trouble? Soon she thought of what Jiang Ning was going for. She volunteered to go there as a volunteer because Shen Mo was in the disaster area. There was only 1 seat on the bus. Jiang Ning sat down next to Yan Liyue. As soon as she sat down, Jiang Ning closed her eyes to rest. The journey here takes 8 hours, and this is the only time they can rest. When they stopped once on the way to get off the bus for a meal and rest, someone saw the big bag of candy in Jiang Ning's hand. Someone shouted, "Comrade Jiang, can you give us some of your candy?" She shouted, and many people followed suit. "We want to have some too." Yang Ning, no. As soon as she said the words of refusal, she wanted to say that this was prepared for the soldiers in the disaster area, but someone immediately took over the conversation with dissatisfaction. "You are too stingy. You have such a big bag of candy. What's wrong with you giving us some?" "That's right. Can you finish such a big bag of candy by yourself? You are so stingy. Why are you still going to the disaster area to join in the fun?" Yang Ning fronet. These people were talking one by one. She opened her mouth to explain, but was drowned in their voices. Jiang Ning didn't care about these voices. She closed her eyes and rested. "Tsk." A cold sound came from the side. Yan Liyue said sarcastically, "We are going to the disaster area to provide support. Do you think you are going to provide support with these things?" Jiang Ning glanced at her sideways and ignored her. After a few hours of driving, they finally arrived at the town where the earthquake occurred at 6 o'clock in the evening. The journey was not far at first, but most of the journey to the neighboring Lin County was steep and dangerous, and the car drove very slowly. In the end, their car was stopped in front of a landslide. Because there were several large rocks blocking the road in front, they had to get off the car and walk over. When they got off the car, they could see the devastation caused by the earthquake. It was drizzling in the sky, and they could see some villages that were washed away by landslides caused by the earthquake. I wonder how many people lost their lives under the mud and sand. This area was not serious. When they were in the car, Brigadier General Yang distributed raincoats to everyone. The car could not move forward, and all of them had to walk. "Go forward, and you will reach Hongyan town." Jiang Ning carried her box and candy. There were not many people in this area, and there were traces of excavation. This area had been rescued. After walking for a while, a light suddenly flashed in front of them. It was like a distress signal. Brigadier General Liang made a prompt decision. "Let's go quickly." Jiang Ning did not delay her pace, even though she was carrying things in her hands. In the present world, her team often went into the mountains to find the plants they needed for a group of experiments. This rugged road could not stop her. The volunteers summoned by Brigadier General Liang were all from the family compound, so most of them had done farm work in the countryside, and it was not worth mentioning to endure this little hardship. Yan Liyue had never suffered any hardship since she was a child. The only hardship she had experienced was that she almost got into trouble with the medical reserve team. Later, she was rescued by Shen Mo. She recognized this man at first sight. Her family spoiled her and did not let her suffer any hardship. After graduating from school, her family could not persuade her and let her go to the medical room of the capital military region for internship. Her work has always been easy. She often does simple nursing for people and has never been to such a dirty and messy place. When she knew that Brigade Commander Liang was recruiting people to support the disaster area for Shen Mo, she signed up to join the volunteers without hesitation, just to let Shen Mo see clearly from this incident that she was the one who could stand by his side. But who would have thought that Jiang Ning would also go with him? Yan Liue almost sprained her ankle after walking for a while, but then she saw Jiang Ning walking forward, as if walking on flat ground. She gritted her teeth and followed him unwillingly. After walking for a while, she was sweating all over. When she got closer and closer to the light source, she found that the other party was indeed asking for help. It was a soldier in military uniform holding a shovel in his hand to dig mud and stones. He saw the light of a flashlight coming from not far away, so he waved his flashlight for help. "Comrade, there is a person under the stone slab. Help me dig." Seeing the person approaching, he hurriedly said, his voice a little hoarse. The flashlight swept over, and Jiang Ning saw that the soldier waving the shovel had dry lips and a pale face. This was a state of exhaustion and dehydration. Even though he was extremely tired, he did not put down the shovel in his hand. The quality of a soldier was fully demonstrated in him. Brigadier General Yang took 2 soldiers to help quickly, and someone helped. After a while, the person under the stone slab was rescued. The soldier who had been swinging the shovel was so tired that he lay on his back on the ground when he saw the people being rescued. He was barely breathing and seemed to have fainted from exhaustion. Jiang Ning was about to walk over, but a figure moved faster than her. Yan Liue pinched the soldier's philtrum and tiger's mouth and kept shouting at the soldier loudly, as if to wake him up. Although the man woke up, he still looked like he might faint at any time. "Stop shouting, let him rest." Jiang Ning also walked over and shouted coldly. Then he took out a piece of candy without hesitation, peeled off the candy wrapper, and fed the candy to the soldier. Being too tired can easily cause hypoglycemia, so it is important to replenish some sugar in time. The taste of sugar melted in his mouth. After half a month of emergency rescue, they slept less than 5 hours a day and ate the most dust and soil. It has been a long time since they tasted sugar. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that his physical strength seemed to be gradually recovering. "Drink some water and take a rest." A girl's clear bell-like voice came to his ears. The soldier opened his eyes and looked at the person in front of him. He was slightly startled when he saw Jiang Ning's face clearly. Yan Liue saw that he was staring at Jiang Ning without blinking, and her silver teeth were about to break. It was obviously the person she rescued first. Why did this person only see Jiang Ning? Yan Liue let go of her hand unhappily, and the soldier fell to the ground. Yan Liue looked disdainful of Jiang Ning's argument. The people who were rescued over there also needed help. Jiang Ning noticed that the soldier's hand was bleeding. It should be because he swung the shovel too many times, causing the tiger's mouth to. Seeing these soldiers exhausted, using their blood and sweat to life from the god of death, for the sake of the people, even if it means sacrificing their own lives. Jiang Ning felt a little sour in her heart. She squatted down, took something out of the box to clean his wound, and then applied the ointment to him and wrapped it with gauze. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and asked, "Have you not had much rest in the past half-month?" She also wanted to know Shen Mo's condition through the soldier. At this moment, the soldier had rested for a while and replenished his physical strength. Hearing her question, he subconsciously said, "Fortunately, we have no choice but to save the people." Seeing him firmly say the 4 words "no choice but to do so," Jiang Ning stopped asking. At this moment, the drizzle had stopped, and Jiang Ning asked, "We are here to provide support." "Why are you here alone?" He said, "The superior said that there will be support personnel today, so I came to help them lead the way. I didn't expect to meet the comrades who were pressed under the stone slab on the road." At this moment, Brigade Commander Liang came over, and the soldier recognized him and immediately stood up and saluted. Brigade Commander Liang waved his hand. "Okay, these are just empty formalities in the face of disasters. Take us to the disaster area quickly." The group walked towards the disaster area in a mighty manner. Brigade Commander Liang walked in front to ask the leading soldier about the situation in the disaster area. Jiangning followed behind Brigade Commander Liang and heard from the soldier that the first batch of support teams to the disaster area had not had a good rest until now. In the first 3 days of extreme rescue, only most people were rescued. Some people survived, while others died in the disaster. Later, aftershocks hit the area again, causing heavy casualties. When Jiangning heard about aftershocks and heavy casualties, his pupils shrank. After walking for about half an hour, he finally reached the worst-hit area. Although he had made preparations, he felt an inexplicable feeling when he saw the ruins. There were many unprocessed corpses around, and some people who had never seen such a bloody scene vomited on the spot. The first batch of support personnel built a temporary rescue shed, and some injured people were recovering in the rescue shed. Because the disaster was serious, several rescue sheds were built. "I heard a sound down here. Come 2 people quickly." A soldier shouted at a collapsed house, and immediately 2 soldiers who were resting stood up and walked over there, waving shovels at the same time to save people. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Just when they were not far from the rescue shed, they heard someone shouting inside. Jiangning couldn't help but quicken her pace and walked towards the rescue shed. She opened the shed and found some simple camp beds in it, and some medical staff were busy. There were many wounded people and few medical staff. When they saw someone coming, they immediately called someone to teach them some simple first aid bandaging knowledge. Although it was a bit rushed, at least one more person meant more strength. Most of the people who came to the family compound here were women. They learned first aid knowledge while helping to take care of people. Yan Liue also joined the rescue team. Jiangning saw that someone's bandage was bleeding, so she took the initiative to walk over to help change the medicine and bandage him. This busy work took an entire night. Jiangning shuttled back and forth between several rescue sheds and was exhausted. At dawn, Jiangning found a clean place and got some water to wash her face to wake herself up. There were injured patients in the shed, while the soldiers who had worked hard to rescue were all lying outside the shed, resting in crooked positions. Many of them were already exhausted and pale. Jiangning remembered something and quickly returned to where she stored her things and took out the big bag of candies she had bought. Jiangning just walked out of the rescue shed and ran into the soldier she met last night. The soldier was surprised and said, "Doctor, it's you." It was dark last night, and he couldn't see his entire face clearly. Now it was bright, and Jiangning's bright face was completely visible to him. After greeting him, the soldier blushed for a moment when his eyes met Jiangning's. Jiangning didn't notice his abnormality and directly stuffed a big bag of candy into the soldier. 2 per person. You can distribute them to replenish your physical strength. After saying that, she turned around and left. Her main purpose was to cure diseases and save people, and she could leave the distribution of candy to others. The soldier was a little confused when he saw the big bag of candy in his arms, but he quickly reacted and held the bag of candy to distribute to his comrades. When the soldiers received the candy, they were all very surprised. Most of the supplies were given to the patients. They were eating some hard-to-swallow dry food, but it didn't matter. Suddenly, they were all surprised when candy was distributed. The soldier who distributed the candy saw the surprise of his comrades and said to each person that the candy was brought by a fairy and specially given to them. Now, everyone couldn't help but want to see who this fairy was. Brigade Commander Liang saw Jiangning give the bag of candy to the soldiers with his own eyes. He sighed slightly. No wonder Jiangning said that the candy was a necessity. He thought that the candy was bought by Jiangning for himself. His mind was still too narrow. Jiangning shuttled among the wounded with a silver needle. The hemostatic powder brought by the medical staff who came with the team was not enough, so she had to use the silver needle to stop the bleeding of those patients, disinfect and stop the bleeding and disinfect. Jiangning almost became a familiar face in the rescue shed that night, and her superb silver needle skills surprised many medical staff from the hospital. Jiangning was busy all night and all morning. At noon, she finally couldn't bear it anymore and ate some dry food and slept for a while. Jiangning slept for an hour and then woke up. Seeing her wake up, Many people who had been treated by Jiang Ning greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang, I still have some pain here. Can you help me?" "Dr. Jiang, my legs are also a little uncomfortable."
Dr. Jiang. Okay.
Jiang Ning responded, and then got up to check on the patient. "Patient, I'll help you." Yan Liyue was also resting. Seeing Jiang Ning get up, she also got up quickly, always secretly competing with her in her heart. When she started, she was a little heavy. The patient suddenly screamed in pain and subconsciously reached out and pushed Yan Liyue. "It hurts. Don't touch me." Jiang Ning was in the next bed. She had just finished treating the other person's wound when she heard the sound and turned around to help treat the patient's wound. The wound burst again, so she took out a silver needle and stabbed it into the patient to relieve the pain. The patient's face immediately looked much better. "Dr. Jiang, you are really amazing. I don't feel so much pain after few injections." Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. Yan Liyue's back teeth were about to break. She was busy all night, but why didn't these people remember her kindness at all, but only remembered Jiang Ning? She was also surprised when she saw that Jiang Ning could use silver needles, but she was surprised. It was just acupuncture. So many people could do it. What was there to show off? He was just a barefoot doctor who could only show off his skills. After being busy all night and a morning, those people who came from the same family compound were so tired that they could hardly stand up straight. A woman in her 40s suddenly remembered that Jiang Ning brought candy. She looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Comrade Jiang, I remember you brought a big bag of candy. Can you take it out and share some with us?" She spoke so loudly that everyone in the rescue shed could hear her. Jiang Ning glanced at her calmly. "There's no more candy. How is that possible? We saw you take such a big bag with our own eyes." After that, she pouted sarcastically and said, "You wouldn't hide the candy and eat it secretly, would you? There are so many patients and medical staff here. What's wrong with you taking some out to share with us?" Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at her. "No matter whether I still have candy or not, you are not qualified to eat that candy." When the woman heard her words, she was so angry that her face instantly turned bad. Yan Liyue added fuel to the fire. "Comrade Jiang, we are all great contributors to the disaster relief. How can you say they are not qualified to eat?" Her words undoubtedly irritated the people from the family compound. When they were in the car, they wanted to eat Jiang Ning's candy, but Jiang Ning was unwilling to give it to them. Now they have been busy all night and are exhausted. They want 2 candies, but Jiang Ning said they are not qualified. Everyone started to attack her. "You just want to keep all the candies for yourself. How shameless. You are not the only one who is tired. And we don't want much. You are not willing to give 1 or 2. You are so stingy. I don't know what you are thinking when you come out to rescue. You have no spirit of unity at all." These people spoke one by one, and Jiang Ning couldn't pretend not to hear. She inserted the sterilized silver needles into the silver needle bag one by one, and her cold eyes swept over the people who were talking one by one. "You are tired, but are you as tired as the soldiers who have been rescuing for half a month? 1 or 2 candies. Do you know how important it is to a person who is tired and dehydrated? If one of you faints now, I will give you 2 candies immediately." Jiang Ning suddenly turned the conversation to the soldiers, and after a few words, she actually frightened those shouting people. Especially when she said, "Are there any soldiers tired?" No one refuted. "Instead of struggling here to eat my candy, it is better to help a few more injured patients. I don't deny that you volunteered to come to the disaster area, but in this special period, I hope you remember what you are here for." Jiang Ning's tone was sonorous, and her aura was fully open. Someone in the crowd whispered, "TSK, you talk so nicely, but you are still unwilling to share the candy." "Well said." The voice in the crowd had just finished speaking when a full-bodied voice suddenly sounded outside. The curtain of the rescue shed was opened, and Brigade Commander Liang walked in, followed by a man covered in mud. Brigade Commander Liang glanced around the shed before speaking. "Dr. Zhang's candy is for the soldiers in the disaster area. I have asked people to distribute the candy to the soldiers who are resting. Everyone should understand Dr. Zhang. She really doesn't have more candy to give you. Brigade Commander Liang is worthy of being a leader, and his words are flawless." From a leadership perspective, he is a leader, and those who come here are all voluntary supporters. In this dangerous situation, no one is at fault. If he criticizes because of this matter, it will cause dissatisfaction among many people. But his words also specifically helped Jiang Ning explain the whereabouts of the large bag of candy. When those who had just quarreled over the candy heard Brigade Commander Liang say that the candy was for the soldiers, they suddenly felt their faces burning. And the few people who had spoken the loudest to Jiang Ning just now were so ashamed that their faces turned red. Who would have thought that the large bag of candy that Jiang Ning brought was actually for the soldiers in the disaster area? Brigade Commander Liang spoke at the right time. Everyone has worked hard. I asked someone to bring clean water and dry food. Have some. He glanced behind him, and the person behind him lifted the door curtain and said in a calm voice, "Move everything in." When Jiang Ning heard the familiar hoarse voice, she looked up behind Brigadier General Liang. Although he was so dirty that she could hardly see his face, the voice and the eagle-like eyes made her sure that the dirty thing was Shen Mo. Some soldiers brought in dry food, and in the chaos, the matter passed. After confirming that the other party was Shen Mo, Jiang Ning almost wanted to pounce on him. Although she missed Shen Mo a little when she was alone in the family compound, she didn't expect that she seemed to miss him more after seeing him. Missing his warm embrace. When Jiang Ning wanted to walk over, the corner of her clothes was suddenly pulled. She lowered her eyes and saw that it was a patient with a broken leg who was in unbearable pain because of the leg injury. Jiang Ning immediately squatted down and took out a silver needle to relieve his pain. When she took the silver needle and stood up, there was no one at the door. When the patients in the rescue shed were stabilized, it was already evening. Jiang Ning wiped the sweat from her forehead and walked out. I don't know if it was because God saw that the soldiers were working so hard to rescue the disaster, and the rain that had been going on for several days had completely stopped. The moon that had been hiding behind the dark clouds was no longer shy, and the cold moonlight enveloped the earth, casting a light on the disaster area that had not yet restored power supply. A kerosene lamp was hung on each of the pillars outside the shed, and the warm yellow light illuminated a small area. Jiang Ning seemed to have noticed something and subconsciously looked to the right. In the area illuminated by the warm light, there was a figure leaning against the pillar. Jiang Ning's eyesight was not bad. The dirty mud on the man's face had been washed clean, and the resolute and handsome face was illuminated by the warm orange-yellow. Half of Shen Mo was standing, and the other half was hidden in the shadows. Shen Mo seemed to be asleep. Jiang Ning walked over slowly and lightly. The man's brows were filled with fatigue, which showed how tired he was during this period. She didn't want to disturb Shen Mo, but she wanted to touch him. He seemed uncomfortable leaning against the pillar and frowned slightly. Jiang Ning stretched out her hand to smooth his brows, but her hand was grabbed before she touched him. The force of the grab was not strong, and Jiang Ning did not struggle. Shen Mo now accepted the fact that his wife appeared in front of him in a flash. Wife. Why did you come to the disaster area? Jiang Ning blinked. To support, my medical skills can't be wasted. Shen Mo was a little disappointed that his wife didn't come to see him specifically, but only a little bit. In the face of disaster, helping people is the most important thing. Just when he succeeded in his strategy, he heard his wife say, "But I miss you too, I want to hug you, and I also want to be your backer, so I came." Shen Mo's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and the next second he raised his arms, but before he could hug the person, Jiang Ning blocked his arms with a finger. The hands that thousands of troops could not stop back then were now blocked by a pair of tender, white fingers. The girl's soft voice sounded, "Do and hug me now, it's a bit dirty." Jiang Ning didn't dislike him, but disliked the mud on his body. Shen Mo thought his wife's voice was particularly nice at this moment. He suddenly lowered his head, then raised his hand, and began to unbutton his clothes. Jiang Ning saw his movements and coughed twice because of choking. You take off your clothes. Why are you taking them off? I'm not cold, stop it. Although it's already night and most people have gone to bed, it doesn't mean that no one is here. Shen Mo unbuttoned his coat, and he was still wearing a military green vest. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he was still wearing clothes. A pair of big hands flashed before her eyes, and Jiangning was pressed into a warm embrace. A pair of big hands carefully fell on the back of the girl in front of him. The heat and heartbeat confirmed that this was not a dream. Jiangning also reached her hand under his coat and hugged his thin waist. Well, it still felt the same, but it was much thinner and stronger than before. He must have been very tired during this period. Jiangning didn't stay in his arms for too long. In fact, she wanted to stay longer. But this is the trend of this era. You can't leave any handle for people to gossip. She has never been in love in the present world. When her colleagues in the laboratory were in love, the sticky energy was like soaking in a honey pot. It was simply unbearable to watch, but it seemed inexplicably sweet. When she was on the phone, the female colleague spoke in a coquettish tone, which gave her goosebumps. It turns out that when you are in love, you really can't help but want to act coquettishly. She stepped out of Shen Mo's arms and said, "It's a bit cold." When Shen Mo heard that she was cold, he hurriedly said, "Then you go in first." Jiangning was a little impressed by this straight man. She pouted her lips and inexplicably acted coquettishly. "Don't you have anything else here? Like a fire or something? I want to stay with you for a while."
Shen Mo tak.
Is this his wife? He seldom heard such a soft tone, and it was deadly to hear it suddenly. He wanted to hug and kiss her, but the current situation was not appropriate. He also remembered that Jiangning had just said it was cold. He took Jiangning's hand and led her as he walked, saying, "There are bonfires where the soldiers rest. I'll take you there." The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Jiangning let him hold her hand. What was wrong with them holding hands as a legal couple? Thinking of this, she felt at ease letting the man lead her. Shen Mo observed the ground under his feet and always chose a flat road for Jiangning to walk. "Are you tired?" Jiangning shook her head. "Compared to your rescue work day and night, I am much more relaxed." Shen Mo didn't want to stay quiet like this, so he thought about it and found a topic. "Why did you bring so many candies?" Today, the team was saying that a fairy brought a big bag of candies to distribute to the soldiers, and the soldiers stuffed 2 into his pocket. Shen Mo was not very interested in the candies, so he gave them to the soldiers around him. Then Brigade Commander Liang asked him to go to the rescue shed together. When he heard Jiangning's voice outside, he was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating because he missed her too much. Now he thought about it, he was a little unhappy that he gave the candies given by his wife to others. Jiangning walked with his head down, stepping on his shadow, and listened to his question and replied, "You are too tired, and you don't have enough time to rest. Eating some candies can replenish your physical strength. Besides, you have suffered for so long. Eating something sweet will make you full of energy all of a sudden." Shen Mo agreed with his wife's words. Many soldiers were like chicken blood after eating candy, and they swung the shovels much faster. After Jiangning finished speaking, she raised her eyes again, her eyes sparkling. "Did you eat the candy? Is it sweet?" Shen Mo coughed twice, but still confessed honestly, "Ahem, I don't like candy. I gave it to the soldiers."
Huh?
Don't like candy? Then why did Shen Mo eat all the candies she fed to him from time to time before, and he didn't show that he didn't like candy at all? Shen Mo said again, "But I like the candy you give me, my wife." Jiangning's face suddenly turned red. The unconscious flirting of straight men is the most deadly. Jiangning was undeniably flirted with by him. She rummaged around in her body, suddenly took out a handful of candy, and stuffed it into Shen Mo's big hand. "Here, it's specially reserved for you." Shen Mo looked at the candy in his hand, and his heart was warmed. When they first met, Jiangning proposed a divorce. He respected her and was willing to let her leave. But for reasons that could not be changed, his wife stayed with him. He did not think too much about it. Maybe because of guilt, or because of unknown psychological reasons, he was willing to put the best things in front of her, just to make her smile. But gradually, he seemed to want more and more. He was greedy, he admitted. But his wife seemed to be gradually willing to get close to him, and he was really very happy. Jiangning looked at him without moving, and took the initiative to pick up a candy, peeled it, and then fed it to his mouth. "Eat it quickly, it's very sweet, and I guarantee that you'll be full of energy after eating it." Shen Mo raised his head, and Jiang Ning's eyes met his. She looked away as if she was burned. She stuffed the candy into Shen Mo's mouth at random. Shen Mo moved again, and Jiang Ning was led away by him. Jiang Ning looked at the shadow on the ground. In fact, she didn't feel anything when Shen Mo found her the yard she had always dreamed of at the beginning. She just felt that Shen Mo was a rare good man. He was not only good to others, but also took his wife's words to heart. He tried his best to make even the smallest details perfect. She accepted Shen Mo's kindness with peace of mind, but gradually, she discovered something. Shen Mo was good to her not just because she was his wife, but what he was after was her heart. When she discovered this, she seemed to have given away part of her heart without realizing it. Now she seemed willing to give him her whole heart. Shen Mo's mouth was melting with sweetness, and he was holding his all in his hand. The two came to the side of the several fires, and as soon as they arrived, they received a lot of hot gazes. Some people even recognized that the one being led by Deputy Captain Shen was the fairy who gave them candy. Then word spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, until everyone knew that the beautiful girl who appeared in front of them was the fairy who brought them candy. For a moment, the crowd was a little agitated. Some of them were soldiers led by Shen Mo, and they knew Jiang Ning. Some of them were soldiers from other military regions who came to support and did not know Jiang Ning. Shen Mo pulled Jiang Ning to a fire and then brought a large stone from not far away and placed it behind her for her to sit down. Seeing that many people were resting around, Jiang Ning thought for a while and asked, "Is the rescue over?" Shen Mo shook his head and said, "Not yet, but it's almost over. We have been rescuing people day and night for half a month, and almost everyone who can be saved has been saved. We will probably have to stay here for a while. It has been raining non-stop during this period, and it only stopped for a while today. Because of the landslides caused by the rain, some people may be buried." Iang Ningnotet. Shen Mo was used to being rough and tired, so he didn't think it was a big deal. His first reaction when he saw Jiang Ning was worry. The situation here was difficult and dangerous, and too many people were injured and killed. Although he knew that his wife had extraordinary abilities, he was still worried about letting her get tired. The situation here was too tragic, and the number of victims was countless. No matter how powerful Jiang Ning was, she only had a pair of hands. At this moment, a cry suddenly came from not far away. "Oh my God, how did you get such a big cut here? Come with me to the rescue shed to find medical staff to help you deal with it." The soldier who was pulled didn't care about his injury at all. He waved away his comrade's hand and said, "I won't go. Just tear a piece of cloth and wrap it up." "That won't work either. Your wound is not small." "I won't go." The voices of the two arguing grew louder, and suddenly a shadow fell. "Let me see." Jiang Ning just heard that someone was injured and immediately walked over. Shen Mo followed behind her. When the soldiers saw him, they immediately stood up and saluted. The injured soldier also wanted to stand up, but was held down by Shen Mo. Shen Mo said, "Let your sister-in-law see the wound."
Oh.
Although he looked calm on the surface, he was so excited that he almost jumped up in his heart. The fairy is really the wife of Deputy Regiment Shen. Deputy Regiment Shen, the cold-faced devil, actually married such a beautiful fairy as his wife. Jiang Ning checked the wound on the soldier's leg. There was a long cut on the thigh, which had to be sutured. After a day and a night of treating patients, Jiang Ning now carries silver needles and thread with him. There were also some simple ointments. First, use a silver needle to relieve the pain. Then she threaded the needle, put the needle on the fire and burned it for a while, then lowered her head and began to sew the wound. Shen Mo watched his wife sew the wound with full concentration, and she was not afraid, even though the wound was bloody. Jiang Ning sewed the wound quickly and accurately, and sewed it beautifully. After applying the medicine and bandaging it, Jiang Ning stood up and heard the soldier in front of her say with gratitude, "Thank you, sister-in-law." Jiang Ning smiled, "You're welcome. And thank you, sister-in-law, for the candy." At this time, I don't know who started it. Then a series of voices rang out, all thanking her for the candy she brought. Jiangning was almost panicked by them again. Shen Mo listened to the extremely loud voices calling sister-in-law one by one and felt very satisfied. But his face was still solemn. It was rare to have a leisure time during the day and night. Although there were many eyes around who looked over and looked at them secretly, no one dared to approach their fire. Jiangning was sitting on the stone in silence. She was a doctor, and she should be used to the separation of life and death. Along the way, she had seen a lot of ruins and corpses. Many volunteers who came to support her turned pale, but she remained calm. But just now, she saw that these soldiers did not take their bodies seriously at all. When she coveted Shen Mo's abdominal muscles before, she saw some wounds on Shen Mo's body. Some of the wounds were so deep that it was hard to imagine what kind of injuries he had suffered. In times of crisis, when she saw someone not caring about his injuries, she could not say a word of condemnation because she knew that at this moment, Shen Mo and even all the soldiers belonged to the country and the people. Shen Mo was still satisfying the eyes of these guys and suddenly realized that Jiangning seemed to be in a bad mood. "What's wrong? Are you still cold?" Shen Mo threw the dry firewood into the fire and said he would take off his coat and put it on Jiangning. Jiangning did not refuse. She really wanted to lean on Shen Mo at the moment, but he was too dirty and she felt a little disgusted. When Shen Mo took off his coat, but before he put it on her shoulders, Jiangning moved slightly and leaned on Shen Mo's shoulder. The soft and fragrant girl leaned towards him, and the unique fragrance of the girl came from her nostrils. Shen Mo's body stiffened for a moment, but soon he moved frankly to make Jiangning lean more comfortably. Without stopping his hands, he put the clothes on Jiangning's shoulders. There was a little commotion behind him, and Shen Mo glanced over with a dark face, and the rustling sound disappeared instantly. One by one, they lay down and pretended to be dead. Jiangning leaned against him for a while, and she suddenly said, "Shen Mo, whether you are saving people or performing tasks, don't ignore your body. I will worry about you." The tone was very serious. Shen Mo was slightly stunned, as if something was stuffed in his chest, which was different from the advice of his family. His family would be proud of him, but they had never told him to take care of himself. He had seen people who sent their children to join the army crying and telling them to protect themselves and not to get hurt. Injuries are inevitable when they are soldiers, and many people take injuries as an honor. It is their medal for defending their country and protecting the people. Jiangning now knows that Shen Mo likes her and is afraid that her words will cause him any burden, so she said, "I am worried about you, but I will not stop you. This is the path you have chosen, and I support you to go on." Shen Mo listened to her words. His heart was very difficult, and he had thousands of words to say, and finally turned them into one sentence: "I will protect myself." If he takes good care of himself, his wife won't worry or be sad. He didn't want to see Jiangning sad. Jiangning reached out and hugged his arm, and she felt much better because of what he said. "I know that you soldiers are ready to sacrifice at any time. In this case, you should cherish your body. Only if you protect yourself can you save more people." In this quiet area, they were not talking privately, and the volume was not loud, but it was loud enough for the surrounding soldiers to hear. "Woo-woo-woo, sister-in-law said it too well." Jiangning didn't see Shen Mo for several days. It was heard that the village next door had collapsed due to aftershocks and was buried in rocks. Shen Mo and his team were sent over to provide support after hearing the news. During this period, new patients were continuously sent to the rescue shed. Some patients whose illnesses were not serious were also sent out of the disaster area. Otherwise, the rescue shed would not be enough. The casualties were too heavy, so another medical team came with supplies. A medical team came, and it was said that they were led by 2 authoritative doctors from a large hospital. With their arrival, Jiangning barely breathed a sigh of relief. She was too tired these days to think about miscellaneous things, but when she was free, she couldn't help but think about Shen Mo. "I heard that the village affected by the landslide was very badly injured. Originally located in a depression and surrounded by mountains, the earthquake did not affect the village, but the mountain suddenly collapsed and huge rocks rolled down, causing the village to suffer a disaster. The patients sent in were more seriously ill than each other. Some cried and said they wanted to see their relatives, but no one dared to answer. In the face of the disaster, their relatives might be in danger. Jiang Ning was very worried about Shen Mo. In the face of a disaster, no matter how powerful a person is, he is very small. 2 days later, Jiang Ning had just bandaged the wound of a patient when there was a sudden noise outside. Then a soldier covered in mud and blood ran into their shed. As soon as he entered the shed, he shouted, "Quick, bring a doctor." A deputy regiment commander was hit by a huge rock, and a lot of blood is flowing from the back of his head. He has also fainted. Immediately, a doctor in a white coat ran out. But Jiang Ning's head buzzed and her palms began to numb. Deputy commander? Shen Mo's position is deputy commander. She didn't know how she walked out of the tent. There was a person lying on the simple stretcher outside. Jiang Ning's heart trembled when she saw the blood on the ground. Several medical staff surrounded the stretcher, making it impossible to see who was inside. Jiang Ning walked over with numb hands and feet, and her eyes were a little out of focus. She walked around and finally found an empty space to squeeze in. She saw the other person's face clearly. The heart that suddenly stopped beating just now started beating again. It was not Shen Mo, but the other party was seriously injured. A doctor was examining the soldier. The back of the head is seriously injured, and the amount of bleeding is not small. I suggest stopping the bleeding quickly, and then discuss the treatment plan. The doctors all agreed with him, and they quickly sent the patient to a makeshift treatment shed, which was built by the medical team that came later to treat seriously injured patients. Jiang Ning briefly observed the patient. The patient's back of the head was seriously injured, which would definitely lead to cerebral hemorrhage. Even if he was treated urgently, the patient would probably not wake up. This patient needed surgery. With so many doctors, she should not be needed. Jiang Ning returned to the rescue shed. When she sat down to rest, her palms were sweaty. She was too scared. Shen Mo was so powerful. But when she closed her eyes, the face of the man lying on the stretcher could not help but emerge in her mind. If it turned out to be Shen Mo's face, she dared not imagine what kind of mood she would have at that time. Jiang Ning leaned against her resting place and closed her eyes to rest. While resting, she fell asleep. She seemed to hear someone touching her twice. She opened her eyes suddenly, as if she was awakened by a fright, with cold sweat on her forehead. Once the thought that Shen Mo would be injured came into her mind, she could not get rid of it. She needs to be busy now. Yes, she must be busy. The more people she saves, the less worry Shen Mo will have. Dr. Jiang? The man who came to call Jiang Ning was a male doctor in a white coat. Jiang Ning knew him. Dr. Jin, is there anything I can do for you? Jiang Ning knew him. He was one of the authoritative doctors in the medical team. He was in his 40s and had very good medical skills. At first, when he saw Jiang Ning treating patients with silver needles, they almost had some quarrels. However, in the face of a disaster, there should be no arguments. It was a waste of time and would delay saving lives. However, after observing for a few days, he found that this little girl who was half his age was actually a master. She had superb acupuncture skills, and she seemed to be not only good at Chinese medicine, but also familiar with some Western medicine techniques. At this moment, the deputy head of the group was in a very urgent condition. He discussed with another companion. For a long time, they were still not sure that they could wake the man up. Facing the soldier, who was rescuing the people, they didn't want that soldier to really get into trouble. He also thought of Jiang Ning when he was discussing with another doctor. Although the other party was young, he should not be underestimated. Jiang Ning was taken to the treatment shed, which was filled with various backward equipment in the world, but in this era, it was not easy to have these. There were 5 people in it, all with serious faces, including Yen Liue. Everyone present was a formal medical student, and the Dr. Jin, who called Jiang Ning, and another authoritative doctor, who was almost the same age as him, had studied medicine abroad. They were specialized in Western medicine. What are you doing here? Yen Liue thought it was ridiculous when she saw Jiang Ning. What use was she, a barefoot doctor from the countryside? Jiang Ning raised her eyes and glanced at him indifferently. Save people. You are a barefoot doctor who has not studied medicine seriously. Who are you saving? Yen Liue felt that what she said was simply nonsense. She didn't believe that a barefoot doctor had any extraordinary skills. It was good enough that he could cure a minor cold. Dr. Jean, who brought Jiang Ning in, also asked in surprise, "Dr. Jiang, have you never studied medicine?" "Self-taught." Jiang Ning explained simply. The original owner had never studied medicine, and she couldn't say who she learned from, because there was no such person. Hearing the word self-taught, Dr. Jean subconsciously looked at his companion, and the eyes that originally had a hint of hope dimmed again. It's not that they don't trust people, but they can't save this seriously injured patient without systematic medical training. Reasonable doubts appeared in the eyes of both of them. They can actually treat it, but the patient's back of the head is seriously injured, resulting in cerebral hemorrhage. They discussed several plans and could only save the other party's life, but it's really hard to say whether the patient can wake up. A soldier just lies in bed for the rest of his life, and they don't want to see this result. Jiang Ning didn't see the doubt in their eyes. After saying that she had learned by herself, she lowered her head to check the patient's condition. The patient had a cerebral hemorrhage caused by a serious injury to the back of the head. The blood clots accumulated in the brain and compressed the nerves, so he couldn't wake up. In order to remove the blood clots, a major operation is inevitable. Jiang Ning moved her eyes away from the patient and began to observe the medical equipment in the shed. The person who brought these things was very professional. Although they were a little behind the times, they had everything they should have. Combined with her silver needles, it was enough to treat the patient. The light in Dr. Jin's eyes completely dimmed. No matter what, they would try their best to at least save the officer's life. As for whether he can wake up, it depends on fate. Dr. Jean sighed, waved his hand and said, "Unrelated personnel, please get out." "Unrelated personnel, I'm calling you. Get out quickly." Yan Liyue pushed Jiang Ning, looking proud at the moment. She was finally relieved after so many days. She did not miss the changes in Dr. Jean and Dr. Qin's expressions when they learned that Jiang Ning taught herself medicine. The more she thought about it, the happier she was, and she even reached out to pull Jiang Ning out. Jiang Ning waved Yan Liyue's hand away, her voice gentle. "I have a way to save him." Jiang Ning's tone was gentle, without any exaggeration. "What did you say?" The moment she said this, Dr. Jean and Dr. Qin's eyes fell on her, and they all thought they were hallucinating. But now the situation is urgent, and Dr. Jean reacted first. "When you say saving him, do you mean he can be saved? Or just save his life?" Jiang Ning looked at him puzzled. "Of course it is to wake him up. Is there any point in saving lives if you just save them?" She has never had a case of vegetative state. Dr. Jean and Dr. Qin looked at each other. They wanted to question, but the other party was calm and indifferent. Besides, they had already made the worst plan, so why not give the patient to her for a try? With them watching, at least the life can be saved no matter what. Jiang Ning said, "Dr. Jean."
"Huh?"
Dr. Jean responded. Then she looked at another doctor. The other party took the initiative to say, "My last name is Qin." Jiang Ning nodded. "Dr. Jean and Dr. Qin, treat the patient with me. Other irrelevant personnel, get out." Dr. Jean said to the two people behind him, "You all go out." The two nodded and left the shed directly. Yan Liyue's teacher was in the same hospital as Dr. Jean and Dr. Qin, so she dared to refute. "Dr. Jean, Dr. Qin, do you really believe her like this? What if she can't treat it?" Jiang Ning frowned slightly. "Go out. Don't delay too much time. The longer you delay, the more dangerous the patient will be." When she was in the present world, she often led the team to do experiments and also led the team to treat patients and perform surgery. When she spoke seriously, she inexplicably revealed a hint of majesty. It was not like what she would have at her age. Yan Liyue wanted to refute, but was scolded by Dr. Jean in time. "You go out first." Dr. Jin's tone became a little harsher. Yan Liyue looked at Jiang Ning hatefully, turned around and ran out unwillingly. 8 hours later, Shen Mo returned to the area and went around various rescue sheds but couldn't find his wife.
Shen Mo.
When Shen Mo was about to pull someone to ask, a female voice sounded behind him. He glanced sideways and seeing that it was Yan Liyue, he turned around and was about to leave. He remembered that his wife didn't like this woman. But when Shen Mo was about to leave, the other party's words forced him to stop. You're looking for Jiangning. He turned and looked at Yan Liyue. Before he could ask where Jiangning was, Yan Liyue pointed at a shed not far away with her chin, crossed her arms over her chest, and said sarcastically, "She's in there. TSK, a barefoot doctor dares to treat people randomly. I think she is determined to people."
Shen Mo frownet.
He didn't think Jiangning would people. Just as he was about to speak, the shed was suddenly opened. The girl who came out saw Shen Mo at a glance. Her eyes lit up instantly. She had been worried for several days. When she saw the man for the first time, she suddenly ran over quickly and threw herself into the man's arms without caring about anything. The arms were soft and warm, and the girl's soft voice came to his ears.
Shen Mo.
You defend the country, and I protect you. Shen Mo knew that Jiangning disliked his dirtiness, so when he came back from the next village, he cleaned up. At least he wouldn't let Jiangning dislike him. At this moment, the girl unexpectedly threw herself into his arms, and he was glad that he had cleaned up and was not very dirty. Jiangning threw herself into the man's arms, her slender arms around the man's waist, her fair cheeks resting on his heart, and her strong and powerful heartbeats came into her ears. I have never thought that the sound of a heartbeat was so beautiful. Heartbeat represents life, and the person holding her is alive and warm. Shen Mo's pupils shrank, but at the moment Jiangning threw herself over, he subconsciously raised his hands to hug her, his palms gently hugging her back, and the girl's small body was almost completely embraced by him. The girl's words, "You defend your country, and I protect you," kept circling in his ears. Shen Mo lowered his head slightly, his Adam's apple rolling, and a slightly hoarse voice came. "What's wrong?" Jiangning buried her head in his arms. "I just saved a man. He has the same military rank as you. I thought it was you at first." Shen Mo heard her words. His big hands suddenly clenched. He scared his wife. Shen Mo gently held her hands, slowly tightened, and hugged the girl tightly in his arms. "It's not me." He gently supported the girl's shoulders and pushed her away, as if to prove himself. "Look, I'm standing in front of you fine." Jiangning raised her face and blinked her beautiful phoenix eyes. Shen Mo looked at her and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to her face gently. Seeing that her face was a little sickly pale, he frowned slightly. "Apologize again. I'm sorry, I scared you." Yan Liyue, who was standing not far away, looked at the man and woman hugging in front of her and felt it was extremely dazzling. She gritted her teeth and turned and ran away. Jiangning shook her head and leaned her little face into his arms again. "Don't be sorry. I'm a little tired. Let me lean on you for a while." Shen Mo stood at attention like that, allowing the girl to lean on him comfortably. The two talked in the open space outside the shed, and people walking around glanced at them from time to time. Shen Mo was afraid that Jiangning would be shy later and thought of taking her to a place with fewer people, but the hand on his waist suddenly slipped down. Shen Mo was startled, and he hurriedly lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms, and saw that Jiangning had her eyes closed. "Wife. Ning Ning?" He called softly twice, but the person in his arms didn't move at all. "Don't call her. She must be exhausted. Let her have a good sleep." Shen Mo wanted to call her again, but a voice came from his ear. Dr. Jean, who came out of the treatment shed, came specifically to find Jiangning. As soon as he came out, he saw the powerful girl being held in the arms of a man. He was relieved when he heard him call his wife. When he first came out and saw it, he thought it was some kind of lecher. "Tired?" Shen Mo looked at Dr. Jean. Dr. Jean pointed to the treatment tent. "She stayed in there with us for 8 hours to treat the officer. Her body should have reached its limit."
Shen Mo nodded.
He bent down and picked up the girl's legs and hugged her around the waist. If Jiangning was still awake, she would definitely complain this man finally knows how to carry a girl like a princess. Dr. Jean looked at the back of the girl being carried away by the man. Dr. Jean suddenly felt a pity. How could this girl marry such a rough man? Can he take care of people? Hey, if this girl didn't get married, she would be a perfect match for his son. Hee. Another doctor, Dr. Jean, also came out. Seeing Dr. Jean looking into the distance, he walked over and looked with him.
"What are you looking at?"
Dr. Jean said, looking at the pity that she didn't marry into my family's daughter-in-law. Dr. Qin puzzled. She didn't even marry into your family. How could she become your daughter-in-law? I can't just dream. Dr. Jean glanced unhappily at the old thief who broke his dream. Dr. Qin stood for a while and suddenly thought of something. You are not talking about the girl who had the operation with us. Dr. Jean rolled his eyes at him. Who do you think I am talking about?
What?
Dr. Qin raised his voice unconsciously. That girl is married?
I want her to be my daughter-in-law.
Dr. Jean couldn't help rolling his eyes again. It's not my turn yet. How can it be your turn? Dr. Qin said to himself, I don't know if that girl will get divorced in the future. If she does, I will bring her to my house no matter what. Dr. Jean said, Old Qin, if that day really comes, we will compete fairly. Shen Mo, who was walking away, held back the sneeze that was about to come out, so as not to wake up his wife. The joke was over, and the two doctors began to review today's operation. It took more than 8 hours, and the girl, who was only in her early 20s, survived. The girl was specialized in traditional Chinese medicine, and the operation was performed by the two of them. It might not be clear if there was no one watching, but they knew how dangerous every step she took was when they performed the operation together. If there was any wrong step, let alone waking up the person, it would be a problem to save the person. Traditional Chinese medicine was passed down by our ancestors, but there are very few people who are proficient in this way, and they did not expect that the combination of traditional Chinese and Western medicine would be so powerful. But they still think that traditional Chinese medicine is more powerful. During the most dangerous moment of the operation, it was Jiang Ning who used extremely exquisite acupuncture to make them worry-free. After all, at that moment, they were really at a loss. What made them admire even more was the calm momentum of the girl. They had all taught students of her age, and they panicked when something happened. Jiang Ning was awakened by footsteps. She woke up on a bed in the rescue shed. There were fewer people in the rescue shed now. Most people had been sent away. She stood up to reach the water cup next to her. Shen Mo had just pushed open the curtain and walked in. Seeing that she was awake, he quickly walked over, wrung out the towel in the basin, and handed it to her. Are you up? Are you still tired? Jiang Ning took the towel he handed over and smiled and shook her head. No, I slept very well. After Jiang Ning wiped her face, she handed the towel to him again. Shen Mo took the towel and put it in the basin. Jiang Ning actually wanted to lean on him, but there were people around, so she was embarrassed. I don't know what happened, but she suddenly seemed to like sticking to Shen Mo. The kind that sticks for a long time. Is this the change of mentality when you are in love? When she thought about being together less and apart more, she really wanted to stick to Shen Mo. Are you hungry? Should I serve you some food? Jiang Ning pulled him, patted the side of her bed, and said with a smile, I'm not hungry yet. Come and sit for a while. After saying that, she remembered that Shen Mo still had a rescue mission. If you have anything else to do, go do it first. Don't worry about me. It's okay. The rescue is over. Shen Mo sat down beside the bed. As soon as he sat down, Jiang Ning hugged his arm. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up, and she was obviously happy. Really? After the rescue is over, she and Shen Mo can go home together. This disaster is finally over and no more people get into trouble. Well, the advanced troops have almost come to rescue, and more people will be sent for subsequent reconstruction. Jiang Ning said, Are we going back then? Shen Mo nodded. Brigade Commander Liang said that he will be ready to return to the troops in the afternoon. As the two were talking, suddenly a medical staff in a white coat came over. Dr. Jiang, Dr. Jean, please go to Deputy Commander Zhao. Deputy Commander Zhao was the soldier that Jiang Ning and the two doctors had spent more than 8 hours with. Okay, wait a moment. Jiang Ning threw back the quilt and got out of bed. Shen Mo bent down and took the shoes beside him and placed them neatly at Jiang Ning's feet. After putting on the shoes, Jiang Ning and Shen Mo followed the medical staff out of the rescue shed and were taken to another rescue shed. This shed was empty, with only one bed still lying on it. Dr. Jean, Dr. Qin, Brigade Commander Liang, and a strange middle-aged man were all standing next to the patient. The medical staff took the person away and left. As soon as she entered the rescue shed, Jiang Ning found that everyone was looking at her. What were they looking at her for? Was there something wrong with the patient? Brigade Commander Liang looked at Jiang Ning with a gratified smile on his face, and the two doctors were full of admiration in their eyes. As for the other strange middle-aged man whom Jiang Ning had never seen before, he suddenly took a big step and stepped in front of Jiang Ning. He raised his hand and saluted Jiang Ning. The flesh on his face moved, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Jiang Ning looked puzzled. There were no outsiders here, and Brigade Commander Liang was more relaxed. He reached out and patted the man on the shoulder. Okay, Lao Tan, just thank you in place. You have to salute and thank. The man called Lao Tan said to Jiang Ning, Dr. Jiang, thank you for saving Xiao Zhao. The Xiao Zhao he was talking about was the patient lying on the bed. For some reason, the patient suddenly became a little excited. Dr. Jean saw it with his sharp eyes and hurriedly stopped him. Don't move. You have to lie down to recuperate in your current physical condition. Shen Mo saw that Jiang Ning was a little confused, so he bent down and whispered their identities in Jiang Ning's ear. After knowing the other party's identity, Jiang Ning nodded to show that she understood. The deputy commander Zhao she saved was a soldier under Brigade Commander Tan from another military region. Jiang Ning also politely responded, You re-welcome. Don't move. It's not easy to save your life. Dr. Jean said again, but soon realized that the other party might just not want to listen to his nagging. He looked at Jiang Ning with inspiration. Dr. Jiang, the patient wants to thank you. Jiang Ning walked over, and Shen Mo stood beside Brigadier General Liang. Brigadier General Liang said to Shen Mo with emotion, I mentioned before that she should go to the military hospital, but she refused. It's a pity that your wife doesn't go to the military hospital. She has her own ideas. Shen Mo said. He would not interfere with any of Jiang Ning's decisions. Brigadier General Liang said unhappily, Don't you understand what I say? I want you to some pillow wind. Shen Mo didn't speak. Seeing his stubborn look, Brigadier General Liang was so angry that he sulked alone. He really hoped that Jiang Ning could go to the military hospital. With her medical skills, she didn't know how many people she could save in the military hospital. There were too many soldiers who needed such doctors. Jiang Ning came to the bedside. The patient seemed really excited when he saw her. Jiang Ning saw gratitude in his eyes. But his throat was dry, and he couldn't speak. Jiang Ning simply checked his injuries, and then said, I received your thanks, you're welcome. The other person's eyes were full of gratitude. After checking the wound, Jiang Ning briefly explained a few words. The disaster area has come to an end, and people will be sent to do the subsequent home reconstruction work. Following the large army back to the military region, back to the army, Brigade Commander Liang said in advance that he would invite all volunteers to the army cafeteria for dinner. No one refused. While eating in the cafeteria, many people were looking at Jiang Ning. Not only in the cafeteria, when they were riding back to the army in the car, she noticed those eyes. Jiang Ning didn't care about these looks, and ate her meal quietly. But she didn't know that her reputation had spread among the volunteers. They were all talking about Jiang Ning's medical skills, especially many people saw Jiang Ning giving people acupuncture with their own eyes. In fact, Jiang Ning's reputation in the compound at the beginning the voice was not good. The new rural girl was famous in the compound for her pretty face. However, because of the face, most people only felt fresh when they saw it for the first time, and there was nothing much to say after a long time. In fact, after talking too much, it was inevitable to feel jealous. Later, she had a conflict with old lady Wang, and then there was a scene in the agency school. It was hard for people not to know Jiang Ning. But after this support, those who knew Jiang Ning, or those who didn't know Jiang Ning, admired her very much. They could only help take care of the patients when they went there, but Jiang Ning cured many patients with just a few needles, which was really amazing. After lunch, there was still some time to rest, so Shen Mo sent Jiang Ning out of the camp. On the way back to the family compound, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered something. She looked up at the man beside her. Shen Mo, do you still have the remittance receipt for the money you sent me before? Remittance receipt? Shen Mo pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded. I still have it. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief when she heard him say that he still had it. That was more than 1,000 yuan, and she wanted it back. I also have a sister, and I met her recently. Jiangning thought about it and still wanted to explain. The money you sent before was received by her. Shen Mo probably guessed it. When Jiangning said that she didn't receive the money, he knew that the money must have been claimed by someone else. And the only person who could impersonate Jiangning's identity could be someone in her family. Jiangning blinked and smiled slyly. I've figured out how to get the money back. I'll need your cooperation when the time comes. Jiangning grabbed his arm and shook it. Okay, I'll cooperate at any time. Shen Mo nodded, looking at the two soft hands on his arm. His heart softened. He couldn't help but stretch out his hand and rub her head. There are still some things to deal with in the camp. You go home first. I'll be back later. Okay. Jiangning smiled and let go. The relationship between the two of them had quietly changed since the first time Jiangning kissed him. This time they were separated for a long time, and Jiangning felt lonely and missed him. But as a soldier's duty, he had things to do, and she would not stop him, nor would she be clingy and not let him do what he should do. As soon as Jiang Ting came out of the family compound, she saw Jiangning hugging a man's arm in an intimate posture. Although the distance was a bit far and she couldn't see his face clearly, she was sure that the man Jiangning was holding was definitely not her husband. The last time she saw him in the mall, Jiangning's husband was not that tall. Could it be that Jiangning also disliked that soldier? Jiang Ting didn't know what she felt at the moment. When she knew that the husband she married in her last life was a soldier who was nothing, she resolutely decided not to marry him after living again. Now, in her opinion, she was glad that she did so. As for Jiangning had received so many benefits in her previous life, so she should live under her halo in this life. If Jiangning hooked up with a better man, she would be so angry. Jiangning's face was too deceptive, so beautiful that she could recognize Jiangning at a glance even from such a distance. If Jiangning really wanted to someone, she would definitely the right person. She would never allow such a thing to happen. She blamed all the sufferings in her previous life on Jiangning, so how could she allow Jiangning to live better than her? Jiang Ting walked over quickly and wanted to remind the man that Jiangning was a married woman, but when she got closer, the man had already turned and left. Jiang Ting didn't have time to see the other person's face clearly. Jiangning just watched Shen Mo leave, and when she turned around, she saw Jiang Ting coming over, her eyebrows slightly raised. Sister, why are you here? Looking at Jiangning's every frown and smile, the psychological imbalance bubbled up again. Oh, I'm going to school. Jiang Ting answered her question absent-mindedly. Sister, when are we going to choose a wedding dress? Jiang Ting had not thought about this at first. After all, it had been 2 weeks since she last saw Jiangning. She was sure that Jiangning agreed to choose a wedding dress just for the sake of face, and even if Jiangning refused later, she would keep pestering Jiangning to agree. Jiangning felt that she was at a disadvantage compared to her in terms of appearance, so she always wanted to find fault with Lin Yufei. But after the last meeting, she never found Jiangning again. When she came back the second week, she went around the surrounding villages, but still couldn't find Jiangning. She was sure that Jiangning didn't dare to go with her to choose a wedding dress because of face. But she didn't expect that she didn't mention this unexpected meeting, but Jiangning brought it up first. This made her have to guess Jiangning's intentions. Did Jiangning intend to take the opportunity to contact Lin Yufei? Jiangning didn't know that this man's heart could be so rich. She just wanted to take this opportunity to get the money back. Although Jiang Ting was worried, she was only worried for a while. She knew Lin Yufei's character, and Lin Yufei also knew that Jiangning was married. If Jiangning really wanted to use this matter to contact Lin Yufei, it would only make Lin Yufei hate her more. Thinking of this, Jiang Ting's mood suddenly improved a lot. Then wait until I have a day off next week, and we will go together. Jiangning raised her eyes and smiled, and replied, okay. Her tone was filled with uncontrollable happiness. More than 1,000 yuan was about to be returned. How could she not be happy? After parting with Jiang Ting at the gate of the staff quarters, Jiangning returned home. As soon as she reached the gate of her own yard, she saw that the door of Sister Li's house opposite was open. Sister Li was at the door, sitting on a small stool, knitting a sweater. She seemed to have noticed something and looked up and saw Jiangning. The moment she saw Jiangning, Her eyes lit up, and her tone was full of joy. Sister Jiang, you are back? Sister Jiang, wait a minute. I have something to give you. After that, she turned her head and shouted into the door, Xingyu, your sister Jiang is back. She knew that Jiang Ning and the others would be back today, so she sat at the door waiting for Jiang Ning. After listening to Sister Li's words, Jiang Ning did not go back to her yard, but stood at the door and chatted with Sister Li. Soon a girl came running out of Sister Li's yard and called out Sister Jiang. When Jiang Ning looked over, she found that Li Xingyue's skin color had become much whiter and her complexion was much better. It has been nearly a month, and the effect is remarkable. Li Xingyue couldn't help feeling shy and yearning when she saw Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning reached out and pinched her little face lightly. Not only is it whiter, but it's also more beautiful. When she was in school, Li Xingyue felt that many people were secretly looking at her, and some boys praised her for her beauty. There were even girls who praised her. After being praised so much, she became much more confident. My girl is usually quite beautiful, but compared with you, Sister Jiang, there is still a big gap. You are the one with a beautiful figure. Mrs. Li smiled, with her eyes curved. There was no intention of comparison or belittlement in her words. She continued, my daughter is so white, it's all thanks to you, Sister Jiang. Mrs. Li was really just grateful to Jiang Ning. Her thoughts were still relatively futile. She wanted to find a good husband for her daughter. It was not that no one had introduced her to a good matchmaker before, but it didn't work out. The matchmaker quietly told her that it was because her daughter was too dark and people didn't like her. Li Xingyue also looked at Jiang Ning. There was no jealousy on her face. On the contrary, every time she saw Jiang Ning's bright and beautiful face, her first reaction was shyness. By the way, Sister Jiang. Li Xingyue carefully took out a stack of money from the pocket inside her clothes, then counted out 90 yuan and handed it to Jiang Ning. This is the money you made from the 5 bottles of whitening cream and 3 whitening cream last time. Then she took out a small notebook, counted carefully, and then raised her eyes and said, there are still 20 people who want to order your whitening cream and 3 whitening cream, 20 bottles each. The small notebook she took out was an account book. 10 people gave me money in advance. Here is 180 yuan. Jiang Ning took the money with surprise. There was only one person who asked Li Xingyue to order whitening cream and 3 whitening cream before. She thought that there would not be so many people in need. When she went to the disaster area to support, she only made 5 cans of each and gave them to Sister Li. Jiang Ning counted out 27 yuan and handed it to Li Xingyue. Here. This is the hard work fee. We agreed that I will give you 1 yuan for each can. Although Li Xingyue had no worries about food and clothing, her parents would never give her so much money. Looking at the amount of money handed over to her, she hesitated and did not dare to accept it. She dared to accept 1 or 2 yuan last time, but 27 yuan, she was really a little afraid. Jiang Ning seemed to know what she was thinking and stuffed the money into her hand. Take it. If you do this again in the future, I will not make whitening cream for you. Li Xingyue quickly took the money. Sister Li was not as surprised as Jiang Ning. She was really shocked when she saw her daughter take out so much money from her body. This girl had so much money on her body, and the couple didn't even know it. What surprised Sister Li even more was that her daughter said that many people wanted to order Jiang Ning's whitening cream and 3 whitening cream. With so many orders, how much money would she make? Sister Jiang only sold a few cans of things, and it was more than the monthly salary of those working military wives. Sister Li calculated in her mind, such a large amount of money, her mind was like a tangled thread, and she couldn't figure it out at all. Are you going back to school today? Jiang Ning asked Li Xingyue.
Li Xingyue nudda.
Jiang Ning understood and said, okay, I'll make it when you come back next week. There are 20 cans of whitening cream and 3 whitening cream each, a total of 40 cans. Even for Jiang Ning, it takes a lot of time to make it. She has been considering finding someone to build a production chain. Although the cost of medicinal materials is not high, it is quite time-consuming to make. Jiang Ning first went to the clinic and bought medicinal materials for whitening cream and 3 whitening cream for Mr. Huang. Then she went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought some meat. Although more than 200 yuan is not a lot of money, It is several months' salary for a family in this era, so it must be celebrated well. When Jiangning returned to the yard, the door was wide open. Calculating the time, Zhiqi should be out of school. Jiangning walked into the yard and saw Zhiqi by the pool. Zhiqi was putting the fish he caught today into the pool. When he heard the sound, he turned his head vigilantly and was stunned when he turned his head.
Mom.
The serious little face smiled, and the eyes were bright, brighter than the moonlight at night. It had been a long time since I heard the word Mom. Jiangning's heart was melted. The well-behaved and good-looking child was so adorable. She didn't regret discussing with Shen Mo about adopting Zhiqi. Zhiqi wanted to hold Jiangning's hand. Jiangning saw the desire in the little guy's eyes. Just as she was about to reach out her hand, Zhiqi suddenly ran away. He ran to the water pipe and quickly washed his dirty hands, then wiped them with a towel and walked to Jiangning again. Jiangning's emotions of motherly love and filial piety were suddenly amused by the little guy's behavior. This child is really a little old-fashioned. He has to fiddle with it like this just to hold hands. Puff. Jiangning laughed and rubbed his head again. I don't dislike you. Zhiqi's face turned red, and he felt embarrassed. Jiangning glanced into the pond and suddenly found that there were several more fish, and each one was fresh and plump. Now the mountains and waters not only feed people but also fish. Seeing Jiangning staring at the pool, Zhiqi lifted his sleeves and met Jiangning's sight. Mom, do you want to eat fish? Jiangning did not hesitate and pointed to the biggest fish in the water. Catch the biggest one. We will make spicy fish nuggets and pickled fish. Zhiqi nodded his head heavily. Okay. Jiangning returned to the room and changed into more comfortable and convenient clothes. She also found that after leaving home for so long, the house was spotless and cleaned very well. Knowing who cleaned it, Jiangning liked Zhiqi, a good child, more. Of course, naughty children are not allowed. Jiangning had made pickled cabbage before, and the smell was just right when she opened the pickled cabbage jar. When Shen Mo returned home, he saw a table full of delicious dishes. This rescue was very successful. Although natural disasters were unstoppable, they also saved so many lives. Shen Mo didn't expect that there was not only this happy thing, but also another thing. When he learned that the ointments made by Jiangning were sold for hundreds of yuan, he was quite surprised. It was equivalent to his salary and task allowance for 2 or 3 months. If this trend continues, I am afraid that more and more people will order the ointments made by his wife. I don't know if his wife will be tired. But when he saw his wife's full of energy, Shen Mo swallowed his worried words. Jiangning made a large table of delicious dishes today. Some of them did not use much chili. She made the pickled fish because she considered that Shen Mo could not eat spicy food. This time, she did not have to consider Shen Mo and Zhiqi. Jiangning put twice as much chili in the spicy fish cube she made today, and the taste was extremely spicy and fresh. Zhiqi could still eat some spicy food, but he saw Jiangning eating so hard that he couldn't help but pick up a piece and eat it. As soon as he took a bite, his whole face instantly turned red and warm, and then he took a glass of water and gulped down a whole glass. Then he ate his pickled fish honestly. Although it was very spicy, it tasted delicious. After the spiciness eased for a while, he couldn't help but pick up a piece to eat. Jiangning saw that he loved the food and laughed. You can't eat this after you eat it. Be careful of stomach discomfort. Zhiqi was speechless because of the spiciness. His little mouth was red, and he nodded repeatedly. Shen Mo looked away and saw that the water cup in front of Jiangning was empty. He quietly filled it up for her. He was obviously not able to eat it anymore, but he was still talking about the child. Although Shen Mo was trained by Jiangning to eat some spicy food, he didn't dare to try it after seeing the bowl full of red fish pieces. Zhiqi went to the bathroom as soon as he finished eating. Shen Mo saw that she was sweating on her forehead because of the spiciness, so he took out a handkerchief from his body and wiped her sweat, frowning slightly. It was obviously very spicy, but she enjoyed it more and more. It turned out that there must be chili in the world. What fun would there be without chili? Shen Mo saw that her mouth was red from eating and she was sweating, but still eating. He was worried that she was trying to be strong.
If you can't eat it, don't eat it. Jiangning raised her rosy little face. Her lips were as red as blood, and she opened and closed. It's really not spicy. Shen Mo still frowned. Jiangning saw that he frowned silently and smiled with her lips curled. Are you worried about me? Her face was beautiful, and her eyebrows were bright. Shen Mo lightly tapped his chin. Jiangning raised her eyebrows. You will know if it's spicy if you try it. She picked up a piece of fish. Shen Mo saw that she meant to feed him, and he would never refuse her. He was determined and approached without hesitation. But just when his mouth was close to the fish, Jiangning suddenly withdrew her chopsticks, and what came up was a rosy and slightly shiny lips.
Kaikish.
Shen Mo's eyes widened, with an expression of being stunned by the kiss. He licked his lips subconsciously. Hiss, so spicy. Jiangning found it funny to see his face change after being touched by the chili pepper. Fortunately, she didn't really feed him fish. Shen Mo had never touched such spicy peppers before, but Jiangning ate happily, so he wouldn't stop her, so he whispered to remind her, Wife, eat less. Jiangning wanted to tease him again, and suddenly closed her eyes and raised her little face and said, If you kiss me again, I won't eat. Boom, Shen Mo blushed, but it was hard to see because of his dark skin. He subconsciously glanced at the kitchen, and Zhiqi hadn't come out yet. He lowered his head and looked at the slightly raised red lips in front of him. His heart was beating fast. Wife really had him under control. Shen Mo's dark eyes darkened, and he moved a little closer, and the two of them were close at once. After waiting for a long time, there was no kiss. Jiangning's eyes quietly opened then closed again, and said provocatively, If you don't want to kiss me quickly, I won't kiss you. Shen Mo's eyes were red, his eyes were burning with strong desire, and the corners of his eyes were quenched red. He suddenly raised his hand and held the delicate face of the girl in front of him. The touch of his hand made him have no time to think about it. He lowered his head and kissed her without hesitation, and the touch on her lips was amplified. This was the first time that he led the kiss. Originally, he should let go after a kiss, but now, he seemed unable to open his mouth. The girl's lips were so soft and slightly moist. Even if the taste of chili stimulated his taste buds, he didn't want to let go. There was a tingling feeling on his lips, but between the wings of his nose was her faint body fragrance. Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled, and except for his mouth, his body was stiff like a piece of iron. It was the first time that Jiangning was kissed on the face, but she soon felt that this kiss was very unsystematic. But men seem to have a natural sensitivity to intimate contact. Licking lightly kisses after several attempts, he quickly found the essence of it. He held Jiangning's chin with one hand and held the back of her head with the other hand. But at the moment when he wanted to deepen it, he felt that the person in his arms seemed to push him. Shen Mo restrained himself and let go of his hand. Jiangning was almost breathless because of his unsystematic kiss, so she reached out and pushed him. Feeling that the man in front of her let her go directly. Jiangning? Let go for what? She hasn't kissed enough. It turns out that this is how innocent men kiss, and it seems that there is a different kind of fun without rules. Jiangning admitted that she coveted this man's body. Jiangning opened her eyes, and when she raised her eyes, she bumped into Shen Mo's dark and deep eyes. The corners of his eyes, which were were seductive and hot. Being stared at by him like this, Jiangning's face inexplicably became hot. She found that as long as Shen Mo took seriously, it was not her who teased him, but the opposite. Is this a talent unique to men? But he has talent, and he is good at restraint. She just pushed him lightly, and the man didn't dare to take another step forward. Shen Mo's mind is now full of kisses, kissing his Ning more. Even if he wants to, he won't force him if Jiangning doesn't want to. Shen Mo rested one hand on the table, and the blue veins on the back of his hand jumped out, which was a manifestation of his restraint and forbearance. Jiangning's mind moved, and she suddenly raised her arm and put it on his shoulder. Shen Mo was about to retreat, but was hugged by Wen Zhangruanyu. The dark night was silent, and the sudden croaking of frogs outside decorated the silent night. Jiangning's hand climbed on his shoulder, her head buried in his neck,
With a smile in her sparkling eyes, Shen Mo, you are so timid.
Shen Mo's eyes changed.
Hearing the sound coming from the kitchen, he suddenly took a deep breath, pulled Jiang Ning's arm away, and then put it down properly. Yang Ning, are you really so timid? She remembered that men all have strong self-esteem, didn't she? She hinted so clearly that she almost made it clear, and even used the method of provoking him. But why didn't it work? Zhiqi walked out of the kitchen door with his hands on his stomach, feeling refreshed.
He felt that he could still eat 2 more bowls of white rice.
Before he could reach the main room, a tall figure suddenly covered him, and before he could react, he was picked up. Zhiqi. Why is Dad holding him? He still wants to eat 2 more bowls of rice? Jiang Ning watched the big and small walk out of the main room, then out of the yard and finally out of the gate. Shen Mo's steps were very heavy, as if there was something dirty chasing him from behind. Jiang Ning held her cheek and was worried. Is she so scary? So that he had to run away from home with the child? Is Shen Mo not capable? No. She has seen this man get up in the morning, so he shouldn't be unable. Or is it that her figure is not good enough and she is not attractive enough? She looked down. She had a waist and a butt. Her seemed a little small. She didn't know how her mind wandered, and suddenly something flashed through her mind. Jiang Ting seemed to be bigger than hers. Hers weren't small, but compared to Jiang Ting's D, her B was a little bit worse. Jiang Ning shook her head. Shen Mo shouldn't be so superficial. After sitting for a long time, the dishes on the table were cold, and she had no appetite to eat anymore, so Jiang Ning cleaned up the table. Just when she was about to take the food to the kitchen to clean up, the man who escaped came back, but Zhiqi didn't come back. Where did he take the child? Why did he take the child away at this late hour? Shen Mo saw her cleaning up in the kitchen. He quickly lifted his sleeves, strode over, and took the bowl from Jiang Ning's hand. Wife, I'll do it. Jiang Ning didn't argue with him, and seeing that the man looked normal, Jiang Ning was unsure of his attitude. Shen Mo first put a kettle on the stove to boil water, and then took a rag to wash the dishes. He knew that Jiang Ning had been standing beside him. If Jiang Ning poked him at this moment, she would know how tense his body was. Jiang Ning looked at him for a while, then suddenly raised her little face slightly, tilted her head and asked seriously, Shen Mo, you should not be so superficial as to dislike my small, right?
Shen Montak?
The bowl in his hand almost fell to the ground and broke. His face remained calm. Wife. Shen Mo's tone rose a few degrees. Jiang Ning said, looking forward to his answer. Shen Mo took a deep breath, took the kettle with hot water on the stove, and stuffed it into Jiang Ning's hand. The hot water is ready. Go take a shower. Jiang Ning pouted. Tut. You are not smart. You can't be smart at all. Huh. It's better not to eat this meat. Okay, I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Ning took the kettle to the bathroom. When she was about to take a step, she suddenly looked at Shen Mo again. Actually, mine doesn't seem to be too small.
Shen Montak.
Why is she still entangled in this topic? It's not that Jiang Ning is entangled. In this simple and unpretentious era, people seem to pay more attention to passing on the family line. A big is good for giving birth to a son, and a big chest means that there is plenty of water. Jiang Ning came out of the bathroom after taking a shower and found Shen Mo standing in the yard, just after taking a shower, holding a towel to wipe the water off his body. With a boom, a muffled thunder suddenly sounded in the silent night. The weather was gradually getting colder, and the rain fell as soon as it was set. Shen Mo quickly carried the bucket to the corridor, and heavy rain fell, crackling on the ground. The water on Shen Mo's body had not been wiped dry yet, and the water drops slid down his neck, and somehow turned a corner and crossed his bumpy collarbone, and then went all the way down. Watching it again, it was still very tempting. This man was really tempting without knowing it. She curled her lips again. What's the point of being able to look but not eat? A gust of wind blew by, and Jiang Ning was shaken by the wind. She hugged her arms and turned into the bedroom. Shen Mo felt that today was particularly difficult. It was his limit to be able to restrain himself until now. He was pushed when kissing, and he thought she didn't want to. But what she said later picked up his broken heart again. The wind outside was freezing cold on his body, but he was warm and energetic. Jiangning nestled in the soft quilt and sighed comfortably. After staying in the disaster area for a while, she liked her own soft quilt more. The sound of da-da-da footsteps approached. Jiangning subconsciously stretched out one eye to look out, and then shrank back. When some things are really put in front of her, Jiangning becomes a little coward. She turned off the light in a panic. It was dark in front of her eyes, but Shen Mo didn't stop moving. He has good eyesight and can see things in the dark. Nink nink. In the darkness, the man's voice was like sandpaper. He raised his hand and stroked Jiangning's white and tender cheek. Nod your head, and I'll take it as your consent.
Jiang.
Little coward. Ning seemed to have anticipated what was going to happen next, and her cheeks flushed slightly, but she was really greedy for his body, and she put her chin on his palm and nodded. At the moment she nodded, her frantic lips fell, as if with a storm. The storm attacked the window, and bean-sized raindrops hit the window. The deepest love. I have never touched such a beautiful feeling, and I know its taste.
I will taste it for the rest of my life.
Jiangning was dizzy. She was wrong. She was really wrong. She just wanted to try it once. She didn't want to try the next 2, 3, 4, and 5 times. Finally, she was so sleepy that she could hardly open her eyes. Shen Mo got up and carried her to the bathroom, full of vigor and vitality, with a splendid look on his face. Jiangning fell asleep comfortably under Shen Mo's dedicated service. She was having a sweet dream, but she turned over and woke up instantly because of the pain in her body. There was another reason for her to wake up. She was too hungry. There was the sound of birds chirping outside, bringing a comfortable feeling after the rain. Although she was sore all over, she was clean and not uncomfortable at all. Jiangning rubbed her waist and got up. When she smelled the fragrance of porridge outside, she knew that Shen Mo had not left. She got out of bed and put on her shoes. The moment she stood up, her legs couldn't help shaking, completely out of her control. Forget it. She sat back on the bed. It must be said that men are too superior in that aspect. At the beginning, she suffered a lot, but slowly that little bit of suffering was not considered a big deal. Jiangning lay on the edge of the bed, looking out the window. 2 birds with beautiful feathers flew over and landed on the branches, chirping twice. When Shen Mo opened the door and came in to call her to eat, he pushed the door open and saw Jiangning's bright eyes looking out the window with an indescribable charm. It's just watching a bird. Why is it so provocative? Jiangning's eyes moved slightly and fell on the man in front of the door. Her dark eyes were curved and her rosy lips protested. I'm starving. Shen Mo's earlobes turned red from being teased. Why did he feel that his wife was getting more and more beautiful? Seeing that Shen Mo didn't move for a long time, Jiangning glared at him. I'm really starving. Do you want to starve your wife to death? Shen Mo's body was numb with coquettish eyes. Shen Mo walked to the bed and sat down. Seeing Jiangning lying there, he knew that she must be feeling uncomfortable. He stretched out his hand and pressed her slender waist lightly. Shall I bring it to you? Or do you want to go out to eat? My legs are sore, and I can't walk. The force of the massage on her waist was just right and very comfortable. Jiangning gradually lowered her guard like a cat that was stroked comfortably. Shen Mo thought that massaging her for a while longer would make her more comfortable, but the soft touch of his hands always reminded him of her humming in his ear last night. With anger rising, Shen Mo's force was a little heavier. Jiangning snorted and slapped his hand. Be gentle and be honest. She really couldn't stand any more tossing now. Oh, okay. Shen Mo agreed honestly. After the massage, Jiangning felt much better. She didn't want to eat without washing up, so she got out of bed and washed up in her shoes. While eating, Jiangning glanced at the time.
Huh.
Didn't Shen Mo go to training at this time? Jiangning didn't like to eat quietly. While drinking porridge, she found a topic. Aren't you training today? One day off. Shen Mo said. Jiangning nodded. It was fine when she first sat down, but after sitting on the hard bench for a while, she became so uncomfortable that she couldn't straighten her back. She fell on the table while eating. Shen Mo saw that she was frowning. Are you feeling very uncomfortable? Do you want to go back to your room? Jiangning shook her head. Her pair of autumn water eyes turned. A cunning flashed in her eyes. She suddenly stood up and walked to Shen Mo, sitting on his lap without hesitation. Shen Mo's legs were originally apart, and he was afraid that Jiangning would fall to the ground. So he quickly closed his legs and then put one hand on the waist of the girl in his arms. Jiangning found a comfortable place to sit on his legs, and it was indeed much more comfortable. When she felt uncomfortable sitting, she moved inside again, and Shen Mo's body stiffened. He took a deep breath, held her waist, and moved a little out. Jiangning refused and sat back. Shen Mo just let her sit like that stiffly. Jiangning seemed to feel something, looked at him with autumn water in her eyes, and said firmly, "My waist is sore, no." Shen Mo's eyes were slightly red, but he really didn't do anything. One hand stretched from Jiangning's armpit, holding the bowl of porridge that Jiangning had not finished, and fed her spoonful by spoonful. Jiangning enjoyed his service, without any burden. After dinner, Jiangning asked Shen Mo to carry her to the bed and took another nap. When she woke up, the soreness in her body had mostly disappeared. When she lay back on the bed, Shen Mo massaged her for a long time. This was all thanks to him. Jiangning got up in a good mood, but she didn't see Shen Mo after walking around the house. When she returned to the room, she saw that Shen Mo had left a note on the table, saying that he had gone to the camp. Isn't it a rest day today? Why did he go to the camp? Jiangning never pried into what Shen Mo was doing. She began to make whitening cream and 3 white cream. When she was making 3 white cream, she found that one kind of medicinal material was missing. She didn't want to go to Grandpa Huang's place, so she went to the foot of the nearby mountain to pick some. Jiangning found a set of long-sleeved trousers and put them on, then set off with a small backpack. The forest is lush and green, with trees shady. The mountain is not big, so if she wants to collect the herbs she wants, she has to go deeper. Since she came here, she disliked this weak body and practiced Ba Duan Jin almost every day. Now she is in great shape. Even though she tossed and turned all night last night, she didn't feel so uncomfortable now. Jiangning walked into the mountains in one breath. When she finished digging a basket of herbs, it was almost dark. Jiangning raised her hand to wipe her face, found a dead tree in the forest, and sat down, ready to rest for a while before leaving. At this moment, she suddenly heard rustling footsteps not far away. Jiangning looked up at the darkening sky. She was still running up the mountains so late. Wasn't she afraid of encountering wild beasts? It was so late, she didn't plan to stay any longer. When she got up and was about to leave, she was suddenly stunned. The language the other party spoke was Sakura language. And there was a man's voice, which she was very familiar with. Feng Chuan. Jiangning didn't see anyone, and she hid behind a big tree. The other party was not far away, and she couldn't expose herself. In the present world, she often went abroad for exchanges. She didn't speak all the languages in the world, but she knew a little bit of 8 languages. The other party still spoke Sakura language. Yank ninglisthenet karesulli. Feng Chuan spent a lot of effort to become a teacher in the elementary school of the agency in the camp, and then he had ups and downs for 2 or 3 years before he was able to gain a firm foothold. The other party seemed not satisfied with the information given by Feng Chuan, but it was also some useful information. After talking about business, Feng Chuan suddenly stopped the man who was about to leave. He raised the watch on his wrist. The dial of my watch is worn out. Next time I see you, bring me 2 more. The other party glanced at the watch on his wrist lightly, a watch that has not yet entered the market in Sakura country. He said, "Aren't you worried that your identity will be exposed because of this watch?"
Ha!
Feng Chuan laughed disdainfully. Students are not sensitive to watches, and as for those illiterate people, it is even more impossible for them to recognize my watch. He was not worried about exposing his identity because of a watch. Not to mention that he never wore this watch on important occasions. He would only wear it when visiting students' homes to save face, and the parents of those students were all illiterate, and it was even more impossible for them to recognize his watch. The other party was silent for a while and reminded, "Be careful. Don't worry." Feng Chuan didn't care at all. It's not that he didn't have a vigilant star. He didn't wear a watch normally, but he would wear it appropriately on certain occasions. He was very confident in his looks, and he didn't know how many girls liked him when he wore a rare watch. A bright and beautiful face suddenly flashed through his mind. That woman was really an exception. But the more this happened, the more it aroused his desire to conquer. The other party also readily agreed to what he promised Feng Chuan. Feng Chuan said swiftly, "I will bring the information in 4 days." The two of them didn't stay for long. Jiang Ning had been hiding behind the tree and was careful not to make any sound. She waited behind the tree for a while before going down the mountain with the herbs she had picked. Jiang Ning didn't expect Feng Chuan to be a spy. If Shen Mo could catch Feng Chuan, wouldn't it be a great achievement? Thinking of telling Shen Mo about this, Jiang Ning went back to her yard without stopping. The weather was getting colder, and when she got home, it was completely dark. Shen Mo was sent home. Captain Li watched one soldier after another run to his office to complain, so he walked to the training ground curiously to see what was going on. Then he saw Shen Mo running laps on the training ground with a heavy load, running at lightning speed, and didn't care about the lives of the soldiers who followed him. He was quite happy to see everyone training so hard, but when he learned that Shen Mo had already run 20 laps on the training ground, his forehead jumped. Someone was so tired that when Shen Mo passed by that person, he saw that he was about to sit on the ground, but fortunately, he helped him up in a good mood. "Keep running."
Tonic.
They really couldn't run anymore. Wasn't Deputy Commander Shen taking a break today? Why did he come to the training ground? Finally, Captain Li couldn't stand it anymore. In order to prevent his soldiers from becoming exhausted, he dragged Shen Mo back to the family compound. As soon as Shen Mo returned home, he saw Jiang Ning trimming flowers and plants in the corner. Some of the Chinese medicinal herbs she carefully cared for had bloomed, which could not only be used as medicine but also for viewing. As soon as Shen Mo saw Jiang Ning, he felt that he had run so many laps on the training ground in vain. He just wanted to vent more energy, but it seemed to be useless. Jiang Ning heard the sound and looked up and saw Shen Mo. "You're back. Go heat up the dishes, we'll eat." Shen Mo nodded and walked into the kitchen without complaint. He moved quickly and heated up the dishes in a short while. He brought all the food to the table and prepared 2 bowls of rice before calling Jiang Ning. Seeing that Jiang Ning had dirt on her hands, he took her hand and washed her hands carefully. Jiang Ning felt that she was being raised more and more pampered by him. This man had to wash his hands himself. During the meal, Jiang Ning considered her words and told Shen Mo about Feng Chuan. "I went to the mountain today. When I was picking herbs, I saw Feng Chuan talking to a strange man. It was a language I couldn't understand." Jiang Ning didn't tell Shen Mo directly that she could understand Sakura language. After all, the original owner's character setting was a village woman. She even put aside the matter of teaching Zhiqi English for the time being and asked Zhiqi not to tell others that she knew English, but she was not afraid of being exposed. After all, there is an older sister who was admitted to college at home. Jiang Ting was reborn, and after rebirth, she would definitely not miss some things that would help her in the future. Hearing what Jiang Ning said, Shen Mo's body tensed up instantly. There were many things he didn't know about his support in the disaster area. Today, when he was driven home by Captain Li told him some things that happened after he went to the disaster area to support. He was not unfamiliar with the name Feng Chuan, and he was also sure that his wife would not tease other men.
Although he was not the best, he never thought that he would be bad.
In the future, he will also have the opportunity to be promoted and give his wife a better life. He didn't even take a teacher from a primary school in an institution seriously, let alone Jiang Ning, who had a higher standard. After all, he had worked hard for a long time before his wife fell in love with him. Jiang Ning said, "I don't understand, but there is a sentence that is easy to learn. I'll learn it for you." After she finished speaking, she picked up a sentence in the cherry blossom language that was easiest to pronounce and said, "Arigato." Hearing Jiang Ning read this sentence, Shen Mo's face suddenly became cold and solemn. He nervously grabbed Jiang Ning's hand and looked at her in shock. Jiang Ning had a simple expression on her face and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is this a dialect from someplace?"
Shen Mo saw that she was fine, and then he was sure that she should not have been discovered. Otherwise, with the ruthlessness of the spies, his wife would not be able to be in front of him in one piece. This is not a dialect, it's cherry blossom language.
Shen Montag explain it. Ah?
Jiang Ning was shocked, then teacher Feng Chuan from the primary school in the institution is not. Jiang Ning mouthed the word spy. Shen Mo's tense body relaxed when he saw her cute reaction. He was not in a hurry now. To be able to get the position of a teacher in the government elementary school, the other party must have been dormant for a long time. What he had to do now was to tell Li Tuan about this matter, and then set up a trap to catch him. Shen Mo knew that Jiang Ning had been in contact with Feng Chuan. He thought about it and asked his wife, "Is there anything strange about Feng Chuan that you find strange, or is there anything that you think is very eye-catching?" Jiang Ning thought about it and shook her head. "Nothing strange, but..." She paused. "He has a very different watch on him, different from the one we wear. When we went to the mall together before, I didn't see it in the mall." "Watch."
Shen Mo nodded, "I know."
The two did not dwell on this topic. Jiang Ning knew that the information she revealed was enough for Shen Mo to pay attention to, and the next thing was not something she could solve. At night, Jiang Ning finally realized how terrible a man who tasted the marrow and knew the taste was. She also knew why this man sent Zhiqi away last night. She mentioned it tonight, asking Shen Mo to take Zhiqi home, but Shen Mo was unwilling to do so without saying a word. In a daze, Jiang Ning asked when to take Zhiqi home. What did Shen Mo say at that time? He seemed to say, "Wait a few more days." Jiang Ning, who was almost fainted, was stunned when she heard this, and hummed and muttered, "A beast that has just started to eat meat." Shen Mo did not comment, and he did not expect that this matter would make him more and more dissatisfied. He had only planned to send Zhiqi out for one night last night, but after last night, he decided to take the child back in a few days. Zhiqi, who lives in Qianfeng's dormitory, was lying under the dim light and doing his homework seriously. His quiet temperament did not disturb Qianfeng at all. Qianfeng also knew about Zhiqi's past. His parents passed away, and he was later fostered in several families. Qianfeng asked Zhiqi in a mean way, "Are you afraid of being abandoned again?" Unexpectedly, the little guy said in a crisp tone, his old-fashioned face wrinkled, "If you keep talking nonsense, I won't live with you anymore. You are slandering Mom and Dad." Okay, I won't talk nonsense anymore." Qianfeng was frightened by his stern face. How come such a young boy has the aura of Deputy Commander Gushin? Why did the Deputy Commander suddenly send you to me? He was still very confused. Zhiqi still remembered that when his father sent him to Uncle Qianfeng last night, he asked him, "Are you willing to discipline your brothers and sisters in the future?" When Zhiqi heard about brothers and sisters, his eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously. When he really has brothers and sisters, he will definitely be a competent and good brother. "I come when I want to," Zhiqi replied Qianfeng. The next day, Shen Mo brought back several photos. He placed them neatly on the table for Jiang Ning to see. "Is there a watch that Feng Chuan wears?" Jiang Ning scanned the photos on the table and pointed at one of them. "This is it." The photos Shen Mo brought back were taken from the spies he had captured before. The archives kept records, and he specifically asked the comrades in the archives to help him find them. The things in these photos are items that are absolutely not available in China. After confirming the photos with Jiang Ning, Shen Mo took the photos to the camp. He was busy every day afterwards, and he also told Jiang Ning that he would not go home for lunch. But he was busy during the day, and it didn't delay him from being busy at night. After a few days of shameless nights, Jiang Ning swore that she would never tease Shen Mo again. A pure man, but not pure at all, when doing things. When Jiang Ning went home on Friday, she ran into Jiang Ting, who was on vacation. When she saw Jiang Ting, she remembered that she was going to choose a wedding dress. Lin Yufei went to pick up Jiang Ting today. Every time Lin Yufei was there, Jiang Ting's resentment in her heart when facing Jiang Ning was covered up. As long as Lin Yufei was there, she would definitely be able to suppress Jiang Ning. She suddenly felt a little sorry that Jiang Ning did not reincarnate like her.
If Jiangning was reincarnated like her, she would not know how good her expression would be when she saw that Lin Yufei was already in her hands. Every time she recalled how much she hated Jiangning when she brought Lin Yufei to show off in front of her in her previous life, but the path of this life is different. No matter how much she shows off, she can't show off to Jiangning in her previous life. Lin Yufei is tall, wearing a military uniform, with a cold expression and the momentum of having been in the army for many years. Lin Yufei seemed to feel that the woman in front of him was looking at him. His eyes were cold, but his body stood straighter. Jiangning just glanced at him lightly and looked away. But when Jiangning looked at Lin Yufei, Jiang Ting felt that Jiangning was comparing Lin Yufei with her soldier husband. When she thought that this was a man that Jiangning would never get in her life, she felt good. She took the initiative to bring up the matter of choosing a wedding dress. Sister, don't forget to choose a wedding dress tomorrow. Yufei and I will wait for you at the gate of the family compound at 10 o'clock in the morning, okay? Of course Jiangning wouldn't forget. That was her money. Yang Ning noted. She originally wanted to ask Shen Mo for cooperation, but she saw how busy Shen Mo had been these days, and she was not sure if he would have time tomorrow. Fortunately, Shen Mo knew that she wanted to get back the more than 1,000 yuan, so he gave her the remittance receipt in advance. Even if Shen Mo was not there, Jiang Ting could not deny the debt. Jiang Ning said, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Lin Yufei glanced at Jiang Ning indifferently when he and Jiang Ting left. When they meet Qian Feng tomorrow, he will remind her that women should not be too spoiled. After returning to the family compound, Lin Yufei agreed with Jiang Ting that the money for buying a wedding dress tomorrow must not exceed 100 yuan. Since Jiang Ting was admitted to the university, he would not treat her too badly. 100 yuan can buy a very good wedding dress, and Jiang Ting is very satisfied with the price. She couldn't help thinking that with the salary of Jiang Ning's orderly husband, it might be difficult to buy a wedding dress for 50 yuan. Jiang Ning still remembered that she heard on the mountain that day that Feng Chuan and the man would meet today. If Shen Mo and the others acted quickly enough, today would be the best time to catch the two spies. Tonight, Shen Mo did not go home as expected. Jiang Ning originally wanted to tell Shen Mo about going to the city tomorrow, but it seems that Shen Mo is unlikely to go with her tomorrow. The next day, Jiang Ning steamed some buns early in the morning. She and Jiang Ting had agreed to meet at 10 o'clock, but Shen Mo didn't come home at 9 o'clock, so Jiang Ning didn't wait for him. She left a note at home, telling Shen Mo that she was going to the city, and then steamed some buns for him to eat after he got home, and heated them up. After several days of close surveillance of Feng Chuan, Shen Mo and Li Tuan finally caught Feng Chuan meeting with a stranger in the mountains last night. They caught the man with both the person and the intelligence, and they arrested him effortlessly. Captain Li was standing outside the interrogation room, watching Feng Chuan being interrogated inside. Seeing Shen Mo coming, Li Tuan gave him a thumbs up. "The credit this time goes to my sister-in-law." Feng Chuan sat in the interrogation room, looking listless at the moment, not as high-spirited as when he was still a teacher at the primary school in the agency. Shen Mo had talked about Feng Chuan with his wife these days, and learned that Feng Chuan had created chance encounters with his wife several times when he was away. His wife's appearance is indeed easy to attract people's attention, and he has been considering letting her learn some boxing from him. Shen Mo has been leading people to keep an eye on Feng Chuan these days. Captain Li was worried that Shen Mo was tired, so he asked him to go back and rest. "Leave the follow-up interrogation to me."
Shen Montag nodded.
Captain Li was more experienced in interrogation. Afraid that his wife would dislike him, Shen Mo took a bath in advance. However, when he got home, he was not greeted by his sweet and soft wife, but a cold note. Looking at the words on the note, Shen Mo did not go to steam buns, but turned and left the yard. He went to the camp to borrow a car and then went to the city. Judging from the time his wife left, he should be able to catch up with her by driving there now. Not far from the family compound, there is a bus to the city. Jiang Ning sat in the last row by the window and looked at the scenery passing by outside. Jiang Ting and Lin Yufei sat in the seat in front of her. As soon as they got on the bus, Jiang Ting hugged Lin Yufei's arm intimately and then whispered something in Lin Yufei's ear from time to time, with a coquettish tone, as if she was acting coquettish. However, Lin Yufei only responded occasionally from beginning to end, and it was obvious that he didn't want to talk much. Jiang Ning felt tired for Jiang Ting. It turned out that not everyone was like Shen Mo. At least Shen Mo never let her words fall on the ground. Jiang Ting specially pulled Lin Yufei to sit in front of Jiang Ning. She just wanted Jiang Ning to see with her own eyes how good her relationship with Lin Yufei was and how happy she was in this life. Jiang Ting could actually feel that Lin Yufei was perfunctory when chatting with her, but she didn't feel unhappy. After all, Lin Yufei agreed to go with her to choose a wedding dress, which was enough to slap Jiang Ning in the face. Jiang Ting suddenly thought of something. She turned her head and looked at Jiang Ning in the back seat. "Sister, you're going with us to choose a wedding dress. Has your brother-in-law given you any money?" She couldn't wait to know how much money Jiang Ning's orderly husband would give her to buy a wedding dress. If it was less than $50, she would laugh her head off. "Do you need to pay?" Jiang Ning was waiting for her to say this. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, she was still wondering when Jiang Ting would ask her about money. She was not a fool. So, how could she not guess the purpose of Jiang Ting asking her to buy a wedding dress? After several contacts with Jiang Ting, she knew that Jiang Ting had some kind of jealousy towards her, or towards her original body. The author of this novel only wrote about Jiang Ting's rebirth, but did not write about Jiang Ting's relationship with her original body in her previous life. If the relationship was good, she would not have sent away Jiang Ning's household registration page to marry Shen Mo, and then she would have enjoyed the money Shen Mo sent to his original body every month. She wanted to bring Shen Mo to slap Jiang Ting in the face. After all, didn't Jiang Ting think that she was marrying a serviceman? If Jiang Ting knew that the soldier she disliked was the deputy commander of the army, how good would her face look? Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Jiang Ting was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" "Of course my sister paid for my wedding dress." Jiang Ning had a look on her face that said you already know the answer, and finally she sighed deeply and said helplessly, "For the past 3 years, you took the 30 yuan that my husband sent home every month, a total of 1,080 yuan. Have you forgotten? What nonsense are you talking about?" Jiang Ting didn't expect Jiang Ning to bring up this matter again. Jiang Ting's voice was not small, and there were other people in the car, and many people's eyes fell on her. Jiang Ting didn't care about the eyes of strangers, but when she saw Lin Yufei's strange eyes fell on her, her mind turned rapidly, and she immediately thought of an excuse. "Sister, you have to know when to lie. I know that my brother-in-law sends you money every month, but my brother-in-law is a serviceman, and his salary is only 30 yuan a month at most. How can he send you so much money every month? At most, it's only 10 yuan. Didn't you use the money yourself?" She said this, but in her heart she still had some thoughts about her husband in her previous life. A serviceman who was willing to take out almost all of his salary to send to his wife at home was considered a good man. In her previous life, she started with the money that Shen Mo sent home, and she lived a comfortable life in the first few years. It was a pity that he was a short-lived ghost, making her a widow all her life. 10 yuan? Jiang Ning shook her head, then lowered her head to touch the remittance receipt in her bag. "But my husband said that he would send 30 every month, and I still have the remittance receipt here." Jiang Ting's face changed when she heard about the remittance receipt. How could Jiang Ning have a remittance receipt? How did this illiterate person know about such a thing as a remittance receipt? Before Jiang Ning took out the remittance receipt, Lin Yufei suddenly spoke. "Enough, you should talk about this kind of thing when there is no one around. Why are you talking about it now?" Lin Yufei is usually arrogant. During the argument just now, many people around looked at them from time to time. He didn't like being treated as something to be admired. Lin Yufei said this to Jiang Ting and Jiang Ning. Jiang Ting is now almost dependent on Lin Yufei and has never refuted him. Jiang Ning was timid before and didn't dare to. Then she saw Jiang Ning took out a stack of remittance receipts without hesitation. This is a remittance receipt, a total of 36, and each one has the remittance time and amount written on it. Jiang Ning now only wants to get back the money that Shen Mo sends back every month. What does the other party's attitude have to do with her? Jiang Ting didn't expect Jiang Ning to really take out that remittance receipt. When she saw Lin Yufei was going to take the remittance receipt, She took the first step to the bills from Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning had been on guard against her actions. Before Jiang Ting touched the receipt, she withdrew her hand. Sister, this kind of thing is only for my brother-in-law to see. You definitely don't have that much money to pay me back, right? Jiang Ning took out one of the bills and handed it to Jiang Linyufei. Sister, don't say you didn't receive the money. When you receive the money, your identity must be verified. You took my household registration page to collect the money. The postman knows my household registration page, and he knows you better. Jiang Ning didn't intend to give the other party a chance to breathe. Sister, we agreed at the time that the money was lent to you for your studies, and when you get married in the future, you'll pay me back with the bride price. Jiang Ning didn't say she stole it. She deliberately said it was borrowing money to pay it back. In fact, she didn't want to save face for Jiang Ting. Looking at Jiang Ting's appearance, it was obvious that she didn't have much money, and her purpose was to get the money back from Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting had no money, so naturally her fiancé would have to pay it back. Lin Yufei and Jiang Ting were only engaged and not married yet. Lin Yufei would definitely not let his fiancé really bear such a debt, even if she said she borrowed money for studying. Jiang Ting was now ashamed and annoyed. She didn't dare to look at Lin Yufei's expression at all. If Jiang Ning didn't produce strong evidence, she could still make excuses. Lin Yufei didn't believe what Jiang Ning said, and he subconsciously looked at Jiang Ting. Jiang Ting's evasive expression confirmed that Jiang Ning's words were not false. He glanced at the bill in his hand again. His pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly looked up at Jiang Ning. Isn't your husband Qian Feng? Jiang Ning immediately thought that this engaged couple was absolutely amazing. But think about it. Jiang Ting couldn't possibly know anyone in the barracks, and Lin Yufei was in the same unit as Shen Mo. She covered her mouth in surprise and said, "My husband is not Qian Feng, but Shen Mo." Lin Yufei narrowed his eyes instantly, and he glanced at Jiang Ting coldly. Her husband is Shen Mo. Jiang Ting knew, of course, that Jiang Ning's husband was Shen Mo. She had obtained a marriage certificate with Shen Mo in her previous life, but in this life, she had calculated that Jiang Ning would marry that short-lived soldier. However, Lin Yufei's next words made Jiang Ting's brain buzz, and she was stunned. Shen Mo is not a service soldier. He is the deputy commander of the 1st Regiment of the Capital Military Region. As soon as Lin Yufei finished speaking, Jiang Ting clenched her palms suddenly.
What?
Deputy commander? Shen Mo is the deputy commander? Doesn't that mean his military rank is higher than Lin Yufei's? No, that's not right. Shen Mo is obviously a good-for-nothing soldier. How could he be the deputy commander of the army? At this time, the bus suddenly stopped and some passengers got on. At this time, a military jeep also stopped next to the bus, and many people in the car saw it. Wow, this is the army's car. Jiang Ning heard the sound and glanced over subconsciously. She saw the man who opened the driver's door and got out. Her eyes lit up. It was Shen Mo. After Shen Mo got off the bus, he said something to the driver of the bus, then walked around the bus and got on the bus. Jiang Ning looked at Shen Mo's long legs and stepped to the last row of the bus. Ning, I'm here. Jiang Ning opened her mouth. Some things can't be said outside. Aren't you still busy? As soon as Shen Mo saw Jiang Ning, the fatigue from a busy night disappeared instantly, and he said happily, I just finished my work, and when I got home I found you were not here, so I came to find you. Yang Ning Saido. After talking to Jiang Ning, Shen Mo moved his eyes to Jiang Ting and Lin Yufei. His face was grim, and his eyes swept over Lin Yufei. Lin Yufei inexplicably felt something pressing on him. The other party's military rank was higher than his. He raised his hand and saluted, Deputy Regiment Shen.
Yeah. Shen Montag responded indifferently.
Lin Yufei seemed to want to say something, and Shen Mo spoke again. Get off the car first. I drove here. Don't delay others from entering the city. 4 people got off the bus. Jiang Ning was led off by Shen Mo. Jiang Ting watched from behind as Jiang Ning was led off by Shen Mo. The step for getting off the bus was not high, but Shen Mo seemed to be afraid that Jiang Ning would fall. After getting off the bus first, he turned around and helped Jiang Ning get off the bus. Jiang Ning never thought that she was delicate, But Shen Mo always treated her like a delicate child and never let her do any dirty or tiring work. Lin Yufei got off the bus after Jiang Ning, but he immediately walked aside as soon as he got off the bus. Jiang Ting wanted Lin Yufei to help her, but he had no intention of helping her at all. Jiang Ting secretly stamped her feet. She jumped off the bus unwillingly, and her movements were too big, and she almost sprained her ankle. The 4 people got on the jeep under the gaze of a large bus of people. This time, Lin Yufei was driving, and Jiang Ting sat in the co-pilot. Shen Mo and Jiang Ning sat in the back seat. At this moment, Jiang Ting was a little dazed. When she recovered, she couldn't help but glance behind the car. Gurgle, Jiang Ning heard her stomach growling. She had eaten breakfast, so it could only be Shen Mo. Jiang Ning asked him, "Didn't you have breakfast?" Shen Mo didn't expect his stomach to growl, and nodded. "I just got home and saw the note you left, so I rushed out to find you." Jiang Ning was amused by him. She couldn't stop herself from teasing him. "Why are you in a hurry?" "I won't run away." Shen Mo was concerned about the other people in the car, so he moved closer and said in a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, "Well, you can't run away either. You will be my wife for the rest of your life." Jiang Ning's ears turned red at his words. A straight man's casual flirting is the real flirting. Jiang Ning tilted her head to look at the scenery outside the window, and Shen Mo looked at her, absorbed in it. Jiang Ning looked for a while, and suddenly remembered something. She reached into her bag and took out 2 buns. "Here you go." This is what she brought. She had breakfast early, so she was prepared in case she got hungry on the road. These are the buns that Jiang Ning made herself. They have a very strong smell. Even though it's cold now, the fragrance still comes out. Smelling the fragrance, Jiang Ning suddenly felt greedy. Shen Mo saw her swallowing and handed her a bun with a smile. Jiang Ning refused, but she was greedy, and she couldn't help but said, "I'll just have 1 bite." "Okay." Shen Mo was very indulgent to her. Jiang Ning took a bite of the bun from Shen Mo's hand, closed her eyes with satisfaction, and satisfied her craving when she put it in her mouth. Shen Mo smiled and ate all the buns she had left. When he ate the second one, Shen Mo fed the bun to Jiang Ning's mouth again, and Jiang Ning couldn't help but take another bite. After finishing 2 buns, Shen Mo felt that the hunger in his stomach was a little less, but those 2 buns were far from enough. Jiang Ting watched the interaction between the 2 throughout the whole process, and she felt that something was stuck in her throat, which made her extremely uncomfortable. Now she has completely recovered. The soldier she looked down upon turned out to be the deputy commander. At this moment, she was jealous. Jiang Ning did not miss her expression as if she had swallowed a fly, and she was immediately refreshed. Jiang Ning suddenly leaned forward, poked her head between the driver's seat and the co-pilot seat, and asked with an inquiring expression, "Sister, can you pay me back the 1,080 yuan you lent me today? I brought the passbook. Let's go to the bank first when we get to the city." Jiang Ting's face was pale, and she hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Yufei spoke first. Jiang Ning raised her eyebrows. "Pretty straightforward." Lin Yufei agreed so straightforwardly, most likely because of Shen Mo. And the remittance receipt she took out was not fake. Lin Yufei is not stupid. Jiang Ting didn't dare to say anything else. No matter how much she said now, it would be just quibbling, and Brother Yufei had already agreed to pay the money for her. This matter was embarrassing, and the atmosphere in the car was a bit stalemate. Lin Yufei pursed his lips slightly and looked forward. Jiang Ting glanced at him, and her heart skipped a beat. Although Brother Yufei didn't show it in front of others after today was over, she was a little afraid to face Brother Yufei. Jiang Ting has been proud since she was admitted to university, and this is also her biggest and most advantageous trump card, which will be useful no matter when she brings it out. At this moment, Jiang Ting wanted to make Lin Yufei happy. Something flashed in her eyes. She looked at Lin Yufei, who was driving, and said, "Brother Yufei, the school held an exam last week, and I ranked first. The teacher said that I will definitely get a second-class scholarship this year, which is 250 yuan. Jiang Ning quietly gave a thumbs up in the back seat. Jiang Ting is worthy of being the heroine, and she knows how to use her advantages to overcome all difficulties.
Jiang Ting knows the psychology of the Lin family too well and also knows Lin Yufei, knowing that her trump card is definitely useful. She can get a scholarship, which brings honor to the Lin family. No matter how unhappy Lin Yufei is, he can't help but look cold when he knows that Jiang Ting is so proud. He pursed his lips. She said as a response. Seeing that Lin Yufei was no longer angry, Jiang Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was a college student in her life, the Lin family would never abandon her. Jiang Ting was in a much better mood at the moment. Fortunately, she was smart and her mind worked quickly, otherwise she would be led by Jiang Ning. Lin Yufei was coaxed a little bit here, and she couldn't help but glance at the back of the car. Shen Mo and Jiang Ning didn't look at her. She thought that her identity as a college student was enough to attract Shen Mo. The last time Shen Mo came back to the village, she felt it was incredible and jealous. Why did Shen Mo never visit her in her home in her previous life, but he returned to the village to find Jiang Ning after getting his marriage certificate with her? In fact, she didn't care at all. In her previous life, Jiang Ning married Lin Yufei, and later Lin Yufei became famous and successful, and Jiang Ning became a veritable military officer's wife. In this life, she met Lin Yufei before Jiang Ning, and the good life in the future was hers.
She was so happy.
But now she was told that the man she looked down on in her previous life was gone. Her husband, a soldier, is actually the deputy head of the regiment. His military rank is even higher than Lin Yufei's. What she was most unwilling to accept in her previous life was that she had been a widow all her life, while Jiang Ning married Lin Yufei and lived a happy life. She never thought that Shen Mo was actually the deputy head of the army. If she had known in her previous life, or if she had left home to find Shen Mo like Jiang Ning, she would have been the wife of the deputy head of the regiment. Jiang Ting weighed the relationship between these in a variety of ways in her mind. She married Shen Mo in her previous life, but Shen Mo died early, leaving her a widow all her life. However, Jiang Ning was more and more the better. After rebirth in this life, she resolutely chose Lin Yufei. She knew Lin Yufei's potential. Even if he was only a company commander now, he would definitely be promoted in the future. As for Shen Mo, it didn't matter that he was the deputy head of the regiment now. She only changed the fate of herself and Jiang Ning, but not Shen Mo's fate. Shen Mo would die in battle in a few years, and this time it would be Jiang Ning who would become a widow.
Jiang Ting slowly exhaled.
She was also overwhelmed by jealousy. After weighing the pros and cons, she felt that she was simply too smart. She would not tell Jiang Ning that Shen Mo would die in battle in the future.
Shen Montag was Destine to die.
It was simply a dream for Jiang Ning to surpass her for life. Jiang Ting would never allow such a thing to happen. She thought so, but she still couldn't help looking at the back of the car. Jiang Ning's back and waist were hurt by the hard seat of the car. Shen Mo's attention was always on her. When he saw her frown, he knew the problem. His voice was low and clear. "Is the seat uncomfortable?" Jiang Ning blinked at him. "Yeah, it hurts." Jiang Ning's eyes were like water. The wind blew in through the car window that was not closed tightly. Her black hair fluttered and scratched her white porcelain-like cheek. Shen Mo's Adam's apple rolled. He lowered his head and took off his coat. He put his buttocks behind Jiang Ning's waist. "Is it more comfortable now?" Jiang Ning tried to move. It was much more comfortable. Then she moved to Shen Mo's side, stretched out her hands to hug Shen Mo's strong arms, and rested her head on his shoulders. Shen Mo saw her approaching and lowered his shoulders slightly so that Jiang Ning could lean on him more comfortably. If it weren't for the fact that men and women were not very open about intimacy in this era, she would have wanted to lie directly on Shen Mo's legs. Sitting is not as comfortable as lying down. Jiang Ting in front of her unconsciously tightened her palms. When she saw Jiang Ning yesterday, she felt that Jiang Ning seemed to be getting more and more beautiful. Her eyes, which were already a little coquettish, had a little imperceptible color in them. She was an experienced person, and she could tell at a glance that Jiang Ning had obviously been watered during this period. In her previous life, she had never even met her husband. After becoming Jiang Ning's husband in this life,
he not only went back to the village to look for Jiang Ning. Later, when Jiang Ning took the initiative to find him, it was obvious that they were getting better and better. She and Lin Yufei had never had such an intimate gesture before. When they were a little tender, it was only occasionally in bed. When Lin Yufei was outside, he would never do such a thing to lose face. Jiang Ting's heart was filled with resentment. It was obviously good for her, but it became Jiang Ning's. How could she feel comfortable? Why didn't she think of taking the initiative to find Shen Mo in her previous life? If she had found Shen Mo in her previous life, she could have been the deputy head's wife for a few years and would have gotten a lot of benefits. Jiang Ting closed her eyes, thinking out of sight, out of mind. Jiang Ting's ambitions were high, and even if she closed her eyes, the more she thought about it, the more unwilling she became. Lin Yufei hasn't been promoted yet, but she is already lower than Shen Mo in position. With a flash in her eyes, she brought up the matter of going to college again. Sister, do you need your help with the college entrance examination next year? I can teach you every week when I go home. It's also good to get into college, so that no one will look down on you as a village woman. Jiang Ning glanced at the self-righteous Jiang Ting with disdain. This woman always found something to fault with. Sister, I really can read. You used to spend my husband's money to secretly buy books to study. Later I picked up the books you threw away, and I learned a little bit. Jiang Ning's words were an explanation. Shen Mo was nice to her and looked silly in front of her, but it didn't mean he was really silly. He was able to become the deputy head of the group not only because of his bravery, but also because of his brains. Jiang Ting bit her red lips lightly. She didn't expect Jiang Ning to pick up the books she threw away and study secretly. But she not only bought books to study, but also secretly worshipped a teacher. How could Jiang Ning's self-study be comparable to her having a teacher? Jiang Ting gritted her teeth when she heard Jiang Ning mention that she used Shen Mo's money again. Then she thought of something and sneered, Sister, even if you study secretly, what can you learn? I'm afraid you can't even recognize all the words in the book. As soon as she finished speaking, Shen Mo's slightly deep voice sounded. It's none of your business whether Ning Ning can recognize all the words. If she wants to go to college, she will definitely pass it. You don't need to teach her.
Jiang Ting choked.
Shen Mo actually protected Jiang Ning so much. What kind of love potion did Jiang Ning give men? In the last life, she made Lin Yufei marry her, and in this life, she also made Shen Mo confused. Aren't men all good at saving face? She mentioned the word village woman because she wanted Shen Mo to see clearly that they are sisters, but she was admitted to college, while Jiang Ning was still an illiterate country girl. Shen Mo obviously looked even colder than Lin Yufei, but everything he did was to protect Jiang Ning. Jiang Ting clenched her fingers and said awkwardly, okay. Okay. Shen Mo glanced at the passenger seat indifferently. He had a photographic memory. At the beginning, he recognized that this was the person who told him that Jiang Ning ran away with another man when he went to Huaihe village last time to meet Jiang Ning. At that time, he did not believe what this woman said. He turned around and asked others, and it turned out that she was lying. A woman full of lies. Every word she said was not believed. However, he felt sorry for his wife. He didn't know how much grievance she had suffered at home. She wanted to study and could only pick up the books thrown away by her sister. He was far from good enough for his wife. Lin Yufei felt the pressure from behind and drove into the city at a high speed. At this time, most of the roads were bad roads, and the road was bumpy. Jiang Ning was well protected by Shen Mo, which was fine, but the other party drove too fast, and his driving skills didn't seem to be very good. He would not cross the obstacles on the road, but just ran over them, twisting and turning. It was not as stable as when Shen Mo was driving. Gradually, Jiang Ning felt dizzy and stuffy in the chest. Jiang Ting had never been in a car before. She felt very novel the first time, but now her face turned completely blue. She wanted to hold it in, but her chest was stuffy from time to time. It seemed that the food she had eaten in the morning was not digested and was surging up along the intestines. Her face looked more and more wrong, and she felt that she was about to drive slower. Brother Yufei, can you stop the car? Shen Mo and Jiang Ting's voices sounded at the same time. Lin Yufei slowed down the car after hearing what Shen Mo said. He frowned slightly and looked at Jiang Ting. Why stop the car? Jiang Ting looked at Lin Yufei pitifully and said coquettishly, I feel a little uncomfortable maybe. She covered her mouth before she finished her words. Lin Yufei's eyebrows were twisted into a knot, and he stopped the car immediately. Jiang Ting must not in the car. As soon as the car stopped, Jiang Ting immediately opened the door and got out of the car. She ran to the side of the road without caring about anything and vomited. Jiang Ning tilted her head to look over. She could have held it in at first, but when she turned her head, she saw the pile of filth that Jiang Ting vomited, and the feeling of nausea rushed straight to her head. She also opened the door and ran to a farther place to squat and retch. Fortunately, she didn't eat much in the morning, so there was nothing to at this time. Lin Yufei was sitting in the car and saw Jiang Ting vomiting. His brows were furrowed so much that he almost pinched a fly to death. With a click, Shen Mo also pushed the door and got out of the car. He walked towards Jiang Ning with the only kettle in the car. The deputy head of the group got out of the car, and Lin Yufei couldn't sit in the car anymore. As soon as he got out of the car, he smelled an indescribable smell and immediately took 2 steps back, far away from Jiang Ting. Jiang Ning felt sour in her chest and felt very uncomfortable. At this time, a warm big hand fell on her back and patted her lightly. Jiang Ning straightened up. Shen Mo stroked her back again, wiped the corners of Jiang Ning's mouth with a handkerchief, and then handed the water to her lips. Wife, drink some water first? Jiang Ning nodded and drank water from his hand. After drinking 2 sips, she felt uncomfortable, so she took the kettle and drank it. After vomiting, the stuffy and sour feeling in her chest disappeared. Jiang Ting felt like she was about to out all the bitter gall, and finally felt better. But when she looked up, she saw a man and a woman standing not far away. The interaction between the two was extremely dazzling. And Lin Yufei. She turned her head and looked back. Lin Yufei was standing several meters behind her, and he didn't mean to come over to help her pat her back. Sometimes people can't be compared. In normal times, she didn't think there was anything wrong with Lin Yufei's behavior. Lin Yufei's personality was rather cold, but when he was nice to her, he was very nice. But now she couldn't help but glance at Jiang Ning and Shen Mo over there. Shen Mo's cold face had a lively expression on it. He just vomited a few times, as if he was worried that he was the one who was uncomfortable. Jiang Ting couldn't stand it anymore. She wiped her mouth with her hand and got in the car. As soon as she sat down, there was a knock on the car window. It was Shen Mo. Different from the low and gentle voice when facing Jiang Ning, he said 2 words coldly and hard, "Get down." Jiang Ting got out of the car. Shen Mo protected Jiang Ning and sat in the co-pilot seat, and after closing the door, he said to Jiang Ting, "You sit in the back." Jiang Ting and Lin Yufei got on the back seat. There was no car shaking from behind, and Shen Mo drove very smoothly, so there was almost no bump. Half an hour later, they arrived in the city. Shen Mo drove the car directly to the door of the bank. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up when she saw the bank. Lin Yufei's lips were tight. Although the fact that Jiang Ting was a college student made him proud, he was not in a good mood because he lost so much money at once. Over the years, he only saved more than 2,000 yuan, but now he had to take out half of it to give to others. Things have come to this point, and the money must be given. This is related to his face. Shen Mo parked the car in front of the bank. Lin Yufei got out of the car, and Jiang Ning followed him out of the car. Thinking that more than 1,000 yuan would soon be deposited into her account, she was so happy that she almost jumped up. The two entered the bank, and Shen Mo kept looking at the figure entering the bank with his side eyes. He could see Jiang Ning even without getting out of the car. Jiang Ting didn't get out of the car either. She felt uncomfortable when she thought that the 1,000 yuan that originally belonged to her would soon become Jiang Ning's. Jiang Ting thought for a while and said, Shen Mo, you should go down and save the money. My sister comes from the countryside and has never seen so much money. What if she loses it? She was reminding Shen Mo to keep the money firmly in his hands. Men are the heads of the family, and they all like to manage money. Lin Yufei likes to manage money. He only gives a certain amount of living expenses every week and never gives more. Shen Mo looked out the window with cold eyes and didn't speak, as if he didn't hear what she said. Jiang Ting bit her lip. She stamped her feet secretly. Shen Mo must have heard what she said, but he ignored her. What did he mean? Can't he see that she is thinking about him? Shen Mo didn't speak, and Jiang Ting didn't continue to talk to make herself bored. After a while, Jiang Ning and Lin Yufei walked out side by side. Jiang Ning was holding money in her hands and was very happy.